Like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel for all parts. Chapter 81. Hueco Mundo, less big, but bigger. Ye Chuan held a small centipede with dark gold patterns all over its body in his hand. It opened its mouth and spit out a small light dot that emitted a faint white light. Ye Chuan held the small light spot, and the corners of his mouth under the mask were almost curled up to the sky. Jinzhou is quite capable. He found the second Soul King fragment so quickly. Soul Eater. As Soul Eater was activated, this Soul King fragment, like the previous one, turned into a pure white spirit particle and was completely absorbed by him. Ah, this feeling is so wonderful. Feeling the comfort flowing through his limbs, Ye Chuan moaned in pleasure. Just 2 more and I'll definitely succeed. After successfully absorbing the second Soul King fragment, Ye Chuan's little centipede clone opened the black cavity on its own and went to the real world, returning to Yinjin's side. Ye Chuan transformed into a brilliant streak of lightning and quickly rushed to the Mino's Grande house he had built with his own hands. Just as he was passing by the new land, he felt 3 Ryotsu erupting dozens of miles to the left in front of him. One of the Ryotsu was hollow, and this Ryotsu was actually on par with Haribal's. The remaining 2 Ryotsu were extremely violent and somewhat chaotic, exactly the same as the incomplete arrancar that Makoto Ito encountered during the soul burial assessment. Another Vasto Lord. Could it be? Thinking of this, Ye Chuan immediately changed direction, and with a flash of lightning, he headed towards the place where Ryotsu exploded. Bang! A Vasto Lord, a centaur with a skull mask and 2 horns on his face and holding a double-headed spear, was thrown into a sand pit in a miserable state. Impossible! You are just Ajichas, how could you? Nell looked at the 2 Ajichas in front of her, whose appearance had changed drastically, with a puzzled look on her face. Ha ha ha, Ajichas? We are no longer those low-level creatures. We are now beings that transcend the boundaries of the void arrancar. An incomplete arrancar with a broken mask, a pig's head in a human body, with a fat belly, looked at the fallen Nell with a sarcastic expression. Next to it, another incomplete arrancar with a horse head and a human body wearing a broken arrancar, showed a mouth full of steel teeth, with saliva dripping from the corners of its mouth. You can't believe it. As a natural-born Vasto Lord, you will be killed by the Ajichas you once defeated. Cry, wail, let me see you begging for mercy. The incomplete arrancar with a human body and a horse head became more and more excited as he spoke, and even screamed strangely while talking. Start up! Nilu, covered in wounds, fell into the sand pit and was about to throw the bone spear in her hand in a desperate fight. The 2 arrancars stretched out their hands and aimed at Nell, accumulating Siro. Seeing this scene, Nilu's mouth corners inadvertently raised in the sand pit. Sizzle! 2 powerful Siro, accompanied by the sharp laughter of 2 incomplete arrancars, shot towards Nilu below. The next moment, a scene occurred that made the 2 arrancars dumbfounded. Vasto Lord, who was originally unable to fight anymore, suddenly opened his mouth and swallowed the 2 Siro shots they shot. Then, the originally black and red Siro was mixed with a pink Siro, and the 3 Siro were entangled together. The power of Siro increased 3 times in an instant, and it blasted towards the 2 incomplete arrancars. Siro ensemble! Boom! The 2 centaurs in the incomplete arrancar reacted in time and dodged the Siro's ensemble with a loud turn, but the pig-headed man who reacted a little slower was not so lucky. Half of his body was blown to pieces, leaving only his fat lower body falling to the ground. Hiding in the dark, Ye Chuan secretly smacked his lips. Aizen's arrancar experiment seems to be progressing a bit slowly. Why is the arrancar level still so low? Work harder, Master Aizen. I'm counting on you to transform these Minos Grandes under my command. The most ideal state of arrancar for a single Hyako should be that the Ajichas after arrancar can beat the Vasto Lord who has not yet arrancar. As it is now, 2 Ajichas arrancars besieged a Nilu who has not yet arrancar, and one of them was killed in return. Obviously, this arrancar is still too weak. This way, I don't even have the chance to go up and save the girl. Seeing the poor performance of the two incomplete arrancars, Ye Chuan in the dark shook his head anxiously. In the field, Nell, who had killed the pig-headed man arrancar with a zero duet, was staggering with the double-headed spear in her hand raised high, about to throw it to shoot the remaining centaur arrancar. The horse-headed man arrancar was so frightened that he released several loud whirlwinds in succession to avoid being shot. Bang! As a result, as soon as she stood up, before she could raise her hands, Nell fell into the sand pit again. The centaur arrancar, who had escaped hundreds of feet away, saw that Nell was completely exhausted at this moment, and immediately turned around, wanting to take the opportunity to kill her. I never thought I'd have the last laugh. I'll be the only one left to savor Vasto Lord's flesh and blood. Hateful. Looking at the centaur Nell slowly approaching him, he could only roar helplessly. Sizzle. In an instant, a dark golden lightning column fell from the sky. The centaur arrancar, who was secretly rejoicing, was directly struck by the dark golden lightning and became burnt on the outside and tender on the inside. Nell tried hard to open her eyes but only saw a blurry human figure, and then she fainted. Ye Chuan stared at the two arrancar corpses on the ground and directly launched the soul-gnawing technique. Soon the two arrancars were devoured by Ye Chuan. That's it. Feeling the spiritual energy provided by the corpses of the two ajichas, Ye Chuan frowned. The ryotsu provided by the two arrancars were no different from ordinary ajichas, except that they contained a trace of special spirit particles that were a degraded version of the Spirit King's power. This tiny amount was infinitesimally close to zero for Ye Chuan. Not long after, the seriously injured and exhausted Nell woke up slowly and found that the wounds on her body had been simply treated, and the centaur arrancar who originally wanted to devour him had disappeared without a trace. Looking at the black-eyed, black-haired humanoid Mino Grande in front of her, Nell's two large eyeballs under the mask rolled around. She gently pawed the sand pit in front of her with her front hooves and asked weakly. Are you the one who saved me? Seeing Nell's timid and awkward appearance, Ye Chuan suddenly felt a little funny. She was not in human form, but she was so cute. What if her face was broken? Let me introduce myself. My name is Ye Chuan. I am the leader of the Mino Grande house. I am currently looking for a kind and powerful partner like you to travel with me. Will you join us? Strange Vasto Lord. Faced with Ye Chuan's solicitation, Nell was stunned at first, then walked around Ye Chuan with her head held high. Although she had not yet reached the arrancar, her impressive figure, as the largest in the three realms, was already showing. Then he slowly extended a hand to Ye Chuan. Hello, my name is Nell Tuidelschwank. Please take care of me from now on, buddy. Chapter 82. Time flies. 10 years have passed since Ito Makoto joined the 4th Division and became its vice-captain, and Ye Chuan subdued Nell. During these 10 years, Ito Makoto has asked Unohana to teach him swordsmanship more than once, from hinting at the beginning to pestering him later, but Unohana has never been taken in, insisting that he is not good at swordsmanship. Although Ito Makoto did not learn any cutting techniques from Unohana in the past 10 years, she taught him everything she knew about Kid, including not only Kide for healing, but also Had and Bakud. Yes, the person who made the most progress in the past 10 years in the 4th Division was actually Kid. And his own Ryotsu has also made great progress in the past 10 years. Even if he does not borrow Ryotsu from his original body, his own Ryotsu has already reached the ultimate level of 4th grade spiritual power 3 years ago, which is just one step away from the real captain level 3rd grade spiritual power. Now he is just one step away from reaching the captain level Ryotsu. Meanwhile, Ye Chuan, who was far away in Hueco Mundo, had already obtained the 3rd Soul King fragment from the little centipede clone that remained with Jingoko. Now, Ye Chuan only needed the last fragment to become the perfect arrancar. Hueco Mundo, less big, but bigger. The home of Minos Grande, located at the southern end of the Night Palace, was originally just a low hill and was originally the habitat of Haribal. Now, 10 years have passed. Under the transformation led by Ye Chuan, several Vasto lords, and a group of Ajichas, it has been transformed into a magnificent underground palace. Lord Ye Chuan, there have been a lot more arrancars in the direction of the Night Palace recently. I originally thought it was a new Vasto lord who had taken over arrancars, but after some investigation, I found out that they were Ajichas who were not fully arrancars. Ye Chuan sat on the stone chair in the center of the underground palace, and Star K sat on his left. Since the house of Minos Grande was originally founded by Ye Chuan, many Vasto lords and Ajichas call Ye Chuan the leader of the house of Minos Grande. Even Star K, the current strongest fighter in the house of Minos Grande, also calls Ye Chuan Sir. The bonfire in the underground palace flickered, illuminating the hideous mask covered with dark gold patterns on Ye Chuan's face. Don't worry Star K. Those so-called arrancars are just poor imitations of you. Ye Chuan spoke calmly, not taking the suddenly appearing arrancars seriously at all. As the two were talking, a surge of arrancars Ryotsu shot up into the sky, surging throughout the underground palace. The moment he felt this Ryotsu, Ye Chuan was startled for a moment before the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. It's here already. How come it's years ahead of the original? Is it because I gathered all these Vasto lords together? At the entrance of the Minos Grande house, a half-human, half-shark arrancar with a sword mark carved on his mask was unscrupulously releasing his violent Ryotsu. This arrancar was one of the Ajichas that had followed Baragan to defeat Haribal. He had offended Haribal because of his foul mouth and was half-killed by a sword. After that, arrancar immediately came to seek revenge on Haribal. According to the original plot, Aizen should appear at the last critical moment, kill him with one sword and then successfully subdue Haribal. According to the original timeline, this incident occurred at least after Nilu was assassinated by Neutra and Sail Aporo and fell out of Espada, which was several decades later. But now Nilu hasn't arrived yet, but this guy arrived first. How could Ye Chuan not be surprised? Then, Ye Chuan turned into a flash of lightning and appeared directly at the entrance of Minos Grande's house. The white snake Su Sun Sun, the red goat Perk, the strange fish Barnes, and other Ajichas who had been blocking the arrancar at the door, knelt down and bowed to him when they saw that it was Ye Chuan who came. In the past 10 years, after they established the house of Minos Grande under the leadership of Ye Chuan, they no longer had to get involved in the ignorant fighting all day long. These 10 years were also the most stable 10 years they had spent in their long virtual lives. The name of the house of Minos Grande even overshadowed the Sui Palace at one point. Therefore, everyone in Minos Grande is convinced of Ye Chuan. A mere Vasto lord, get her out here and die. The shark arrancar was seen erupting with violent Ryotsu all over its body, almost condensing into a solid Ryotsu as it crushed towards the Ajichas and Ye Chuan. This Ryotsu. Ye Chuan carefully felt the Ryotsu emitted by the shark hollow, which was much stronger than the two that besieged Nell 10 years ago. It had indeed broken through the limitations of Ajichas to the point where it could barely fight against Vasto Lord, but it was far from the level in the original work where it could suppress Haribal without arrancar. Sure enough, because of me, the incident happened earlier, but his development couldn't keep up. After figuring out the key, Ye Chuan no longer wanted to play with this incomplete arrancar. He just glanced at him and sneered. We have many Vasto lords in the Minos Grande house. I wonder which one you are looking for. Everyone, there's a customer looking for Vasto lord. Why don't you show up? As Ye Chuan finished speaking, 3 huge Ryotsu-light pillars rose from the Minos Grande house behind him. These 3 Ryotsu came from Haribal, Nell, and Ulquira respectively. How is this possible? Just as the shark arrancar was stunned, a 4th wave of Ryotsu rose. This Ryotsu belonged to Star K, who was already completely arrancar. Feeling this Ryotsu as powerful as the abyss and the sea, he was frightened and trembled. After feeling these 4 terrifying Ryotsu, the shark void's ecstasy of gaining powerful strength was already thrown out of the window. He immediately turned around and tried to run away. But after he took 7 turns, he found that he had not moved away at all. Instead, his body shrank to the size of a mosquito and was held in the right palm of the mysterious humanoid Mino Grande. Ye Chuan just clenched his right hand, and the shark arrancar, which had been so arrogant just now, was crushed to death by Ye Chuan like a stink bug. Ye Chuan still absorbed it with his soul eater based on the principle of not wasting anything. However, this incomplete arrancar only brought minimal improvement to him. After killing the shark arrancar, Ye Chuan did not relax. The fact that arrancar was here at this moment must have been Aizen's doing, which meant that Aizen was watching from a distance. Suddenly, Ye Chuan seemed to have a sudden impulse and looked towards the open space in front of him, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Thunder Sea Realm! In an instant, dark golden lightning pillars rose from all around the Mino Grande house, and were about to destroy everything except the underground palace of the Mino Grande house. Mino Grande's house is Ye Chuan's lair, so he naturally planted mines all around it early on. Once a strong enemy arrives, he can directly activate them and catch the enemy off guard. When Ye Chuan was still Jillian, this move killed more than 60 Ajichas in Sui Palace at the same time. Now that Ye Chuan has been promoted, the power of this move has naturally doubled. Even if 3 or 5 ordinary captain-level figures from Soul Society came together, they would probably die instantly the moment they stepped into the Sea of Thunder domain he had set up in advance. But Ye Chuan knew very well that this move would not be able to kill Aizen Suk, and he did not expect to kill Aizen with this, so he just wanted to give Aizen a warning. As expected, Aizen, who used Kid to conceal his body, was soon exposed by the thunder. However, looking at the dark golden sea of thunder that filled the sky, Aizen still had a faint smile on his face, as calm as ever. Had no 90 black coffin. As Aizen's words fell lightly, a huge square, pitch-black coffin that was hundreds of feet tall took shape instantly, with many equally pitch-black spikes inserted on it. Bang! The endless sea of thunder and the giant black coffin both exploded. The giant black coffin disappeared into thin air, and the 81 thunder seeds that Ye Chuan had laid in advance also completely disappeared. In an instant, a terrifying hurricane swept across the sky and the earth. Chapter 83. Seeing Aizen Suk easily breaking through his Thunder Sea realm, Ye Chuan did not hesitate at all. All of you return to the Mino Grande house. With a wave of his hand, he drove away the Ajichas who were confronting the shark arrancar at the entrance of Mino Grande's house, because he knew that no matter how many of them came, they would all be food for Aizen. Call out! Aizen suddenly came to his side with a shunpo. He just stood beside Ye Chuan, looking at him with a smile on his face. Ye Chuan seemed to be stared at by a prehistoric beast, with the hair on his body standing on end, as if he was going to be swallowed up in the next moment. At the same time, a terrifying Ryotsu that was enough to shake the entire Hueco Mundo rose from Aizen's body and began to crush Ye Chuan. Hey! Do you think I'm Ge Laoliu? You want me to kneel just because of Ryotsu? Sensing Aizen's intention, Ye Chuan snorted coldly, and a dark golden violent Ryotsu surged out of his body and rushed into the sky, confronting Aizen's terrifying Ryotsu. At this moment, Ye Chuan felt like a small boat in the endless ocean, struggling to survive the storm. It seemed as if the ship would be destroyed and everyone would die in the next moment. Although Aizen's Ryotsu was only aimed at Ye Chuan, the moment Aizen released the Ryotsu, all the Mino Grandes in the Mino Grande house sensed Aizen's terrifying Ryotsu. Call out! Call out! Call out! Call out! A series of ringing sounds rang out, and 4 figures appeared beside Ye Chuan and surrounded him in the middle, with powerful Ryotsu bursting out from their bodies. Apparently the 4 of them were helping Ye Chuan share the terrifying Ryotsu from Aizen. Just when the 2 sides were on the verge of a fight, Aizen suddenly withdrew the terrifying Ryotsu that was as deep as the sea. He first glanced briefly at Haribal and Nell, then briefly paused on Ulquira, and finally stared at Stark for a long time before slowly speaking. I never thought there would be a self-produced arrancar. What a surprise! He looked at Stark as if he had seen a rare treasure. Then he turned to look at Ye Chuan, and when he saw the sealed state at his waist, his expression was startled. You are the leader of the Mino Grande house. Facing Aizen's question, Ye Chuan swallowed his saliva, and then said to Kide calmly. I am Ye Chuan, the leader of the Mino Grande family. Who are you? Although Ye Chuan knew Aizen's background very well, he still had to pretend. Hearing this, Aizen smiled slightly and said. In that case, let me introduce myself. My name is Aizen, Aizen Suk. I'm the one who can lead you through obstacles and break through boundaries. After hearing Aizen's pretentious words, the corners of his mouth under the mask twitched involuntarily. But I still pretended to be surprised and asked. So, these arrancars in Hueco Mundo were all built by you, Excellency. Aizen Suk on the side seemed very satisfied with Ye Chuan's supporting role, and the smile on his face never faded. Can you make it so that we are all arrancar like Stark? Ye Chuan asked Aizen while the iron was hot. My research is almost complete, and by then all the hollows in Hueco Mundo will be perfectly arrancarized. Aizen pushed his black-framed glasses up on his nose and slowly sighed. It's almost done, but that means it's not done yet. Of course, Ye Chuan could only complain secretly in his heart at this time. After a moment, Ye Chuan bowed slightly to Aizen. Then please, Aizen-kun, lead us on the path to a perfect arrancar. This was not the end yet. With a long roar from Ye Chuan, dozens of ajichas and lily nets poured out from the underground palace of Mino Grande's house. Even Wanda Weiss and her pet, the giant ajichas Fleur, came. Except for Grimjo and his followers who were not here for the time being, all members of Ye Chuan's command appeared in front of Aizen. Now that the Mino Grande family has come out in full force, it is both a gesture of goodwill to Aizen and a deterrent. Although it may not be of any use, at least it gave Aizen the aura of don't go too far, or I will fight you to the death. I, Ye Chuan, am willing to represent all Minos Grandes of the House of Minos Grandes and form an alliance with Lord Aizen. As long as Lord Aizen can lead us on the path of evolution, then we are willing to become the sharp blade in your hand and clear away all obstacles for you. As soon as he finished speaking, the group of Minos Grande behind him followed suit. I wish to form an alliance with Aizen-kun. I wish to be with Aizen-kun. Seeing this scene, even Aizen was stunned for a moment, because he really didn't expect that this trip would be so smooth and he could conquer the Minos Grande house without bloodshed. Although it did not achieve the expected effect, it made all the Minos Grande in front of him bow down to him. But the other party had already lowered his stance sufficiently. He was not about to kill the entire Sui palace like he had done to Baragan. Of course, Aizen is so shrewd that he can see that Ye Chuan is not sincere, but so what? Aizen needed arrancar's experimental materials to perfect his half of Hgyaku, while Ye Chuan needed Aizen's help with the Minos Grande arrancar under his command. The two of them are just collaborating to get what they want. Aizen looked at the Minos Grande in front of him and nodded slightly, then slowly said. Don't worry, everyone. Your arrancar day is very near. I swear here, no matter what happens, as long as you stand with me, there will be no rivals in front of us. Aizen's voice was deafening, combined with his unparalleled strength and his stunning appearance. If Ye Chuan hadn't opened the god's perspective in advance, he would have almost believed it. Suddenly at this moment Aizen said. Kawa-kun, I think you look more like a Shinigami than a hollow. If I'm not mistaken, you seem to be able to succeed in arrancar without my help. It seems you've already come a long way on this path. Aizen still stared at Ye Chuan with that strategizing look. Aizen-kun's eyes are sharp indeed. Seeing that he couldn't hide it any longer, Ye Chuan simply stopped hiding it and admitted it openly. But when Ye Chuan looked up again, Aizen was nowhere to be found, only a few light words remained. I hope that when we meet again next time, you will have taken that step. Hey! After confirming that Aizen had indeed left, Ye Chuan breathed a sigh of relief. It was only after a brief confrontation with Aizen that he realized just how strong Aizen was. Therefore, Aizen's surrender is only a temporary solution. Only when you are strong enough can you be qualified to negotiate with him. At this moment, his desire to quickly reach arrancars became stronger and stronger. Only one piece left. As long as Jingoko gets another Soul King fragment, Ye Chuan can perfect arrancars. I hope I won't have to wait too long for this day. Chapter 84. Night in Hanaka Town. A figure was chasing something, striding quickly down the street. He had short hair combed back to the neck, wide eyebrows with slightly upward hooks, brown eyes, a tall and strong build, and wore a black coat with a fur collar and a silver cross necklace on his chest. This person is none other than Jingoko. 10 years have passed, and the little Jinjo has become a senior student at Yuhua High School. Since he came from an orphanage, he had to work part-time to earn a living while completing his studies. He also occasionally had to guest star as a Shinigami to help the present world eliminate the void and help Ye Chuan collect the Soul King fragments. His extracurricular life can be said to be very fulfilling. Sizzle. On its right shoulder lay a small centipede with dark golden lines all over its body. It was Ye Chuan's centipede clone. At this moment, the centipede's body surface lit up with a faint dark golden glow. Seeing this, Jingoko frowned slightly. Has another hollow appeared? Why are there so many hollows in Yuka town lately? Before he could help but sigh, the little centipede on his shoulder jumped down and guided him somewhere. Roar! A loud roar pierced the silence of the night and spread to several surrounding streets. Although the ordinary people living in Yuka town could not hear the roar, they felt dizzy the moment the roar was heard, as if someone was constantly beating drums and gongs in their ears. Is this Jillian? How could Jillian appear in this world? Didn't Makoto say that Jillian usually only stays in Hueco Mundo? Looking at Jillian, who was nearly 100 meters tall and exactly the same as the one described by Ito Makoto, Jingoko didn't hesitate at all. His soul rushed out of his body and he slashed at Jillian with a sealed sword in hand. He couldn't let Jillian destroy Yuhua town, where he had lived for more than 10 years. Jingoko stepped on Shunpo and rushed to Jillian at an extremely fast speed, and slashed at Jillian's big feet that looked like white bones. With a wave of his hand, he chopped off the big feet. Roar! With Jillian's scream of pain, Jillian, who had lost both legs and was unable to stand, immediately fell backwards. Boom! Jillian, a giant nearly 100 meters tall, fell on the street of Yuka town. Fortunately, there were no tall buildings behind it, otherwise countless innocent people would have lost their lives. Seeing Jillian falling to the ground after losing both legs, Jingoko raised his knife, stabbed it into Jillian's crotch, and then rushed forward to cut the huge Jillian in half. Just like that, Jillian was killed cleanly and neatly by Jingoko. Although Jingoko has never studied in the Shin Spiritual Arts Academy for a single day, he received systematic training from Ito Makoto 10 years ago, and he has a solid foundation as a Soul King candidate, and he has been hunting down hollows wandering the world for the past 10 years. His current strength is comparable to that of some senior officials. Just as Jingoko finished dealing with Jillian and was about to return to his physical body, he suddenly felt another violent Ryutsu appear behind him. Clang! Jingoko instinctively raised his sword to block, but was still blown away by the huge force. Bang! Jingoko crashed directly into the electric pole, knocking it down. Call out! A figure stepped on Xiang and turned to attack Jingoko. Jingoko rolled over and narrowly avoided the attack. Ahem, what the hell? With the help of the dim moonlight, Jingoko could finally see clearly what had attacked him. He was covered in dark purple steel skin, with a coxcomb on his head that looked like a steel knife, and a broken mask on his face covered with bulging muscles. What the? Obviously, Jingoko didn't know what arrancar was. He just looked at the monster in front of him that seemed neither real nor real, and the violent riotsu it emitted. Suddenly I felt overwhelmed. Call out! Arrancar, who looked like a chicken-headed man, stretched out his neck, used his head as a knife, and used the coxcomb on his head as a blade to stab towards Jingoko. Seeing this, Jingoko hurriedly raised his sword to block. Clang! With one strike, there was a sound of metal clashing, and sparks flew everywhere. Is this comb made of iron? Jingoko was shocked to find that the sealed sword that had been with him for 10 years had been hit by this coxcomb-headed monster, leaving a gap as thick as a little finger. Before he could even catch his breath, the coxcomb-haired arrancar attacked again. Hey! At the critical moment, Jingoko recalled the slashing technique taught by Ito Makoto, adjusted his breathing and slashed out with one sword. Die, monster! Boom! With a loud bang, Jingoko flew backwards, rolled dozens of times on the road, and rolled directly from the Madara crossing at the previous intersection to the Madara crossing at the next intersection. FK! Jingoko spat out a mouthful of blood foam, looked at the zanpakuto in his hand that had been broken into 2 pieces, and a look of despair appeared on his face. Is this really the end for me? Looking at the coxcomb-headed arrancar who was closing in on him, Jingoko gritted his teeth, dropped the broken sealed state in his hand, and staggered towards his physical body. I won't give up. I haven't fulfilled my promise to Makoto. I haven't become strong yet. I have not. Jingoko murmured as he walked over to his physical body and went back inside it. Have you reached your limit? Ye Chuan saw Jingoko's situation clearly through the little centipede clone. As expected, with the strength of a chief officer, it's really too much to deal with the incomplete arrancar transformed from a special Jillian, right? Just as Ye Chuan's little centipede clone's body was flashing with dark golden lines on its surface, and it was about to unleash the power of the original body left in this clone's body. Jingoko, who had returned to his physical body, slowly opened his eyes and looked at arrancar, the coxcomb-headed demon from hell, and he rushed forward with a quick step. I won't accept my fate. Just when he was about to touch the strange coxcomb-headed arrancar, Jingoko suddenly took off the cross pendant given to him by Ito Makoto from his neck, and shouted at the same time. The gallows! The cross necklace turned into a huge 2-handed sword with a handle longer than the guard, a red gem inlaid in the center of the hilt, a hollowed-out part near the guard and decorated with a golden bracket. Die! Jingoko raised his giant sword high, rushed towards the coxcomb-headed man and chopped it down with great force. Puff! Under the slash of Jingoko's giant sword, the coxcomb-headed arrancar, its comb like a steel knife, and its sturdy steel skin were chopped into pieces like paper. This is not the end yet. After killing the coxcomb-headed arrancar, Jingoko inserted the giant sword directly into the chest of the arrancar. The riotsu that originally belonged to arrancar was completely digested and absorbed by Jingoko. After being replenished with riotsu, Jingoko's riotsu, which had been completely dried up, gradually began to fill up. Chapter 85. Good boy, you've mastered the fullbring technique. At this moment, Ye Chuan witnessed with his own eyes through the perspective of the little centipede the entire process of Jingoko awakening his fullbring to kill arrancar. At the same time as the battle between Yinchinch and arrancar, in a hot spring hotel dozens of kilometers away from the scene of the incident. In the open-air hot spring, reclining was a muscular, white-haired man wearing an eyebrow ring and earrings. He also had a tattoo of the number 69 on his abdomen. He was humming a little tune while soaking in the hot spring, looking very calm. Plop! A figure fell directly into the hot spring and then suddenly rushed out of the water. She was a girl with short green hair, wearing goggles, an orange scarf, tights, and long boots. Quincy is such a pervert, he's not wearing any clothes. The girl spoke first. Upon hearing this, Meguruma Kensei, who was originally very happy, suddenly felt a vein popping on his forehead. "Kuna Mashiro, you idiot, I'm the one taking a shower. The two people in front of me are Meguruma Kensei and Kuna Mashiro from the Masked Corps. Quangzai, do you feel it?" Kuna Mashiro suddenly put away his playful expression and looked at Meguruma Kensei with a serious face. "It's just a Jillian level arrancar, you can handle it yourself," Meguruma Kensei said nonchalantly. "Call out." The next moment Kuna Mashiro disappeared from the spot, leaving only one sentence. "Quangzai is a big idiot." Soon, Kuna Mashiro arrived at the scene, but he only saw Jingoko holding a cross gallows, and the little centipede hollow lying on Jinjo's shoulder. Because he had just absorbed the Ryutsu of the coxcomb-headed arrancar, Jinjoko's body was now filled with arrancar's Ryutsu. Has arrancar reached this point now? Apparently, Kuna Mashiro mistook Jingoko, who had just absorbed arrancar Ryutsu but had not yet completely digested it, for arrancar. Without any explanation, she wiped her face, and a mask with 2 heart-shaped eye sockets and 4 small holes suddenly appeared on her face. Kuna Mashiro flashed and kicked Jingoko in the lower back. Bang! Just like that, Jingoko was kicked directly into the wall. Poor Jingoko had just escaped from the battle when he was kicked away by Kuna Mashiro again. Ahem! Jingoko struggled to his feet from the ruins of the walled courtyard. He glanced at Kuna Mashiro who had kicked him away, and was stunned when he saw the hollow mask on her face. Human-shaped Mino's Grande, could this be the Vasto Lord that Makoto mentioned? Kuna Mashiro on the opposite side rushed up again and kicked without saying a word. Arrancar, die! The green-haired girl did a 360-degree turn in the air, then raised her leg high, and kicked down with her slender right leg like a battle axe. Super flying kick! Seeing this, Jingoko had no choice but to raise the cross gallows and try his best to resist. Boom! However, after the hollow, Kuna Mashiro's strength increased significantly, and with one blow, he directly shocked Jingoko so much that he started bleeding from his mouth and nose. Who the hell did I offend? After saying this, Jingoko fainted on the spot. The little centipede clone hiding nearby was also completely confused. Someone from the Masked Legion? What's wrong with this woman? Seeing that Kuna Mashiro had already accumulated zero and was aiming at the unconscious Jingoko, Ye Chuan knew that he could no longer sit idly by. After all, he still had to rely on Jingoko to find the Soul King fragments for him. Then, the dark golden lines on the surface of the small centipede lit up again, and a thick lightning whip shot out from the surface of the small centipede, heading straight for Kuna Mashiro who was still accumulating zero in mid-air. Boom! A dark golden lightning whip rushed out from the small centipede's body and shot directly towards Kuna Mashiro in mid-air. Sizzle! This extremely powerful lightning whip came directly after, first piercing through Kuna Mashiro's emerald green zero, and then knocking her down from mid-air. Ah! With a scream, Kuna Mashiro fell directly from mid-air. Kuna Mashiro, whose body was charred, looked at the tiny centipede hollow. At this moment, the dark golden lines on its back had all disappeared. Kuna Mashiro really couldn't understand why a tiny hollow that looked so weak could deliver such a terrifying lightning strike. You didn't even faint. Ye Chuan was somewhat surprised to find that the lightning whip had not had the effect he had expected. But there was nothing he could do about it. The power of the attack had already been retained within this clone from 10 years ago. After 10 years of decay, it was not easy for that lightning whip to unleash such power. Damn it! I don't believe you can deliver a second lightning strike like that. At this moment, Kuna Mashiro, whose body was charred by the lightning, also regrouped and slowly walked towards the unconscious Jingoko and the centipede clone. Just when Kuna Mashiro was about to kick the centipede clone to death, a huge irregular crack suddenly appeared in the calm space, and a flash of lightning rushed out of the black cavity at a speed faster than lightning, blocking the unconscious Jingoko and the centipede clone, and directly took Kuna Mashiro's super flying kick with one hand. Minos Grande in human form, are you Vasto Lord? Seeing Ye Chuan suddenly appear, Kuna Mashiro suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. How is that possible? Just as Kuna Mashiro was about to attack again, she found that Ye Chuan turned into a flash of lightning and rushed in front of her at a speed he could not understand. He stretched out his right middle finger and lightly snapped it on her face. Bang! Kuna Mashiro's mask shattered. Is this true? Ye Chuan raised his hand again and turned it into a knife, hitting her fair neck. In an instant, Kuna Mashiro lost consciousness just like Jingoko and collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud. Just when Ye Chuan was about to carry Jingoko, who was like a dead dog, away from this place, a gust of wind swept in and headed straight for Ye Chuan's face. Ye Chuan waved his right hand to deflect the strong wind, while looking forward at the person who came. Bye, how are you? Maguruma Kensei came up to Kuna Mashiro with a shunpo and helped her up. Looking at Kuna Mashiro whose body was charred, Maguruma Kensei clenched his right fist and stared at Ye Chuan with fierce eyes. Then he roared. Hey, you're the one who hurt Kuna Mashiro like this, are you ready to die? Minos Grande. Looking at Maguruma Kensei's hysterical look, Ye Chuan just smiled faintly. I advise you not to bluff. That will only make you look even weaker. Hearing Ye Chuan's words, Maguruma Kensei said coldly. What an arrogant Minos Grande! You must be the legendary Vasto Lord. Are you ready to be the first Vasto Lord to die at my hands? Don't worry, it won't waste too much of your time. Chapter 86. Come to think of it, this is the first time I've encountered a Minos Grande of your caliber. So, I'll be a little more serious. Maguruma Kensei first helped Kuna Mashiro, who was seriously injured and unconscious, to the corner of the wall, and then took a shunpo step and came to the eaves in front of Ye Chuan, looking down at Ye Chuan. Then he turned his neck and twisted his wrists as if he was ready to fight a big battle. Call out! Maguruma Kensei rushed forward holding the Zanpakut, which was like a dagger, with wisps of hurricane wind wrapped around the blade. Facing the dagger that came with a hurricane, Ye Chuan did not draw his sword, but instead a thread of lightning arc swirled on his right hand and he caught it with his bare hands. Boom! The moment the lightning arc and the hurricane intersected, a strong wave of ryotsu surged from between the two, devastating the surrounding streets and buildings. Seeing that his attack failed, Quincy withdrew and retreated. Due to the limitations of the present world's environment, he cannot use his full strength in order to protect the integrity of the present world as much as possible. Damn it! In this world, I can't fight as I please. Hearing Maguruma Kensei's words, Ye Chuan immediately sneered. That's easy. Snap! As Ye Chuan snapped his fingers, the area within dozens of meters around him and Quincy was enveloped by a dark golden ryotsu, and a square lightning barrier took shape instantly. Four-sided Thunder Realm. This barrier is adapted from the four-sided boundary of the Shinigami clone. Although it does not have the amplification and weakening effects of the original four-sided boundary, it can also isolate ryotsu and amplify the power of thunder. Originally, Ye Chuan planned to take the unconscious Jingoko away from here directly, and it was Kuna Mashiro who took the initiative to attack and injure Jingoko. Ye Chuan was very merciful by not killing Kuna Mashiro. Then another Maguruma Kensei appeared who couldn't tell the difference between the big and small kings, which made Ye Chuan laugh out loud. I want to see how good you are as a unit of combat power. Ye Chuan looked at Maguruma Kensei's face, which looked like he wanted a beating, and became a little impatient. Seeing Ye Chuan actively opening the barrier, Maguruma Kensei spoke arrogantly. Minos Grande, you actually opened the barrier on your own initiative. You will pay for your foolish behavior. Noisy. Ye Chuan was completely fed up with this incompetent and pretentious former captain of the 9th Division. At this moment, Maguruma Kensei raised the dagger in his hand and muttered. Bankai Iron Fist cuts the wind. Immediately afterwards, a Ryotsu storm rose in the four-sided thunder realm. Looking closely, Meguruma Kensei's appearance had changed drastically. He was holding a toothed knife in each hand, his arms were wrapped in tracks, and the tracks on his two arms were connected behind his back. His back was also covered with strange armor. Call out! After Bankai, Meguruma Kensei's speed and Ryotsu were greatly improved. He rushed directly in front of Ye Chuan and punched him hard. Boom! I can use Bankai to create a hurricane force, and the moment my fists make contact, I can pour it into my opponent's body. Feel the pain. With one punch, Ye Chuan was blown to the edge of the barrier. Facing the attack of the measurement unit Meguruma Kensei Bankai, Ye Chuan did not get carried away and still opened the thunder armor. Under the protection of the thunder armor, the seemingly devastating blow was easily neutralized by the dark golden thunder armor, leaving Ye Chuan with only a slight numbness all over his body. This feeling is somewhat similar to the feeling of Ye Chuan using a fascia gun to massage his chest in his previous life. Is this all you're capable of? Ye Chuan looked at Meguruma Kensei with a sarcastic look on his face. Meguruma Kensei also looked solemn when he saw that Ye Chuan, who had taken the full force of his iron fist Duanfeng, was not hurt at all. Sizzle! But Ye Chuan didn't intend to waste any more time. He teleported behind Meguruma Kensei and then punched him as well. Bang! Meguruma Kensei was directly blasted to the edge of the barrier like a head start. Wow! With a mouth full of blood spurting out, Meguruma Kensei looked at the humanoid Mino's Grande above him in disbelief. He really didn't expect that his most proud white hits failed to hurt the opponent at all, and he was injured by a punch. Unwilling to believe in evil, Kensei accumulated Ryotsu again, and then a large amount of hurricane mixed with Ryotsu surged from the armor behind his hands and attacked Ye Chuan. Ola ola! Meguruma Kensei punched Ye Chuan's chest dozens of times in a row, but Ye Chuan simply covered his body with lightning armor and let Meguruma Kensei continue to attack. After dozens of punches, Meguruma Kensei stopped attacking, not because he broke Ye Chuan's defense, but because he found that his hands were injured by the power of thunder due to direct contact with Ye Chuan's armor. Looking at his charred hands, Meguruma Kensei was in disbelief. What a strong hollow! I underestimated you. But the next moment his expression returned to normal. Although I don't really want to use this power, I must use it to deal with beings of your level. As soon as he finished speaking, Kensei, who was in the Bankai state, gathered Ryotsu on his charred right palm and wiped it towards his face. A white mask with 6 holes on it appeared directly on Kensei's face. In an instant, Meguruma Kensei's Ryotsu skyrocketed, directly soaring from the bottom level of the third-class spiritual power to the best among the third-class spiritual power. Bankai plus hollow? Interesting. In Ye Chuan's impression, Meguruma Kensei's hollow and Bankai never seemed to be used at the same time, but now he used Bankai hollow at full capacity to deal with Ye Chuan. Obviously, Ye Chuan was a very tough opponent for Meguruma Kensei. But it still doesn't help. Ye Chuan waved his left hand, and a dazzling lightning whip appeared out of thin air, which tied up Meguruma Kensei who was about to rush over. Sizzle! Ah! Feeling the violent power of thunder flowing into his body along the thunder whip and wreaking havoc, Meguruma Kensei unleashed Ryotsu with all his strength in an attempt to break free from the restraints of the thunder whip. But no matter how he exploded, the thunder whip tied to his body remained motionless. How come? As Meguruma Kensei was struggling, Ye Chuan suddenly sensed several powerful Ryotsu coming towards him. Could it be someone from the Masked Legion? So, Ye Chuan didn't plan to waste any more time. He just waved his hand and Meguruma Kensei was thrown out and hit the barrier of the four-sided thunder realm. Sizzle! With a flash of dark golden lightning arc, Meguruma Kensei was directly charred all over by the electric shock, and the hollow and Bankai status were immediately released. The four-sided lightning realm that was originally across the air suddenly dissipated, leaving only the unconscious Quincy falling heavily to the ground. Ye Chuan activated his invisibility ability and left with Jingoko. A moment later, several figures came on Shunpo and helped up Kuna Mashiro and Meguruma Kensei, who were lying unconscious on the ground. The leader was a man with yellow bangs. Chapter 87. Jingoko covered his head, endured the muscle pain all over his body and struggled to get up, only to find that he had inexplicably returned to his rental house. Then he looked towards the head of the bed, at the little centipede whose body was once again covered with dark golden lines. "Did you save me? Soul Society Rukonga." Holding the God of Annihilation in his hand, Ito Makoto swung out a powerful sword, cutting a huge ravine several meters deep in the hill in front of him. "Call out!" A shadow flashed by and pierced Ito Makoto's face. When he was only 1 foot away from her, Ito Makoto stretched out his left hand and grasped Sui Feng's slender, soft hand that seemed boneless. "Got you!" Ito Makoto grinned. Ever since he'd chanced upon Sui Feng here 10 years prior, they'd been sparring regularly. Although they'd initially had some disagreements, their relationship had improved considerably as their sparring sessions increased. Compared to the life and death fight with Zaraki Kenpeki, he still prefers fighting with Sui Feng. Although both of them have greatly improved his fighting skills, he doesn't want to be chopped into pieces every time. After 10 years of continuous competition with Sui Feng, his Shunpo skills can be said to be almost the same as Sui Feng. Now even some captains of Godi I-13 are probably slightly inferior to him in Shunpo. Just as Ye Chuan was secretly delighted that he had completely seen through Sui Feng's movements, he grabbed Sui Feng's arm at the moment when Suzumibaki was about to stab him. Bakud number 30, mouth flashing 3 times. Sui Feng waved his left hand and an inverted triangle with yellow fangs shot directly towards Ito Makoto. Seeing this, Ito Makoto had to pull back and avoid the Bakud, but Sui Feng did not want to let go of this rare opportunity to attack. He took a Shunpo step and the Suzumibaki on the middle finger of his right hand stabbed directly in the face again. Second style of Annihilation God, breaking the forbidden rule. In an instant, a thick black gas surged out from above the God of Annihilation. Ito Makoto drew a circle with his knife, and the thick black gas condensed into 2 interlocking rings and hit Sui Feng. Sui Feng saw this and immediately stopped moving, trying to roll over to avoid this forbidden move. "It's too late, Shunhong." A strong kid aura surged out of Sui Feng's body, then transformed into a gust of wind that swirled around Sui Feng. Sui Feng threw out with both fists. Double bones. With the help of Shunhong, he used White Hit's double bones to meet Ito Makoto's breaking ban. Boom! Thick smoke and dust were accompanied by a loud bang. At the same time, Sui Feng's figure rushed out from the depths of the thick smoke, and a white gale formed in an instant and permanently surrounded his body. He attacked Ito Makoto with infinite power. Due to the fast speed, Ito Makoto had to raise his sword to block, but was still knocked back dozens of meters by Sui Feng. He only managed to stabilize his body after hitting the huge rock behind him. "Koji-ya, you're amazing. I didn't expect you've mastered the instantaneous coaxing technique to this level." Hearing Ito Makoto's praise, Sui Feng's face first showed a hint of joy, and then his face changed and he said proudly, "Who are you calling Shaoling? Do we know each other well? Please call me Captain Sui Feng. Do you understand? Vice Captain Ito." Sui Feng's arrogant look made Makoto Ito amazed. Yes, Captain Sui Feng." Suddenly, Sui Feng in front of me smiled evilly. "Vice Captain Ito, your Ryutsu has already reached the ultimate level of the 4th level spiritual power, which is only a step away from the captain level Ryutsu. How about I help you?" Seeing Sui Feng's expression, Ito Makoto felt something was wrong. "Sui Feng, what do you want to do?" "What for?" "To help you break free from Ryutsu's shackles, of course." Before she finished speaking, Sui Feng was wrapped in endless and rushed towards Ito Makoto. With the blessing of Shunhong, her Shunpo was raised to a higher level. In just a moment, he was close to Ito Makoto, and Suzumibaki slashed across Ito Makoto's cheek, forming a black butterfly pattern on it. Looking at the B-shaped pattern on Ito Makoto's face, Sui Feng chuckled. Yes, this is much better. Provoked by Sui Feng, Ito Makoto also became angry and immediately swung the Annihilation God in his hand. The secret of God Annihilation, 4 Directions Realm. A square grey-black barrier instantly covered a space of nearly 100 meters. Shock. With the blessing of the 4 directions, the doubled shock force swept through Sui Feng's body. Humph, that trick again. Sui Feng snorted coldly, and then Ryotsuo erupted all over his body to resist the shockwave. Obviously, without the help of the main body's 30% Ryotsu, it would be difficult for Ito Makoto to cause substantial damage to a captain-level existence with even double the shock force of his own Ryotsu. In addition, as she fought with Sui Feng many times, this little girl had developed a certain resistance to his shock force. Sui Feng was seen bearing the force of the shock, enduring the discomfort and moving close to Ito Makoto in a hand-to-hand combat. The third style of the God of Annihilation, Mustard Net. As Ito Makoto lightly touched the air with the tip of his knife, a small black dot on the tip of the knife instantly turned into a large black net and headed towards Sui Feng net. Unexpectedly, Sui Feng dodged it with a flash, and Ito Makoto's move was completely in vain. This is not the end yet. Sui Feng pointed directly at the black butterfly pattern on Ito Makoto's cheek and acted as if he really wanted to kill him. Bakud number 61. 6 Staff Light Prison. In an instant, 6 paths pale yellow light staffs emerged from all around Sui Feng, trying to bind Sui Feng in place. Boom! Sui Feng's choice was also very simple. He just used an instant burst of energy to forcibly bounce away the 6-rod light prison. Damn, this is way more impressive than Iron Fist breaking the wind. Sui Feng's instant roar is also of wind attribute, but it is much more useful than a certain unit of wind attribute Bankai. It directly bounced off Ito Makoto's 6-stick light prison. You should know that although Ito Makoto has not borrowed Ryotsu from the original body at this moment, Ito Makoto has already reached the ultimate of the 4th level spiritual power, and is only 1 step away from the threshold of the 3rd level spiritual power. Sui Feng, wearing the Suzumibaki, stabbed the remaining half of Ito Makoto's face, and a black butterfly pattern rose on each side of his cheek. Makoto Ito instantly turned into a clown face. At the same time, Sui Feng threw a punch with his left hand, carrying a powerful punch that hit Ito Makoto's stomach solidly. Puff! Ito Makoto spat out a mouthful of blood, and then he felt a violent Ryotsu raging through his limbs and bones. So, Ito Makoto instinctively activated Ryotsu all over his body to fight against it. Ah! Ito Makoto roared. Sui Feng's pure white Ryotsu entangled with Ito Makoto's dark gold Ryotsu. Ultimately powerful dark gold Ryotsu erupted from his body, dispelling the pure white Ryotsu. Meanwhile, Ito Makoto's aura continued to rise, breaking through the 4th level spiritual power limit and reaching the 3rd level spiritual power. Although it was the lowest level among the 3rd level spiritual powers, similar to Meguru Kensei without Hollow, it was indeed a 3rd level spiritual power, a captain level Ryotsu. And this was without the help of his original Ryotsu. After a while, after a period of adjustment, Ito Makoto had completely stabilized his Ryotsu at the level of 3rd level spiritual power. Then he slowly stood up and looked at Sui Feng who was standing in front of him and nodding. Shaoling, how did you know this method could help me break through the bottleneck? Hearing this, Sui Feng raised his chin and smiled faintly. No, I don't know. I just want to beat you up. Chapter 88. The 4th Squad's Barracks. In the Comprehensive First Aid Center, Makoto Ito is busy treating the wounds of many wounded people. Ah! A Shinigami soldier cried out in pain, holding his leg, which was only half eaten by the hollow. This man even pushed away the Shinigami soldier who stood up to bandage him in a frenzy. Kill me! Kill me! The wounded man was shouting and twitching all over, his eyes were bloodshot and the veins on his forehead were throbbing. Seeing this, Ito Makoto appeared beside the man in a flash, knocked him out with a knife, and then chopped off the half of his left leg with a knife. Kide was then used to stop the bleeding. After doing all this, he stepped forward to help up the soldier of the 4th Division who had been pushed down. Take him to the 12th Division and ask Akon to buy a flesh-replenishing potion to grow his left leg back. The hollow that attacked him was carrying a neurotoxin. If you hesitate for even a second, you're playing with his life. Don't be indecisive when you encounter such a situation next time. Do you understand? Sakata. After hearing this, Sakata Sato scratched his head embarrassedly. I remember this, Vice Captain Ito. Fortunately, you are here, otherwise I don't know what to do. The soldier, who looked only 15 or 16 years old, smiled shyly, and then timidly cried. This person's name is Sakata Sato. He just graduated from the Mu Spiritual Academy not long ago and joined the 4th Division, so he is not very familiar with the business. Suddenly, a middle-aged soldier next to him fainted while performing kide. Makoto Ito hurried forward and helped the man up. Tanabe, go down and rest first, leave this to me. As he spoke, Ito Makoto used kide to take over the healing task from the soldier named Tanabe. Thank you, Vice Captain Ito, it's great to have you here. Kide, who was weak and listless, was standing beside Tanabe. He looked at Ito Makoto with eyes full of gratitude, and at the same time he was secretly glad that he joined the 4th Division. He was even more glad that his captain and vice-captain were so gentle and understanding. Vice-Captain Ito is much better than the previous Vice-Captain Yamada. This is the consensus of all the members of the 4th Division, so Ito Makoto's reputation in the 4th Division is very good, almost on par with Unohana. As the number of wounded people being carried in continued to increase, Ito Makoto continued to use kide to treat them, and before he knew it, it was already late at night. It was not until the last wounded person was bandaged and sent out of the comprehensive first aid center that Makoto Ito finally breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone, you've all worked hard today, go back and rest early. After dismissing many members of the 4th Division, Makoto Ito closed the doors and windows of the first aid station alone, preparing to pack up and go home. At this moment, a figure walked in. He had a gentle and peaceful appearance, with long black hair parted in the middle and braided into a pigtail. The person who came was the captain of the 4th Division, Unohana. Seeing the person coming, Ito Makoto let out a long sigh and started to complain. Captain, there are so many wounded soldiers arriving today. I'm exhausted. This call for the Central 46 is really rude. After saying that, Ito Makoto looked at Unohana helplessly. Today, due to the void turbulence encountered in the Jiaogu and the Broken Realm, a corner of Hueco Mundo was briefly crossed by Soul Society. Although the time was very short, many voids took advantage of the chaos to run into Rukanga, including Jillian. Since there are more than one intersection point, a large number of soldiers have to be dispatched to hunt. This also resulted in many members of the Godi 13 being injured, greatly increasing the workload of the 4th Division. At this critical moment, Central 46 dispatched Unohana to the Shakuin in Noble Street to treat an injured noble together with former Vice-Captain Yamada Sanashuk. Thank you for your hard work, Makoto. Now your kide can stand on its own. Unohana spoke soothingly and gently, and her tone made Ito Makoto feel like spring breeze. Hearing this, Ito Makoto immediately took advantage of the situation and started to bring up the old matter again. Instead of the kide that can stand alone, I want to learn the swordsmanship that is unrivaled in the 3 realms. Unohana shook her head and smiled gently. Kenjutsu is something that kills people, how can it be as useful as kide that heals and saves people? Seeing that Unohana was still unwilling to teach him swordsmanship, Ito Makoto no longer hesitated and chose to speak boldly. I can't believe these words coming out of the mouth of the first generation Kenpeki of Godi 13. Unohana Yachiryu, Have you lost your sword spirit? Or do you think I'm not worthy to be your opponent? As he spoke, Ito Makoto no longer concealed his Ryutsu, and the third-level spiritual power level Ryutsu exploded. Feeling Ito Makoto's Ryutsu, Unohana Retsu's face showed a hint of surprise, but it returned to normal the next moment. Makoto-kun, I never thought that in just over a decade since joining the team, you've already reached the level of captain, a level most team members will never reach in their entire lives. That's really surprising. Ito Makoto looked at Unohana Retsu with a calm expression. So, Captain Unohana, do you think I'm qualified to learn swordsmanship from you, or to be your opponent? Seeing that Ito Makoto, whom he had rejected 10 years ago, was still so eager to learn swordsmanship from him, he could only sigh. Well, then come with me. Just like that, Ito Makoto followed Unohana Retsu out of the general first aid station, crossed the green-tiled streets, and walked to an open space at the southernmost end of the 4th Division's barracks. There are no other buildings here except a low thatched house no more than 4 square meters. Unohana Retsu came to the thatched hut and cast a kid spell to remove the seal on the hut. Come in, Shinjun. Following Unohana Retsu's guidance, Ito Makoto walked into the seemingly low and cramped thatched house, only to discover a cave inside. It was a flat land with no end in sight, and above the head was blue sky and white clouds, which looked very spacious and boundless. Is this a built-in barrier? Seeing this scene, Ito Makoto couldn't help but marvel at it, as if it looked like the work of Urahara Kisuke. It seems that there are similar built-in barriers in the basement of Urahara's shop and in the warehouse of the masked army headquarters. Cheng Jun, let me confirm with you one last time. Do you really want to learn swordsmanship from me? Unohana Retsu asked gently. Ito Makoto spoke with a determined look. Of course, fighting against the first-generation Kenpeki is something I've always dreamed of. Now that you put it that way, I understand. After Unohana Retsu said this, the gentle look on her face instantly disappeared, replaced by a creepy murderous intent. Draw your sword, Makoto. Chapter 89. At this moment, Unohana Retsu slowly pulled out the sealed state from his waist, his eyes as cold as a demon from hell. All the demons and monsters, all the gods and saints, will turn to dust and be annihilated. At the moment when Ito Makoto released the god of annihilation, Unohana Retsu had already turned into a shadow. Puff! After one slash of the sword, Ito Makoto saw his annihilation god and his right arm holding the sword flying in the air. Blood was gushing out from the broken right arm. Ah! Ito Makoto screamed in pain. It's okay, I'll help you reattach your broken arm later, don't worry. Unohana Retsu looked calmly at Ito Makoto's broken arm that fell to the ground. As expected of a member of the Zaraki team, Ito Makoto endured the severe pain of his broken arm and used Kide to temporarily stop the bleeding, then picked up the Annihilation God in his right hand from the ground with his left hand. The secret of God Annihilation, 4 Directions Realm. In an instant, the four-sided realm enveloped both of them, and Ito Makoto found that the Unohana Retsu on the opposite side had suppressed Ryutsu to the same level as himself. Because of the weakening effect of the 4 Directions Realm, Unohana's original speed and strength were suppressed by another 30% on top of the already greatly reduced speed and strength. On the contrary, Ito Makoto received a certain increase. Makoto-kun, is this your Zanpakuto? What an interesting ability! Even in this situation where one side is gaining strength while the other is losing strength, Ito Makoto still finds it difficult to block Unohana's sword. Call out! Unohana took a shunpo step and slashed at Ito Makoto's only remaining left arm. The moment the blade touched his shoulder, Ito Makoto also used shunpo to create distance. But there was still a bloody scar on his left shoulder. Unohana Retsu was a little surprised by this and then praised. Cheng, I've heard that you often spar with Captain Sui Feng. It seems you've learned her shunpo quite well. As she spoke, Unohana's figure rushed over again like a ghost, this time aiming at Ito Makoto's chest and abdomen. At this moment, Ito Makoto did not dodge or evade and let Unohana pierce his chest. Taking advantage of this moment, Ito Makoto raised the God of Annihilation in his left hand and chopped it down with a knife. However, Unohana Retsu dodged it by moving sideways, only cutting off a few strands of her hair. Unohana kicked out, kicking Ito Makoto, who had only one arm left and his chest pierced, away, and then reached out to catch her own cut hair. Did you learn this lowly tactic of trading lives for lives from Zaraki? Unohana Retsu looked at the hair in his hand and then at Ito Makoto who was lying there struggling to get up, and grinned. Yes, you do look a bit like him, but you are not him. After saying that, a rare look of excitement appeared on Unohana Retsu's face as he attacked Ito Makoto again. Seeing this, Ito Makoto did not show any weakness. He held the sword cautiously in his left hand and rushed towards Unohana Retsu. Clang! After a sound of metal clashing, Ito Makoto's Annihilation God was broken into two pieces, and a hideous wound was cut on his chest, with blood flowing out. The next moment, Ito Makoto's eyes went dark, he lost consciousness and fainted. Where am I? Ito Makoto slowly opened his eyes, an array of warm sunlight shone onto his face through the window. Chinjun, you're awake. Unohana Retsu's gentle voice came from the side. Ito Makoto slowly turned his head and looked around. Is this the comprehensive first aid station? The next moment, Ito Makoto seemed to remember something, and suddenly raised his hands to look at them. He confirmed that his hands were still there and then breathed a sigh of relief. I've already reattached your right arm. I've also healed the injury. Hearing Unohana's words, Ito Makoto smiled awkwardly. Captain, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you with my low strength. Unexpectedly, Unohana Retsu shook his head repeatedly after hearing what Ito Makoto said. Makoto-kun, you're the man who cut off a few strands of my hair. You're very strong. Looking at Unohana Retsu's serious expression, Ito Makoto's mouth twitched. Okay. Captain, I'll take that as a compliment. Ito Makoto slowly stood up, took a cup of special medicinal tea from Unohana Retsu and drank it all in one gulp. By the way, Makoto-kun. At this time, Unohana Retsu spoke softly with a gentle smile. What's wrong, Captain? Ito Makoto looked at Unohana Retsu who seemed to be hesitant to speak and asked. If you have recovered, then let's start the next battle quickly. After saying this, Unohana Retsu's face was no longer gentle and peaceful as before, and was filled with endless desire to fight and thirst for blood. Looking at the expectant expression on his captain's face, Ito Makoto couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Now, in the thatched cottage barrier, Unohana held the Zanpakuto and looked at Ito Makoto with a cold expression. Ito Makoto was immediately horrified by this cold gaze. It seemed that as soon as she picked up the knife, she would turn back into the Unohana Yachiruya from 1,000 years ago. The first-generation Kenpaku that is feared by all beings in the three realms. One of Bakud's. Unohana Retsu had bound his right hand with Bakud, leaving only his left hand free to move. He then held a knife in his left hand and looked at Ito Makoto with excitement. Makoto-kun, I will suppress my Ryutsu to the same level as you, just like before. Now that I have tied one of my hands, you must perform well and not let me down. Come on. Let me see if you've improved since yesterday. Seeing Unohana Retsu's high fighting spirit, Ito Makoto had no choice but to grit his teeth, chant the release words to summon the God of Annihilation, and then step forward with a knife. Call out! Call out! Call out! Ito Makoto kept changing his position with Shunpo in an attempt to confuse Unohana Retsu. Dozens of afterimages formed by Ito Makoto attacked Unohana Retsu together with Annihilation God in hand. Unohana Retsu, who was surrounded in the middle, didn't even look at them. He just slashed with his sword and fought with one of the Ito Makotos. The remaining dozens of Ito Makotos disappeared in an instant. Ito Makoto, who had a sword fight with Unohana, was knocked away. The more you try to hide it, the more obvious it becomes. Since you want to use this fake-it-all method to deal with me, then the first thing you should do is to curb your murderous intent. It seems you haven't learned enough from Captain Sui Feng. I never thought that the slashing attack I had mastered by pushing Shunpo to ultimate would be easily broken by Unohana. Just as he stabilized his body, he saw the ghostly Unohana coming towards him with a knife. He wanted to pull back immediately, but found it was too late. Puff! In this way, Ito Makoto was pierced through the chest and abdomen by Unohana again, and then Ito Makoto actually held Unohana's blade tightly with his right hand, and at the same time chopped with his left hand. However, just when Ito Makoto was about to succeed, Unohana dodged sideways and then kicked Ito Makoto away again. Unohana then took advantage of the situation and pulled out his Zanpakuto. I can't suffer the same blow twice. Besides, this kind of fighting style of exchanging injuries for injuries is Zaraki's swordsmanship, not yours. Chapter 90. This sword technique is Zaraki's sword technique, not your sword technique. His sword technique may not be suitable for you. No matter how much you imitate, you'll never be the next Zaraki Kenpeki. Hearing Unohana's calm words, it was like an enlightenment for Ito Makoto. Although he had left the 11th Division for 10 years, his fighting style had always been to exchange injuries for injuries. Not only is it because he learned Zaraki Kenpeki, but more importantly, his original body, Ye Chuan, possesses high-speed regeneration, so he often uses this brutal fighting style. After all, for the original body, as long as the wound is not fatal and the internal organs are damaged excessively, he can recover in a very short time, and his combat effectiveness is not affected. As a Shinigami clone, Ito Makoto does not have this high-speed regeneration ability. After his right arm was cut off by a sword, his combat effectiveness was greatly reduced. However, he continued to fight with this fearless and dauntless style. Therefore, this fighting style itself has very serious problems. Unohana glanced at Ito Makoto, who seemed to be thinking about something, and continued. Besides, Zaraki Kenpeki himself is a half-baked person at the moment, so what's the point of you imitating him like that? Before he could finish his words, Unohana attacked again with his sword. Ito Makoto endured the severe pain in his chest, gathered his strength and looked at Unohana's hand. I can definitely see it, I definitely can. He saw the blade flashing with cold light getting closer and closer to him. Now! Makoto Ito seized the opportunity and raised his sword to block. Clang! Sparks flew when the two blades collided, and an indescribable force was transmitted along the blades to Ito Makoto's body. His whole body was shaken by this huge force and his blood was boiling. I caught it! Ito Makoto looked a little excited. This was the first time he had directly used Unohana's sword. Although Unohana had restricted his Ryutsu and tied his right hand at this moment, this was indeed a qualitative leap for Ito Makoto's swordsmanship. Good understanding. Unohana found that Ito Makoto was now able to take his sword head-on, and his expression immediately became excited, and he immediately praised him. The secret of God annihilation, 4 directions realm. After taking Unohana's sword, Ito Makoto no longer hesitated and decisively opened the 4 directions realm. Feeling the blessing from the 4 directions realm, Ito Makoto's confidence increased greatly, and he swung the Annihilation God in his hand to attack again. Annihilation God style, shock. As soon as this move was used, Unohana instantly felt a strange shock force pulling at his internal organs, and began to bleed from his mouth and nose. Feeling the warmth dripping from his nose, Unohana wiped the blood from his nose. Makoto, you really are quite amusing, Zanpakuto. As Unohana spoke, a beam of kite light lit up behind her head, and her internal organs, which had been damaged by the shockwave, began to recover on their own under Kite's guidance. This This scene left Makoto Ito stunned. In this way, Unohana fought against Ito Makoto in the four-sided world while enduring the doubled shock force and the weakening force of the barrier. Ito Makoto held the Annihilation God tightly in both hands, and tapped Shunpo under his feet to attack again. Black mist continued to pour out from the blade of the God of Annihilation, but this time he did not use the power of breaking the ban. Instead, he kept the power of breaking the ban lingering on the blade to enhance his close-range explosive power. Clang! Thus, the God of Annihilation, wrapped in endless black mist, clashed with Unohana sealed state. With the blessing of the black mist, he fought Unohana on equal terms. Good. Shinjun, you really didn't disappoint me. Seeing Ito Makoto's progress, Unohana expression was filled with excitement, his eyes gleaming with blood. He then pursued Ito Makoto fiercely, not using any had, bakud, or zanpakud abilities. He simply used Kaida's power to counter the Annihilation God's shockwaves. Apart from that, he kept chasing Ito Makoto in a sealed state. Although each sword is ordinary, it contains endless power. The pressure of just swinging the sword can cause the rocks to shatter and the earth to crack. Ito Makoto went from passively taking the beating at the beginning to slowly mastering the rhythm and being able to exchange several blows with Unohana. Until the black mist attached to the blade of Ito Makoto dissipated, Unohana found an opportunity and cut off his right hand holding the sword with one knife, and suddenly a sharp pain swept through his body. Why do you like cutting off your hands so much? Ito Makoto was a little uncomfortable with Unohana penchant for chopping off hands. In just 2 days, his right hand had been broken twice. Just when Ito Makoto was about to deal with it again with Kaide and then fight again, he found that Unohana's knife was already against his chest. Looking at Unohana murderous look, Ito Makoto immediately shouted. "Wait, Captain!" Unexpectedly, Unohana ignored him and slashed with his sword with a cold look. FK. Makoto Ito's eyes went dark and he fainted again. It was 4 days later when Ito Makoto woke up again. Looking at the familiar ceiling and bay window in his dormitory, he hurriedly got up and found that his right arm had been reattached. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at his right arm which had been broken twice in just a few days, Ito Makoto subconsciously clenched his fist, giving him a trance-like feeling. Mino's Grande house, deep in the underground palace. This place was surrounded by the Four Directions Thunder Realm by Ye Chuan, and was a place he specially opened up for a group of Mino's Grandes to practice. At this moment, Ye Chuan was leaning against the edge of the wall with his hands clasped together, watching the battle between the two Vasto lords in the field. Haribal raised the huge bone sword in his hand and chopped it down directly, while Nilu held her spear horizontally to block the attack. Call out! The next moment, both of them launched a loud movement and fought each other in close combat within the huge barrier. Ye Chuan, who was watching the battle, nodded repeatedly. In this way, his Shinigami clone continued to spar with various captain-level figures in Soul Society, and then the original body passed these skills to these Minos Grande. In this way, the Vasto lords and Ajichas under his command have improved in combat skills to varying degrees. Take Haribal and Nell for example, their skills now are vastly different from when they first joined the Minos Grande house. The battle between the two women was still going on. Haribal swung the giant sword on his right arm and a stream of water appeared out of thin air. Seeing this, Nell was not willing to be outdone and threw the spear in her hand. Broken Waterfall. Emerald Shooter. Just as the huge waves transformed from the broken waterfall and the spear wrapped in Ryutsu were about to explode in Ye Chuan's four-sided thunder world, Ye Chuan, who was watching the battle on the side, flashed into the field, grasped Nilu's spear with his left hand, and at the same time waved his right hand to disperse the broken waterfall. Ye Chuan adult. Ye Chuan adult. Seeing Ye Chuan suddenly attack, Haribal and Nilu stopped and stood obediently on Ye Chuan's left and right. Tia and Nilu, your fighting skills have improved tremendously. I'm very pleased. Hearing Ye Chuan's words, the two girls' eyes flashed with joy. It was obvious that receiving praise from the always strict Lord Ye Chuan was a rare treasure for them. That's all for today's training. Go and rest. Oh, and call Star K in for me. Ye Chuan gently stroked the heads of the two Vasto lords with one hand each to encourage them. Not long after, Haribal and Nilu happily left the training room at the bottom of the underground palace. It was obvious that although they had just exchanged ideas, they also had a good relationship in private. Chapter 91. In the house of Mino's Grande, on the second-to-last floor of the underground palace, Haribal and Nell arrived one after another. Also waiting on the second-to-last floor were Ulquira, Grimjo, Wanda Weiss, Star K, and Lilynet. Seeing the two women coming out of their special training, Grimjo was eager to try. It's my turn now. I'm going to challenge Lord Ye Chuan. Just when Grimjo was about to enter the training room with high fighting spirit, he found that he could not leave. It turned out that his tail was caught in the hand of Wanda Weiss. Hey, you big-headed kid, let go of my tail, or I'll kill you. Grimjo screamed as he saw Wanda Weiss holding onto his tail, and was about to pounce on him to fight. Don't interfere with Master Ye Chuan's special training. Wanda Weiss spoke slowly. Looking at Wanda Weiss and Grimjo who were fighting, Nilu sighed and forcibly separated them. If you two want to fight, wait until Master Ye Chuan's special training is over and then go to the barrier yourself. Don't destroy the underground palace here. Haribal, on the side, looked at Star K, who was dozing on the stone bench, and spoke again. Star K, it's time for your special training. Hurry up and go in. Master Ye Chuan is waiting for you. Hearing this, Star K, who was lying on a stone bench, slowly stretched out. Ha! Star K yawned and slowly stood up. At this moment, Lilynet rushed up behind him and kicked him in the butt. Stupid Star K, hurry up and go to special training. Don't keep Master Ye Chuan waiting too long. Star K, who had been kicked hard, finally gathered his spirits and walked slowly towards the deepest part of the underground palace. Master Ye Chuan, I'm coming in. Star K came to the door of the training room on the bottom floor, pushed it open and walked in, only to find that there was no one inside. Ye Chuan adult. When Star K was puzzled, Ye Chuan suddenly appeared behind him with a sealed knife in his hand and put the knife directly on his neck. This is exactly the invisibility that comes with Ye Chuan's breath-concealing ability. When Ye Chuan is completely invisible, he can hide all of his ryotsu, including his breath, and then appear silently next to the enemy and give him a fatal blow silently. If Ye Chuan had just delivered that close-range blow to Star K's face, he would have been seriously injured even if he hadn't died. When is this? Star K, standing by, was already in a cold sweat. With his intuition, he hadn't noticed how Ye Chuan appeared behind him. At the same time, he was also very glad that he was not Ye Chuan's enemy. Seeing Star K's expression, Ye Chuan's mouth curled up slightly under the mask. As expected, Star K can't detect me in my invisible state. I just don't know if it's Aizen or Yamamoto Genri Usai. Master Ye Chuan, you are too scary. Star K on the side scratched his head and said with a look of shock. Sorry, I just gave a small test before. Now the special training officially begins. After saying this, Ye Chuan's expression suddenly changed, lightning arcs swirled all over his body, and he attacked Star K directly with a knife. Wait! Lord Ye Chuan! Unexpectedly, Ye Chuan took action directly. The knife cut through Star K's cuff. Since Hueco Mundo hasn't yet achieved widespread arrancarization, its production capacity is nearly non-existent, and it's still stuck in the era of raw meat and blood. Star K still wears the Death Tyrant suit Ye Chuan gave him, obtained from the Shinigami of the expedition. Seeing the cuff of his death suit being cut by Ye Chuan, Star K looked distressed. After all, it was the only piece of clothing he had. Seeing Star K still acting so carefree and lax, Ye Chuan's expression was cold. "Draw your sword and fight me." Star K seemed to sense the anger in Ye Chuan's tone and reluctantly pulled out the Zanpakut. Ye Chuan didn't say anything. He took a step forward with a loud noise, dark golden arcs of lightning swirled on the blade, and slashed towards Star K. Star K saw Ye Chuan coming at him aggressively and knew he was serious, so he had to take it seriously, because if he continued to play it safe he would be killed. "Call out!" Just when Ye Chuan's sealed state, carrying endless lightning, was about to hit Star K turned around and avoided the knife. Star K's movement was extremely fast, much faster than Ye Chuan's at the moment. As the movement moved, Star K's figure instantly filled the barrier. Thunderstorm flow. Ye Chuan simply released the power of thunder indiscriminately, completely covering the surroundings. Faced with the endless sea of thunder, Star K had no choice but to unleash Ryutsu. Hundreds of hollow bullets shot out from his chest in an instant, colliding with countless lightning arcs. While Star K was busy running around, Ye Chuan launched a lightning arc and hit him. So fast! Star K was amazed at Ye Chuan's speed. After transforming into lightning, Ye Chuan's speed of rotation far exceeded his own. Just like that, Ye Chuan once again placed the sword on Star K's neck. But Ye Chuan did not feel any joy at all, because he knew that he had not yet reached arrancars. Even if he could defeat Star K who had not yet returned to the sword, it would definitely not be so easy. It's clear that Star K didn't really give it his all. "Star K, show us what you can do." Ye Chuan's face was a little unhappy. He didn't expect Star K to be so bad. "You are so lazy in the face of battle. You are really wasting the powerful power that God has given you. When are you going to get serious? Will you wait until the Mino's Grande house we worked so hard to build is destroyed? And then all your companions, including Lilynet, are dead, then you will take the battle seriously." Star K, who originally looked lazy, finally put away his lazy look and looked at Ye Chuan with determination after Ye Chuan's deafening words. "Got it, Lord Ye Chuan. I'm going to attack with all my strength next. Be careful." Star K's Ryutsu completely erupted, and a stream of terrifying deep blue Ryutsu gushed out of his body. Fortunately, Ye Chuan had set up multiple four-sided thunder realms in the training room at the bottom of the underground palace in advance, otherwise Star K's Ryutsu alone would have made many Ajichas tremble. "Okay, that's right." Seeing that Star K finally showed his willingness to fight, Ye Chuan showed no weakness and a dark golden Ryutsu burst out from his body. Chapter 92. In the training room, enveloped by multiple layers of barriers, two violent Ryutsu surged wildly, with the dark golden Ryutsu having a slight edge. Obviously, even though the expeditionary soldiers and 3 Soul King fragments that Ye Chuan had previously devoured were all used to advance his arrancars process, the increase in Ye Chuan's Ryutsu was not obvious, but it still existed. At this moment, Ye Chuan, who has not yet achieved arrancars Ajichas, has already surpassed Star K, who has not yet achieved Ryutsu. Star K on the side was extremely shocked. When he first met Ye Chuan more than 10 years ago, Ye Chuan's Ryutsu was just barely comparable to his own, but now it was actually superior to his. You know, it is very difficult for their Ryutsu to improve even a little bit, and it would take hundreds of years. Ye Chuan has only been around for 10 years, but Ryutsu has grown so much. This growth rate can be called a rocket. Although he had not yet returned to his blade and had not yet fully unleashed Ryutsu, this was what shocked Star K the most, because Ye Chuan did not yet have arrancars. Ye Chuan Ryutsu was already so strong before arrancars, and it would be even stronger after arrancars. And his spiritual sense told him that Ye Chuan was only one step away from arrancars. Perhaps, Lord Ye Chuan arrancars can really defeat the man named Aizen. Star K shuddered at the thought of that man. On that day, he and the other 3 Vasto lords helped Ye Chuan resist Aizen's Ryutsu. Only then did he realize that there is always someone better than you. He originally thought that his Ryutsu was already ultimate, but compared to that man named Aizen, it seemed so insignificant. Thinking of this, Stark was no longer depressed, and his heart was filled with fighting spirit, because he was no longer alone, and he had found what he wanted to protect. He wants to protect Lilynet, Ye Chuan, the Mino's Grande house, and every one of his companions. So he raised his head, his eyes filled with fighting spirit and his gaze was as firm as a knife. Yes, Stark, I like the look in your eyes right now. Ye Chuan noticed Stark's change immediately. So he attacked with a knife in his hand with an excited look on his face. Facing Ye Chuan's attack, Stark neither dodged nor evaded. Instead, a dark blue zero shot out from his chest. FK. Seeing this, Ye Chuan had no choice but to activate his thunder armor and take the zero head-on. Even though Lei Kai took on 90% of the power of this zero, Ye Chuan was still blown to pieces by this zero. But the next moment, the granulation tissue on the wounds on Ye Chuan's body began to wriggle, and high-speed regeneration was activated and restored to its original state in an instant. Seeing this, Ye Chuan also gathered a black and red zero and shot it towards Stark. But at the same time, Stark's dark blue zero came from behind and collided with Ye Chuan's zero. Boom! When these two terrifying zeros collided with each other, the aftermath caused the entire underground palace to tremble. The Mino's Grande on the upper level were the first to feel the collision of these two powerful Ryutsu. The others were all marveling at the strength of Stark and Ye Chuan, but Grimjo, despite feeling the breath that made him tremble, was still eager to fight. Is it really okay? If we keep fighting, I'm afraid the entire underground palace will sink. Stark felt the vibration of the underground palace and felt worried. It's okay. I've reinforced the barrier in this training room every day for the past 10 years. As long as you don't return to your original form, even if I want to, you won't be able to destroy it in a short period of time. After hearing Ye Chuan's words, Stark felt relieved, and then another dark blue zero shot out from his chest. Zero is so fast. What Ye Chuan had not expected was that Stark could also instantly release zero without returning to the blade. Although Ye Chuan's current zero charging time was short, it was still a few tenths of a second. However, Stark's zero can be fired instantly like a virtual bullet. Therefore, even though Ye Chuan's zero is slightly more powerful than Stark's, he was still overwhelmed by this instant zero. Sizzle! 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 In the blink of an eye, Stark had already fired 3 zeros. Seeing this, Ye Chuan had no choice but to release lightning thunder to transform into thunder in order to avoid the overwhelming zero's attack. At this moment, Stark seemed to have turned into a human turret, firing zero continuously. The battle between the two took place in a training room with limited space, and Stark zero's range could completely cover every corner of the training room. So Ye Chuan had no choice but to transform into lightning for a long time and dodge at the fastest speed he could. It's a pity that Ye Chuan had already used his hidden ability once before the battle, so he couldn't use it a second time within 3 hours, otherwise he wouldn't have been so embarrassed by this infinite zero. Although the barrier of the training room was very strong and would not be destroyed by Stark's zero in a short period of time, it kept causing the underground palace to vibrate continuously. Under this infinite zero, the entire underground palace seemed to be in vibration mode. The aftermath of the battle between Haribal, Lord Ye Chuan and Stark was too exaggerated. I wonder if they'll tear down the underground palace. On the second to last floor underground, Nell was muttering to herself. Don't worry, this barrier was set up by Lord Ye Chuan himself, so there won't be any problems. Haribal's firm guide clearly showed his unconditional trust in Ye Chuan. In the underground training room, Ye Chuan was still transforming into lightning to avoid the dense blue zero. It's worthy of being the only fully independent arrancar in Hueco Mundo. At this moment, Ye Chuan felt deeply the pressure from Stark, but being bombarded by zero all the time was not a solution. Then, Ye Chuan appeared above Stark and slashed down with a sword carrying the power of thunder. Boom! There was a loud noise at the moment of the slash, like a spring thunder, which was the thunder slash created by Ye Chuan. However, the moment Ye Chuan appeared, he was targeted by several Zero missiles. At the moment before being bombarded by Zero, Ye Chuan activated his thunder armor. In the end, he chose to use his body to resist Zero, and then launched this thunderous strike. Being hit by several Zeros at the same time, Ye Chuan was injured even though he had activated the thunder armor in advance. His limbs and face were bleeding. However, under the effect of high-speed regeneration, he recovered after a while. As a result, the thunderous slash he was about to launch missed. The Stark who launched Zero was just an illusion, and the real Stark had already turned around and attacked Ye Chuan from behind and slashed him with a slash. However, Ye Chuan seemed to have expected this, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly under the mask. Just as Stark slashed with his sword, the bone centipede armor under Ye Chuan's thunder armor suddenly squirmed and transformed into two dark white centipedes, which bound Stark tightly, and the violent power of thunder flowed into Stark's body along the centipedes. Ah! Stark cried out in pain as the violent force of thunder entered his body. In just a moment, Ye Chuan's thunderbolt blasted his entire body black, even the arrancar steel skin on his body emitted a burning smell. Ye Chuan grinned. "I got you." Ye Chuan stretched out a finger, and a terrifying Zero in black, red, and dark gold took shape instantly. "You treated me to so many rounds of Zero, I'll treat you to one too." Stark's eyes were red with anger as he looked at the Zero that was about to take shape. However, at the moment when Zero was about to take shape, Ye Chuan dispersed Zero on his own and gave Stark a playful smile. "To scare you." In this way, Ye Chuan fought against the normal Stark, and Ye Chuan won. Chapter 93. After the fight, Ye Chuan reached out and helped up Stark, who was lying on the ground with his body charred. "Oh Lord, Ye Chuan is so strong. I'm no match for him at all." Ye Chuan just smiled at Stark's compliment and didn't take it seriously. He knew Stark hadn't yet returned to his original form. If Stark's Ryutsu and abilities were further enhanced after returning to his original form, Ye Chuan would most likely be defeated. "Okay, stop talking nonsense and go get Ulquiorra, Grimjo, and Wandawise." Ye Chuan rolled his eyes at Stark, who at this moment returned to his previous nonchalant look, slowly walking out of the training room with his hands on his hips. A moment later, Ulquiorra, Grimjo, and Wandawise all walked into the training room. "What? You want me to team up with that idiot Wandawise to fight Ulquiorra?" Grimjo stretched out his front paw with an arrogant look on his face and pointed at Wandawise, who was standing there in a daze. It was obvious that he looked down on Wandawise. "I won't cooperate with, stupid cats." Wandawise on the side also started to complain about Grimjo. "Idiot, what are you talking about? Do you want to die?" Grimjo immediately retorted. Seeing this, Ye Chuan frowned and sighed. Alas, it's hard to lead a large team. Immediately, a dark golden Ryutsu rose from the surface of his body. "Grimjo, and Wandawise, don't you understand what I'm saying?" Feeling that Ye Chuan was really angry, the two Ajichas immediately quieted down and stood together, ready to fight Ulquiorra. Then Ye Chuan looked at Ulquiorra with gentle eyes. "I'm counting on you." Ulquiorra nodded to Ye Chuan. The reason why he asked Ulquiorra for help was because he was worried that if he lost control, he would defeat Grimjo and Wandawise. It's okay for Wandawise since he knows high-speed regeneration, but if Grimjo is crippled, he will be degraded and will never be able to become Vasto Lord in this life. Ye Chuan is really worried about his own Haki Leopard. While Wandawise and Grimjo are both among the top Ajichas, Urkiola is a Vasto Lord, and a Vasto Lord who is no longer a fully arrancar. Currently, he is the strongest fighter in the entire Mino's Grande house, aside from Ye Chuan and Stark. That's why Ye Chuan decided to let Wandawise and Grimjo fight Ulquiorra together. Okay, let's get started. Ye Chuan leaned against the wall with his arms folded, watching the battle. At this moment, Ye Chuan seemed to sense something and his expression instantly became excited. Present world, Baika town. Jingoko wandered aimlessly on the empty streets. In the original Yucca town, all those who carried the Soul King fragments were cleared out by Jingoko, and the Soul King fragments were taken out. He never forgot the task assigned to him by Ito Makoto, and after graduating from high school, Jingoko came directly to Baika town, hoping to find more Soul King fragment carriers in this new place. But after searching for a long time, he found that there seemed to be not even a single hollow in the entire Baika town, let alone the Soul King fragment. Just when Jingoko was wondering if he had come to the wrong place, the little centipede on his shoulder suddenly made a loud roar. Then he jumped off his shoulder and ran wildly in a certain direction. Seeing this, Jingoko hurriedly chased after him. Hey, why are you running so fast? Wait for me. Jingoko stepped directly into the void, his speed increased greatly, and he chased in the direction the little centipede left. This technique, called fullbring, was developed by Jingoko after he had mastered it to a certain degree. It allowed him to achieve speeds comparable to Shunpo's in his physical form. Soon, Jingoko found that the little centipede stopped in front of a tall building. The tall sign in front of the building reads, Miwa Private Hospital. Hospital? Could it be? Seeing that Jingoko had finally caught up, the little centipede started to move again. Since the little centipede was a soul body, the nurse on duty in the front row could not see him at all, so he walked in directly. Just as Jingoko was about to follow in as if nothing had happened, he was stopped by the nurse on duty. Sir, this is the VIP ward of a private hospital. If you need medical treatment, please go to the next door clinic to register. If you are visiting, please register here. Do not enter the ward area without permission and disturb the patient's rest. Upon hearing this, Jingoko froze in his tracks for a moment, then gave the nurse an awkward smile. So the clinic is next door. Then I went to the wrong place. Next to the parking lot of the private hospital, Jingoko found a secluded corner and lay down, and then his soul left his body. This time he walked right past the young nurse in broad daylight. As an ordinary person, the young nurse did not notice Jingoko, but just felt a gust of wind passing by. Ah! Strange. I'm wearing quite a lot of clothes, so why was it so windy just now? The young nurse muttered to herself in surprise. Jingoko followed the little centipede's footsteps all the way to the obstetrics and gynecology department on the third floor of the inpatient department, and found that the little centipede stopped in front of ward number 108. Seeing this, Jingoko pushed the door open and walked in. When he opened the door, there was only one bed in the ward, and lying on it was a woman who had just given birth and became a new mother. There was a young man accompanying the patient at the bedside. Just as the young man discovered that the door of the ward was inexplicably blown open by a gust of wind, he was about to get up to close the door, but he found that his newborn twin sons in the incubator suddenly burst into tears. The mother who had just given birth was suddenly awakened, looked at the incubator next to the bed and began to coax her child. The young man who closed the door before also came over clumsily and began to tease the twins inside through the transparent box. And in a place that neither of them noticed, Jingoko activated his ability and took out a piece of Soul King fragment emitting white light from the bodies of each of the two newborns. Alright. Even 2. Chapter 94. Ye Chuan, who was far away in Hueco Mundo, saw this scene through the vision of the centipede clone and let out a long roar of excitement. This frightened Ulquiera, Grimjo, and Wanda Weiss, who were still fighting in the training room. Well, it's okay, you guys continue, I'm going to go out for a while. Realizing his own gaffe, Ye Chuan smiled awkwardly, then disappeared from the spot in a flash. Baika Town, Baika Private Hospital. In Ward 108 of the Obstetrics and Gynecology Department on the third floor, Jingoko, who had obtained 2 Soul King fragments, hurriedly fed the 2 fragments to the little centipede on his shoulder. Sure enough, the Soul King fragments had a fatal attraction to Su. The moment he left the ward, he felt dozens of hollow Ryotsu suddenly rising and rushing towards the hospital. Jingoko and the little centipede clone immediately sped up their efforts to return to their physical bodies. Then he stepped on the flash and quickly left the hospital. When he reached an open space, he took off the necklace from his neck and transformed it into a cross. He then looked into the void and shouted, "You bastards, come out!" Immediately afterwards, hundreds of powerful and even giant voids rushed out, and even Jillian rushed out from the black cavity. Faced with this situation, Jingoko was not afraid at all. He raised the cross gallows in his hand high, and a strong light green sword light burst out from the broad blade, killing more than a dozen powerful hollows who came to join in the fun. Then Jingoko jumped high on the complete light and jumped directly to the crack in the black cavity. He raised the cross gallows and smashed it down, smashing Jillian's head that had just stuck out. Obviously, after comprehending the fullbring, Jingoko's strength has improved by leaps and bounds. But Ye Chuan didn't want to wait any longer. To avoid any further complications, his real body rushed over from Hueco Mundo. At the same time, the small centipede clone that had been standing on Jingoko's shoulder jumped down directly. The dark golden lines on its back began to shine, and then a terrifying thunder force erupted, directly killing hundreds of voids that coveted the Soul King fragments, including the Jillians. As the leader of the dignified Mino's Grande house, Ye Chuan has to submit to even the highest-ranking Vasto lord. Naturally, he will not let a group of inferior voids snatch his Soul King fragments. There was even an Aegis that had already smelled the scent and was about to come out of the black cavity, but as soon as it came out, it saw the sky full of lightning outside, so it skillfully closed the black cavity again. After a dazzling flash of lightning, Jingoko slowly opened his eyes, only to see that hundreds of hollows had been wiped out in an instant. The little centipede hollow also disappeared, but Jingoko was not panicked by this, so the little centipede would disappear for a while every time it swallowed the Soul King fragment. Somewhere in the Hueco Mundo desert, Ye Chuan stood with his hands behind his back. Suddenly, the void in front of him was disturbed, and a black cavity emerged. An ape-like Aegis poked its head out from it. This Aegis was the same one that had previously gotten its hands on the Soul King fragment in the present world and was scared away by the lightning emitted by the centipede clone. As soon as he came out of the black cavity, he found Ye Chuan standing in front waiting for him. Sensing the terrifying Ryotsu on Ye Chuan, the monkey Aegis was scared to death. "Just turn your feet and tap the ground, and run away as fast as you can." However, how could Ye Chuan get his wish? Not to mention whether he would go to Sui Palace to inform on the matter after escaping, the mere fact that he wanted to get his hands on Ye Chuan's things was already a capital crime. Ye Chuan let the monkey Aegis run far away, and with a wave of his left hand, a thick lightning whip suddenly formed and rolled him back. "Mercy, mercy!" Seeing that the monkey Aegis had no way of escaping, he begged for mercy in a very spineless manner. However, Ye Chuan was too lazy to listen to his nonsense. He directly activated Rui, shrinking the monkey to the size of an ant, and then squeezed his right hand to squeeze it into a meat patty. Ye Chuan did not waste any time in activating soul gnawing and absorbed it all. Not long after, the void in front of Ye Chuan was disturbed again, and the black cavity opened. "Are you here?" A moment later, a pale little centipede jumped out of the black cavity and jumped directly onto Ye Chuan's hand. Then it opened its mouth and spit out 2 tiny crystals emitting white light. Finally, Ye Chuan looked at the 2 Spirit King fragments in his hand with an extremely excited expression. "Arrancar, I finally want Arrancar." The next moment, Ye Chuan put away his ecstasy and casually wiped the back of the little centipede clone. Then the dim golden lines on the back of the little centipede shone again. Then the black cavity opened again, and the little centipede jumped in and returned to the real world. Ye Chuan returned to Mino's Grande's house with 2 Soul King fragments. As soon as Ye Chuan entered the Mino's Grande house, Ryotsu erupted, and the Ryotsu contained in his words spread to every corner of the Mino's Grande house. From today on, I need to be in seclusion in the training room on the bottom floor. Unless I take the initiative to come out, no one is allowed to enter. Those who disobey will be killed. After a few brief instructions, Ye Chuan arrived at the training room where he had previously trained his subordinates. He first closed the stone door, then reinforced the 4-sided lightning barrier surrounding the stone room several times for safety, and changed the way the lightning barrier operated. Only with Ye Chuan's permission could anyone enter this place, otherwise, no one could enter unless they could forcibly break the lightning barrier's restrictions. Then he took out one of the 2 Soul King fragments and activated Soul Gnawing directly. A dark golden vortex slowly rose behind Ye Chuan, slowly absorbing the Spirit King fragment the size of his little fingernail. As the milky white spirit particles transformed from the Spirit King fragments turned into a trickle and flowed into Ye Chuan's limbs and bones, suddenly milky white liquid surged around Ye Chuan's body, and after a moment it turned into a pure white cocoon that completely wrapped Ye Chuan. Ye Chuan in the cocoon suddenly felt his eyelids were particularly heavy, and soon he fell into a deep sleep. At the entrance of the training room, a group of Mino's Grande including Grimjo stood in unison to protect Ye Chuan. Starkey took a deep look at the heavy stone door of the training room. Lord Ye Chuan, you are starting to become arrancar. However, in an instant, the appearance of Ye Chuan's retreat room had changed drastically. The entire room is filled with white silk threads like spider webs, covering the entire training room. In the very center of the training room, there is a giant oval cocoon, which is the source of all the silk threads. At this moment, Ye Chuan in the giant cocoon had completely fallen asleep. In his dream, he seemed to have returned to his mother's womb and was conceived again. Warm amniotic fluid covered his body, and a steady stream of nutrients flowed into his body from the umbilical cord. In reality, the silk threads outside the giant cocoon are constantly absorbing the violent spirit particles floating free in the air of Hueco Mundo. In fact, compared to Soul Society, Hueco Mundo has the highest concentration of spirit particles in the 3 realms. However, the spirit particles in Hueco Mundo are too coarse to be directly absorbed in large quantities by the Mino's Grandes. They can only be absorbed in small amounts imperceptibly. Therefore, Mino's Grande will constantly devour other of its kind in order to evolve. At this moment, Ye Chuan's umbilical cord is continuously absorbing those free rough spirit particles directly from the space of Hueco Mundo to provide nutrients for Ye Chuan's evolution. This is very similar to the Quincy's holy slaves, but the holy slaves are forcibly enslaved spirit particles. But Ye Chuan's situation at the moment was quite different. It was as if those spirit particles took the initiative to refine themselves, and then were absorbed by Ye Chuan one by one through those white silk threads. If Ye Chuan at this moment is regarded as an embryo still in the mother's womb, then what is giving birth to him is the entire Hueco Mundo. Chapter 95. Bang! 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 Mino's Grande's house, underground training room. There were bursts of sounds coming from the giant milky white cocoon that Ye Chuan had transformed into. These were the sounds of Ye Chuan's heartbeat. At this moment, Ye Chuan's original Mino's Grande body completely dissolved in the giant cocoon, and then reconstructed into a new body in the amniotic fluid composed of the purest and rich liquid leptons. Above the entire Mino's Grande house, a giant dark golden spirit particle vortex with a diameter of more than hundreds of meters was spinning wildly, and a large amount of spirit particles poured into the dark golden vortex. After being transformed by the vortex, these powerful spirit particles were completely absorbed by the pure white silk threads clinging to the wall, and then continuously transmitted to the giant cocoon where Ye Chuan was. At the entrance of the training room, a group of Ajichas felt that their Ryotsu were uncontrollably rushing towards the training room. The Strange Fish Barnes and the Red Goat Perk are both veterans who originally followed Ye Chuan, so they are the first group to come and guard the goal when Ye Chuan is in seclusion this time. Perk, I feel like my body is falling apart. The strange fish Barnes felt the terrifying suction coming from the training room, and his voice trembled. Me too. The muffled kite of Red Goat Perk. Apparently, they were not the only ones who couldn't bear it. Apparently, most of the Ajichas couldn't withstand this terrifying suction. At this moment, Starcase's lazy voice came faintly. Those who can't withstand this suction should go back first, and those who can stay and guard it will be fine. As you command, Lord Starcase. When the Ajichas heard Starcase's voice, they all retreated as if they had been pardoned. There were only 6 figures left in the backfield, 4 of whom were Vasto Lord, and the remaining 2 Ajichas were naturally Grimjo and Wanda Weiss. Apparently, only Vasto Lord and Mino Grande, who was extremely close to Vasto Lord, could resist this terrifying suction. Sui Palace. It should be said that the Sui Palace is under construction. Ever since Baragan's Sui Palace without walls and roof was destroyed by Ye Chuan's Thunder Sea Realm, Aizen subdued Baragan at the ruins of Sui Palace. However, since Aizen has not yet rebelled against the Soul Society, he naturally will not reside in Hueco Mundo permanently. At this moment, Baragan is still the nominal king of Hueco Mundo. At this moment, he was following Aizen's orders, leading a group of Mino Grande to build a new Sui Palace, a real palace with a roof and walls. At this moment, the foolish Jillians were dragging huge stones and piling them together under the command of Ajichas. Then, Ajichas, whose arms resemble swords or whose body parts have sharp blades, are responsible for cutting the stones uniformly and making giant bricks of the same size and shape. Then a snail-like Ajichas spits out mucus to act as concrete, and finally some humanoid Ajichas act as bricklayers, carefully laying the bricks one by one. In this way, a group of Mino Grande worked together to build a real palace in the barren desert. Baragan, on the other hand, was sitting on his bone throne wearing a crown, watching the many Mino Grandes under his command building the new Sui Palace like an overseer. At this moment, an Ajichas in the form of a half-human tiger came to Baragan and bowed respectfully. Reporting to Emperor Baragan, at the southern end of the Hueco Palace, a massive vortex has formed above the organization calling itself the House of Mino Grande, and it's frantically absorbing the free spirit particles from the Hueco Mundo. As soon as we get close, we can feel the riot soul leaking out of our bodies uncontrollably. Should we send someone to check it out? If the original Baragan heard someone was causing trouble in his Hueco Mundo, he would certainly not let them go, and might even send a large army to attack. But now he is no longer the king of Hueco Mundo, he is only temporarily managing Hueco Mundo for Aizen. Whenever he thought of this, he felt extremely humiliated. That's not our concern. Our responsibility now is to complete the construction of the Sui Palace. Do you understand, Geo Weiger? Hearing this, Ajichas hesitated to speak, and finally uttered unwillingly. Yes, Lord Baragan. In the training room, the giant cocoon transformed by Ye Chuan still emitted the sound of his heart beating. Ye Chuan had a very long dream. In his dream, he lived with his mother in a small house by the sea. The most leisurely part of his day was lying in his mother's arms on the beach, listening to her singing nursery rhymes and enjoying the sea breeze caressing his cheeks, a feeling of incomparable comfort. Suddenly Ye Chuan opened his eyes with great effort, wanting to see his mother's appearance clearly, but he couldn't see it clearly. He only vaguely saw that his mother had shiny golden hair. The next moment, Ye Chuan, who was sleeping, suddenly woke up. He clearly felt that he was wrapped in warm sea water, and every drop of this sea water was made up of spirit particles. Then Ye Chuan felt his own aura suddenly surge, and the giant cocoon in the underground palace began to shrink gradually. This process lasted for half a month. Crack! With a crisp sound, cracks began to appear on the surface of the completely shriveled cocoon, until the cracks were all over the surface. Crash! A white hand reached out from the shrunken cocoon, and then with a fierce push, a naked figure emerged from the cocoon. In his right hand, he was holding a long sword with a dark golden handle and scabbard. The blade is covered with intricate patterns, as if there is a ferocious centipede hovering around it. He was a handsome young man with black eyes, black hair, and fair skin. He stood over 8 feet tall, his eyes as bright as the stars. His muscles were clearly defined, lean yet not bulky, and his entire figure was as perfect as a work of art. The most important thing was that there was not a trace of mask left on his face, and he looked no different from a normal human. The only difference was that he had a thumb-sized hole in his abdomen. Arrancar, succeeded. Ye Chuan first looked at his hands, which were no different from those of a human, and then touched his face. When Ye Chuan felt that the touch was not a cold mask but his own warm face, he was suddenly overjoyed. With a wave of his hand, the small part of the shriveled white cocoon fragment on the ground turned into a set of exquisite pure white clothes that he draped over himself. These giant cocoon fragments were originally the remains of Ye Chuan, containing the remaining energy essence of the entire Hueco Mundo, which was just right for him to make clothes. The white clothing was naturally made by Ye Chuan based on the arrancar costume in the original book. Ye Chuan can clearly perceive his own appearance when he closes his eyes, and it is only 30% similar to the Shinigami clone Ito Makoto. If Ito Makoto is considered a gentle and handsome guy, people will unconsciously feel close to him when they meet him. However, Ye Chuan has been giving off an aura of keep away from strangers at this moment. The temperaments of the two are completely different. Ye Chuan continued to sense, and he could clearly sense the many Minos Grandes guarding him outside the door. He closed his eyes and could even see the scene within hundreds of kilometers of Minos Grande house through the spirit particles floating in the air in Hueco Mundo. But what surprised him the most was Chapter 96. Ye Chuan felt the surging Ryotsu in his body and found that his Ryotsu was more than 3 times that before arrancar, and this was even before he returned to the blade. According to Ye Chuan's estimation, if his Ryotsu were to return to form, it would probably be more than 10 times greater than arrancar's previous level. I should be considered a first-class spiritual power now, right? He looked at the Zanpakuto in his hand, which was formed by his own power, and played with it carefully. The sealed state I got from Ito Kai can finally be retired with honor. The next moment, Ye Chuan pulled out his Zanpakuto and slashed his arm with force. A deep scar that could be seen to the bone instantly appeared on his arm, but the next moment, the rough and violent spirit particles floating in Hueco Mundo actually flowed into Ye Chuan's wound on their own to help him repair himself. This is not high-speed regeneration. Ye Chuan had just suppressed his high-speed regeneration, but the wound still healed in an instant. These are the spirit particles floating free in the atmosphere of Hueco Mundo, acting on their own to heal Ye Chuan. Ye Chuan even felt that every inch of the spirit in Hueco Mundo was a part of himself, and he could call upon them at will. He even felt that the entire Hueco Mundo was providing for him. He could absorb spirit particles from the atmosphere of Hueco Mundo anytime and anywhere. He could also absorb trace amounts of spirit particles from every living or dead thing in Hueco Mundo. That is to say, when he fights others in Hueco Mundo, his Ryotsu will never be exhausted, and even if he is killed, as long as Hueco Mundo still exists, he can be resurrected with the help of the spirit particles in Hueco Mundo. And he found that his Ryotsu was getting stronger every moment. As long as he stayed in Hueco Mundo, even if he did nothing, his Ryotsu would continue to get stronger. This was a gift from his mother because he was the son of Hueco Mundo. Ye Chuan had a premonition that as long as he stayed in Hueco Mundo, even if he did nothing, for as short as 30 years or as long as 50 years, he would evolve again and become a superior Minos Grande Vasto Lord. Yes, even though Arrancar had achieved success and become the son of Hueco Mundo, he was still essentially an Aegis. Even Arrancar, commanding so many Vasto Lords with such power, was still an Aegis. Even his subordinates wouldn't believe it. Arrancar succeeded and gained the support of the entire Hueco Mundo. Ye Chuan was confident that he could compete with anyone in Hueco Mundo. If someone wants to kill him now, the only way is to use a large-scale AoE like Yamamoto Genryusai's Bankai, which can kill him and then burn the entire Hueco Mundo. However, once Hueco Mundo is destroyed, the three realms will collapse immediately. Old man Yamamoto certainly can't do such a thing. Or, like Yuha, who absorbed the power of the Soul King and used his omniscience and omnipotence to forcibly modify the laws of this world, only then could he be completely killed. Next time Aizen comes, I'll let him try my blade. Although Aizen's Kyoka years were heaven-defying and he was a hexagonal warrior, until he evolved to the point where he could destroy the Soul King Palace with Ryotsu during the Blood War, he lacked a wide range of attack methods. After all, his main forms of output were slashing techniques and kid. He can't possibly destroy the entire Hueco Mundo with just 5 swirling dragons of destruction, right? After thinking about this, Ye Chuan immediately gained confidence. Outside the barrier, feeling the powerful suction force suddenly stop, the faces of the Minos Grandes instantly became gloomy. Why did the spirit particle vortex suddenly stop? Did Lord Ye Chuan's arrancar succeed? Nilu's eyes showed worry, and her 4 sheep hooves kept pacing back and forth, while Haribal beside her whispered comforting words. It's okay, Nilu, you have to trust Master Ye Chuan. Star K, was it like this when you were in arrancar? Star K was stunned by Haribal's sudden question. It was true that he had gone to arrancar before him, but his arrancar was completed in an instant. It did not take so long, and the scale was far smaller than this. Let's just wait for good news. As Star K finished speaking, the door of the training room slowly opened. It's out. A beautiful young man in a white robe with a long sword on his waist walked out of the training room. The Minos Grande were stunned when they saw this person. Are you Lord Ye Chuan? Haribal asked tentatively. Tia, yes, it's me. Immediately afterwards, a mighty Ryotsu surged out from Ye Chuan's body. After sensing this familiar yet more powerful Ryotsu than before, many Minos Grande knelt on the ground to welcome their king. The rest of the Ajichas of Minos Grande's house came running to pay their respects the moment they sensed Ye Chuan Ryotsu. Congratulations to Lord Ye Chuan on his arrancar success. Looking at the Minos Grandes who were paying homage to him below, Ye Chuan smiled. He could use the spirit particles floating in the atmosphere of Hueco Mundo at any time, and they would be like invisible arms, lifting up the Minos Grandes who were paying homage. Everyone, please excuse me. Star K, who felt this invisible force lifting him up, suddenly showed a look of horror on his face. The other Minos Grandes, even the Vasto Lord, faced this strange lifting force and thought it was just Lord Ye Chuan's special ability. But Star Check, also a complete arrancar, saw that Ye Chuan was manipulating the spirit particles in the surrounding air to lift them up. At this moment, when he looked at Ye Chuan, it seemed that what he saw was not an arrancar, but Hueco Mundo itself. Is this Lord Ye Chuan from arrancar? Feeling Ye Chuan's vast Ryotsu, Star K was now very certain that even if he and Lilynet merged and returned to the blade, they would probably not be a match for Ye Chuan under normal circumstances. Moreover, Ye Chuan, who was also an arrancar, could definitely return to the blade. Thank you all for protecting me. Ye Chuan just waved his hand, and the remaining fragments of the giant cocoon that were originally on the ground floor of the training room appeared in his hand. These giant white cocoons were the remains of Ye Chuan arrancar, the essence of the spirit particles left over from absorbing Hueco Mundo's vast quantities of spirit particles. Ye Chuan used a small portion to craft his own robes, and much remained to reward his subordinates. This item has little effect on those higher-level Minos Grande Vasto Lord, but it is a rare tonic for the Ajichas. He first tore off 2 large pieces of the remaining shell, and then divided the remaining part into dozens of equal small pieces, and distributed these small pieces to each Ajichas in the house of Minos Grande. Then he handed the 2 large pieces of debris that had been divided in advance to Grimjo and Wanda Weiss respectively. Both of them were top-notch among the Ajichas and had the potential to become Vasto Lord, so Ye Chuan gave them special training. Having already rewarded all the Ajichas, it was natural that he would not show favoritism to the 4 loyal Vasto lords under his command. Ye Chuan took out a tiny crystal that shone with a faint white light. It was the remaining fragment of the Spirit King. He clenched his hands, and a vortex of soul-eating spirit particles appeared behind him. The Soul King fragment was divided into 4 equal streams of milky white spirit particles, which flowed into the bodies of the 4 Vasto lords. Even Lilynette, who was standing beside him, got a little bit of it because of Stark's help. A moment later, Ye Chuan boldly and grandiosely sat on a stone chair in the main hall of the Mino's Grande house, looking at the Mino's Grandes below. For the past 10 years, you have all been living in the underground palace of Mino's Grande house. Now that the new Sui palace in Baragan is almost completed, we can take advantage of this opportunity to move in. Hearing this, the Mino's Grande below were stunned for a second, and then they all shouted in unison. Take charge of Sui Palace! Take charge of Sui Palace! Take charge of Sui Palace! Chapter 97. In an instant, a powerful riotsu erupted from the underground palace of the Mino's Grande's house, and then Ye Chuan turned into a ray of lightning and carried a group of Mino's Grande under his command towards the Sui Palace. Baragan, who was originally sitting calmly on his bone throne supervising the work, suddenly felt that several powerful riotsu were approaching the Palace of Night. But when he reacted, he found that a young man in a white robe with a zanpakut on his waist was standing in front of him. That strange outfit, are you human, or a Shinigami? Baragan looked at the man in front of him with suspicion. He had previously brought disaster upon himself by disregarding Aizen, and now, seeing a man of unknown origin, he naturally did not dare to disregard him. Hello, Baragan. My name is Ye Chuan and I'm an arrancar. Ye Chuan looked at Baragan, who was like a frightened bird, and smiled brightly, revealing a big white mouth. What, you're arrancar? Seeing the human in front of him call himself arrancar, Baragan was filled with disbelief. Because in his knowledge, he had seen the arrancars that Aizen had tinkered with before. At best, they were just hollows that had been strengthened after their masks were broken. Arrancar shouldn't be. Seeing Baragan's look of disbelief, Ye Chuan sneered. Should it be what? Should it be like those incomplete arrancars created by Aizen, neither human nor incomplete? Don't compare me to those incomplete arrancars that Aizen churned out. At this moment, I have evolved to a level that you cannot even begin to reach. Poor creature, indulging in a false throne. Hearing this, Baragan, who was originally sitting on the bone throne with his chin in his fist, shouted loudly and immediately jumped up with a huge axe and rushed towards Ye Chuan. Seeing this, Ye Chuan didn't draw his sword, but smiled faintly. Before Baragan could even touch him, he pointed a finger. A blade condensed by the power of dark golden thunder was already placed on Baragan's neck. Will you continue, Baragan? Ye Chuan's fingertips moved slightly, and the sharp blade formed by the power of thunder penetrated into the bone. A hole, how dare you? Just as Ye Chuan was teasing Baragan, the Ajichas behind him who were originally responsible for building the new Sui palace stood up one after another. The leader was a crab-like Ajichas, who shouted at Ye Chuan. How dare you offend Emperor Baragan? As he spoke, a high-pressure water bubble shot out from his huge crab claws and headed straight for Ye Chuan. Ye Chuan just stood there and watched the high-pressure water cannon approaching, his expression calm as if the high-pressure water cannon did not exist at all. Broken waterfall. However, just as the high-pressure water cannon was about to touch Ye Chuan, a towering wall of water instantly rose 3 feet away from Ye Chuan's body, blocking the high-pressure water cannon firmly. Then, Haribal and a group of Vasto lords appeared beside Ye Chuan in a flash. Haribal launched a Kangjiun cannon at the crab-like Ajichas, sending it flying. Fender. He watched as his few loyal subordinates were knocked unconscious by a single blow from Haribal, their lives unknown. You've bullied me too much. How dare a mere Ajichas offend Lord Ye Chuan? He's courting death. Ulquira, who had always been serious behind him, rarely spoke. Baragan looked at Ye Chuan with an indescribably cold look in his eyes. If looks could kill, then Ye Chuan would have been riddled with holes long ago. He really didn't understand why all of the Mino's Grande Vasto lords, who were the highest-ranking ones, should have their own unique pride, but were all submitting to Ye Chuan. He had tried to recruit Haribal many times before and had endured Haribal's offenses many times, but he still ended up in failure. But on the other hand, Ye Chuan has so many Vasto lords at his disposal. "You're the guy who built the house of Mino's Grande." Seeing several Vasto lords and a group of Ajichas gathered behind Ye Chuan, even if Baragan was slow-witted, he could guess Ye Chuan's identity. "Since you are all hollow, why don't you obey me, the king of Hueco Mundo, Emperor Baragan, and instead disobey me?" Ha 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 ha. After hearing Baragan's words, Ye Chuan burst into laughter as if he had heard the funniest joke. "King of Hueco Mundo? Baragan, do you believe what you said? Do you think that's still a crown on your head? It's just a collar you put on yourself." Seeing Ye Chuan blatantly humiliating him, Baragan suddenly became furious and chopped towards him again with the black axe in his hand. Ye Chuan turned into a flash of lightning, rushed past Baragan, and then snapped his fingers. A dazzling flash of lightning appeared and transformed into a lightning barrier that enveloped both Baragan and Ye Chuan. Looking at Ye Chuan, who could pull him into this barrier without him noticing, Baragan was horrified, and a strange thought suddenly arose. Maybe he can really defeat Aizen. At this moment, in the barrier that no one else could see, Ye Chuan no longer had the playful look he had before. Holding a dark golden thunder ball, he looked at Baragan with a cold gaze. "Baragan Lusenbairn, I give you two choices. First, I will send you to hell right now. Second, swallow this thunder ball and submit to me. I, Ye Chuan, swear in the name of the son of Hueco Mundo that one day I will grant you the power to avenge Aizen, and you will accomplish this vengeance yourself." Son of Hueco Mundo. Ye Chuan originally thought that Baragan would still hesitate, but he didn't expect that the former Hueco Mundo emperor would pick up the thunder ball in Ye Chuan's hand and swallow it directly into his stomach without any hesitation. "Don't forget your promise." At this moment, Baragan was no longer as impulsive and irritable as before, but became unusually calm, and there seemed to be a dark fire dancing in the creepy skull eye sockets. The next moment, Baragan made a move that even Ye Chuan could not have imagined. He removed the crown from his head, which once symbolized the supreme power of the king of Hueco Mundo, and crushed it in his bone claws. Baragan has a secret buried deep in his heart. Thousands of years ago, Baragan was just an extremely weak newborn skeleton hollow. At that time, he couldn't even do the most basic hunting alone. Until one day, he and another newborn hollow encountered a mysterious being who called himself the son of Hueco Mundo. With the help of this mysterious being, the two weak new hollows grew up to become Vasto Lord. Later, the mysterious being named Son of Hueco Mundo mysteriously disappeared. Another Vasto Lord also fell into the Soul King Palace after attacking Soul Society. Chapter 98. Sui Palace, Inner Hall. He glanced at Grimjo and Wanda Weiss, who were both fast asleep in front of him. "Sayer Apollo, how long will it take for them to wake up?" Ye Chuan tilted his head to look at the humanoid Mino's Grande behind him. He saw a slender figure with a narrow mask covering its face, leaving only a portion of its pink hair exposed. Behind its back stood four tentacles like clothes drying racks. The most peculiar thing about it was that its hole was actually under its crotch. "Master Ye Chuan, they will definitely wake up in 3 to 5 months at the shortest, and half a year at the longest. And when they wake up, they will most likely grow into Mino's Grande Vasto Lord." The humanoid Mino's Grande spoke in an extremely feminine voice, looking at the sleeping Grimjo and Wanda Weiss as if he were looking at two priceless treasures. "I understand. During this period, you are not allowed to perform any strange experiments on them. Do you understand?" Perhaps seeing through Sail Aporo's thoughts, Ye Chuan issued a warning. This Mino Grande is none other than the 8th Espada Sale Aporo Grandes in the original novel. At this moment, he has not yet separated his brother from his body, and his status is still that of the superior Mino Grande Vasto Lord. He took the initiative to come to Ye Chuan and seek refuge in the second year after Ye Chuan took over Sui Palace. He had only one condition for being loyal to Ye Chuan, which was to build a laboratory for him in Sui Palace so that he could conduct research at will. Ye Chuan readily agreed to this simple request. However, he also imposed two restrictions on Sale Aporo. The first was that he was not allowed to deliberately harm his companions and make them experimental subjects. The second was that he was not allowed to imitate Stark and split his soul at will. In other words, at this moment, Ye Chuan already has 5 Vasto lords under his command, and Grimjo and Wanda Weiss, who had a large amount of residual cocoons after eating their own arrancar, also began the process of evolving into Vasto lords at the same time. That is to say, when the two of them wake up, Ye Chuan will have 7 Vasto lords under his command. If all 7 Vasto lords were arrancar. But what surprised Ye Chuan the most was that although he was still just an Ajichas, the residual mold left behind by his arrancar was enough to help other peak Ajichas Mino Grande break through to Vasto Lord. All I can say is that the status of the son of Hueco Mundo is still too good. In the 4 years since arrancar succeeded and occupied the Palace of Night, the Ryotsu in his body has continued to grow steadily. If he continues at this pace, he will probably be able to be promoted to Vasto Lord on his own in more than 20 years. Aizen hasn't been to Kyomayaka for several years, but large-scale disappearances of souls have occurred frequently in the Soul Society, which are obviously the work of Aizen. Suddenly, in the void somewhere in the Hueco Mundo desert, a black cavity opened up, and 3 figures wearing Captain's Haori walked out. The moment these 3 people stepped into Hueco Mundo, Ye Chuan, the son of Hueco Mundo, sensed it through the ubiquitous spirit particles in Hueco Mundo. You're coming already. Sale Aporo, notify all Mino Grande in the Sui Palace to hide in their own residences. No one is allowed to come out without my order. Yes, Lord Ye Chuan. Sale Aporo Grandes noticed that Ye Chuan, who had been calm until then, began to look solemn. This was the first time he had seen such a look on Ye Chuan's face in the 3 years since he joined the Sui Palace. Although he didn't understand the reason, he knew that this matter was of great significance. At the same time, outside Sui Palace, Aizen-suk, Ichimaru-jin, and Tosen Kaname looked at the magnificent castle built entirely of pure white stones, nestled in the endless sea of white sand. Oh my, I didn't expect these hollows to be so capable. They've already built such a huge palace in just a few years. It looks like they put a lot of effort into Aizen-sama's new world. Ichimaru-jin said with a smile in front of Kaya Palace. New world? This is just my temporary home. My new world is always here. Aizen smiled faintly as he looked at the Kyomayomi Palace in front of him, and then the 3 of them walked in together on Shunpo. Where did Su go? Tosen Kaname walked through the empty palaces and asked puzzled questions. Although he was blind, his spiritual perception was very sharp. However, he walked for a long time in the palace but did not sense even a single hollow Ryotsu. It was not until the 3 of them walked into the hall that they saw a figure in a white robe sitting high on the throne above the main hall, looking down at them. Welcome to my Kyonyaku, Aizen-suk. Ye Chuan looked at the 3 people wearing Captain's Haori below. Seeing this, Aizen pushed his black-framed glasses and said calmly. Who are you? Ye Chuan did not respond to this, but just sneered and then unleashed his Ryotsu with all his strength. In an instant, a terrifying dark golden Ryotsu spread over Ye Chuan's body, and then turned into a dark golden Ryotsu light column, passing through the skylight of Sui Palace and reaching the sky. This Ryotsu. So you are Kawa-kun. You really did arrancar on your own. But now, you are talking to me in this tone. Did arrancar give you the confidence? Facing Ye Chuan's overstepping behavior, he still had a smile on his face. However, The next moment, Ye Chuan raised his right arm and slashed down with his hand as a knife, cutting into the air. Clang! The result was a strange sound of metal clashing. Ye Chuan swept his right palm, and Tosen Kaname, who was originally standing behind Aizen, appeared in front of the throne at some point and was swept away by Ye Chuan's palm. Puff! Tosen Kaname was hit in the abdomen by Ye Chuan's palm. He half knelt on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood with an expression of disbelief on his face. He clearly rushed to Ye Chuan silently under the cover of Aizen-sama Kaika Suijutsu, but Ye Chuan was not fooled by Kaika Suijutsu and even took his blow with the help of arrancar's steel skin. Seeing this, Aizen Suk's face showed a fleeting look of shock, but he quickly returned to normal. Unfortunately, this weird illusion ability doesn't work on me. Ye Chuan sat bold and grandiose on the throne, his high voice echoing in the Sui Palace. At this moment, Ye Chuan no longer had the sense of urgency he had when he first met Aizen. Sure enough, all the fear comes from insufficient firepower. Now that he has succeeded in arrancar and has the status of the son of Hueco Mundo, as long as he is still in Hueco Mundo, he will be invincible no matter who he faces. At this moment, of the three people below, Aizen was still staring at Ye Chuan on the throne with an expressionless face. Ichimaru-jin stood to Aizen's right, also squinting his eyes at Ye Chuan, as if thinking about something. Tosen, repelled by Ye Chuan's palm strike, was completely defeated. He had never been so embarrassed since he followed Master Aizen. But now, in Hueco Mundo, he was defeated by an arrancar with a single palm strike. This was something he could not accept in any way. How dare a mere arrancar look down on me? He immediately stood up and raised the Zanpakuta in his hand, then placed his hand on the ring of the blade. Bankai Suzumushi Final Style, Yanma Cricket. Then he swung it towards Ye Chuan, and the 8 circles formed by Ryutsu quickly expanded, covering Ye Chuan. The next moment, a semicircular black barrier was formed, wrapping Ye Chuan inside. Chapter 99. The moment he entered the barrier, Ye Chuan felt that all 5 of his senses were deprived, and even Ryutsu was suppressed to a certain extent. Nice ability, but you're too weak. Trapped in the hell of ignorance of Tosen's Bankai named Yanma Cricket, Ye Chuan did not panic at all but commented on it with great interest. Tosen dodged and rushed in front of Ye Chuan, and slashed at Ye Chuan's neck with all his strength, but it only left a shallow white mark on Ye Chuan's neck. Ah, didn't I tell you that you can't cut through my steel skin? Ye Chuan stretched out a finger and a dark golden zero condensed at his fingertips and then shot out directly. Sizzle! Boom! A terrifying Ryutsu storm erupted directly from Yanma Cricket. Crack! The Yama Cricket shattered in response, which was a good way to deal with this mechanism, but it was the easiest to deal with for players with insufficient stats. Ye Chuan can just use Zero to cover the entire barrier indiscriminately. After the Yanma Crickets dispersed, Ye Chuan, who was unharmed, and Tosen Kaname, whose body was charred, were revealed. At this moment, Tosen Kaname was still conscious. He knelt on his knees and used the sealed state as support to avoid falling to the ground. He couldn't believe that the Bankai he had practiced so hard to get was so vulnerable. He immediately struggled to stand up, ready to pick up his sword and fight again. That's enough. At this moment, Aizen, who had been silent until then, suddenly spoke. However, Tosen Kaname seemed to be blinded by anger and still roared to rush forward to fight Ye Chuan. Just arrancar. I said, enough is enough, I want it. Seeing that Tosen Kaname ignored his orders, Aizen tilted his head slightly, and the Ryutsu in his body was released for a moment. Tosen Kaname then woke up from a dream and obediently retreated behind him. Chuan Jun, do you think that arrancar's success gives you the capital to challenge me? In the field, Aizen, who had been silent before, spoke. His expression remained calm, but a confident smile was always on his face. My Zanpakuta is called Kaika Suijutsu, an illusion-type Zanpakuta, and its effect is complete hypnosis. I already cast Kaika Suijutsu on you when I first met you. I don't know how you were immune to my Kaika Suijutsu, but if you think that Kaika Suijutsu is ineffective against you, then I'm helpless. That's simply ridiculous. The next moment, Aizen drew the Zanpakuto from his waist and rushed towards Ye Chuan on the throne with a shunpo holding a knife. Snap! At the same time, Ye Chuan also snapped his fingers, and a four-sided lightning circle fell, instantly enveloping both Ye Chuan and Aizen, and then turned into a dazzling lightning and flew directly out of Sui Palace and headed straight for the sky. Ye Chuan didn't want the palace he had just built to be destroyed by the aftermath of the battle between the two. You can actually forcibly move me with you. Inside the barrier, Aizen sounded slightly surprised. Then Aizen swung the knife with one hand. Ye Chuan did not dare to be arrogant and pulled out the Zanpakuto from his waist, holding the knife with both hands to fight with him. Clang! 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 After their weapons clashed 3 times, Aizen directly slashed Ye Chuan's left shoulder with a knife, leaving a deep scar that could be seen to the bone. Did I cut too shallow? I thought this sword could cut off your arm. No, it's more like your steel skin is too strong. Aizen looked at Ye Chuan with a smile on his face. He always had that expression as if he had everything under control. Humph, stop joking. It seems to me that Master Aizen didn't eat enough. Although Ye Chuan was harsh in words, he was secretly frightened. Aizen's slashing technique is not inferior to Unohana Retsu at all. Through constant fighting with Unohana Retsu, the Shinigami clone's slashing skills have made a qualitative leap, but he did not expect to be injured by Aizen within a few moves. The next moment, the wound on Ye Chuan's left shoulder began to wriggle. Under the powerful healing power of high-speed regeneration, it healed instantly. Aizen was not surprised by this and simply smiled faintly. So, Chuan-kun, the hardest part of your body is your mouth. Suddenly, Aizen's expression turned cold, and the speed of his knife drawing became much faster. In an instant, Ye Chuan had 7 or 8 more wounds on his body. But with high-speed regeneration, those wounds healed quickly. However, Aizen, who was fighting against him, found that Ye Chuan's killing skills always gave him a familiar feeling, always so familiar but he could not remember where he had seen it. Kawa-kun, your slashing technique is truly exquisite. I never imagined a hollow could master slashing techniques to this level. I feel like I'm fighting against captains of Grandmaster slashing techniques. It's truly bizarre. How on earth did you learn this skill of slashing? Aizen looked at Ye Chuan with a smile on his face and spoke softly. At the same time, he slashed Ye Chuan's back with a knife. Blood seeped out and dyed his white robe red. The next moment, the flesh buds squirmed and then recovered as before. Ye Chuan grinned. Do you really need to learn something like the art of slashing? In your soul society, you can become the captain just by randomly swinging a few swords. Yet, Chuan-kun, your strongest point is indeed your mouth. At the same time, Tosen Kaname and Ichimaru-jin were standing on the roof of the Palace of Night, looking at the four-sided lightning realm in the sky. As a blind man, Tosen Kaname could not see the situation inside, let alone perceive the battle in the lightning realm. Jin, let's go up and help Master Aizen. Tosen Kaname, who was seriously injured and had disordered breathing, said anxiously. Oh my, Captain Tosen, don't worry. You have to trust Master Aizen. He is invincible. Ichimaru-jin's frivolous voice sounded. But what Tosen couldn't see was that Ichimaru-jin's expression was different at this moment. He didn't squint his eyes, but opened them wide, looked up at the lightning barrier in the sky, and rubbed the Zanpakuto at his waist with his right hand. I don't know what he is thinking. Puff. Aizen stabbed Ye Chuan in the chest and abdomen and turned the Zanpakuto, obviously intending to crush Ye Chuan's internal organs. Then he pulled out Zanpakuto and gently flicked the bloodline on the blade. With all your organs shattered, can you still perform high-speed regeneration? Aizen looked at Ye Chuan with a confident look on his face. Feeling Aizen's violent riots raging inside him, crushing all his internal organs, Ye Chuan spat out a mouthful of blood. Ahem, Master Aizen is right. My internal organs have been completely shredded. High-speed regeneration is indeed impossible. Ye Chuan opened his chest, and the spirit particles floating in the air rushed into Ye Chuan's wounds to help repair his damaged internal organs. In an instant, his broken internal organs recovered. This is... But, I have more than just high-speed regeneration. When Aizen saw that the rough spirit particles in Hueco Mundo actually flowed into Ye Chuan's body on their own, a look of surprise appeared on his calm face. While Aizen was stunned by his heaven-defying recovery method, Ye Chuan seized this opportunity, rushed forward, and slashed Aizen's arm with a knife. Tick, tick. Bright red blood kept dripping down through the fingers. Your expression finally changed, Aizen. I thought you had facial paralysis. I'll tell you another secret. I didn't exempt you from Kaika Suijutsu. It's just that I have more eyes than just the one on my face now that I'm in Hueco Mundo. Because, everything in Hueco Mundo, from the huge things in the Night Palace to the smallest blades of grass and trees, or even every grain of sand in the desert and the faint spirit particles floating in the air, are my eyes. Now, as long as you can't do the entire Hueco Mundo with Kaika Suijutsu hypnosis, then I won't be affected. Hearing this, Aizen's eyes turned slightly cold and his expression became a little unnatural, and then he slowly said. Kawakun's ability is really tricky. Of course, this was just a false statement deliberately made by Ye Chuan to lure the enemy. He was not like Torabashi RJR who would be so foolish as to tell his opponent all his abilities. In fact, even if Aizen could one day truly hypnosis the entire Hueco Mundo, Kaika Suijutsu still wouldn't be able to fool Ye Chuan. Because as long as Ye Chuan is still in Hueco Mundo, he can continuously absorb weak spiritual particles from the people or bodies who are also in Hueco Mundo. Through the weak spiritual particles he absorbs, he can clearly identify the location of Aizen's true body. Looking at Aizen, who rarely showed a serious expression, Ye Chuan sighed. Alas, I was counting on the Fukai blade to defeat you, but I didn't expect you to be so difficult without Kaika Suijutsu. To show my respect for you, I decided to kill you with my strongest power. Ye Chuan held the Zanpakut horizontally in front of him, then extended his left index finger and flicked the blade, muttering. Roar, Thunder Emperor! Chapter 100. A dazzling dark golden lightning filled the sky and earth. The terrifying Ryutsu even passed through the four-sided thunder boundary set up by Ye Chuan and wreaked havoc in the sky. Although the barrier had blocked 80% of Ye Chuan's Ryutsu, just the leaked residual aura set off a terrifying Ryutsu storm. The dark golden Ryutsu turned into dense raindrops that fell down, covering the Kaya Palace in an area of hundreds of kilometers in radius. This scene shocked Ichimarujin and Tosen Kaname on the top of the Kaya Palace. At the same time, many Minos Grande who were ordered by Ye Chuan to hide in their respective palaces all felt this Ryutsu that seemed to be destroying the world. Fortunately, Ye Chuan chose to return to the sword in the barrier above the sky, otherwise the newly built Sui Palace would probably suffer. Is this your true stance? Aizen looked at Ye Chuan, with a rare hint of excitement in his eyes. At this moment, after Ye Chuan returned to the human form, his human posture did not change at all. The only difference from before he returned to the human form was that the hollow in his abdomen had become much larger, and his entire body was covered with dark golden armor with intricate patterns. A ferocious centipede was coiled around his waist. The giant lightning pattern on the breastplate was faintly visible. At this moment, after Ye Chuan returned to the blade, he no longer looked like a Minos Grande, but rather like a god wearing dark gold armor, controlling thunder and walking on the earth. Kawa-kun, you truly amaze me. This perfect balance of hollow and Shinigami power. Your Rizzo will definitely aid me in my research. Aizen spoke slowly, his words filled with joy. He even took advantage of Ye Chuan's return to the sword and used a special technique to intercept a strand of Ye Chuan's dark golden Ryutsu. Ye Chuan sneered. "Aizen-suk, you might as well study my sword again." As he spoke, a long sword made of dark golden thunder appeared in Ye Chuan's right palm. It turned into a lightning arc and slashed towards Aizen's face at the fastest speed in the world. Bang! Sizzle! At the critical moment, Aizen leaned back and barely avoided the knife, but the black-framed glasses on his face were cut into 2 pieces. The broken glasses fell on the barrier of the enchantment below and were instantly turned into nothingness by the power of thunder. "You look better without glasses." Aizen was surprised by Ye Chuan's teasing. He didn't expect that a mere Mino's Grande arrancar could be so powerful. It was obviously beyond his expectations. "Have you ever experienced despair, Aizen?" Ye Chuan felt the unparalleled Ryutsu in his body, and his confidence suddenly soared. Then he turned into lightning again and fought with Aizen. Clang! However, Aizen took the blow. "Chuan Jun, don't speak so arrogantly easily. It will only reveal your weakness." It seemed that after a moment of adjustment, Aizen regained his composure, and at the same time, his sword-swinging speed increased to an incredible level. He was able to block several swords swung by Ye Chuan, who had transformed into lightning. "Is that so? Then, are you also trying to hide your weakness by saying this, Aizen?" Hearing this, Ye Chuan just chuckled, then put his hands together and gathered Ryutsu all over his body. Thunder Centipede Dharma Image. Instantly, the centipede hovering above Ye Chuan's dark golden armor came to life, transforming into a giant centipede condensed from a vast amount of thunder power. Boom! As soon as the Thunder Centipede Dharma image appeared, the sky of Hueco Mundo in the outside world immediately became extremely dark, and it looked like a storm was about to come. Seeing this, Ye Chuan hurriedly reinforced a layer of 4-sided Thunder Realm, which allowed the outside sky to return to normal. Bakut 81 Splitting Void. Seeing the terrifying giant centipede rushing towards him with endless thunder power, Aizen directly released Splitting Void without chanting. However, the next moment, a scene happened that made him tear his eyes out. Crash! The seemingly solid invisible barrier could not stop the Thunder Centipede at all. It was like fragile glass that shattered at the slightest touch. Had 90 Black Coffin. At the critical moment, Aizen unexpectedly released Black Coffin again in a very short time. He tried to use Black Coffin to neutralize the Thunder Centipede's attack, but it backfired. The terrifying Thunder Centipede still broke through the Black Coffin's blockade and rushed towards Aizen-suk. Aizen had no choice but to burst out Ryutsu to resist the attack of the Thunder Centipede. Boom! The dark golden lightning centipede collided with Aizen, causing an intense burst of light that exploded the entire 4-sided lightning realm. A dazzling flash of lightning exploded in the sky, causing the entire Sui Palace and the area within hundreds of kilometers to shake violently. This level of Ryutsu. Below, on the top of the Kaya Palace, the seriously injured Tosen Kaname sensed this terrifying Ryutsu and couldn't help but clench his fists. He knew that this level of battle was not something he could participate in at all. Ichimaru Jin, standing aside, remained silent, looking towards the battlefield in the sky. As the bright light faded, Aizen-suk's disheveled figure was revealed. He was hit head-on by Ye Chuan's Thunder Centipede Dharma image, and the captain's Haori that he had originally worn had become tattered. Aizen simply tore off the tattered clothes, revealing his charred upper body. Apparently, the previous Splitting Void and Black Coffin consumed some of Ye Chuan's Thunder Centipede's power, otherwise Aizen wouldn't have suffered such minor injuries after taking this direct hit. Ye Chuan immediately took advantage of the victory, transformed into a flash of lightning, stepped on the ringing wheel, and continued to attack Aizen with the thunder blade in hand. Puff! Under the blessing of endless lightning and huge Ryutsu, Ye Chuan's sword was almost reaching ultimate. At this moment, Aizen was severely injured by the Thunder Centipede and was in a paralyzed state. Ye Chuan directly slashed Aizen's shoulder with a knife. In an instant, a stream of bright red blood gushed out from his left shoulder. Aizen showed an expression of disbelief, and swung his sword backhandedly, slashing at Ye Chuan's chest. Clang! A lightning barrier rose from Ye Chuan's chest, and Aizen's knife could not penetrate even an inch. Aizen-suk, why is your sword so weak? Ye Chuan looked at Aizen, who was in such a state of panic at the moment, and sneered. What did you say? Hearing this, Aizen seemed to be a little furious, but he slashed out several times in succession, most of which were blocked by the lightning shield. Only one sword passed through the lightning shield and injured Ye Chuan's left hand. However, with the help of high-speed regeneration and Hueco Mundo spirit particles, it posed no threat to him at all. The two fought against each other again. After dozens of moves, Aizen had more than 10 knife wounds all over his body, and his breath became a little disordered. Ye Chuan remained calm and composed, and even with the help of Hueco Mundo's endless spirit particles, he was still in full condition at the moment. Aizen, on the other hand, was now shirtless, his body covered in wounds, some from knife cuts, others from lightning strikes. His expression was no longer calm and composed, and his eyes, as he looked at Ye Chuan, were filled with murderous intent. Aizen was seen rushing towards Ye Chuan with a zanpakut in hand and a gloomy expression. At this moment, due to his injury and the influence of his mentality, his sword-drawing speed slowed down, and Ye Chuan directly grabbed the blade with his left hand. Aizen, is this all you have? Chapter 101. Aizen was horrified upon seeing this, and immediately activated Shunpo, pulling back as quickly as possible to distance himself from Ye Chuan. Is it so exciting for you to take my blows, cut my body, and penetrate my kid? Aizen looked at Ye Chuan, his tone seemed a little hurried, no longer as calm and composed as before. Answer me, Ye Chuan. Ye Chuan just smiled faintly. Aizen-suk, is this the first time in your life that you've been overpowered in Ryutsu? Why are you so unaccustomed to it? Aizen, who had been able to maintain his composure, was completely overwhelmed when he heard Ye Chuan mention that he was suppressed in Ryutsu. He immediately shouted. You said you pinned me in Ryutsu, stop kidding. I admit that after returning to the blade, you have indeed reached the level of first-class spiritual power. But, the reason you are first-class spiritual power is because you have achieved first-class spiritual power. I'm a first-class Ryutsu because the highest rank of Ryutsu is only first class. Don't get too carried away, Ye Chuan. Aizen pointed his right hand to the sky and chanted. A faint murky emblem, an unruly and arrogant talent, a surge, a denial, a paralysis, a moment, an obstacle to eternal sleep, a crawling iron princess, a clay doll constantly mutilating itself, combine, rebound, extend to the ground, and know your own powerlessness. Had 90 black coffin. Seeing this, Ye Chuan did not stop him, but allowed him to perform the fully chanted black coffin. In an instant, a black coffin over hundreds of feet tall took shape. Its size and power were more than 3 times that of the black coffin seen twice before. Seeing black coffin wrapping himself up, Ye Chuan didn't panic at all and murmured softly. Thunder armor. The next moment, a giant armor composed of dark golden lightning took shape on Ye Chuan's body, completely blocking the power of black coffin that was like a torrent of gravity. Crack! As the black coffin shattered, Ye Chuan was revealed unharmed. Impossible! Seeing that Ye Chuan had taken his fully chanted black coffin head-on and remained unharmed, Aizen was obviously a little bit unbelievable and yelled hysterically. What are you surprised about? Are you scared? Something incomprehensible is happening right in front of you. Ye Chuan still looked at Aizen calmly and spoke lightly. After hearing Ye Chuan's words, Aizen stopped being impulsive and just snorted coldly. Humph, a mere arrancar dares to speak so arrogantly. But I also want to thank you. If it weren't for your Raizu parameters, my Hugyaku wouldn't have stabilized so quickly. Although it's still missing the piece from Mura Harakisuk, your Ryutsu can replace one or two, at least it can stabilize it. At this moment, Aizen did something that Ye Chuan had not expected. He used his palm as a knife and stabbed it directly into his chest, stuffing a gem shining with purple-black light into the wound on his chest. Surrounding the gem was a circle of dark golden Ryutsu, which was the small part of the spirit particles that Aizen had intercepted from Ye Chuan in the previous battle. Is this, Hugyaku? This isn't right. Seeing this scene, Ye Chuan was stunned at first, and then a thunder blade took shape in his right hand. Of course, he couldn't let Aizen successfully fuse Hugyaku in front of him. Boom! A loud bang was heard, and the man holding the thunder blade slashed out, like a spring thunder. It was the thunder slash. A dark golden lightning blade over several hundred meters long suddenly slashed towards Aizen's direction. However, Aizen ignored this thunderous strike that seemed to be able to create the world, and allowed this terrifying strike to pass through his body. At the same time, a purple-black Ryutsu vortex suddenly rose above his body, slowly absorbing the afterimage power of the thunder slash. A swallowing contest with me in Hueco Mundo. Seeing this scene, Ye Chuan was stunned at first, and then he sneered and said, no one has ever scared him more than being swallowed. Soul Eater! Ye Chuan shouted directly, and a dark golden vortex rose behind him, echoing the purple vortex on Aizen's body. They pulled each other to absorb the vast spirit particles in Hueco Mundo and the Ryutsu in the other party. Because the free spirit particles in Hueco Mundo have a very high affinity with Ye Chuan, it is like using one's own arm or finger. Therefore, the power of Ye Chuan's dark golden vortex instantly overwhelmed Aizen's purple-black vortex, suppressing it tightly. At this moment, Tosen Kaname and Ichimaru-jin below even felt that their Ryutsu were being pulled unrestrainedly from above, as if their bodies were about to be torn in half. So, the two of them stepped on Shunpo and retreated quickly, and many Minos Grande under Ye Chuan also retreated with them. At this moment, many Minos Grande and the two captain-level Shinigami no longer cared about fighting, but all fled backwards, fearing that if they ran too slowly, they would be absorbed by the two vortexes in the air. Run down quickly! To the Minos Grande forest! Starkey turned his head and looked at the two terrifying figures in the air. At this moment, he finally understood why Ye Chuan did not let them participate in this battle. Then he gritted his teeth and fired a Zero directly at the sand lair. Seeing this, many Minos Grandes followed suit and began to bombard the sand lair with Zero, trying to reach the Minos Grande forest as quickly as possible to avoid this fatal disaster. Grimjo's subordinates were carrying the sleeping Grimjo and running wildly, while Wanda Weiss, who was also asleep, was also sleeping soundly on top of Fla's head. Ichimaru-jin and Tosen Kaname also joined the team to bombard the sand lair, using Kid and many Minos Grande to bombard the sand lair. With the help of the two captains, the group quickly broke through the sand lair and successfully entered the Minos Grande forest at the bottom of Hueco Mundo. The gap that was blasted open was soon filled with endless quicksand. Oh my, I'm finally saved! Looking at the towering trees in the Minos Grande forest, Ichimaru-jin took a deep breath. Recalling the two figures fighting in the sky above the Kaya Palace, he suddenly felt a lingering fear. I wonder what the situation is like up there, Lord Aizen. Tosen Kaname on the side seemed to be hesitant to speak. It's okay, Master Aizen is invincible. Ichimaru-jin spoke calmly, his words expressing his confidence in Aizen's abilities. However, no one noticed the coldness in his eyes, a hint of murderous intent emanating from them as he stared towards the direction of the Kaya Palace overhead. Bullshit, Lord Ye Chuan is invincible. At this moment, a voice sounded among the many Minos Grande, and it was the strange fish Barnes who spoke. As soon as these words were spoken, many Minos Grandes began to echo them. Seeing this, Tosen excitedly drew out his sealed state and was about to use Bankai again to fight to the death with this group of Minos Grande, but was stopped by Ichimaru-jin. Minos Grande also stopped arguing after being persuaded by Starkey. Obviously, neither side wanted to break up, and if a fight broke out, Stark knew he could definitely keep the two captains, but it would come at a steep price. It would definitely not be worth it. Compared to the battle between them, the victory between Ye Chuan and Aizen is the most important. Stark firmly believes that Lord Ye Chuan can definitely defeat the Shinigami named Aizen. Ye Chuan's Minos Grande and Ichimarujin both fled to the Minos Grande forest, but the lone hollows wandering in the desert were not so lucky. It was shattered by the two vortexes of spirit particles that covered the sky and the sun. Even the huge Sui Palace was reduced to dust by the pull of the two whirlpools. Chapter 102. Boom! Two terrifying spirit particle vortexes, one golden and one purple, engaged in a tug-of-war above the sky of Hueco Mundo. Soul Eater! Suck it for me! Ye Chuan roared and pushed his Soul Eater power to ultimate. Now that he had already succeeded in arrancar, and with the status of the son of Hueco Mundo, the power of the Soul Eater in Hueco Mundo was naturally incomparable. A dark golden vortex of terrifying spirit particles penetrated the entire sky, continuously pulling the spirit particles in Hueco Mundo towards Ye Chuan, while Aizen's purple-black vortex was in a state of decline. In the next scene, something incredible happened. The Hugyaku on Aizen's chest actually began to split into a small piece and flew to where Ye Chuan was. As the Hugyaku split, the purple-black vortex in front of Aizen instantly increased in power and began to compete with Ye Chuan's dark golden vortex, greedily devouring the spirit particles in Hueco Mundo. Originally, Aizen's Hugyaku was made from the souls of tens of thousands of Shinigami with talent combined with Soul King fragments, which is why he coveted Uraharakisuk's Hugyaku, which was made from countless hollows. Without Uraharakisuk's Hugyaku, Aizen had difficulty taming one of them alone, but now Aizen has gathered the Ryutsu of Ye Chuan, the son of Hueco Mundo, during the battle. Ye Chuan's Ryutsu and his own half of Hugyaku reached a delicate balance. Although it was not as strong as the fusion of two Hugyaku, it was enough to allow Aizen to embark on the path of Hugyaku evolution in advance. From then on, whenever Aizen's black and purple vortex fell into a disadvantage, Hugyaku would actively split into a small piece and fly to where Ye Chuan was, and then the power of the black and purple vortex would increase greatly. This battle for spirit particles lasted for a long time, lasting for 3 days, before the two spirit particle vortexes slowly dissipated at the same time. Ye Chuan stared at the 12 fingernail-sized gemstones in his hand, which were dark gold in color with a little purple-black in the middle, and was in a trance. Did I create a Hugyaku? He never imagined that the substance Hugyaku was also alive and had its own will. During the tug-of-war between him and Aizen, in order to ensure that Aizen's Uke could evolve successfully, Hugyaku would occasionally split into tiny individuals of equal size and actively let Ye Chuan absorb them with his Soul Eater. There are 12 of these tiny individuals in total. In other words, in order to prevent Ye Chuan from hindering Aizen's evolution, Hugyaku directly split a small part of his body to interfere with Ye Chuan's Soul Eater. Ye Chuan can, through the persona of the son of Hueco Mundo, absorb the faint spirit particles of all things within Hueco Mundo, which naturally includes the spirit particles of Hugyaku. Therefore, the moment Ye Chuan obtained the Hugyaku fragments, he tried to use the countless spirit particles in Hueco Mundo to imitate the spirit particle state of Hugyaku and rubbed out 12 small Hugyaku by hand. After a while, when the smoke cleared, Aizen's Uke's figure appeared. With his upper body naked, a large Hugyaku interwoven with dark gold and black purple was embedded in Aizen's chest, leaving several cracks on Aizen's chest that were interwoven with purple, black and dark gold. Ye Chuan discovered that the Hugyaku on Aizen's chest was much more dazzling than the 12 pieces in his hand combined. Strictly speaking, Ye Chuan's 12 pieces of Hugyaku can only be regarded as the offspring of Aizen's Hugyaku, and should be called sub-Hugyaku. Furthermore, the Hugyaku on Aizen's body did not become weaker due to splitting itself, but instead became more powerful due to absorbing enough spirit particles. Aizen's current state is very similar to Aizen in Hugyaku State 1 in the original work. The only difference is that the Hugyaku on his chest changes from black and purple at the beginning to a mixture of black and purple and dark gold. Ye Chuan, I want to thank you very much. If it weren't for the pressure you put on me, Hagyaku and I wouldn't have merged so quickly. To thank you, I will show you a power that goes beyond the limits of Shinigami. Aizen, whose strength had obviously been greatly enhanced after fusing with Hagyaku, had regained his previous confidence and demeanor. No, I should thank you. If it weren't for you, how would I have been able to mass-produce so many Hagyaku? Ye Chuan looked at Aizen's calm face and teased. Hagyaku, you said mass-produced Hagyaku, stop being ridiculous. Can that pile of garbage in your hand also be called Hagyaku? Aizen's voice rose an octave, and the next moment he came forward with a knife. Clang! Ye Chuan simply waved his hand and created a lightning blade, blocking Aizen's extremely powerful sword. The collision of the blades caused gusts of wind to blow, and a cloud of dust flew in the sea of sand. Lord Aizen is so heartless. They are all your Hagyaku's children. Hagyaku will be sad if you say that. If it had a heart. As they were talking, the two started fighting again. They exchanged sword attacks again. This time, Aizen's sword directly knocked Ye Chuan away, and he fell violently into the sand. Seeing Ye Chuan being suppressed by him again, Aizen kept a smile on his face. Is this Aizen in his Hagyaku state? Ye Chuan was indeed a little surprised. He had never thought that Aizen, who was only in Hagyaku state 1, could be so strong. He had been suppressed by him just now, but now he was fighting him back and forth. Could it be that because of my intervention, his Hagyaku transformation has become even more powerful than in the original story? Despite this, Ye Chuan was not panicked at all, because as long as he was within Hueco Mundo and had the power of Hueco Mundo to bless him, he had never been afraid of anyone in a protracted war. Wang Su's flash. Ye Chuan extended a finger, and a terrifying Ciro made of dark gold, black and red intertwined together took shape in a very short time. It hit Aizen's hook directly head-on. Boom! As this King Ciro light, which was powerful enough to destroy the world, exploded in the desert, a terrifying heat wave swept across the entire desert. Boom! The huge Hueco Mundo was hit by a huge earthquake due to this Ciro. Even Starkey and his group who were hiding in the Mino's Grande forest felt the tremor clearly. The smoke and dust dispersed, revealing a terrifying deep pit. Ye Chuan's Ciro actually hit directly from the sky all the way to the Mino's Grande forest at the bottom of Hueco Mundo. Aizen, who should have been blown into pieces, only had a huge hole in his chest. The next moment, purple light surged, and Aizen's injuries were all healed. However, at this moment he was still in the Honkai stage and did not enter Honkai 2 under this stimulation. This was obviously because he lacked the Hagyaku of Urahara Kisuke. Looking at the reorganized Aizen, Ye Chuan sighed. I knew it. The next moment, Ye Chuan transformed into lightning again, and rushed directly in front of Aizen at the speed of thunder, slashing towards his face. 1,000,000 guilders. Aizen's body surface lit up with layers of colorful Madara shields, blocking Ye Chuan's attack. Bakud 79, 9 lights binding. Seeing that his attack missed, he immediately tried to withdraw, but his body was covered by 9 black cylinders and his limbs were completely unable to move. At the same time, Aizen used Kid again. Had 90 black coffin. This time, Ye Chuan didn't have time to release the thunder armor, and was hit hard by the black coffin. Ye Chuan fell into the black coffin that was hundreds of feet tall. In an instant, countless black spikes pierced through his limbs, bones, and internal organs. But the next moment, a burst of spiritual particles surged into his body, and the fatal injury was healed in an instant. Chapter 103. Clang! 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 Aizen and Ye Chuan first engaged in a continuous slashing match, and then engaged in a battle of Ryutsu, Kid, and Thunder techniques, bombarding each other. I don't know when it started, but the fighting style between the two suddenly changed and turned into a passionate match of killing each other in seconds. But since both sides have extremely heaven-defying recovery methods, neither can kill the other. Kawa-kun, it seems like neither of us can kill the other. Why don't we just stop here? After fighting for a while, Aizen had already discovered the problem and actually took the initiative to propose a ceasefire to Ye Chuan. That's exactly what I meant. Ye Chuan readily agreed. So, the two of them tacitly put away their terrifying Ryutsu and planned to stop fighting and negotiate in close combat. Unexpectedly, the two of them just got close. Thunder Centipede Dharma Image. Had number 99, 5 swirling dragons of destruction. They said no, but their bodies were very honest. They both had a tacit understanding and used their most powerful killing moves at the same time. A giant centipede spanning half of Hueco Mundo, its entire body made of dark golden thunder power, appeared under the sky of Hueco Mundo. Roar! They roared towards Aizen, and behind Aizen rose a giant dragon made entirely of purple-black Ryutsu. Thunder centipedes tear the sky apart, and a giant dragon flies across the sky. The next moment, the sky-high thunder centipede and the 10,000-foot-long dragon collided with each other. Boom! A deafening roar was heard, and the entire void was distorted. Countless voids hiding in the sand were crushed into ashes in the aftermath of the two. A terrifying sandstorm swept across the entire Hueco Mundo sand sea, and those voids who were lucky enough not to be killed by the aftermath were blown into the sky by this huge sandstorm. Every giant tree in the Mino's Grande forest is rustling. A scene like the end of the world occurred in Hueco Mundo. The collision of the two killing moves set off a huge mushroom cloud. At this moment, not only Hueco Mundo, but even all parts of the world were affected by earthquakes of varying degrees due to this impact wave. In Soul Society, Yamamoto Genryusai, who was originally resting with his eyes closed in the 1st Squadron's barracks, suddenly opened his eyes as if he sensed something. "What's wrong, Captain?" Kojiro asked from the side. "No, it's nothing, maybe I sensed it wrongly." After the mushroom cloud dissipated, only a devastated sea of sand remained. And Ye Chuan and Aizen who had just recovered. "Ye Chuan, you are so despicable." Aizen looked at Ye Chuan expressionlessly. Ye Chuan certainly wouldn't let him off the hook. "That's exactly what we're talking about, Aizen-suk." It was obvious that neither Aizen nor Ye Chuan was a man of martial ethics. After a lot of hard work from both sides, it was finally confirmed that neither of them could kill the other. "Let's make a deal, Aizen." Ever since he discovered that Aizen was fine even after taking his Thunder Centipede Dharma image head-on with his face, Ye Chuan no longer wanted to fight him. There was no point in fighting him till the end of time, and it would only damage his Hueco Mundo. Aizen, who was standing by, found that even his strongest kid 5 swirling dragons of destruction could not completely kill Ye Chuan, and he no longer had the desire to fight. Snap! With a snap of his fingers, Ye Chuan immediately exited the return blade form. The Hugyaku on Aizen's chest contracted and then completely melted into his body. "You've been planning this for so long, haven't you, just to ascend to the Spirit King's palace? I can help you." Ye Chuan spoke calmly, while Aizen-suk beside him was shocked. He never expected that the secret he had hidden for so long would be revealed today. Aizen was a little surprised at first when Ye Chuan revealed his secret, but his expression soon returned to normal. "So what is your intention in helping me?" Aizen looked at Ye Chuan with a smile on his face. 5 minutes ago, the two were fighting for their lives, but now they were sitting on the sand pile and talking like old friends. During this time, Aizen habitually wanted to push up his glasses on the bridge of his nose. When he touched his smooth nose bridge, he remembered that his glasses had been cut off by Ye Chuan. No, it's not a one-sided help. It's more like we're working together to attack the Soul King Palace. There's something I need there. I, Ye Chuan, swear in the name of the son of Hueco Mundo that I, as well as the many Minos Grande under my command, the future arrancar, will do my utmost to help you ascend to the palace of the Spirit King. When the time comes, whether you want to overthrow the Soul Society's rule or replace that human stick Soul King. If you can do it, it's up to you. I only have one condition. Please help me once when I need you. How about that? After hearing Ye Chuan's words, the arrogant Aizen fell silent for a rare moment. After a long pause, he slowly spoke. Deal done. In the Mino's Grande forest below, Ichimaru-jin, Tosen Kaname, and a group of Mino's Grandes discovered that the two terrifying Ryotsu that were fighting in the desert above had disappeared without a trace at the same time. Lord Ye Chuan, you won't die together with that Aizen, will you? Lai Linet's timid voice came out. Stop talking nonsense, Lilynet. Stark said seriously as he tapped Lai Linet's head. It hurts, it hurts. Stark, what are you doing? Just as Lilynet was making a fuss, two figures suddenly appeared on the tree trunk in front. If not Aizen and Ye Chuan, then who else could it be? Adult Ye Chuan. Aizen adult. Yin, Yao, it's time for us to go back. Aizen looked at the two captains under his command and spoke calmly. At this moment, Aizen had found a clean captain's haori from somewhere and put it on, and there was no trace of his previous embarrassed appearance. Kawa-kun, you can handle the affairs of Mino's Grande arrancar under your command even without my Hagyaku. Aizen turned around and glanced at Ye Chuan. That's natural, don't worry Suk. Ye Chuan glanced at Aizen and smiled slightly. Seeing this scene, not only Stark and other Vasto lords under Ye Chuan were stunned. Even Ichimaru-jin and Tosen Kaname were a little confused. These two people who were fighting to the death a few days ago were now at a truce. The next moment, Aizen took Ichimaru-jin and Tosen Kaname away from Hueco Mundo. Ya, Master Aizen, you seem to be in a good mood. Ichimaru-jin, who was following behind Aizen at this moment, had regained his cynical expression. Gaining a close friend is certainly worth celebrating, Yin. Master Ye Chuan, why did you suddenly become friends with that Aizen? Nilu, the small antelope in the Mino's Grande forest, leaned against a tree trunk and asked curiously. Friends? No. Suk and I are close friends. We'd love to chop each other's friends to death. Chapter 104. Mino's Grande House, Main Hall of the Underground Palace. Half a year has passed since Aizen last visited Hueco Mundo and fought a great battle with Ye Chuan. Originally, ever since entering Sui Palace, Ye Chuan thought that he and his people would never return to this underground palace again. But he never expected that a big battle between him and Aizen would turn the entire Kyomayaku Palace into dust. Now, the new Sui Palace is still under construction, so he had to lead his subordinates back to the Mino's Grande house. In the main hall of the underground palace, Ye Chuan sat bold and grandiose on the main seat, and there were 5 smaller chairs arranged on the left and right sides of the main seat. At this moment, except for Ye Chuan and Stark who were still sitting calmly in their seats, the other Vasto lords including Ajichas were looking curiously at the center of the ground, where there was a huge portal that seemed to be made of bones. The top of the portal was inlaid with a gem the size of a fingernail, which was dark gold with a hint of purple-black in the middle. It was one of the 12 Hagyaku that Ye Chuan had copied. This portal was developed by Sail Aporo and is called the Gate of Transcendence. Its only function is to carry the power of Hagyaku and help the Mino's Grande arrancar under Ye Chuan. At this moment, all the Mino's Grandes were staring intently at the huge portal supported by white bones. At this moment, the portal was rippling with dense spiritual particles like water ripples. At this moment, a strange fish covered with spikes was receiving the baptism of spiritual particles in the portal. It was Barnes, the strange fish who had followed Ye Chuan at first. It was he who took the initiative to jump out, willingly becoming a subject of the experiment, and asked to become the first Mino's Grande to use the Transcendence Gate arrancar. The reason was simple. As one of the first elders to follow Ye Chuan, his current strength was of little help to Ye Chuan. Therefore, he urgently needed new strength. So when Ye Chuan asked for a partner to test his skills, he agreed without hesitation. At this moment, the huge underground palace was extremely quiet, even the breathing could be heard clearly, and the heavy breathing came from the strange fish barns. It was not because the arrancar process was too painful, but because he felt a little embarrassed being stared at by a group of Mino's Grande. The next moment, a strong spiritual particle turned into a large cocoon and wrapped barns. This situation looked somewhat similar to when Ye Chuan was in arrancar, but on a much smaller scale. Just a few minutes later, a human hand rushed out of the cocoon, and then a chubby boy with dark blue hair who looked only 11 or 12 years old walked out naked, holding a harpoon-shaped object in his hand. If it weren't for the mask remaining on the head and the glaring hole in the chest, everyone would probably think that this was a chubby little boy. "Are you Jiva Barnes?" Ye Chuan sat on the throne and nodded slightly. The ugly fish Barnes arrancar who had been following behind him turned out to be such a cute fat boy. The contrast was really great. "Meet my king." Barnes, who had now become a little boy, replied in a childish tone. Ye Chuan felt Barnes's ryotsu that had skyrocketed because of the arrancar, and after confirming that his ryotsu was already very stable, he smiled slightly. This meant that Zhigyaku's arrancar technology had fully matured, and there would no longer be the previous incomplete arrancar with ugly appearance and limited strength. "Okay, go down and get your work clothes." Ye Chuan waved his hand and motioned Barnes to go down and put on his clothes. "Now that I have a human form, I have to learn the human way of life and say goodbye to the days of eating raw meat and drinking blood. The first thing to do is to put on clothes. Do you understand what I said?" Ye Chuan's voice echoed in every corner of the main hall of the underground palace. "I will obey my king's orders." A group of Minos Grandes, including a group of Vasto lords, bowed and echoed. "Well, next, it's my turn, arrancar." A muffled voice rang out among the crowd. It was the Red Goat Perk, who joined Ye Chuan at the same time as Jiva Barnes. Seeing that Barnes had successfully entered arrancar, he was naturally itching to do so. "Okay, then you're next in arrancar, go Perk." Ye Chuan chuckled, and after getting Ye Chuan's approval, the Red Goat immediately turned around and rushed directly to the Gate of Transcendence. Then, like Barnes before, it was wrapped in a big cocoon. A few minutes later, a middle-aged strong man with a strong body, muscles all over his body, and red hair walked out of the Gate of Transcendence. There was a pair of goat horn-shaped masks remaining on his head, and part of the mask frame was still on his rough jaw, while his hollow hole was on the left side of his waist. "Perk meets the king." The red-haired burly man knelt on one knee and saluted Ye Chuan, and Ye Chuan waved his hand to signal him to go down quickly to collect the work clothes. The reason is simple. It is exposed to the air so clearly, swinging back and forth like a pendulum, which is really an eyesore. After the two Ajitja's arrancars finished, Ye Chuan discovered that the sub-Hgyaku on the Gate of Transcendence seemed to have lost about 5% of its energy, and the sub-Hgyaku itself was slowly absorbing the surrounding spirit particles to replenish its own energy. "Too slow, let me help you." Ye Chuan turned around and appeared in front of the Gate of Transcendence. He used his Soul Eater to absorb the free spirit particles in Hueco Mundo to help Hgyaku recover. After a few breaths, the Hgyaku was immediately filled again, emitting a dazzling golden light. "Ye Chuan." "Sir, since it has been confirmed that the Transcendent Gate can help me wait for arrancar, I want arrancar now." Baragan Luzenbern, the former Hueco Mundo Emperor, looked towards the Gate of Transcendence and spoke eagerly. Ye Chuan glanced over at the impatient Baragan, and could understand his feelings. After all, the former top fighter of Hueco Mundo, the ruler of the Night Palace, saw the aura of the two Ajitja's arrancars after entering the Transcendent Gate was 3 times stronger than his current aura. Naturally, it was difficult for him to accept it, and he immediately demanded arrancar. "Be patient, Baragan. I will give you much more power than this. But since you want it so badly, why don't you explore the way for the other Vasto lords first?" Ye Chuan flicked his finger and launched a Hugyaku bullet directly into the hollow hole in Baragan's chest. A strange scene occurred. The Hugyaku seed was suspended in Baragan's hollow. The next moment, a jet-black gelatinous substance gushed out of Baragan's hollow and instantly enveloped it, forming a large, pitch-black cocoon. Ha ha ha, that's exactly the feeling. That's exactly the feeling. Baragan's wild laughter emanated from the cocoon. Ye Chuan returned to his throne again and found a comfortable position to lie down. All female voids below Lord Vasto, go to the side hall next door and line up in order. There is a second gate to Transcendence there. Upon hearing this, Mila Rhodes, Apache, Sun and other female Minos Grande went to the side hall, but a strange thing mixed in among them. Hey, Charlotte Kulu Feng, you stay here arrancar. Looking at Charlotte Kuru Feng who was trying to sneak into the side hall, the veins on Ye Chuan's forehead bulged. But, I'm also a super cute and beautiful girl. Charlotte Kuru Feng spoke in a feminine voice, twisting her body as she spoke, and the purple flower buds behind her kept swaying. It's hard, Ye Chuan's fist is hard. Immediately, he lightly tapped the air with his fingertips, and strands of dark golden ryotsu gathered in front of him, making a gesture as if to release Zero. Only then did Charlotte Kurupan below shut her mouth obediently. Chapter 105. Looking at the black cocoon that Baragan had transformed into, Ye Chuan frowned slightly. It was obvious that it would take some time to fuse the Hugyaku, and it would not be completed in a short time. Charlotte Kulu Feng, carry your majesty back to his palace. Ye Chuan directly ordered Charlotte Kulu Feng, who had already successfully arrancar, to carry the large cocoon transformed by Baragan back to her residence. As you command, Lord Ye Chuan. Charlotte Kulu Feng, the effeminate man, picked up the large black cocoon and left. As she reached the door, she flirted with Yuan Perk, frightening the red-haired man so much that his hair stood on end. With the inclusion of the remnants of Baragan, the number of ajichas under Ye Chuan expanded to more than 100. Therefore, in order to prevent the Transcendence Gate from being overloaded, he specifically extended the arrancar time limit of these ajichas under his command. Therefore, even with 2 gates of Transcendence, it still took more than half a month to complete the huge task of arrancar for all the ajichas under his command. During this period, Baragan's black cocoon still did not move, but Ye Chuan could feel that his ryotsu was steadily improving, and the day when he broke out of the cocoon was not far away. Now all the arrancars have been sent by Ye Chuan to the ruins of Sui Palace to participate in the reconstruction. In the underground training room, Ye Chuan looked at the remaining 6 Vasto lords with a slight smile on his face. Now Ye Chuan had called the cocoon that Baragan had transformed into and the other 6 Vasto lords to the underground training room. After Baragan arrancar, it will be your turn. Due to the special nature of the sub-Hugyaku, he couldn't guarantee that implanting the sub-Hugyaku would have any special effects on these Vasto lords, so he planned to let Baragan act as the guinea pig first. According to his estimation, Baragan would be out soon. So he and a group of Watt-level Minos Grande waited for Baragan to break out of the cocoon, and this wait lasted for 2 days. Boom! 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 On the morning of the 3rd day, a powerful jet-black ryotsu rose from the training room at the bottom of the underground palace, waking up the Vasto lords who were sleeping in the training room. Ye Chuan, who was standing right in front of him, stared intently at the large black cocoon that had cracks on it. It's coming! The crack on the cocoon rapidly enlarged and covered the entire black cocoon in just a moment. Crack! The black cocoon shattered with a sound, and an old hand stretched out. Then, a dark-skinned, burly old man with white hair and beard walked out of it, carrying a huge axe. At this moment, the Hugyaku seed was floating in his void. So strong! This ryotsu has already caught up with Star K. Ulquiera sighed as he looked at Baragan behind arrancar. Ye Chuan waved his hand and made the fragments of the black cocoon into a set of luxurious black and white robes. Baragan took the robe and put it on directly, then looked at Ye Chuan with eyes full of fighting spirit. Seeing this, Ye Chuan just chuckled. Don't suppress your desire to challenge. I know what you're thinking. Just come at me. After saying that, he waved casually towards Baragan. Don't worry, just return to the sword. I've already reinforced the barrier here. You can't break it with your level. So, Baragan didn't hesitate and raised the giant axe in his hand. Rotten, Skull King. As Baragan chanted the words of liberation, a burst of pitch-black riotsuo filled the entire training room. If it weren't for the barrier set up in advance by Ye Chuan, the impact of Baragan's returning riotsuo alone would have shattered the entire underground palace. When riotsuo calmed down, Baragan's figure was revealed. Compared with the original, his blade posture had changed a lot. His body was covered with dark green fur, with a long golden rope wrapped around his waist, and purple riotsuo was always wrapped around his neck. The mask on the head also had 4 sharp corners intertwined with white and golden colors, and the right arm holding the axe and the entire axe handle were shining with golden luster. Interesting, is this your return blade? Ye Chuan carefully sensed Baragan's riotsuo and discovered that his riotsuo level, now in his riotsuo state, was comparable to Starcase. While it was a slight improvement compared to the original riotsuo, the improvement wasn't significant. This was understandable, considering he was only fusing a sub-Hagyaku, not the original Hagyaku itself. But even though he only fused the sub-Hagyaku, all the characteristics of the Hagyaku were also available, and the sub-Hagyaku would grow and become stronger together with the host. Therefore, the Baragan that has been fused with the sub-Hagyaku becomes stronger is a continuous process. Not bad, it looks good. Ye Chuan held his chin with his right hand and commented with interest. Lord Ye Chuan, will you not return to the blade? Baragan looked at Ye Chuan seriously. Return to the blade? You have to defeat me in this state first. Ye Chuan chuckled, raised his hand and lightly shot a dark golden bullet towards Baragan's face. Baragan had a deadly black aura emanating from the white bone claw of his right paw. Death sigh. Then, under the influence of the black air, Ye Chuan's virtual bullet was directly eroded by the breath of death and then turned invisible. Oh? Did you use your power to age my hollow bullet? So you can age Zero. The next moment, a dark golden Zero took shape at Ye Chuan's fingertips and shot directly towards Baragan. Looking at this terrifying thing, a look of horror appeared on Zero Baragan's skull face. So strong. Pushing Death Sigh to ultimate, thick black air gushed out, attempting to envelop Ye Chuan's Zero. No, I can't stop it. However, even if he pushed his own death force to ultimate, he could not completely block this Zero, because there was an essential gap between the two riotsuo. Although Baragan's ability was extremely heaven-defying, Ye Chuan's riotsuo crushed him head-on. Boom! Apparently, Baragan's death sigh did not completely stop Ye Chuan's Zero. After a loud bang, a cloud of smoke rose. When the smoke cleared, it was discovered that a hole had been blasted in Baragan's skull by Ye Chuan. But the next moment, Ye Chuan found that a dark golden riotsuo lingered over the gap on Baragan's face and began to repair his skull face. Oh, the Hagyaku actually gave you the power of regeneration. Although this speed is not as fast as his, Ulquiera's, and Wanda Weiss's high-speed regeneration, the repair speed is not slow. You should know that the Baragan in the original book has no regenerative ability at all. Therefore, Ye Chuan was not in a hurry and waited for Baragan to fully recover from his injuries. Baragan, who was recovering from his injuries at the moment, finally realized how ignorant he was when he told Ye Chuan to return to his original form before engaging in battle with him. Zero, whose power was greatly reduced by half in just one blow under normal conditions, had already beaten him into this state. How could he even talk about returning to the sword? But despite this, he still would not give up the challenge to Ye Chuan. He immediately pulled the chain on the giant axe, and then swung it towards Ye Chuan. Chapter 106. Hey! The giant axe, like a guillotine, carrying a strong force of death, attacked Ye Chuan in the face. Ye Chuan didn't even look at it, but just waved his hand, and a thunder whip took shape in his palm, and then he swung it out violently, wrapping around the giant axe in the air. The dark golden power of thunder was transmitted along the axe blade to the golden chain, and then to Baragan's skeletal body. Sizzle! In an instant, the bones all over Baragan's body turned black due to the electric shock. However, the next moment Ye Chuan was surprised to find that his thunder whip was still weakened by the corrosion of the breath of death and began to slowly dissipate. "That's quite a skill, Baragan!" Ye Chuan exclaimed in praise. With his current Ryutsu level, even if he didn't return to the blade, the lightning whip he condensed could last for at least 100 years without special consumption. But now, it was dissipated by Baragan's death sigh within a few dozen breaths. "There's a price to pay for looking down on me." Seeing his own death force eroding Ye Chuan's thunder whip, Baragan's confidence surged, and he attacked again with his axe. At the same time, a dense death force erupted from his body, filling the entire training room. Not good. The other 6 Vasto lords who were originally in the training room were shocked and used the sound rotation to avoid the oncoming force of death. However, except for Starcase spinning that could avoid the death sigh, the speed of the remaining 5 Vasto lords without arrancar was simply not enough to escape the power of death that was like a maggot on the tarsal bone. Seeing this, Ye Chuan waved his hand and released a thunder barrier in front of several Waxu, completely blocking the death sigh. At the same time, Ye Chuan made a move that no one expected. He didn't even draw his sword, but directly took on Baragan's giant axe wrapped in a strong force of death with his bare hands. Ye Chuan adult. This move left several Mino Grandes watching the battle behind the barrier dumbfounded. They couldn't understand why Ye Chuan would take the initiative to come into contact with this terrifying power of death. Ye Chuan, are you looking for death? Baragan was puzzled when he saw Ye Chuan actually took his death sigh with his bare hands. In just a few breaths, the dark power of death corroded Ye Chuan's left hand until only white bones were left. "It seems that today, I will reclaim the throne of King Hueco Mundo. This is truly cause for celebration." Seeing this, Baragan was overjoyed and showed a look of triumph. Ye Chuan laughed out loud at Baragan's lightning-fast face-changing magic trick. "Baragan, you are already old, how can you still be so childish? The reason I dare to touch the power of death with my bare hands is because I am sure that your ability poses no threat to me." The next moment, the flesh on Ye Chuan's left hand, which had turned into white bones, began to wriggle, and high-speed regeneration was activated directly to push back Baragan's death force. Ye Chuan's left hand completed regeneration, but the power of death did not seem to be completely expelled, but was forced back into the palm of his hand. Ye Chuan immediately used his hand as a knife. A lightning arc turned into a blade that lingered on his right palm, and he fiercely slashed at the skin on the palm of his left hand that contained the power of death. Instantly, the wound on his left hand healed as the flesh began to bud and wriggle back to its original shape. The dead skin that had been cut, without the support of Ye Chuan's Ryutsu, turned into dust and dissipated under the power of death. Seeing this scene, Baragan's eyes shining with hellfire were stunned. "This is impossible." Ye Chuan shook his head calmly. "Nothing is impossible. Aside from the present world, everything in this world is made up of Ryutsu. Hollows and Shinigami are all souls made up of Ryutsu. Therefore, the strength of Ryutsu determines the direction of the battle. I admit that your abilities are indeed strong, but under the absolute crushing power of my Ryutsu, they seem so insignificant. I never thought that even with all the power I've gained, I still can't compare to you." Baragan, holding a huge axe, looked a little depressed, but the next moment he still chose to turn around and rush towards Ye Chuan to kill him. "Baragan seems to still be clinging to your dream of becoming the Emperor of Hueco Mundo. How dare you bare your fangs to me? In that case..." As he spoke, Ye Chuan pulled out the Zanpakut from his waist and swung it lightly. The speed of the knife seemed slow, but in fact, an afterimage had already appeared. Boom! There was a loud noise like a spring thunder. This thunderous strike is my reward to you. Enjoy it, Baragan. As Ye Chuan slashed with his sword, a brilliant dark golden blade light spanned the entire training room and crushed towards Baragan. Death sigh. Seeing that the blade was about to fall on his head, Baragan had no choice but to activate his own death power to ultimate. However, no matter how hard he tried, his death power was still unable to stop this devastating thunder. The so-called Thunder Slash was a blade Ye Chuan had mastered, drawing on his own lightning abilities and combining them with the true meaning of Spring Thunder, which brings all things back to life. This blade itself represents the resilience of life, a stark contrast to the Baragan's power of death and aging. Feeling the majestic breath of life in this sword, Baragan's death sigh could only cover the surface of the Thunder Slash's blade light. He tried his best to reduce the power of Thunder Slash by 30%. No! Seeing the knife light getting closer and closer to him, Baragan screamed in fear. Ye Chuan had already put away his knife and stood aside, looking at Baragan who was struggling to hold on with a smile. The next moment, the dazzling blade light slashed down directly, splitting Baragan in half from the middle. Even the Hugyaku floating on his hollow hole was split into two pieces by Ye Chuan. Ah! Master Ye Chuan, spare my life. I know I am wrong. Baragan, who was split in half vertically from the middle of the head, was still alive. Both halves of his body begged Ye Chuan for mercy. I never thought that Hugyaku could give you such a strong vitality. Ah! Forgive me. Feeling the power of thunder constantly burning himself at the broken part, both halves of Baragan howled in unison. Looking at Baragan's miserable appearance, after he wailed for a long time, Ye Chuan slowly walked to the two halves of his body, picked it up, and then waved his hand to remove the thunder power from the broken end. Then, using Soul Eater, he reunited the split sub-Hugyaku. In an instant, the two halves of Baragan slowly closed under the traction of the sub-Hugyaku. Not long after, the two halves merged into a complete Baragan again, but there was still a crack in the center of Baragan's crown. It was obvious that he was just barely able to hold his body together at this moment. The injury left by the thunderous sword would take a long time to heal. If I weren't still in need of you, I would have spared your life. If you dare to do it again next time, I will definitely send you to hell and make you reflect on yourself. Ye Chuan looked at Baragan, who was half kneeling on the ground and still in shock, and said lightly. Thank you, Lord Ye Chuan, for not killing me. Looking at Baragan kneeling on the ground like a loyal dog, Ye Chuan smiled with satisfaction. Now, he was just sparring with a few Vasto lords in the training room. Ye Chuan didn't openly crush Baragan in front of his former subordinates. This was the last bit of dignity he left for the former Hueco Mundo Emperor. Chapter 107. Just as Baragan left the training room in disgrace and returned to his residence to recuperate, Ye Chuan looked at the remaining 6 Vasto lords. After Baragan's testing, it has been completely confirmed that the fusion of sub-Hugyaku will not have any negative effects on them, so Ye Chuan plans to implant sub-Hugyaku into all Vasto lords under his command. He simply took out 2 Hugyaku bullets and shot them directly into the hollow holes on the chests of Haribal and Nell. Let's get started, thank you, Master Ye Chuan. At this time, Nell looked at the Hugyaku that was flying towards her and blooming with extraordinary brilliance with a relaxed tone and a happy expression. And Haribal on the side also looked at Ye Chuan excitedly. Adult Ye Chuan. 2 sub-Hugyaku particles floated in the voids of the 2 Vasto lords, emitting a soft glow. Soon, both Nell and Haribal were enveloped by the constantly surging strange substance, transforming into a large cocoon, one emerald green, and one bright yellow. Ye Chuan then activated his hibiki and flashed to the side of the silent Ulquira, placing a Hugyaku seed into the hollow of his heart. I promised you that I would take you to find your heart. Now, let this thing serve as your heart. Thank you, Lord Ye Chuan, for your trouble. Ulquiera knelt on one knee and sincerely thanked Ye Chuan. In an instant, countless dark green spirit particles surged out and turned into a large cocoon that wrapped him. Master Ye Chuan, hurry up, is it my turn yet? An extremely excited voice sounded, until a humanoid figure, Mino Grande, with short sky blue hair, a tall figure, a leopard mask on his face, and two leopard tails behind him, jumped up and down beside Ye Chuan. This humanoid Mino Grande was, of course, Grimjo, who had ascended to Vasto Lord after devouring Ye Chuan's slender remains. He had now shed his beastly form and, like other Vasto Lords, had become remarkably human. And me. Wanda Weiss, who was standing by, saw Grimjo fighting for the Hgyaku from Ye Chuan, and he also hurried forward to ask for it. At this moment, Wanda Weiss's figure became more well-proportioned, his huge head became normal size, and the countless big hands behind him became two ordinary hands. Obviously, like Grimjo, he got the help of Ye Chuan's remnant and successfully promoted to Vasto Lord. Okay, I won't forget you two funny guys. Ye Chuan took out two more Hgyaku and stuffed them into the hollows of the two newly promoted Vasto Lords under their expectant gazes. The next moment, two large cocoons of different colors formed and completely enveloped the two. Then, Ye Chuan turned his gaze to Sail Aporo who was standing beside him. This extremely mysterious Vasto Lord did not show any sign of urgency. He just leaned against the wall and waited for Ye Chuan's call. It's your turn, Sail Aporo. Ye Chuan always gives enough respect to scientific researchers. In the original work, after Sail Aporo split from his brother, although he fell from Vasto Lord to Ajichas, he was still able to become the 8th Espada, which already shows his strength. Perhaps his foundation wasn't as strong as Starcase, who managed to become a blade after splitting, but it was undeniable that he was also an extremely powerful Vasto Lord. Moreover, the fact that he was able to develop the Hgyaku to assist many Mino Grande arrancars gates of transcendence had already proven his worth to Ye Chuan. Looking at the gem that was shining with two colors of light and slowly flying towards him, Sail Aporo stuffed it into his own void. FK. Ye Chuan was amazed by the location of the virtual cave. What a wonderful evolution! It's wonderful to follow you, Lord Ye Chuan. Sail Aporo's intoxicated voice echoed in Ye Chuan's ears, and the next moment a big pink cocoon wrapped him up. Finally, Ye Chuan took out a sub-Hgyaku and gave it to Stark. After the sub-Hgyaku merged with Stark, Ye Chuan was surprised to find that Stark was not wrapped in a big cocoon, but his Ryutsu was slowly strengthened under the effect of the sub-Hgyaku. And Lai Linet's Ryutsu, who was far away in her own residence, actually improved along with Stark. Looking at Stark who had not yet turned into a cocoon, Ye Chuan smiled dumbly. It was probably because Stark had already succeeded in arrancar, so he was unable to form a cocoon like other Vasto Lords. Since you haven't spun a cocoon yet, then you can make the trip for me. Ye Chuan actually threw another Hgyaku to Stark. Go to Baika town in the real world and find a young man named Jingoko. He has my Ryutsu on him, so it shouldn't be difficult for him to find. Give him this Hgyaku and tell him that this is his well-deserved reward. Looking at the second coin in his hand, Hgyaku asked curiously. Master Ye Chuan, don't you implant Hgyaku yourself? Me? At my level, that's not necessary. Ye Chuan smiled calmly, not caring at all. Don't be fooled by Ye Chuan's easy answer now, because he had actually tried secretly a long time ago. He even tried to absorb the 12 Hgyaku together, but found that his status as the son of Hueco Mundo was rejecting Hgyaku. If Ye Chuan wanted to forcibly fuse these 12 pieces of Hgyaku, he could succeed, but at the same time he would lose the blessing of the entire Hueco Mundo power. Now, with the power of Hueco Mundo, no one can kill Ye Chuan as long as he does not leave Hueco Mundo without permission and is ambushed outside Hueco Mundo. Furthermore, with the blessing of Hueco Mundo's power, his growth and evolution were still progressing steadily, so there was no need for him to give up his status as the son of Hueco Mundo for the sake of Hagyaku, the son born from half of the original Hagyaku. If it was the perfect Hagyaku that was a fusion of the two Hagyaku created by Urahara-Kisuk and Aizen-suk, then the son of Hueco Mundo's status wouldn't be absolutely necessary, but it would be foolish to discard such a hard-earned status just because of a few copies. As to whether the Shinigami clone will be implanted in the sub-Hagyaku, Ye Chuan thinks that there is no need for that at all. Now that the original body's strength has greatly increased, the amount of Ryutsu that the Shinigami clone can borrow through spirit particle sharing will naturally increase as well. If you rashly fuse it for the sake of a small improvement in the sub-Hagyaku, what if the Aizen who has already fused with the Hagyaku senses the sub-Hagyaku's aura? Then the Shinigami clone will be completely exposed. Besides, Ito Makoto hasn't even mastered Bankai yet. He still has a lot of room for growth and doesn't need Hagyaku to help him break through the boundaries for the time being. Chapter 108. It's a hot summer day. Present world, Baika Town. Jingoko was lying leisurely on the sofa in the rental house, drinking iced happy water with a straw in his mouth. And on the head of the bed next to it, there was a small centipede with dark golden patterns on its body. Suddenly, the small centipede raised its head slightly and looked out the window. Call out! Following a noise, a young man wearing a white robe, with short dark brown curly hair, grey-blue eyes and a slight beard on his chin suddenly sat down on the sofa in Jinjoko's rental house. Jingoko had no idea how this person appeared in his room so quietly. Finally found you. You must be Jingoko, right? As Star K spoke softly, Jingoko realized that a stranger had broken into his room. He immediately reached out to grab the cross hanging around his neck. Who are you? Jingoko asked cautiously while holding the lion cross gallows tightly in his hands, because he clearly felt the power of the person who came, and the unintentional Ryutsu made him tremble. Unexpectedly, the next moment, the man in white robe who was sitting on the sofa appeared in front of him without warning, and grabbed his right hand which was holding the cross gallows. Don't be nervous, I'm here to give you a gift. This is a reward from Lord Ye Chuan. After saying that, Star K waved his hand and directly grabbed Jinjoko's spirit out of his body, and then directly stabbed the hand holding Hagyaku into Jinjoko's chest. Ah! Seeing his chest being cut open by the mysterious man in front of him, he was hit by a sharp pain and fainted. It was not until half a day later that Jingoko slowly woke up in his bed in the rental house. The first thing Jingoko did upon waking up was to pull open his clothes to check his chest, but he found no injuries on his chest. There was no sign of anyone else entering his rental house either. Is it a dream? Jingoko touched his dizzy head and looked at the little centipede hollow at the head of the bed. At the same time, Ye Chuan, who was sitting on the main hall of Mino's Grande, opened his eyes. Through the vision of the little centipede, Ye Chuan discovered that Jingoko seemed to have a very high degree of fusion with Hagyaku. Just the initial fusion doubled Jinjoko's Ryutsu. At this moment, his Ryutsu has jumped from the level of a chief officer to the level of a strong vice-captain, and this is a process of continuous improvement. While Jingoko is essentially a Soul King candidate like Kurosaki Ichigo, the fundamental difference in their power is enormous. Not only does he lack the power of a Quincy, but even considering the remaining three powers, there's a qualitative difference between him and Kurosaki Ichigo. His Shinigami power came from a gift from Ito Makoto, while his hollow power came from the tiny vestiges of his parents' attacks by ordinary hollows. His only remaining power was his own mastery of the Fullbring cross. Therefore, Fullbring was his primary power among his three powers. Even the artificial human Uzumaki Hikoya, created by Yamada Sanashuk and Tsuneyashiro Tokinata, had a much higher starting point than him. Jingoko can be said to be the worst among the three candidates for the Spirit King. But now with the existence of Sub-Hagyaku, he can subtly strengthen the power of Shinigami and Hollow in his body, which can help him make up for his shortcomings. In a sense, Sub-Hagyaku will improve him more than those Vasto lords. Ye Chuan looked at the 6 large, colorful cocoons before him, his eyes filled with anticipation. As long as the remaining 6 Vasto lords under his command successfully became arrancars, he would have 8 Vasto lord level arrancars under his command, plus over 100 Aegis level arrancars. And with his current reputation in Hueco Mundo, more Minos Grande will come to join his team. Ye Chuan's own evolution is still ongoing. Once his Ryotsuo is accumulated enough and he is promoted to Vasto Lord, his strength will take another big leap. By then, he is confident that he can face Yamamoto Genri Usai's Zanka no Tachi directly without any external help. Today, Ye Chuan is growing stronger and stronger, and he will soon become the 3rd largest force after Soul Society and the Invisible Empire. Come over here, Zaihuzu. Ye Chuan strolled leisurely and waved to the bewildered Tianbei embroidery assistant. Tianbei Zaihuzu, who was standing aside, showed an extremely cautious expression. He stretched out his palm and wiped his face. A mask with flame patterns appeared on Tianbei Zaihuzu's face. Apparently, after more than a decade of hard training in the darkness of the Minos Grande forest, Tianbei Xiuzhu had already mastered the ability of Hollow. Now that Ye Chuan has nothing to do, he can come and give some pointers to Tianbei Zaihuzu's practice. Facing Ye Chuan, who was already arrancar, Tianbei Zaihuzu felt the unparalleled pressure, so he directly used the Hollow ability and released his Zanpaku't Thunder Fire. Master Ye Chuan, be careful. After being hollowed, Tianbei Zaihuzu's speed and Ryotsuo increased significantly. He held up Lihuo and attacked Ye Chuan with blazing flames. Call! Ye Chuan didn't even look at it and just blew a breath, directly extinguishing the flames on the thunder fire. Then Ye Chuan used only his index finger to resist the extinguished thunder fire. How could that be? Seeing this scene, Tianbei Zaihuzu was stunned on the spot. Hisaguchi, cheer up. Do you really think you can defeat Yamamoto Genri Usai with this level of strength? Ye Chuan's voice was so deafening that it woke Tianbei Xiuzhu from her trance. You've mastered it, right? Show me how to use it. Ye Chuan sensed Amagai Shusuk's Ryotsuo and discovered that over the past decade or so, he had actually advanced from a chief officer level to a captain level 3rd class spiritual power, and that he didn't seem to call out Zanpakut's real name when he shikai just now. Being able to do this means that Amagai Shusuk has mastered the Shinigami's ultimate secret, Bankai. Ye Chuan could only say that hatred was a powerful force. His will for revenge had enabled Amagai Shusuk to master Bankai in just over a decade, truly attaining captain-level prowess. This rate of growth put even Ye Chuan's Shinigami clones to shame. Of course, it is undeniable that Tianbei Zaihuzu's talent is definitely top-notch. Yes, Lord Ye Chuan. Apparently, Tianbei Zaihuzu was not surprised at all that Ye Chuan knew that he was in control of Bankai. In Tianbei Zaihuzu's mind, Ye Chuan had long been an omniscient being. Bankai Thunderfire Karma Flame Shell. As Amagai Shusuk recited the words of liberation, the Zanpakut in his hand burst into a burst of hot flames, and a huge strange weapon suddenly appeared in Amagai Shusuk's hand. The front of this weapon is fiery red with a curved hook, and the tail is shaped like a shield, just like a volcano about to erupt. Come on, chop me! Chapter 109. Looking at the huge and bizarre blade, Ye Chuan hooked his finger at Tianbei Xiuzhu again. Ah! Tianbei Xiuzhu on the side did not waste any words. He raised the Thunderfire flame shell in his hand and spun it at high speed. A flame that was 10 times hotter than before burned fiercely at the end of the weapon. After the power of the flame reached ultimate, Tianbei Xiuzhu stepped on Shunpo and slashed the giant blade in his hand towards Ye Chuan. Thunder Flame Slash! In an instant, a pillar of scorching flames shot up into the sky, burning fiercely around Ye Chuan. 10 breaths later, the flames died down and the smoke dissipated, revealing Ye Chuan's figure. There was a charred bloody mark on Ye Chuan's chest, clearly the result of the knife attack. But the next moment, the wound healed as the flesh began to swell. Ha 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 ha, Tianbei Zaihuzu, you are awesome and I want to reward you. Facing this attack, Ye Chuan did nothing but took the blow with his body. But you have to know that even if he doesn't take the initiative to defend himself now, just relying on the passive strength of the steel skin, his defense is higher than before when he was wearing thunder armor. However, with the same Bankai and Hollow, Maguruma Kensei was unable to break his defense at all, while Amagai Shusuk was able to directly cut through the steel skin and injure Ye Chuan. So, Ye Chuan directly took out a sub-hagyaku, stimulated the sub-hagyaku with his own Ryutsu, and continuously released spiritual particles to wrap up Tianbei Zaihuzu. If Ye Chuan hadn't been worried that Aizen might discover the sub-hagyaku aura on his body when he was sent to work for Kide Soul Society in the future, he would have wanted to implant a sub-hagyaku in him. Although I cannot give him a sub-hagyaku now, I can use it to strengthen his hollow ability. After all, his hollow only comes from the unstable hagyaku fragment that was once a defective product. The two colored spirit particles in the hagyaku continuously poured out and rushed towards the mask on Amagai Shusuk's face. In an instant, Tenbei Zaiusuk was wrapped in purple black and dark gold Ryutsu, and the hagyaku in Ye Chuan's hand also dimmed instantly. Thank you for your hard work, take a good rest. Soon, Ye Chuan put away the hagyaku that had been drained dry, and looked at Tianbei Zaihuzu who was wrapped in a rich spirit ball. After a few minutes, the spirit ball dissipated, and the figure of Tianbei Zaiusuk slowly appeared. Master Ye Chuan, I feel like my hollow has entered a new realm. A somewhat dull voice came from Tianbei Zaihuzu, and it was obvious that he had not yet adapted to his new power. Might as well use it. Ye Chuan raised the corner of his mouth slightly and looked at the sloppy young man in front of him. I will try. Tianbei Zaihuzu closed his eyes tightly, as if he was realizing something. This process lasted for 4 or 5 hours, and Ye Chuan waited patiently on the side. Suddenly, Ame Shusuk's eyes snapped open. Burning mountains and steaming seas, falling flame dragon fangs. Amagai Zaiusuk, who was wrapped in the thunderfire flame shell, was also enveloped by a terrifying fiery red Ryutsu, and his aura suddenly increased. The scene was instantly filled with thick smoke, making it difficult to see clearly. Roar! An inhuman roar came from the smoke and dust, and a burly figure stepped forward and attacked Ye Chuan. Call out! Lightning arcs swirled around Ye Chuan's right hand, and he blocked the lightning and fire flame shell with one hand. At this moment, Tianbei Zaihuzu had become immensely tall, at least 4 or 5 meters tall. His entire body was covered in a fiery red and white bone-like substance, and the flame patterns on his mask had become extremely complex. 6 crater-like limbs sprouted from his back, constantly spewing flames. The once stout thunderfire karma flame shell now felt as small as a dagger in his hand. A bright hole also appeared on his chest. Originally, Ye Chuan just let Tianbei Zaihuzu give it a try, but he didn't expect that he could really return to the blade, and he returned to the blade while maintaining the Bankai state. However, he is currently unable to control the return blade well, causing his consciousness to fall into chaos. Come on! It's a good opportunity for me to test your strength. Sizzle. I saw the big mouth under Tianbei Zaihuzu's mask open and close, and a black and red Siro took shape instantly and shot towards Ye Chuan's face. Ye Chuan swung his right hand and directly deflected the Siro, and the Siro hit the hill behind Ye Chuan, and the terrifying Ryutsu splashed everywhere, creating a huge deep pit. The next moment, the hollowed Tianbei Zaihuzu turned the thunderfire flame shell again, and then inserted it into the ground after the power of the flame reached ultimate. Then 4 fierce flame pillars formed around Ye Chuan, surrounding Ye Chuan and trying to burn Ye Chuan to death. Ye Chuan left the spot with a loud bang, but no matter where Ye Chuan landed, the pillar of flame would chase him like a leech. Interesting. Pillars of fire appeared wherever Ye Chuan had appeared. In an instant, all the flames gathered together and turned into a flaming dragon head, attacking Ye Chuan. Seeing this, Ye Chuan calmly raised his right hand and pointed. A dark golden Zero took shape in an instant and collided with the terrifying flaming dragon head. Boom! Following a loud bang, a heat wave swept around the two of them, turning the trees within a radius of dozens of kilometers into charcoal. Very capable. Roar! Looking at the still frantic Tianbei Zaihuzu, Ye Chuan directly pulled out the Zanpakut from his waist and started fighting with him in the art of cutting. Clang! 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 After the two exchanged several sword blows, Ye Chuan found an opportunity and cut off Tianbei Zaihuzu's sword-wielding arm with one sword. The next moment, the flesh on Tianbei Zaihuzu's arm moved and returned to its original state. Seeing this, Ye Chuan's mouth twitched slightly. It's really difficult to subdue you without taking your life. Roar! After his arm recovered, Tianbei Xiuzhu roared again and tried to pick up the thunder fire flame shell that fell to the ground. Four-sided thunder realm. How could Ye Chuan give him a chance? He immediately cast a four-sided thunder field to trap him inside, and then waved his hand, and four spikes made of lightning directly nailed into his limbs. Roar! Looking at Tianbei Xiuzhu who was still smashing and roaring in front of him, Ye Chuan turned around and rushed in front of him, snapping his fingers at the mask on his face. Crash! With a crisp sound, the mask shattered, and the bone layer covering the whole body instantly turned into dust and dissipated, revealing the unconscious Tenbei Zayasuk. Yes, it's really profitable. Ye Chuan never expected that Tenbei Zaihuzu's talent was so high that he could return to the sword while maintaining the state of Bankai. Although he could not fully master the return to the sword now, judging from his current performance, he was only stronger than Baragan after the return to the sword. Originally, Ye Chuan sought Tianbei Zihu's help just for the Mo Yao sword that could seal Jingoko, but he didn't expect that this guy could give him such a big surprise. A moment later, Tianbei Xiuzhu slowly woke up and looked at Ye Chuan beside him with an extremely excited expression. Although his consciousness was previously occupied by the violence of the hollow, he clearly perceived the entire process of the battle. With this power, and Jingoko, who sealed Yamamoto with the taper blade, I will definitely be able to kill him. Once I fully master this power, I will return to Soul Society to avenge my father. After hearing what Tianbei Zihu said, Ye Chuan almost staggered and lost his balance. Zaihuzu, don't keep forcing yourself to practice. You can take a proper rest. Otherwise, it will easily backfire. As for revenge, we need to think about it in the long run. Chapter 110. Soul Society, the 5th Squad Barracks. In Tamura Yao's dormitory, Ito Makoto was getting dressed with a refreshed look. Suddenly, a pair of arms as white as jade hugged Ito Makoto's waist from behind. Cheng Jun, don't go. Ito Makoto turned his head and looked at Tamura Yao with a serious face. Yao, as the vice-captain of the 4th Division, I bear the lives of many soldiers on my shoulders. How can I abandon my responsibilities as vice-captain for a moment of pleasure? Tiankan Yao looked at Ito Makoto who was speaking righteously, and his face was suddenly filled with shame. Cheng Jun, I'm sorry, I was too selfish. At this moment, Tamura Yao felt a surge of regret, thinking of Ito Makoto, the vice-captain of the 4th Division, who had a heavy medical workload and often took time out to help him practice. If it weren't for Ito Makoto's help, he wouldn't have mastered Shikai so quickly and become the 9th seat in the 5th Division. Yet, he always wanted to monopolize all of Ito Makoto's time. Yao, today is your day off, so have a good rest. I'll be leaving first. Makoto Ito affectionately stroked Tamura Yao's hair, then skillfully put on his shoes and left the dormitory. Walking in the 5th Division's barracks, Ito Makoto felt somewhat bored. Suddenly, as if he sensed something, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Are you finally back? Not long after, when Ito Makoto walked to a courtyard corridor, he saw a figure wearing a captain's haori. It was Aizen who had returned from Hueco Mundo. Hey, isn't that Captain Aizen? Good morning. Your teaching duties at the Shin Spiritual Academy are over so soon. Ito Makoto greeted Aizen-suk with a warm look on his face. Vice Captain Ito, you showed up at our 5th Division's barracks early this morning. It's obvious you've spent the night there again. Since you like our 5th Division so much, why don't you just come and take up your position there? I think Captain Tamura will be very happy too. Aizen looked at Ito Makoto with a smile on his face, and that warm expression made people feel like spring breeze. Oh, please spare me. I prefer to save lives and heal the wounded in the 4th Division. That's how I can show my value. Sorry, Captain Aizen. Hearing this, Aizen paused for a moment, then pushed up his new glasses and spoke slowly. That's not at all like something you, a member of the 11th Division, would say, Vice Captain Ito. People's thoughts always change. Ito Makoto touched his nose and continued to have an awkward conversation with Aizen. The reason why he stayed overnight in the 5th Division and even took the initiative to talk to Aizen for so long was to observe from his original perspective whether Aizen had entered the 2nd stage of Hagyaku's evolution. What Ito Makoto sees and hears will be transmitted to Ye Chuan's mind in real time. Although the current strength of the Shinigami clone cannot make any sense of it, with the vision of the original body, it is naturally easy to distinguish Aizen's current stage of evolution. Sure enough, it's still stuck at the 1st level of Hagyaku. After repeated confirmation by Ye Chuan, although Aizen started the evolutionary journey of fusing Hagyaku ahead of time in the Battle of Hueco Mundo, it seems that he lacks the half of Hagyaku from Uraharakisuk, which prevents him from achieving multiple evolutions in a short period of time as in the original work. After confirming Aizen's current condition, Ye Chuan was completely relieved. This meant that he had time to develop to his strongest state in Hueco Mundo. I have to go back to the 4th Division for duty, so I'll be leaving first, Captain Aizen. After achieving his goal, Ito Makoto found a reason to end the conversation with Aizen and left the 5th Squad's barracks. In the 4th Division, at the comprehensive first aid station, all the Shinigami soldiers of the 4th Division are very busy at this moment. Captain, why are there so many injured today? What happened again? Makoto Ito looked at the beds in the first aid station that were already filled with people lying down. He found that these injured soldiers were all from the 13th Division who were in charge of field work. Something strange has happened again. Seeing this, Ito Makoto hurriedly found an unattended bed and began to treat the wounded. During the treatment, Ito Makoto discovered that the Shinigami soldier in front of him had a penetrating wound on his body, which directly penetrated his chest, and a strange ryotsu was spreading on the wound. This is... Just as Ito Makoto was puzzled, Unohana, who had finished treating the wounded, wiped the sweat from her forehead, turned her head and smiled gently at Ito Makoto. Cheng, I'm sorry, I have to drag you over to work overtime today when you have a day off. Ito Makoto's opponent just smiled and nodded slightly at Unohana. Captain, what are these wounded? Unohana sighed deeply and then spoke slowly. Quincy. Really? Although Ye Chuan guessed that the wound was caused by a Quincy the moment he saw it, he still had to pretend to be surprised. Wasn't the Quincy group exterminated after being defeated by the Soul Society over 100 years ago? Unohana shook her head, and then slowly spoke. That being said, there are still some Quincy's lurking in the real world. As far as I know, the Quincy's surviving in the real world should be the same lineage that opposed the war. I don't know why they suddenly attacked the Shinigami. Hearing Unohana words, Ito Makoto's lips curled up slightly, and he was suddenly overjoyed. He never thought that the Quincy he had been searching for in vain for over 10 years would actually appear on his own. After all, Ye Chuan has already gathered the power of Shinigami and the power of Hollow, and in order to achieve transcendence in the Shinigami world, the power of the Quincy is an indispensable part. At this moment, the invisible empire is still hidden in the shadow of the Siritii, and Ito Makoto cannot enter at all. Therefore, hiding the small number of Quincy's in the world has become his only way to obtain the power of the Quincy's. It's like searching for gold everywhere, but it's easy to find. Mino's Grande house, main hall of the underground palace. Ye Chuan woke up from his deep sleep. Since he obtained the status of the son of Hueco Mundo, his ryotsu has been increasing day by day. In order to better digest these ryotsu, he often falls into a deep sleep. Ye Chuan stretched and perked up a little. Take out a piece of Hagyaku and hold it in your palm. Hagyaku, show me your magic. Then, dark golden ryotsu rose up from around Ye Chuan, and an illusory figure emerged from Ye Chuan's body. The figure's features were unclear, just a vague humanoid form, its body shrouded in a faint milky white spiritual energy. The concentration of spiritual energy in this figure wasn't particularly high, but it had reached the level of 9th level spiritual power. Moreover, the spiritual energy emanating from this figure is extremely pure. Not a Shinigami, not a hollow. This pure soul power is like that of an ordinary human with innate spiritual power. It actually worked. Ye Chuan looked at the blurry and illusory figure in front of him, excitement in his eyes. This figure was Ye Chuan's new avatar. Logically, since Ye Chuan was arrancar, his avatar should also be arrancar. However, Ye Chuan clearly remembered that Aizen had said in the original novel that the essence of Hagyaku was to fulfill desires and wishes. Therefore, Ye Chuan gave it a try and used the power of Hagyaku to reshape this clone. Unexpectedly, it really transformed directly into a human soul clone. However, the soul essence power carried by this clone is very limited, even less than the essence consumed when the Shinigami clone was split. It is less than 1/10,000th of the total amount of ryotsu of the original body. However, there was nothing that could be done about it, as the abilities of the sub-Hagyaku were limited, and Ye Chuan's own ryotsu was too strong. Once Ye Chuan invests too much soul power in this new clone, the ryotsu of this clone will become closer to arrancar and will lose the purity of being a human soul. Chapter 111. Ye Chuan lay on the throne, looking at the new clone with interest. At this moment, the appearance and even the gender of the clone were not fixed. It was just a soul aggregate that had begun to take human form. As long as Ye Chuan finds a prosthetic body or a human body for this clone to possess, this soul polymer can be shaped according to the body. How about just taking over Kurosaki Ichigo's body? And do it all in one go? But he quickly rejected this idea. Not to mention that according to the current timeline, Kurosaki Ichigo's mother Kurosaki Masaki might not have been born yet, and he couldn't afford to wait that long. Besides, Kurosaki Ichigo has been under the constant care of his forefathers since he was conceived, so it is not that easy to tamper with him. Late at night, in the present world, Shinshucho, Tachibana Street. A tall young man with black hair, dark blue eyes and wearing a death suit stood on the deserted overpass and looked ahead with a serious expression. So you really are Quincy. My soul society has shown you some mercy and spared you from extermination. Yet, you even dared to openly murder the garrison members of my 13th division. Your crimes are truly heinous. At the end of the overpass, two young men in ordinary clothes were confronting the Shinigami in front of them. One of them had short blonde hair and a blonde beard. The other person was wearing a pair of rimless glasses, and he looked even younger with his gentle demeanor. Extraordinary mercy. If it weren't for you Shinigami, how could we be displaced and living under someone else's roof? Don't be so righteous, Shinigami. The blonde man retorted with a look of disdain at the young Shinigami's words. You Quincy's are frantically slaughtering hollows, completely wiping out the souls. Your actions are contrary to the very rules governing the three realms. Your very existence is a mistake. Soul Society has done its utmost by not annihilating you. Yet you wantonly slaughtered the Shinigami stationed in my 13th division, and even killed ordinary humans with high innate spiritual powers. Your crimes are simply unforgivable. There's no point in talking anymore. Die. Let Sweeten Sakamaki go, Nijibana. After saying this, the young Shinigami pulled out the Zanpakut from his waist and chanted the liberation words. The Zanpakut in his hand instantly transformed into a trident with a spiral cone at the end and a water blue tassel. This person is none other than the vice-captain of the 13th Division, Shibakayan. As the captain of the 13th Division, Jaishur Yukatake, is often ill, most of the division's affairs are actually managed by the vice-captain, Shibakayan. Shibakayan was newly married and had not had time to enjoy the joy of the boudoir when they were told that many of the garrison members were trapped in the real world, and their methods were similar to those of the Quincy of the past. Because the matter was of great importance, Shibakayan even applied to the Technology Development Bureau for the lifting of restrictions before coming. In other words, Shibakayan was not restricted from Ryutsu at this moment, and came to the world directly in his prime. As a result, after some investigation, he actually discovered that there was a group of Quincy hunting Shinigami stationed in the real world, and even humans with high innate spiritual power. Turn around and ride the waves. Shibakayan rotated the trident in his hand, and then strands of water lingered around him. Then his speed increased dramatically, and he came behind the two Quincies with a shunpo. He thrust out with his halberd, intending to pierce through the young Quincy wearing glasses. The expected blood and flesh splattering Shibakayan did not happen, but instead it was like being stabbed on a thick iron body. The bespectacled young Quincy's clothes were torn, exposing his entire back. Strange pale blue patterns appeared on his back, neutralizing most of the force of his attack. The blow that should have pierced the young Quincy directly only left a bloody mark. It was obvious that Shibakayan was shocked by the unique skills of the Quincy in front of him. The files in Godi I-13 were vague about the purge mission against the Quincy more than 100 years ago. In addition, more than 100 years ago, Shibakayan was still a child and had never participated in the subjugation mission against the Quincy, so he did not know much about the abilities of the Quincy. Call out! Call out! The two young Quincy opened their holy arrows at the same time and shot several light blue spirit light arrows at Shibakayan. Seeing this, Shibakayan used shunpo to distance himself and dodge the arrow. He then swung the trident in his hand again. Second turn, counter wave kill. The surging water flowed out from the tip of the trident, transformed into water blades, and rushed towards the two Quincies, but they did not notice that 5 blue spots of light were lit in the 5 directions under their feet. The young Quincy wearing glasses stepped directly on the Feilien kick, dodged countless water blades, took out a small bottle with concentrated liquid spirit particles, and then dropped it down. Break the ray array. A powerful beam of spiritual light took shape in an instant and enveloped Shibakayan. Uncle Zion, you go first, leave this to me. Ziohao and Zionan are still waiting for you to go back and rescue them. The young Quincy with glasses turned to look at the blonde Quincy who was traveling with him. After hearing his companion's words, the golden-haired Quincy hesitated for a moment, then turned around and left with Feilien's feet. Then I'll go first. You must be careful, Zongxian. Kurosaki Tomohiko, while Shibakayan was trapped in Ishida Sojin's broken mang array, hurriedly left with the spirit particles they had collected. Damn it, if it weren't for these damn Shinigami, how would we have? Hatred flickered in the blonde Quincy's eyes. Their leader, a former member of the Stern Cross Knights, had, tired of war, led them out of the Invisible Empire centuries ago and into the human world. However, they were attacked and killed by the Soul Society over 100 years ago, leaving only the Ishida and Kurosaki families as pure-blood Quincies remaining in the modern world. Now, because both of his children are suffering from the soul lack disease and are on the verge of death, they have to take great risks to hunt down the Shinigami stationed in the real world and humans who are born with high spiritual powers, and use their souls to make potions to cure the soul lack disease. Damn it! If we were still in the Invisible Empire, with your Majesty's power, we could cure this spiritual deficiency in an instant. Chapter 112. Kurosaki Tomohiko was full of resentment. He hated the Shinigami, and he also hated the ancestor who had led their entire clan to migrate to the present world. Abandoning the privileges of a pure-blooded Quincy in the Invisible Empire, they willingly came to the spirit-starved world of the present. This caused the Quincy's lifespan, originally immortal, to be drastically shortened, and they were hunted by the Soul Society. It's hateful. One day I will return to the Invisible Empire, rejoin the Knights, and restore the honor of my race. Kurosaki Tomohiko, using his Feilien kick, ran all the way to an empty, flat area. He walked to a certain spot and tapped the air 3 times, and invisible waves immediately rippled through the calm space. Squeak! The next moment, there was a sound of a door opening. A door suddenly opened in the quiet space, and a tall young woman dressed as a maid leaned half of her body out from it. Yes, Master Kurosaki is back. When the woman saw that the person coming was Tomohiko Kurosaki, she immediately opened the door. Kurosaki Tomohiko continued to walk through the barrier behind the wooden door, where he saw a pure white castle with a European classical style. This was the remaining Quincy headquarters in the world, the Star Fortress. As Kurosaki Tomohiko walked along, he met many men and women on the road, and the first time they saw Kurosaki Tomohiko, they all chose to bow to him. As pure-blooded Quincy's, the Kurosaki family has absolute say among the remaining Quincy's in the world. Kurosaki Tomohiko was obviously not in the mood to deal with those half-blood Quincy at the moment, but went straight to the right side of the Starlight Fortress, which was the territory exclusively belonging to the Kurosaki family. Walking deeper into the fortress, I opened a room at the end, revealing a spacious and exquisite bedroom. Its pure white furniture exuded a strong European classical style. The bright moonlight filtering through the floor-to-ceiling windows added a touch of coolness to the room. 2 small beds were placed side by side, each containing a boy and a girl. Their names were Kurosaki Hiroshi and Kurosaki Kusunaki, both children of Kurosaki Tomohiko. They were among the last few remaining pure-blooded Quincy descendants in the world. There were 2 half-blood Quincy dressed as doctors taking care of the patient at the bedside. Kurosaki Tomohiko waved his hand, and the 2 half-blood Quincy tactfully walked out. Unfortunately, this pair of cute siblings, who are as delicate as porcelain dolls, both suffer from spiritual deficiency. Since Quincy's are an immortal species that relies heavily on high concentrations of resilience, pure-blooded Quincy's have an even greater need for resilience. Kurosaki Hiroshi and Kurosaki Kusunaki are pure-blooded Quincy born in the real world. Because their pure Quincy bloodline has not received enough spiritual nourishment for a long time, they have started to autophagy, which is the syndrome of spiritual deficiency. Looking at his 2 children lying on the bed, tears welled up in Kurosaki's eyes. The soul essence he had collected over many days was only enough to save one person. Looking at the 2 children slumped in bed, he seemed a little overwhelmed. First, save my sister. Perhaps he noticed his father's hesitation, so Kurosaki Hiroshi, the older brother, endured the severe pain all over his body that felt like it was biting ants, and struggled to speak. "Ah how, it's Dad who is useless." Looking at the little boy lying on the hospital bed, soaked in sweat, Tomohiko Kurosaki, a grown man, choked up and couldn't speak, tears quietly sliding down his cheeks. Looking at Kurosaki Hiroshi lying on the bed with a determined expression, Kurosaki Tomohiko gritted his teeth and walked over to Kurosaki Kusunaki. He took out the soul essence from his arms, and then took out a syringe from the drawer of the bedside table, drew the soul essence into the syringe, and then injected it into Kurosaki Kusunaki's body. As the soul essence entered her body, the blonde little lowly Kurosaki Nan, who had lost consciousness and fainted, finally woke up. Kurosaki Hao turned his head to look at his recovered sister and smiled with relief. He only felt his eyelids growing heavier. "Dad, it hurts." Kurosaki Hao felt that breathing had become very difficult, and it took all his strength to utter each word. "Dad, I'll go find the soul essence for you right now. I'll help you find it right now." Tomohiko Kurosaki was completely panicked at this moment. Looking at his sensible son's life, which was like a candle in the wind that was about to disappear, it was obvious that the string of reason in his heart had been completely broken. He would do whatever it takes, no longer hiding, even if it meant the Soul Society discovered the Starlight Fortress. He would mobilize all the half-blood Quincy's to indiscriminately collect human souls. He wanted to gather the second soul essence in the shortest possible time. Dad, don't do anything rash. Don't ruin the hard-earned stable life of my people because of me. And don't plunder other people's souls, for me, anymore. Everyone has the right to live. As expected, no one knows the father better than his son. Looking at Kurosaki Tomohiko's crazy expression, Kurosaki Hiroshi already knew what he was going to do and hurriedly spoke out to stop him. Kurosaki Hiroshi has been tortured by the spiritual deficiency disease and has become unrecognizable. Every word he speaks is a great pain for him. Okay, Daddy promises you, I won't mess around, and you don't have to say anything anymore. Tomohiko Kurosaki looked at his son who was struggling on the hospital bed and burst into tears. Elder brother. Kurosaki Nan, who was standing by, had already recovered from the nourishment of the soul essence and turned his head to look at his brother. Xiao Nan, be good. Looking at his recovered sister, Kurosaki Hiroshi smiled with relief and then closed his eyes in satisfaction. The glimmer of life that was like a candle in the wind was completely extinguished. No. Ah, brother. Kurosaki Tomohiko screamed loudly, and Kurosaki Kusunaki also cried bitterly. Damn it! Good shoots come out of bad bamboo. What a kind little angel! What a shame! Ye Chuan's new clone witnessed all this in the room and let out a long sigh. Upon learning of the Quincy's presence, Ye Chuan immediately created a new clone and rushed to the Quincy's frequent locations, where he actually found them. He then followed Kurosaki Tomohiko all the way to the Starlight Fortress, where he learned the whole story. Although the clone's own Ryutsu was weak, it was covered by the breath concealment technique and invisibility technique cast by the original body. Even Shibukayan and the Quincy's in the Starlight Fortress were unable to discover his trace. Well, from today on, I'll be your replacement and become Kurosaki Hiroshi. Just as Kurosaki Tomohiko and his daughter were enjoying their tears, no one noticed that a milky white spirit particle halo flowed into Kurosaki Hiroshi's body. Bang! 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 The next moment, the heart that had stopped beating came back to life. Kurosaki Hiroshi slowly stood up, looked at the father and daughter hugging and crying before him, and spoke slowly. Dad, Zionin, stop crying, I'm not dead yet. When these words were spoken, the father and daughter were stunned at first, and then turned their heads to look at Kurosaki Hao, who was dying just now but now full of energy, and their minds were suddenly a little confused. The next moment, the two men rushed over and hugged Kurosaki Hao tightly, neither of them noticed the slight upward curve on the corner of his mouth. It was not until a long time that Kurosaki Tomohiko reacted. He examined Kurosaki Hiroshi's body in disbelief and was surprised to find that his spiritual deficiency disease had been cured without any treatment. Zio Hao, why are you? Kurosaki Tomohiko pinched his thigh to make sure he wasn't dreaming. I don't know. I originally thought I was going to die, but then I got better out of nowhere. It must be His Majesty who saved me. After hearing what Kurosaki Hiroshi said, Kurosaki Tomohiko finally reacted. Yes, that must be the case. It must be our all-knowing and almighty King of the Quincy's, His Majesty Waiwak, who saved you. Obviously, Kurosaki Tomohikoji had been fooled at this moment and had forgotten the fact that Waiwak was still sleeping and had not yet regained his power. Suddenly, Kurosaki Tomohiko slapped his thigh. Oh no, Sojin is still confronting the Shinigami, I have to go back and help him. Chapter 113. 3 turns, the swift wave returns. In the broken rays formation, Shibukayan once again turned the trident in his hand, and in an instant, a spiral column of water rose up, carrying the powerful Ryutsu, and directly broke the broken rays formation. Why? Shibakayan, who had broken out of the formation, looked at the Quincy in front of him wearing rimless glasses with a puzzled look. The opponent clearly had the opportunity to severely injure him with the strange formation just now, but he only trapped himself and did not actively activate the killing power of this formation. I don't want to commit the sin of killing innocent people. Ishida Sojin looked at Shibakayan expressionlessly and spoke. Stupid. You reaped the lives of ordinary humans and killed so many Shinigami soldiers before, but now you are kind to your enemies. Are you schizophrenic? Bakud number 30, mouth flashing 3 times. Shibakayan swung his sword directly, and 3 yellow light cones appeared and directly pierced Ishida Sojin's body. Then a shunpo closed the distance and stabbed towards Ishida Sojin's face. I harvested souls out of helplessness, to save my companions. I didn't kill you because I didn't want to commit more murders. There's no contradiction. Ishida Sojin used his spirit particle cluster to absorb the free spirit particles emitted by the broken Mang formation, thereby breaking free from Shibakayan's Bakud, and then directly jumped high. Rain of light. Ishida Sojin leaped high into the sky with his Felian kick, and shot countless light arrows vertically from the air to the ground at an extremely fast speed, like a violent storm sweeping across the earth. Shibakayan gripped the trident tightly with both hands, spinning it at high speed. A round shield like a water curtain appeared on the trident, blocking all the spirit arrows. A Quincy who is born evil is simply unreasonable. Obviously, Shibakayan was shocked by Ishida Sojin's values. Hearing this, Ishida Sojin only curled up the corners of his mouth with a hint of sarcasm. Shinigami who committed genocide against my people, please don't be so righteous. We are all executioners, so who is more noble than the other? You. Shibakayan was speechless after being confronted by Ishida Sojin, so he simply stopped talking and used the wave-treading technique and shunpo to fight him head-on. Ishida Munin could only use the spirit bow instead of the sword to fight against Shibakayan. Since Shibakayan's halberd was too fast, Ishida Munin had no time to change his blood-moving equipment into a blood-static equipment before he was pierced through the shoulder by the halberd. Ah! Ishida Sojin endured the severe pain and shot a sacred arrow of destruction at Shibakayan's face with one hand, forcing him back directly. You're so strong. You must be a captain of the Soul Society. Ishida Sojin glanced at his shoulder which was still bleeding and spoke slowly. Captain? I'm not even that yet. I'm just the vice captain of Squad 13. But in the near future, I will definitely become a captain-level strongman. As the heir of the Shiba family, one of the 5 great noble families, and a genius that appears only once in a century among the nobles, Shibakayan is confident that he will become a captain-level powerhouse in the near future. This is his pride as a genius and a descendant of a great noble family. So, you're only a vice-captain now. I never thought a vice-captain would be this strong. I originally thought I had the strength to challenge the captain alone. The truth is truly distressing. Shibakayan sneered at this and raised his left hand. Had 31 red fire cannon. A crimson fireball carrying high temperature shot out from the palm of his hand and hit Ishida Sojin. Ishida Sojin dodged the blast with a thrilling Feilian kick, stepping into the air. The fireball struck the overpass behind him, blasting the asphalt and concrete deck apart and sending plumes of smoke billowing. Forget it, I won't play with you anymore. 5-frame binding. Ishida Sojin threw out a silver tube, and the spiritual power turned into a capsule with a pentagram mark that wrapped Shibakayan. Ishida Sojin left the place using the Feilian kick. A few minutes later, a wave of water rushed into the sky and broke free from the capsule, but Ishida Sojin was no longer on the scene. Hateful. On the other side, Tomohiko Kurosaki had just walked out of the barrier of the Starlight Fortress and was about to support Ishida Munin when he found Ishida Munin covering his left shoulder and coming towards the Starlight Fortress. Seeing this, Tomohiko Kurosaki rushed forward to support. Zhongxian, are you okay? I'm fine, just a minor injury. How are Ziohao and Zionin? Ishida Sojin did not care about his own injuries but asked with great concern about the conditions of Kurosaki Hiroshi and Kurosaki Kusunaki. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. Ziohao and Zionin are fine. When this was mentioned, Kurosaki Tomohiko excitedly grabbed Ishida Sojin's arm and said excitedly. For a moment, I even forgot that Ishida Sojin still had an injury on his shoulder. Hiss. It was not until Ishida Munin cried out in pain that he realized his mistake and quickly released his arm. Uncle Zion, let's go home. This operation has attracted the attention of the Soul Society. I suggest that the Starlight Fortress be closed for several years. Moments after Ishida Sojin and Kurosaki Tomohiko returned to the Starlight Fortress, the void rippled like the surface of a lake, and two figures in white robes emerged from it. One of them was a decadent young man with brown curly hair, and the other was a little boy holding a pitchfork. They were Starkey and Jiva Barnes. The two of them were naturally there to escort Ye Chuan's new clone. Ha, it seems that Lord Ye Chuan's plan was successful. Let's go back. Starkey stretched and said lazily. Yes, Lord Starkey. The strange fish Barnes raised the steel fork in his hand to cut open the black cavity, and the two of them stepped directly in. At the same time, Ye Chuan, who was sitting on the throne in the underground palace, opened his eyes and raised the corners of his mouth. The bloodline of the pure-blooded Quincy is in our hands. Chapter 114. I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. I originally thought it would take a lot of trouble. Ye Chuan, who transformed into Kurosaki Hiroshi, got familiar with the young body in front of him, with a slight smile on his face. After a while, Ye Chuan completely digested Kurosaki Hao's remaining memories. Kurosaki, what an amazing surname! Since the deity was still digesting the growing Ryotsuo and fell into deep sleep most of the time, he originally ordered the strange fish Barnes and Starkey, who were extremely good at hiding, to escort him here. At first, Ye Chuan was ready to fight a big battle and then forcibly take over the body of the Quincy. Unexpectedly, he arrived at such a coincidence and just caught up in the process. So he directly took over the body of Kurosaki Hiro who had just died. But the strength of the remaining Quincy in this world is too weak. Although Ye Chuan's clone lacked the strength of his original form, his spiritual perception was not weak. Through his perception, he discovered that there were only about 100 Quincies in the entire Xinggui fortress, and more than 90% of them were half-blood Quincies. Less than 10% were pure blood. As for the strongest ones among them, Ye Chuan estimated that they could barely be vice-captains or at the level of a bottom-ranked captain like Meguru Kensei. It's just 2 or 3 big cats and little cats. They are just a bunch of poor people who escaped the invisible empire, haven't completed the Holy Communion, and haven't been given the holy word by Waiwak. That's normal. Then Ye Chuan stopped thinking about it, sat up from the bed, and then stood up and stretched his body, feeling the tremendous vitality coming from this 7-year-old body. Ye Chuan smiled knowingly. From today on, I am Kurosaki Hiroshi. Kurosaki Hao kept moving his limbs and torso, stretching his legs and turning his neck. In fact, this is the first real body he has had since he came to this world. Unlike the unfamiliar feeling of obstruction that the Shinigami clone felt when he first used his artificial body, it was obvious that Kurosaki Hiroshi's body was extremely compatible with him, as if it was originally his. It turns out that everything natural is better. Looking at the blonde little lowly Kurosaki Nan sleeping soundly on the bed next to him, Kurosaki Hao tiptoed to the bright floor-to-ceiling window in order not to wake her up, and looked at the bright moon in the sky. On the transparent glass, he could clearly see the specific appearance of his clone. It was a little boy with dark brown pupils and short golden hair, as delicate as a porcelain doll. This appearance. Kurosaki Hao was surprised to find that the appearance of this body was somewhat similar to the childhood of Kurosaki Ichigo. When he turned around, he was suddenly surprised to find that his twin sister Kurosaki Kusunaki looked very similar to Kurosaki Masaki. Hey, 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 what a coincidence. And Kurosaki How always felt that this possession incident was a little too smooth. Squeak. With the sound of a door opening quietly, a tall, pretty, half-blood Quincy dressed in a maid outfit walked in, carrying a tray of food. The maid first glanced at Kurosaki Hiroshi standing by the window, then caught a glimpse of the little lowly Kurosaki Nan who had fallen into a deep sleep beside him, and then whispered to him. Master How, the kitchen has just prepared dinner. Please have a simple meal. Kurosaki How looked up at the metal tray in the hand of the tall maid. Neatly placed on the plate were steaming steaks with a rich buttery aroma, and a bowl of seafood soup with rich ingredients. Seeing this, Kurosaki How nodded slightly. Then eat some. The tall maid placed the dinner tray on the exquisite wooden table in front of the window, and then gently stroked a special-shaped table lamp on the table, lighting it with her own spirit. A moment later, the desk lamp emitted a soft light. Just as Kurosaki How picked up the knife and fork and was about to cut the steak on the plate, he found that the tall maid was still standing by the table. Why don't you leave? Kurosaki How asked in confusion. Master How, do you not need me to feed you today? The tall maid paused and spoke slowly, obviously a little surprised by Kurosaki Hiroshi's abnormal behavior today. Hello? You're 7 years old and you still need someone to feed you. Kurosaki How was caught off guard by this, but in order not to reveal his true identity, he paused and then said seriously. Ahem, I'm already 7 years old and have given birth to a mature man. I don't need to be fed anymore. The tall maid was stunned at first after hearing what Kurosaki How said, then turned her head and smiled faintly. Master How, you've really grown up. After witnessing Kurosaki Hiroshi cut the first piece of steak without any difficulty, he tactfully left the room. Kurosaki How picked up a piece of steak with a steel fork, dipped it in the black granular sauce on the edge of the plate, and then put the meat into his mouth. The milky aroma of butter mixed with the aroma of oil and the refreshing and slightly salty taste of the sauce, all these flavors combined to form an excellent taste. After eating a bite of meat, have a mouthful of delicious seafood soup to relieve the greasiness. It smells so good. This steak is much better than the food at Seoul Society. A mere poor idiot knows how to enjoy life. In no time, Kurosaki How had finished a steak and a bowl of seafood soup. Separate. Kurosaki How lay on the chair and patted his round belly. Comfortable. After eating and drinking, Kurosaki How began to sort out the scattered memories in his mind. Suddenly, Kurosaki How picked up the steak knife on the table with his right hand and stabbed it into the palm of his left hand. The sharp steak knife failed to penetrate Kurosaki How's tender palm. Lines shining with light blue light covered Kurosaki How's left hand, completely isolating the steak knife from his body surface. Is this the still blood suit? It doesn't seem to require practice. The so-called blood stabilizing equipment actually injects spirit particles directly into blood vessels, greatly enhancing the body's defense. In contrast, the blood-moving armor directly injects spirit particles into the blood vessels, greatly increasing the destructive power of the body. However, the blood-moving equipment and the blood-static equipment cannot be used at the same time. These are the innate abilities of pure-blooded Quincy's. But if a half-blood Quincy needs to master these two skills, it will take practice day and night to master them. This is why Ye Chuan is so determined to seize the body of a pure-blooded Quincy. Compared to half-bloods, the starting point of a pure-blood Quincy is much higher. Just as Heikiheo was feeling smug, the little lowly Kurosaki Nan woke up slowly on the bed behind him and wiped her eyes sleepily. He sniffed with his little nose, and seemed to smell the aroma of steak lingering in the air, and said softly, "Brother, I'm hungry." Just as Kurosaki Hiroshi was about to respond, the door opened again and a young man wearing rimless glasses and a bandage on his left shoulder walked in. Seeing the newcomer, Kurosaki Hiroshi and Kurosaki Nan's faces showed a hint of joy. "Brother Zongxian, you're back." Chapter 115. Seeing the person coming, the little lowly Kurosaki Kusunagi jumped off the bed and skipped to Ishida Sojin's side. Seeing his adopted sister acting like this, Kurosaki Hiroji followed suit. "Zio how, Zionin, I'm so glad you're okay." Ishida Sojin held Kurosaki Hiroji and Kurosaki Kusunagi in his arms, his voice filled with excitement and tears of joy. Originally, because the soul essence he and Kurosaki Tomohiko collected was insufficient to heal only one person, Ishida Sojin thought that only one of the brother and sister could survive. Unexpectedly, both of them survived, and I cried out in excitement. Kurosaki Hiroshi, who was embraced by Ishida Sojin, felt the faint smell of blood coming from Ishida Sojin and the exhaustion from the soul. It was obvious that it was very difficult for him to stay alone and stop Shibukayan. However, I was also moved by his spirit of willingness to sacrifice himself for his fellow destroyers. No wonder Ishida Uryu and Kurosaki Ichigo are always loyal to each other in the original work. It turns out that this relationship started from their grandfather's generation. At the same time, he also deeply understood why Soul Society wanted to completely wipe out this group of Quincy's if they had a disagreement. When one of their own people is sick, they will harvest the souls of Shinigami soldiers and ordinary humans at any cost to use as medicine. This is essentially no different from the nobles of the Jingling court who would immediately massacre a large number of Rukonga residents to maintain stability in the three realms once they discovered that there were too many deaths in Mino's Grande. Therefore, there is no right or wrong in the battle between Soul Society and the Invisible Empire, there is only a difference in stance. The countless ordinary creatures caught between these two major forces are the most miserable. A moment later, Ishida Munin, holding one in each hand, led Kurosaki Hiroji and Kurosaki Kusunagi out of the bedroom and headed towards the main hall of the Starlight Fortress. Along the way, Kurosaki Hao looked at the Star Fortress in the moonlight and found that this secret stronghold hidden in the world's barrier revealed the architectural style of the Invisible Empire everywhere. There are some special totems on the top of the fortress, with a slightly arc-shaped star cross at the end. This is a miniature version of the Invisible Empire. As Ishida Munin pushed open the door of the main hall of the fortress, the three of them walked through the long corridor, looking for a little light in front of them, and arrived at the main hall. Then the scene suddenly became clear and the lights came on brightly. In the main hall, which was as magnificent as an emperor's palace, an exquisite stone table over 20 meters long stood in the center. More than 10 pure-blooded Quincy's sat at the table according to their seniority. On both sides were dozens of half-blood Quincy dressed as servants, standing in neat rows ready to serve at any time. Sitting on the main seat was a skinny, hunched old woman named Ishida Kiri. She was the most senior pure-blooded Quincy alive today and the great-grandmother of Ishida Sojin. Tomohiko Kurosaki sat on the left side of the main seat. As a pure-blooded Quincy, his status in the Shinki fortress was obviously not low. When he saw Ishida Sojin and Kurosaki, his face lit up with joy, and his wrinkled old face looked like a blooming chrysanthemum. Cheers to the recovery of the descendants of the pure-blooded Quincy like us. Ishida Kiri stood up from the main seat and raised the wine glass in his hand. Seeing this, the other pure-blooded Quincy's also stood up and raised their glasses to celebrate together. Ishida Sojin also joined the table with the Kurosaki siblings. There was a sudden joyful scene in the field. Kurosaki Hao couldn't help but twitch his lips as he looked at the delicious food on the table. I should have eaten less earlier. Soon, after 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, Kurosaki Tomohiko opened his eyes and spoke at the right moment. Lord, now that my children have recovered, should we find an opportunity for them to receive the inheritance and see if they are qualified to receive your Majesty's blood? As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere at the originally lively dinner table suddenly stagnated, and the dozen or so pure-blooded Quincy's present suddenly fell silent. The entire hall became silent, to the point where you could hear a pin drop. Your Majesty, blood! Hearing this, Kurosaki Hao was secretly shocked. I never thought that these poor people would have the means to obtain the power of the sacred text. In the field, Ishida Wu paused for a moment, then waved his hand. The mixed blood Quincy standing on both sides formed an orderly line and left the Starlight Hall. As the door of the hall slowly closed, only a dozen pure-blooded Quincy's were left in the field. This atmosphere isn't right. Kurosaki Hao looked up and found that the entire hall seemed to be filled with the smell of gunpowder. Everyone in the room stopped eating, except for Kurosaki Hiroshi, Kurosaki Kusunaki, and Ishida Sojin, who were still devouring their food with big mouthfuls. Tomohiko Kurosaki spoke again. Lord, it's time for my children to accept the trial to inherit His Majesty's power. Ishida Kiri took a sip of the sparkling wine and spoke slowly. Now, only one last drop of His Majesty's blood remains in the entire fortress. It is our foundation and must not be used carelessly. After saying this, a gleam of brilliance flashed in his cloudy old eyes, and he glanced at Ishida Sojin on his right intentionally or unintentionally. But Ishida Sojin seemed unaware and continued to eat voraciously. Ishida Wu could only let out a helpless sigh in his heart. Zongxian, why, are you unwilling? In fact, more than 10 years ago, Ishida Kiri tried to let his great-grandson absorb Waiwaka's blood. And Ishida Sojin was indeed recognized by that blood and was qualified to absorb and refine it. Unexpectedly, Ishida Sojin refused to absorb it and called Yuha's power the worst evil in the world. Since then, Ishida Kiri has stopped the inheritance ceremony that has been held for underage pure-blooded Quincy. Ishida Kiri didn't want this last drop of Habicha's blood to fall into the hands of the Kurosaki family. The person who inherits this bloodline will inevitably become much stronger and take control of the entire Star Fortress. Even if the other party is the Kurosaki family who has been in the same boat with his family for hundreds of years, Ishida Wu will never allow the Ishida family to control the power of Xinggui Fortress. Kurosaki Tomohiko was well aware of this. Originally, he had no desire to fight for power because both of his children were suffering from the spiritual deficiency disease. Now that they have recovered, he naturally has other ideas. But Lord, inheriting His Majesty's blood and gaining the power of the Holy Word is the tradition and honor among us pure-blooded Quincy's. Kurosaki Tomohiko still did not give up and hoped that the other elders of the Kurosaki family were present, so as to force Ishida Kiri to agree to let his children try to refine Waiwaka's blood and obtain the power of the holy text. At the same time, in the underground palace of Mino's Grande's house, among the giant cocoons of 6 paths in different colors, the dark green cocoon kept making light sounds and was covered with cracks. Chapter 116. Is it out? Feeling the faint riot soul leaking from the main hall, Ye Chuan slowly woke up from his deep sleep and flashed into the main hall, staring at the dark green one among the 6 large cocoons. At this moment, the surface of the dark green cocoon was covered with cracks, and strands of dark green ryotsu were leaking out. You are the first one to complete the transformation. Ye Chuan looked at the rustling green cocoon and smiled slightly. Crash! The next moment, the green cocoon shattered instantly. A pair of pale hands penetrated the callus and then pulled it away violently. A handsome young man with short, black hair, pale skin, green eyes, and dark green tear marks on his face emerged. A hollow mask, resembling a horned helmet, covered the left half of his head. A Hagyaku is suspended in the hollow at the heart. At this moment, he appeared in front of Ye Chuan naked, holding an ordinary zanpakut. The first time he saw Ye Chuan, he immediately knelt on one knee. Meet my king. In contrast, Ye Chuan smiled lightly and then waved his hand. The dark green cocoon fragments on the ground turned into a dark green and white robe that was directly draped over him. Thank you, my king. Then, with Ye Chuan's approval, Ulquiorra stepped aside to familiarize himself with the power that had surged because of arrancar. Since Ulquiorra was already incomplete arrancar before the Hagyaku implantation, he was the first of the 6 Vasto Lord to emerge from the cocoon. However, not long after, a crack began to appear on the pale blue cocoon among the remaining 5 cocoons. Instantly, it shattered, and out rushed a figure holding a long sword. He had light blue hair, sky blue eyes, a few bangs hanging down his forehead, and lake green eyeshadow. His physique was sturdy. The remaining mask, arranged in a tooth-like pattern, was attached to his right cheek. Similar to Ulquiorra's state, a Hyaku is also suspended in the hollow at the waist and abdomen. It was Grimjo who came after arrancar. As soon as the Haki leopard succeeded in arrancar, it rushed out of the giant cocoon and bowed slightly to Ye Chuan. Just when Ye Chuan was about to praise him for finally understanding the etiquette of respect and inferiority, he immediately rushed towards Ye Chuan with a knife in hand. "Come and let's have a good fight, Lord Ye Chuan." Seeing this scene, Ye Chuan could only sigh slightly. "Hey, Haki leopard is indeed a Haki leopard." After saying this, Ye Chuan didn't even look at him, nor did he raise his head, as if he didn't exist. Ah! Just as the long sword was about to chop Ye Chuan's head, a dark green ryotsu rose up. "Call out!" Ulquiorra arrived first after coming from behind, and with a loud turn, he rushed in front of Grimjo and pushed the naked Grimjo to the ground. "Let me go, Ulquiorra." In order to avoid embarrassing the eyes, Ye Chuan simply waved his hand, and the broken pieces of the pale blue cocoon on the ground turned into a pale blue and white robe that was draped over Grimjo. Looking at the hysterical Grimjo pinned to the ground, Ye Chuan leaned over and smiled slightly. "If you want to challenge me, you have to defeat Ulquiorra first." Not long after, cracks began to appear on two of the large cocoons. Crack! The next moment, two naked figures rushed out. It was Wanda Weiss, a little boy with blonde hair and Madara's face, and Sail Aporo with short pink hair and golden eyes. Ye Chuan cast another spell and transformed the cocoon that had previously wrapped the two into clothes to drape over them. "Thank you, Lord Ye Chuan." "Thank you, Lord Ye Chuan." After the two successfully transformed, they first bowed to Ye Chuan, and then looked at the changes in their bodies with surprise. Wanda Weiss glanced sideways and saw Grimjo being pinned to the ground by Ulquiorra. "Stupid cat!" Wanda Weiss immediately mocked. "Roar!" Hearing the sarcasm from his old enemy Wanda Weiss, Grimjo let out an unwilling roar. "Oh, that's enough. All of you, please leave." Looking at the two tile-class arrancars bickering like young children, Ye Chuan seemed quite helpless. With Ye Chuan's approval, the four arrancars happily retreated and began to carefully familiarize themselves with their new powers. Except for Grimjo, who was carried away by Wanda Weiss. After a moment, Ye Chuan looked at the only two cocoons left in the hall and smiled wickedly. Finally, only. Soon, the only remaining golden cocoon and emerald green cocoon in the field began to show cracks. Snap! Seeing this, Ye Chuan snapped his fingers, and four lightning realms immediately emerged, covering the entire underground palace. No one could enter without his permission. Clatter! The next moment, the two large cocoons shattered. A jade arm with a wheat-colored sheen tore open the callus, and Haribal walked out first. FK. A dazzling holy light lit up, and Ye Chuan couldn't help swallowing as he looked at Haribal Ye Chuan, who was speaking frankly to him. "So, big." Ye Chuan adult. The next moment, Haribal excitedly rushed to Ye Chuan and hugged his neck affectionately. "Great! I've finally gained a human body. I can happily practice with Master Ye Chuan." Haribal held Ye Chuan's arm with excitement. This wonderful touch. Haribal kept scratching, causing Ye Chuan to pause, and he felt like he was struck by lightning. "Humph, Haribal is too cunning, he actually came out before me." A delicate hum was heard, and another large cocoon broke apart. Nilu rushed out from it, and the next moment she pounced in front of Ye Chuan like a docile little antelope. FK. Coach, he dribbled the ball and hit someone. It's a foul. It is said that two fists cannot beat four balls. If Ye Chuan was alone, he could still hold on, but now that Haribal and Nilu attacked together, Ye Chuan seemed a little exhausted. With a pounce, Ye Chuan fell back directly. He was easily suppressed by the two arrancars. After rubbing my head, I realized that among the two arrancars, the biggest change was in Reborn. The mask that was in its unbladed state in the original book had been greatly reduced in size, with only a small amount remaining on the jaw, revealing Reborn's exquisite face. Nilou's mask also shrank slightly accordingly, becoming only the size of a baby's fist, like a headband. Ye Chuan observed Nilou's figure closely. As expected of the number one in the three realms, I originally thought Reborn was already a top master, but I didn't expect there was a truly top master. After hearing Ye Chuan's words, Nilu did not show any fear but straightened her body proudly as if showing off. Seeing Nilou like this, Reborn was not willing to be outdone. He immediately puffed out his chest and walked in front of Ye Chuan. Very good, very good. It seems that your arrancar process has been very successful. Now attack with all your strength, let me test your current strength. After a period of careful observation, Ye Chuan discovered that the tile-level Mino's Grande implanted in his son Jingoko seemed to be more powerful than in his previous life. The next moment, two large arrancars rushed towards Ye Chuan together, and Ye Chuan had to try his best to defend himself. Ye Chuan himself did not want to work so hard, but there was no other way. As the son of Hueco Mundo, he had to fulfill his obligations to every Mino's Grande and arrancar. Come on together! Ye Chuan waved to the two tile-level arrancars, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Master Ye Chuan, be careful! In the field, Reborn and Nell shouted in unison. Come on, I can handle it! A 2-on-1 battle broke out instantly. Chapter 117. 7 days later, the four-sided thunder realm that had been covering the main hall of the underground palace suddenly dissipated. Reborn and Nilou, dressed in exquisite arrancar attire, emerged refreshed and energetic. Their faces flushed, they were full of energy, chatting and laughing as they walked. A moment later, Ye Chuan slowly emerged from the main hall. He was seen with his hands on his hips, looking a little tired. It seems like I'm overworked. Oh, I'm so tired. Although Ye Chuan said this, his expression showed that he was still unsatisfied. There was no other way. Helping every watt-level arrancar grow was his duty as the son of Hueco Mundo, and he had to endure it no matter how hard it was. As expected, with great power comes great responsibility. Thinking of this, Ye Chuan suddenly felt much better. After all, not everyone has such a strong fighting power as him, who can fight against two Jingoko transformed Vasto Lord-level arrancars for 7 days and 7 nights and still walk around leisurely and maintain the upper hand. I didn't expect the status of the son of Hueco Mundo would also benefit from this aspect. It's truly comprehensive. Give orders, everyone, to familiarize themselves with the power behind the arrancar. The Espada selection ceremony will be held in half a month, and we'll compete for ranking based on our strength. Ye Chuan's voice was transmitted to every corner of the underground palace of Mino's Grande house through the free spirit particle fragments in the air. Yes, Lord Ye Chuan. Many arrancars responded to Ye Chuan's words. 15 days later, somewhere in the Mino's Grande forest, Ye Chuan and his arrancars all gathered here. All the giant trees here have been cut down, leaving only an open space, which is divided into arenas by the fallen giant trees. Each arena is surrounded by a barrier of various colored spirit particles. These barriers are used in many arrancar battles under Ye Chuan. At the very center of these barriers, there is a barrier that is several miles long, wide, and high, and is completely invisible to the outside world. This barrier is surrounded by endless dark golden lightning. This oversized four-sided thunder realm was personally commanded by Ye Chuan, and it was a stage he reserved specifically for a group of tile-class Mino's Grande that had integrated Jingoko. On a small hill not far away, Ye Chuan was sitting calmly on Baragan's bone throne, looking with interest at the arrancars who were eager to try their luck. Baragan himself stood obediently behind Ye Chuan along with the other 7 Vasto Lord-level arrancars. Apparently, after his last battle with Ye Chuan, he had already positioned himself correctly. Snap! As Ye Chuan snapped his fingers, a little boy wearing arrancar clothing, with purple hair and a steel fork in his hand, walked to the front, looked down at the group of arrancar Langshen below and said, "Hello everyone, welcome to the inaugural arrancar qualifying competition. I'm your host, Jiva Barnes. This tournament has only one purpose, and that is to determine the 10 strongest espadas among all arrancars. It also serves to rank your strength. There is only one prohibition in this competition, and that is intentional killing of colleagues. That's all explained. Which contestant would like to be the first to take the stage?" Barnes' voice carried through the Ryotsu, his tone filled with excitement and anticipation. "Oh, that's quite true." Ye Chuan, who was lying on the bone throne, was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the strange fish Barnes who volunteered to host the event was so capable. "Hehe, as long as I'm the host, I don't have to go on stage. I, Lord Barnes, am really smart." The strange fish Barnes said secretly in his heart. The next moment, a middle-aged man wearing arrancar clothing, a red silk tied around his waist and a mask on his face that looked like a forehead protector, made a gorgeous entrance while making funny faces, shouting, spinning and jumping. As a result, before he could stand firmly, he stumbled and fell flat on his face on the ring. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The middle-aged arrancar hummed an unpleasant tune, causing Ye Chuan to frown. This also drew boos from many arrancars in the audience. "Don't fight, don't roll down, and don't scream." Suddenly a voice came from among the many arrancars watching the battle. Contestant, who are you going to challenge?" This awkward scene made Barnes, who was always a strong player in society, feel a little embarrassed. "Good question. I, Duradoni Alessandro del Sacaccio, am challenging you." The middle-aged arrancar named Duradoni pointed to Barnes who was officiating the game on the top of the hill. "This contestant. I am the master." Bang! Just when Barnes was about to refuse the competition by relying on his status as the host, he suddenly felt that he was pushed down the hill by a huge force and fell directly onto the ring where Duradoni was. Which BD? Just as Barnes turned around to see who pushed him off the ring, he met Ye Chuan's half-smile and immediately swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. He immediately turned to Duradoni and said, "I really can't do anything with you. You actually want to challenge the host right away. If that's the case, I'll satisfy you." What a man! While Duradoni was still exchanging business boasts with Barnes, without any ethics, took advantage of a gap in his conversation, raised the steel fork in his hand, and stabbed it towards Duradoni's face with a loud swirl. Bang! Unexpectedly, this sudden attack was directly resolved by Duradoni with a whip kick. Barnes was kicked so far away that he finally managed to steady himself. "I just wanted to praise you, but I didn't expect you to be such a boy with no martial ethics." Duradoni just smiled and waved at Barnes. Hey, is this true? How can the host be the first to go on stage and fight?" Barnes was kicked awake by Duradoni. At this moment, he was crying because of his stupid behavior of volunteering to be the host. But when he turned around and saw the expectant look of Lord Ye Chuan who was watching the battle from above, he was immediately filled with motivation. "Damn it! I can't let Master Ye Chuan down." In fact, Ye Chuan just wanted to have some fun and see the smart Alec Barnes get beaten up. After all, Duradoni had once been an espada in the original work, and his combat power was among the best among the Aegis class arrancars. "There is no way we can beat this little loser Barnes." Barnes raised the steel fork in his hand and muttered. "Sway, void fish." Chapter 118. In the field, a purple Ryotsu rose up, and the field was filled with smoke. After a moment, the smoke cleared. The adorable little boy Barnes with purple hair has disappeared. It transformed into a monster with a fish head and a human body, its back covered in bone spurs. The remaining mask on its face also enlarged after returning to the blade, like a square hat on its head. Boy, is this your return blade? It's really unique. Duradoni, who was standing by, looked at Barnes and began to comment. Snort? Barnes snorted coldly when comparing, and the next moment purple ripples surged, and ripples began to appear in the space. The next moment, Barnes appeared directly behind Dordoni, raised his spiky fist and smashed it on his forehead. However, just as the fist was about to hit the back of Duradoni's head, he suddenly squatted down to avoid the punch. He turned around and kicked Barnes down with a sweeping kick. Bang! Barnes had an expression of disbelief on his face. He didn't expect that his void tour could be seen through so easily. The next moment, Duradoni raised his right leg and planned to end the fight with a whip kick. Crash! At the critical moment, the void tour took effect again. Dordoni kicked directly into the air, smashing the rocky ground under his feet into a deep pit several meters deep. After a few breaths, a ripple appeared above Duradoni's head, and Barnes suddenly appeared above his head. Barnes clasped his hands together, and a purple siro condensed at his fingertips, shooting towards Duradoni. Boom! Siro exploded, raising a cloud of dust, and the area dozens of meters around Duradoni was reduced to scorched earth. This is what happens when you underestimate me. Seeing that the attack was successful, Barnes immediately complained excitedly. Ahem! The smoke and dust cleared, and only Duradoni's figure appeared. It was seen that Dordoni, who was hit head-on by Barnes, had his clothes torn and was covered with scars all over his body. How is it possible? Seeing this, Barnes widened his eyes and stared at Dordoni. He didn't expect that his full-strength Siro, which had been accumulating power in the void for a long time, could not even make the opponent lose his combat effectiveness. Boy, what a great ability, but it's a pity you're too weak. Duradoni dusted himself off and put away his playful expression. You actually managed to injure me. Then I will use all my strength to show my respect to you. Duradoni untied the red silk from his waist, gently drew out the long sword from his waist, and muttered. Spin, Storm Baron. In an instant, a hurricane began to spread outward with Duradoni as its center. This process lasted for dozens of breaths. When the storm subsided, Duradoni appeared in everyone's sight with a brand new look. At this moment, Duradoni still maintains his life form. It's just that its entire body is covered in a layer of white bone. Special organs resembling chimneys sprouted from 6 locations, the shoulders, legs, and feet. Light blue hurricanes gushed out from these 6 chimneys. It transformed into 2 pale blue snakes made of hurricane force winds. The snakes' faces were covered with special masks. Dordoni just swung his fist lightly, and 2 long snakes transformed from hurricanes attacked Barnes. Boom! Purple light flickered all over Barnes' body, and ripples appeared in the calm space. Duradoni's powerful attack missed. 2 huge spiral gaps were torn in the open space of the arena. Dozens of feet away, Barnes walked out of the ripples and looked at the 2 huge gaps on the ground with lingering fear. That was a close call. How boring. Is all you can do now? I've already figured out your abilities. Durado looked at Barnes, who was running around like a loach, and said in a helpless tone. Ha! With a loud roar from Duradoni, 2 long snakes made of rising wind began to spin around Duradoni. Then it transformed into a pale blue hurricane, blowing in all directions. A moment later, the hurricane grew bigger and bigger, and then directly covered the arena where the 2 were dueling. Not good. Seeing this, Barnes had no choice but to bite the bullet and start the void swim again. However, this huge blue hurricane lasted for a very long time. However, Barnes's void travel could not be maintained for long. 10 breaths later, somewhere in the hurricane, purple light flashed, ripples appeared, and Barnes' figure reappeared. Unfortunately, as soon as he appeared, he was in the center of the hurricane, being cut by countless gusts of wind like sharp blades. Ah! After a scream, Barnes completely lost his fighting ability and collapsed to the ground covered in wounds. However, just before he was about to faint, he still did not forget to fulfill his duties as a referee and spoke with difficulty. V equals comma plus number. The winner of this match is Duradoni. After saying this, his eyes went dark and he fainted. Oh, that's interesting. Ye Chuan, who was watching the game from above, was amused by Barnes' funny behavior. I didn't expect this weird uncle to be so strong. I really couldn't tell. In the crowd, the white snake Sun covered her mouth and whispered to the other two women. Barnes is too weak, right? He couldn't even last 2 rounds. Apache on the side complained. Humph, I'm going to avenge Ugly Fish. Hearing the 3 women's words from behind, the red goat Perk, who had transformed into a red-haired strong man, snorted coldly and walked directly towards the ring. At the same time, Sail Aporo, with pink hair, appeared in the arena and stuffed a black pill into Barnes' mouth. Then he handed one to Duradoni. Duradoni took the pill but did not take it immediately. Instead, he looked at Sail Aporo with fighting spirit. And how could Salper not understand what Duradoni meant? He just pushed up his glasses and gave Duradoni a cruel smile. Just as the atmosphere between the two sides was tense, the arrancars watching the excitement from the sidelines also shouted out. Let's fight! Let's fight! Just when everyone thought that Duradoni was really going to challenge the WA level arrancar, there was a loud bang. Red Goat Perk had already jumped into the arena and first helped the unconscious Barnes off the ring. Then a light flashed in his eyes as he looked towards Duradoni. Seeing this, Duradoni just chuckled, then waved to him with a smile. Let's herd the sheep over here. Seeing this scene, Sail Aporo could only curse inwardly that it was boring, then walked back to Ye Chuan. In the field, Red Goat Perk was not too timid and directly pulled out Zanpakut and chanted the liberation words. Trample it, molten fire sheep! Instantly, a stream of fiery red Ryotsu shot up into the sky. Chapter 119. After a few breaths, the fiery red Ryotsu gradually subsided. Perk's figure after returning to the sword also appeared. I saw a figure several feet tall, with fiery red patterns all over its body and feet like sheep's hooves. The remaining mask on the head turned into a pair of fiery red goat horns. His whole body is covered with strong muscles. Wow, it looks good. Ye Chuan had to admit that although Perk's strength was not that good, he looked much better than that ugly fish Barnes after he returned to his original form. Ha! As soon as Perk returned to his sword, he opened his mouth and spewed out blazing flames, attacking Duradoni. Faced with the heat wave in front of him, Duradoni did not panic. He just turned around and raised his right leg high. A giant snake formed by a blue hurricane rushed over and extinguished all the flames in the sky. What a pity! Your ability is fire-based, and mine is wind-based. You are destined to have no chance of defeating my little lamb. Duradoni laughed strangely, then glanced at Perk in front of him and said lightly. Roar! Seeing that his attack failed, Perk roared in anger. Immediately, flames swirled around his fists and the 2 sheep hooves on his lower limbs. He turned and rushed towards Duradoni, throwing dozens of punches. Bang! 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 However, every punch Perk threw was neutralized by Duradoni with his superb kicking skills. Duradoni seized the opportunity, jumped high, and kicked Perk's chest with both feet. The powerful kick carried a violent hurricane, and kicked Perk dozens of feet away. Boom! After a loud bang, Perk crashed directly into the ground, even creating a deep hole in the ground. Perk got up from the pit in a mess, and at the same time, all the Ryotsu around him exploded, turning into a great fireball and rushing directly towards Duradoni. Faced with Perk's old tricks, Duradoni just smiled contemptuously. Didn't I tell you? Your flames have no effect on me. Facing Perk who was about to approach him, Duradoni also unleashed his own Ryotsu. In an instant, there were 6 long snakes like a pale blue hurricane. 6 pale blue hurricane snakes flew directly towards the fireball that Perk had transformed into, and the two collided violently with each other. Boom! With a loud bang, Red Goat Perk exited his blade retreat state, flying backwards covered in wounds. Duradoni remained standing in the field. The victorious Duradoni performed his funny dance again. He stopped awkwardly until the audience booed again. Let me challenge Arrancar, who is at the level of Vasto Lord. Duradoni scratched his ears complacently, staring at the tile-level arrancars behind Ye Chuan with a fighting spirit in his eyes. His target was never these Ajichas. His real goal was to defeat the WA-class arrancars behind Ye Chuan and gain a seat in the Espada. However, just when he was about to step forward to challenge the pink-haired arrancar in the arena, Duradoni felt a powerful Ryutsu crushing towards him. Being able to win 2 games in a row shows that you are quite strong and qualified to be my opponent. Duradoni looked in the direction of the voice and found that the person coming was an arrancar wearing a strange costume with a round head. In his hands, he wields a massive scythe. The crescent-shaped blade and chain attached to the hilt at his waist. He is tall, wears an eye patch, and has medium-length black hair parted in the middle. The location of his hollow is unique, unlike other hollows, which typically have their holes located between the chest and abdomen. It is located on his head, over his left eye. This person is none other than Neutra Gilga, the 5th Espada from the original story. Like Dobutani, he is one of the Ajichas who recently joined Ye Chuan's ranks and earned arrancar status. But in terms of personal strength, Neutra should be the strongest arrancar under Ye Chuan except for a few tile-level arrancars. Duradoni looked at Neutra with a serious expression. Obviously, the terrifying Ryutsu emitted by Neutra, who had not yet returned to his original form, had already made him feel like he was facing a formidable enemy. Gurgle. Duradoni swallowed the black pill he had obtained from Sail Aporo with a serious expression. With a surge of Ryutsu, Duradoni had recovered to his peak condition. Call out! The next moment, Neutra turned around and flashed into the arena. Very good. I sense that you are different from most of the trash Ajichas arrancar. You are worthy of being tortured to death by me. Neutra looked at Duradoni and gave him a crazy smile. When Duradoni saw that the other party looked like he had already defeated him, he immediately looked displeased. Boasting is not a good habit. Duradoni waved his hand, and the long snakes formed by the 6 paths hurricane began to merge with each other, and in a moment they turned into an oversized hurricane snake. Hula! In an instant, a blue hurricane snake with howling wind rushed towards Neutra's face. Hey! Seeing this, Lloydra just laughed strangely. He raised the huge crescent sickle in his hand and slashed it down towards the hurricane snake that was about to pounce on him. Sizzle! In an instant, the giant blue snake was split into 2 by Neutra. Duradoni quickly clasped his hands together, trying to repair the giant snake. However, how could Neutra give him this opportunity? He came directly in front of him at a speed that he could not understand, with a loud noise. Neutra raised the giant sickle in his hand directly towards Duradoni's chest and chopped it down fiercely. Puff! Blood splattered all over the field. Neutra actually cut off half of Duradoni's shoulder with one sword. The gap is so big. Duradoni, lying in a pool of blood, had his eyes wide open. I never dreamed that I would be defeated so easily by Neutra. Damn it, I really can't become an Espada. Duradoni looked at Neutra who raised the sickle again, his expression a little gloomy. Just as Neutra raised her sickle, ready to execute Duradoni, who had lost his fighting ability. Nilu, who was standing next to Ye Chuan, moved. She turned around and came to the center of the field, with her back to Neutra. She used the back of Zanpakut's blade with her left hand to block Neutra's sickle. At the same time, she used her right hand to lift up Duradoni, who was lying on the ground. After sending Duradoni off the ring, Nilu looked at the complacent Neutra in the arena with anger in her beautiful eyes. Lord Ye Chuan has already said that there is no need to deliberately kill people. Don't you understand? Seeing Nilu like this, Neutra grinned instead. Hey, intentional killing? I didn't, I just got carried away. Facing Neutra's roguelike speech, Nilu's eyes turned slightly cold, and she raised the Zanpakuta in her hand and aimed it at him. You are disgusting and exude a disgusting aura from head to toe. I need to teach you a lesson. Seeing this, Neutra not only did not show any panic, but grinned instead. I also want to see the weight of the Vasto Lord class arrancar. Chapter 120. Arrogant. Facing Neutra, who was so ignorant that she even wanted to challenge her, Nilu just uttered 2 words lightly. Call out. The next moment, Hibiki flashed in front of Neutra, holding the Zanpakuta in his right hand and pressing it directly against his throat. So fast. Neutra marveled inwardly. That's right, it's worth my all-night teaching. Ye Chuan, who was watching the game from above, commented with great satisfaction. Under his training, the slashing skills of Nell and other Watt-level Minos Grandes have been raised to a higher level than in the original work. Now, he counterattacked the fighting maniac Neutra in an instant. You are too weak. Nilu put the long knife against Neutra's throat and looked at Neutra calmly. Looking at Nilu's calm eyes, Neutra suddenly felt a nameless anger rising in his chest. How dare you underestimate me? My steel hide is even surpassed by that of a Vastod-level arrancar. Do you really think your knife can cut me? Puff. Unexpectedly, as soon as Neutra finished speaking, Nilu slashed down diagonally with the knife in both hands. A deep scar that could be seen to the bone instantly appeared on Neutra's chest. Don't be such a big shot, Ajichas. After saying that, Nilu no longer paid attention to Neutra, who was seriously injured and fell to the ground. Instead, she sheathed her sword and left without looking back. In the back, Neutra struggled to get up. How dare you, a mere woman, look down on me? He opened his mouth and stuck out his tongue, and a golden siro condensed and shot towards Nilu's back. Just when the siro was about to touch Nilu's back, Nilu turned around, caught the siro steadily with her right hand, and then threw it away with a fierce swing. Boom! Just like that, Neutra was hit by his own siro. The Ajichas watching the game were horrified. Is this Vasto Lord's arrancar? Sure enough, even the strongest Ajichas would find it difficult to cross this chasm. Barnes, who had long since regained consciousness, was terrified at the sight of the fierce battle on the field. At the same time, he felt a little relieved. It seems like there's no harm in playing early and losing early. In the arena, just at the last moment when Nilu was about to leave the arena, Neutra slowly stood up from the ruins. Just a woman. Just a woman. Hearing Neutra's crazy screams, Nilu couldn't help but stop and frowned. For some reason, she felt a strong disgust towards this person from the first moment she saw him, an instinctive disgust. Now, this madman was provoking her again and again. Therefore, Nilu was not going to tolerate it any longer and immediately turned around and drew her sword to meet the enemy. Seeing this scene, Neutra was not surprised but happy and gave Nilu a crazy smile. Vasto Lord, I'll chop you into pieces right now. Pray, holy weeping mantis. Neutra raised his massive scythe high in his hand. A massive stream of Ryotsu transformed into a golden beam, rising from his body into the sky. The remaining Ryotsu transformed into a storm, stirring up gusts of wind. What a terrifying Ryotsu! Could he also be a Vasto Lord? The Ajichas class arrancars watching the battle below all showed astonishment. They were obviously all shocked by the Ryotsu storm caused by Neutra's return to the sword. I have some basic knowledge. Even Ye Chuan, who was just there to have fun, had to admit that Neutra was indeed the best arrancar below the Vasto level. Even if he allocated a little more resources, he could help him become a Vasto Lord like Grimjo and Wanda Weiss. When the Ryotsu storm dissipated, Neutra's figure after returning to the sword was revealed. Neutra has a crescent-shaped horn on her head, cross-shaped yellow facial markings on her face, a tooth-like eye patch-shaped mask on her hollow area, and 6 amputated arms, each holding a double-edged sickle. The next moment, Novitra laughed sinisterly, raised 6 sickles high, and rushed towards Nilu. On the other hand, Nilu remained calm, holding Zanpakut tightly in both hands. Facing Noitra's wild slashing, she still calmly raised the sword to block it all. Clang! 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 Sparks flew as the blades collided. "Hey Bug, you've been yelling for so long, is this all you can do?" Nilu looked at Noitra with disgust and spoke lightly. "Ahole, you're just a woman, how dare you look down on me?" Just as Noitra opened her mouth, 2 more hands grew out from behind her and pierced directly into her abdomen. "Hey!" At first, Noitra was still feeling proud of his successful surprise attack. But the next moment he found that the touch was wrong. It turned out that he only hit Nilu's afterimage. At this moment, the real Nilu had appeared beside him, slashing with her sword, cutting off 3 of his arms. Then she raised her leg and kicked him in the abdomen, sending him flying. "Oh, damn it!" In the distance, the severely injured Noitra struggled to get up, roaring madly. At the same time, the Ryotsu around her body erupted again, and golden Ryotsu filled the wounds of her broken arms. The next moment, both arms that were cut off by Noitra were completely restored. At the same time, Noitra opened her mouth and stuck out her tongue again, charging a Siro that was far more powerful than before she returned to the sword, and shot it at Nell again. Seeing this, Nilu opened her mouth and took a deep breath. The next moment, this terrifying Siro stopped right in front of Nilu. Then, Nell spit out a pink Siro, which mixed with the golden Siro and counterattacked Noitra. Double Siro! This is impossible! Seeing that the Siro he emitted was actually used by Nell so easily, Noitra's ferocious face showed a look of disbelief. Boom! The pink and yellow Siro exploded in front of Noitra with terrifying power. The air waves generated by the aftermath alone made it impossible for the Aegis-class arrancars watching the battle below to open their eyes. Is this the tier-class arrancar? Is it really too much of a stretch to think that relying on the status of an Aegis to compete for the position of Espada? In an unassuming corner among the Aegis arrancars watching the battle below, one had short black hair with side bangs. His eyes were violet, and the remnants of a mask were on his left head. 3 pink diamond-shaped tattoos were on his left forehead. He wore a long-sleeved, waist-bearing dress. The androgynous arrancar watched the breathtaking battle between Noitra and Nilu, transfixed. Chapter 121. The devastating blow caused by the terrifying double Siro directly created a deep pit with a radius of 100 meters. It was not until several minutes later that the smoke and dust in the deep pit slowly dissipated. Nilu looked at the huge pit with disdain. "If you're not dead yet, get out of here." As soon as he finished speaking, a stream of Ryotsu rushed out from the charred pit. Noitra, covered in wounds, struggled to get out of the pit. "Die!" Noitra screamed wildly. 8 people held 8 sickles in their hands. Regardless of the wounds all over their bodies, they continued to rush towards Nilu like crazy. Looking at the already flustered Noitra, Nilu simply sneered. With a quick turn, she easily dodged his attack. "Since you're so stubborn, I'll show you how big the gap between you and me really is." Nero was seen holding the sword in his hand horizontally and muttering something. "Sing, Antelope Knight!" The next moment, a pink spiritual tooth beam of light shot up into the sky, as if to pierce the sky. "Oh, what a reckless girl!" Ye Chuan, who was watching the battle from above, could only let out a helpless wry smile when he saw Nilu unleash her return blade in the arena. Snap! Then he snapped his fingers. A 4-dimensional shadow covered the arena where Nero and Noitra were, completely obscuring the aftermath of Nero's Ryotsu. After a moment, the pink zero pressure dissipated, revealing Nilu's true appearance after returning to the sword. Nell's lower body transformed into the brown form of an antelope. Her upper body remained human, covered in brown fur. The mask on her head transformed into 4 black, hooked antelope horns. The spear in her hand was shrouded in wisps of pink ryotsu. Call out! After returning to her former self, Nilou flashed in front of Neutra, stabbed him with a spear, and directly picked Neutra up on the tip of the spear. Bang! The next moment, Neutra lost consciousness and fell from the tip of the gun. Ye Chuan, who was yawning above, saw this and slowly stood up and said, "It's too troublesome to fight them one by one. All Aegis level arrancars, you guys should fight on your own. Whoever can stand till the end will get a higher ranking. But one thing is that you are not allowed to intentionally kill." After saying that, Ye Chuan waved his hand and reinforced all the dozens of barriers in the field with the power of thunder. After Ye Chuan's order was conveyed, more than 100 Aegis level arrancars in the field jumped into dozens of surrounding arenas and started a melee. And 3 female arrancars, including Sun Apache, who originally belonged to Haribal, began to join forces to fight the enemy. The same approach was taken by the 3 women as well as several arrancars who originally belonged to Grimjo and those arrancars under Baragan. They all formed small groups and fought together, trying to get a higher ranking in this melee. Ye Chuan saw all of these impromptu groupings, but he didn't intend to stop them. Ranking below Espada wasn't important to him, so he just watched for fun. Now it's your turn to decide the winner. Ye Chuan looked at the group of tile-level arrancars behind him and spoke lightly. Haribal, standing aside, looked at Nell, who had already returned to her sword, with the fighting spirit in his eyes. "Let me fight this first battle, Lord Ye Chuan." After receiving Ye Chuan's affirmative look, Haribal jumped directly into the center of all the arenas, the largest and only 4-sided thunder realm that was invisible to the outside world. Then, Nilou beside her also understood and jumped into the 4-sided thunder world in the center. The Espada qualifying battle between the WA-class arrancars has finally begun. In the 4-direction thunder realm, Haribal looked at Nell, who had already returned to her original form, with a hint of excitement in his eyes. Then, without any hesitation, he pulled out the short blade with a hollowed-out blade from his waist and held it horizontally. "Conquer him, the Royal Mermaid Queen." As Haribal chanted the words of liberation, her body was enveloped by a golden ryotsu and an endless stream of water, forming a giant heart-shaped water ball. After a few breaths, the ryotsu and the water flow completely subsided, revealing Haribal's figure after returning to the blade. Unlike the original work's returned blade form, after fusing with the sub-Hyaku, Haribal's returned blade form also underwent major changes, just like Nell. The key parts of his body were covered with strands of pitch-black armor, and on these black armor, there were also wisps of golden lines gleaming. It was quite similar to Ye Chuan arrancar before. The originally white bone sword turned into a pitch-black color, and the golden ryotsu turned into a blade lingering on the edge of the giant's sword. "Nello, be careful!" Haribal raised the dark golden giant sword in his hand, and dark golden ryotsu accumulated on the blade. "Kengjianbo!" A golden sword light surged out from the blade and slashed towards Nilou. Seeing this, Nilu just smiled faintly, and then swung the spear in her hand. A pink spear light suddenly appeared and collided fiercely with Kengjianbo. Boom! The aftermath of the collision between the 2 women caused a violent wave of air. Fortunately, the arena where the 2 women were located was completely covered by Ye Chuan's 4-sided thunder field. Otherwise, the aftermath of the fight between the 2 would be enough to suffocate the Aegis-class arrancars. The next moment, Nell and Haribal closed the distance with a whirlwind of movement. The 2 women engaged in close combat, spears and great swords clashing. Seeing this scene, Ye Chuan, who was lying on the throne of bones, couldn't help but clap his hands and laugh. Although the 4-sided thunder realm blocked the sight of the other arrancars, it could not block the sight of the caster himself. Watching the 2 women fighting fiercely in the field, I felt quite relieved. It was worthwhile for all the energy I put into them all night long. Not bad, not bad, At this moment, the two women's slashing skills were no weaker than most of the captains in Godi 13. In terms of combat skills, it is definitely a level higher than the original. And all Watt level arrancar Ryutsu that have been fused with the sub-Hyaku will continue to grow stronger imperceptibly. It is no exaggeration to say that by the time the plot unfolds, the arrancar legion under his command will definitely be more than one level stronger than the arrancar espada that Aizen had tinkered with in the original work. He even had the confidence to lead them to compete with the Stern Cross Knights. In the four-sided Thunder Realm, the battle between the two women is still going on. This battle has lasted for a day. However, the battle among the Ajichas outside the field has come to an end, and they have even started to rank themselves. Haribal raised his great sword high, and a zero that had been condensed to the ultimate level was stored on the blade. Wang Su's flash. On the other hand, when Nilu saw Wang Zero Guang, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Just as the King Zero, carrying the power to destroy the world, was about to approach Nilu, she opened her mouth wide and sucked hard, swallowing the King Zero directly into her stomach. What? Seeing this scene, Haribal was a little confused. Although she had seen the scene of Nell swallowing Zero before, she didn't expect that Nell could even swallow Wang Su's flash. However, the next moment, something happened that made her even more unbelievable. A pink King Zero light was brewing from Nell's mouth, entwining with Haribal's original King Zero light. However, this wasn't the end yet. A wisp of black Zero also condensed from the tip of Nell's spear. Wang Su Trio. In an instant, the three colors of Zero, gold, pink and black, gathered together and rushed towards Haribal. Broken Waterfall. Chapter 122. In an instant, a huge waterfall rose out of thin air in front of Haribal. Crash! The terrifying three-color Zero directly bombarded the waterfall. Boom! The terrifying high temperature created by the three-color Zero instantly evaporated the waterfall into water vapor all over the sky. The aftermath of the triple Zero rushed towards Haribal, engulfing her in an instant. Sorry Haribal, I won. When Nilo saw Haribal being hit head-on by her triple King Zero, she immediately felt that victory was in her grasp. Unexpectedly, the next moment a faint voice sounded from behind him. I don't think so. Nell turned her head in surprise, but what responded to her was a giant sword shining with golden ryutsu. Fortunately, Nilu reacted very quickly and raised the spear in her hand to block. Clang! How could that be? You were clearly given. Even though Nilu's reaction was very fast, she was still scratched on the back by Haribal's sword. But the next moment, a burst of dark golden ryutsu surged at the wound. It was obvious that under the repair of the Hyaku, the wound recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Nilu looked at Haribal who suddenly appeared behind her, her eyes full of confusion. Mist Shinobi style, a technique where I diffuse my ryutsu through steam, refracting it to create an illusion. Haribal patiently explained to Nell. I see, you really are very strong. Nilu exclaimed in admiration from the bottom of her heart. Wonderful! Ye Chuan, who was watching the battle on the throne, also exclaimed that it was exciting. Just looking at the previous performance of the two women, their strength was much stronger than what was shown in the original work. In the field, the battle between Nell and Haribal has also reached a white-hot stage. Obviously, they have been fighting for too long and the winner must be decided at this moment. Emerald Shooter. Nell threw the spear in her hand directly, and the spear carrying the terrifying ryutsu rushed straight towards Haribal's face like a real pink dragon. Seeing this, Haribal smiled slightly. The sword in his hand instantly stretched out, turning into a golden lightsaber over 100 feet long, heading towards the spear. Keng Lu's sword. The next moment, the spear collided with the lightsaber, unleashing a terrifying surge of power. A terrifying surge of ryutsu spread outward. If it weren't for Ye Chuan's four-sided lightning realm, the aftermath alone would have reduced all the Ajich's class arrancars in the field to bloody mud. After a moment, the ryutsu faded, revealing the two women. It was obvious that both women had suffered serious injuries in the previous fight, and were slowly recovering under the repair of the Hugyaku in their bodies. Seeing this, Ye Chuan could only smile bitterly, shook his head, and casually controlled his spirit to transmit a message to the four-sided Thunder Realm. You two have similar Ryutsu techniques, and both of you are protected by the power of Hugyaku. It's impossible to tell who's the winner. In my opinion, it's a draw. Hearing this, the two women were slightly stunned, and then said in unison. How about we play rock-paper-scissors to decide the winner? The corner of Ye Chuan's mouth twitched suddenly on the bone throne. Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. After two similar attempts, Nell finally defeated Haribel's cloth with a pair of scissors and won the battle. Afterwards, Haribel withdrew from the four-directional Thunder Realm and returned to Ye Chuan. As the winner, Nilu took the black pill that Salbaro had prepared in advance. Completely recover from one's Ryutsu and injuries in a very short time. Fighting one by one is too slow. Why don't you each choose your opponents and start fighting at the same time? Because at this moment many of the Ajicha's battles have ended. Therefore, Ye Chuan simply waved his hand, and a dark golden lightning whip swept across the arena below, destroying all the barriers set up by the arrancar below, and then set up two four-sided lightning barriers on these ruins. Those who haven't fought before, come down and have a try. Ye Chuan turned his head and looked at the several tile-level arrancars behind him with a smile on his face. Oh, there's really no way to avoid this. Hey, Lilynet, come here. Stark just made a complaint first, then he flashed and pulled Lilynet, who was standing behind a group of Ajichas, into the four-sided Thunder Realm where Nilu was. After receiving Ye Chuan's instructions, Grimjo on the side looked at Wanda Weiss with a provocative look. Stupid cat comes to fight. Wanda Weiss was the first to jump off the hill and enter the four-sided Thunder Realm on the left. Then, Ulquiero looked at Baragan with understanding. Call out! Call out! Immediately afterwards, the two of them entered the last four-sided Thunder Realm on the right with a loud sound. At this moment, the only ones behind Ye Chuan were Haribel, who had already fought a match, and Sail Aporo, who was watching the whole game. Ye Chuan turned his head and looked at Sapalo, and asked curiously. Aren't you going to participate in the ranked battle? Seeing this, Sail Aporo just smiled faintly. Please spare me, Lord Ye Chuan. I'm a scientific researcher and not good at fighting. Besides, my abilities are not suitable for sparring. It could kill people. After hearing this, Ye Chuan was stunned. Are you so pretentious? Then he seemed to have thought of something and just smiled. Never mind. It's up to you. In the original four-sided Thunder world, Nilu looked at Stark with suspicion. Did you bring a little friend to cheer you up? Stark remained silent after hearing this, but Lilynet, standing beside him, was very venomous. Hey, you've used all your nutrients to grow your breasts, so your brain isn't getting enough? Stark brought me in here to fight, of course. After hearing what Lilynet said, Nilu did not answer, but just glanced at Lilynet's flat key part, and then covered her mouth and laughed. Faced with Nilu's silent ridicule, Lilynet was like a powder keg ready to explode. Is it a big deal to grow up? Faced with the furious Lilynet, Stark had no choice but to grab the corner of her clothes with one hand and cover his face with the other. Please spare me. The next moment, only a majestic voice was heard. Stop messing around, let's have a quick showdown. At this moment, the three people in the field finally calmed down. Hey, Stark, teach her a lesson. Lilynet glanced at Stark and spoke softly. Stark didn't answer, but just placed his hand on Lilynet's head. Go after him, wolves. The next moment, a pale blue beam of light shot up into the sky, completely enveloping Stark and Lilynet. Fusion, return to blade. Seeing this scene, Nilu was more or less surprised. Although he and Starkey had known each other for more than 10 years, this was the first time he saw his return blade. The next moment, Ryutsu retracted to reveal Starkey's true form. His upper body was naked, revealing his muscular build. A Gyako was suspended in the hollow neutron on his chest, and black, blue, and green Ryutsu transformed into ribbons wrapped around his body. His lower body was enveloped in an endless amount of pitch-black Ryutsu. The original double guns also changed drastically, becoming completely blue-black. Chapter 123. Sizzle. Nilu spit out a pink zero directly at Starkey, who had just returned to his original form. Bang! Starkey raised his left hand slightly and pulled the trigger. A pale blue zero took shape instantly, and was about to face the pink zero head-on. However, the next moment, a strange scene happened. The zero that had been launched was sucked back by Nell again, including Starkey's one. The two gathered in front of Nilu and merged into a more powerful two-color zero, which blasted towards Starkey. Seeing this, Starkey just frowned slightly, then raised the pistol in his left hand. Sorry, Nilu, since Lord Ye Chuan has spoken, I will end this quickly. Since you like eating zero, then eat more. Starkey fired 10 shots in a row with his left hand, and 10 pale blue zeros shot out at the same time. 10 zero shots easily broke through Nilu's double zero. No, I can't swallow it. Seeing the aggressive zero coming, Nilu had no choice but to spin quickly to avoid the remaining zero. Unexpectedly, Starkey was faster than him. He teleported to the top of Nilu's head in a flash, then raised the pistol in his right hand and fired a zero shot with a slower charging speed but more powerful. Boom! This extremely powerful blue zero hit Nell head-on. The aftermath of zero hit the ground, leaving a huge crater hundreds of meters deep and sending up billowing smoke. Ahem! Nilu flashed and rushed out of the deep pit, with dark golden Ryutsu surging around her body. It was Gyako repairing the wounds all over her body. Obviously, if Nell in the original book had taken this attack head-on, she would have lost her fighting ability in an instant. Just when Nilu was about to adjust her state and fight again, she found that Starkey had already appeared behind her, with a pistol pointed at the back of her head. Sorry, Nilu, you lose. A moment later, Nilu walked out of the four-directional Thunder Realm with a depressed look on her face and returned to Ye Chuan's side. Ye Chuan, who understood the whole story, did not say anything, but just rubbed Nilu's face to comfort her. Haribel, watching from the side, was filled with shock. Although she couldn't see the scene within the barrier, she knew that Nilu had fought her for 3 days without a clear winner, yet now she was being defeated so swiftly by Starkey. In other words, even if she went up to fight Starkey, the result would be no different. Both are Vasto Lord-class arrancars, yet the difference is so huge. Haribel also felt a little bitter in his heart. Starkey is incredibly strong. It seems he's the strongest espada. Sail Aporo on the side laughed strangely. Ye Chuan turned his head and found that Sail Aporo was lightly pressing the frame of his glasses. A special spirit particle permeated the frame. Salper actually saw the scene inside the four-sided Thunder Realm through his glasses. I didn't expect you to break through my four-sided Thunder Realm so quickly and see what's inside. Ye Chuan's tone was slightly surprised. I can't say I've cracked it. I don't have the ability to break through the barrier created by Lord Ye Chuan's subordinates. I simply collected some of your spirit particles, making my glasses the same substance as your spirit particles. This only allows me to clearly see the interior of the barrier, but it can't do anything else. Sail Aporo seemed a little panicked, as if he was afraid of being blamed by Ye Chuan for secretly collecting his spirit particles. Ye Chuan naturally couldn't fail to see through his thoughts, so he just smiled faintly. Don't be nervous. Just don't do something like this on your own next time. As he spoke, a terrifying surge of Ryutsu surged from Ye Chuan's body and crushed towards Sail Aporo. Ye Chuan, adult, pardon. Sail Aporo, who was shocked by Ryutsu, suddenly felt difficulty breathing, as if a heavy burden of 10,000 pounds was pressing on him. If Ye Chuan hadn't given him the Hugyaku to help him with arrancar, this Ryutsu alone would have been enough to crush him and prevent him from getting up. Ye Chuan naturally wouldn't get angry just because his spirit particles were simply analyzed. However, when faced with subordinates who overstepped their bounds, he would still punish them severely. Alright, this won't happen again. Just watch them fight for now. After Ye Chuan said this, Sail Aporo suddenly felt the pressure on him relieved. At this moment, Ye Chuan had already retracted his Ryutsu. In the four-sided Thunder Realm on the left, the battle between Grimjo and Wanda Weiss has also entered a critical stage. Resurrect, Prince Senju. A crimson light covered Wanda Weiss's body. Crunch, crunch. In the thick crimson Ryutsu, Wanda Weiss completed the reconstruction of her body. When the Ryutsu dissipated, her true form was revealed. He was a figure about 3 meters tall, clad in pale bone armor. His golden hair had turned a fiery red after returning to the blade. Countless pale hands sprouted from his back, each one gleaming with a crimson light. A Hugyaku seed hovered above his chest. Obviously, Wanda Weiss, after being promoted to Vasto Lord and then fused with the Sun Hugyaku, is fundamentally different from the fire-extinguishing prince who was specifically transformed by Aizen in the original work. The current Wanda Weiss is naturally much stronger than in the original story, and he has also retained his sanity, but correspondingly, he does not have the special ability to seal Jingoko. However, Ye Chuan is not worried about this at all, because he already has the Yamamoto Noble Phantasm. Seeing that Wanda Weiss had returned to her original form, Grimjo, who was fighting against her, just laughed strangely. Do you think you're the only one who can do this? The next moment, Grimjo held the knife in one hand and slashed the blade with the other. Squeak, Leopard King! In an instant, an extremely condensed blue Ryutsu emanated from Grimjo's body, transforming into a circular beam of light that shot up into the sky. After a while, Ryutsu dissipated and Grimjo's returning blade came into view. Grimjo at this moment has changed greatly from his original form. His originally pale blue hair has turned completely white, and the tail he originally had on his back has turned into 2 jet black Ryutsu with blue lingering around it. The upper body is naked, the lower body is covered with a layer of white bones, the hands and feet have turned into pitch black claws, and the black substance on the claws is also extending to the whole body. This looks really good. On the bone throne, Ye Chuan commented with interest. Ah! Wanda Weiss opened his mouth and spit out a crimson siro towards Grimjo, and Grimjo swung his 2 leopard tails behind him, as if turning into 2 black and blue intersecting wings of light, and then dived towards Wanda Weiss at high speed, and dodged the siro by slightly turning his body. Grimjo, aided by his twin tails, spun at a much faster speed, dodging the incoming giant hands. In a flash, he was in front of Wanda Weiss, his claws swirling with wisps of blue light. Puff! Grimjo tore Wanda Weiss's arm apart with a fierce rip. A large amount of blood splattered everywhere, but Wanda Weiss did not show any sign of pain, and even had a smile on her lips. At the same time, Grimjo found that his limbs could no longer move, as if they were being tightly grasped by something. Impossible, I clearly dodged all your arms, why? Chapter 124. Seeing Grimjo's puzzled expression, Wanda Weiss sneered and said, Stupid cat, my return blade is called Prince Senju. The one you dodged was only the arm you could see. I have many more arms you can't see. Crack! The next moment, Grimjo felt himself being madly pressed down by countless invisible giant hands, as if they were going to crush all his bones and internal organs. Ha! Grimjo let out a strange cry, and the pale blue Ryutsu all over his body suddenly exploded. Stop talking so much. What are you talking about? I can just chop them all off, visible hands, invisible hands. Leopard King claws. Instantly, Grimjo's Ryutsu reached its ultimate peak, a blue aura rising into the sky. Finally freed from his restraints, Grimjo swung his claws, creating hundreds of afterimages, each of which transformed into 10 pale blue blades. Thousands of sharp blades, like arrows covering the sky and the sun, rushed towards Wanda Weiss. Roar! The next moment, Wanda Weiss cried out in pain, roaring furiously. Then, his sub-Hyaku, suspended in the hollow, began to emit a dark golden light, working in conjunction with Wanda Weiss's high-speed regeneration to repair his damaged body. In a flash, Wanda Weiss was back to normal. Boom! Then Wanda Weiss also condensed her own Ryutsu, and the visible and invisible hands behind her clenched into fists, a total of 1,000 fists, and hit Grimjo frantically. Bang! Since the fist shadows covered an extremely wide area and most of the fists were invisible, Grimjo was hit by one punch due to a mistake, and was hit by thousands of punches the next moment. Fortunately, at the last moment, Grimjo, struck by thousands of fists, spread a blue film of light across his body, the size of a pigeon egg. However, he couldn't block all the punches, only a few. Boom! Grimjo fell to the ground in a mess, even smashing a huge deep pit in the rocky ground covered by the barrier. Stupid cat, that's all. Upon seeing this, Wanda Weiss immediately taunted the rock pit below. What a load of bullshit! Grimjo roared angrily from the rocky pit below. The next moment, he transformed into a brilliant blue light and burst out of the pit, blasting directly through Wanda Weiss's shoulder. It was Grimjo's King Zero light. As Wonder Weiss used high-speed regeneration to repair his shoulder wound, the battered Grimjo rushed behind him at a speed so fast it would leave an afterimage. His entire body erupted with Ryutsu, suppressing the injuries Wonder Weiss had previously inflicted. Simultaneously, the Hyaku in his abdomen glowed dark gold, aiding Grimjo's repair. The next moment, an incredible scene happened. The Grimjo with two tails on its back was split into two, turning into two identical Grimjows. The only difference was that the double tails on its back became a single tail, and the Hyaku in the hollow cave also broke into two halves. Double blade kill. At the same time, the two Grimjows opened their mouths at the same time, and then released sky-high Ryutsu. The Ryutsu released by each of the two Grimjows that were split into two was surprisingly not much weaker than that of the previous twin-tailed Grimjo. Two pale blue lights first shot up into the sky, and then rushed towards Wanda Weiss from two directions. Wanda Weiss unleashed Ryutsu all over her body, and thousands of hands clenched into fists again, trying to block the two pale blue lights. However, just as the two blue shadows were about to touch Wanda Weiss, a dark golden lightning rushed into the field and turned into a dark golden thunder net, covering Wanda Weiss and the two Grimjows. The two who were about to fight to the death were instantly suppressed by Ye Chuan, and even their moves were interrupted. The two Grimjows in the dark golden net transformed into two streams of light and merged together, and the Hyaku on their chests also returned to full shape. And Wanda Weiss's 1,000 clenched fists also loosened under the restraint of the thunder net. The next moment, Ye Chuan's voice came faintly from all directions of the barrier. Grimjo wins this battle. Your fight ends here. It's Lord Ye Chuan. Grimjo and Wanda Weiss glanced at each other and then both exited the return to blade state, and then obediently returned to Ye Chuan's back. Ye Chuan didn't expect that Grimjo's strength would increase so much after he was promoted to Vasto Lord and then fused with Hyaku. If Ye Chuan hadn't stopped him, Wanda Weiss would have been torn to pieces by Grimjo. Based on Wanda Weiss's strength, she should not be able to withstand Grimjo's strange move of splitting herself in two. Even with the protection of high-speed regeneration and Hyaku, she would most likely be torn to pieces. In the four-sided Thunder Realm on the right, the battle between Ulquiorra and Baragan is also continuing. By this point, Baragan had already returned to his original form. He had stood there motionless, a thick aura of death permeating the entire barrier. It enveloped the now returned Ulquiorra like a leech. Ulquiorra's stance was identical to that of the second stage of his return to the original novel. The only difference was that a Hugyaku hovered above the hollow in his heart. Ye Chuan's attention was actually mostly focused on the battle between Ulquiorra and Baragan. He had always wanted to know how powerful Ulquiorra, who had hidden his second stage return blade in the original work, would be in Espada. However, Ye Chuan was surprised to find that the Ulquiorra of the fusion child Hugyaku was only a first stage return blade, which was exactly the same as the second stage return blade in the original work. Ulquiorra, show your true strength. In an instant, Ye Chuan's voice traveled through the four-sided thunder realm and reached the ears of Ulquiorra and Baragan. Boy, do you dare to hide your incompetence in front of me? Baragan's skull eyes stared at the fleeing Ulquiorra with burning soul fire, while Ulquiorra faced the death sighs that came like a tide with a calm expression. As you command, Lord Ye Chuan. As soon as he finished speaking, a dark green Ryotsu shot up into the sky like a substance and transformed into a giant dark green bat. After a few breaths, a figure slowly walked out from under the shadow of the bat. It was Ulquiorra, after his second stage of reincarnation. His pale upper body was shrouded in strands of green Ryotsu. His lower body was covered in a jet-black Ryotsu substance. Black wings spread from his limbs, his black hair had turned completely white, and two glowing green horns had sprouted from his head. Even the Hugyaku on his chest glowed green. The entire four-sided lightning world was filled with Ryotsu as dense as fine raindrops, intertwined with the sigh of death surrounding Baragan. Not bad, Ryotsu is okay. Ye Chuan, who was sitting on the bone throne, carefully felt the Ryotsu emitted by Ulquiorra after his second stage of return to the sword. Of all the Vasto Lord arrancars under Ye Chuan's command, Ulquiorra is second only to Starkey in terms of Ryotsu alone. Even Baragan seems to be slightly inferior to him. Chapter 125. This powerful Ryotsu is worth fighting for. After feeling Ulquiorra's extremely powerful Ryotsu, Baragan stretched out his palm and smiled happily, and then the power of death that was several times stronger than before burst out. Ulquiorra remained expressionless, and then pointed a finger at Baragan. Black Zero. A zero as black as ink gathered at his fingertips and blasted towards Baragan. Shoo! Baragan raised the golden axe in his hand, and a wall made entirely of the power of death instantly formed in front of him, completely turning the terrifying Black Zero into nothingness without even raising a trace of smoke. Moonlight Sword. Ulquiorra waved his hand and a light green blade of light instantly formed in his hand. Holding the blade of light, Ulquiorra quickly approached Baragan with a loud sound and engaged in close combat with Baragan. Clang! The moment the lightsaber collided with the golden axe, Ulquiorra discovered that his moonlight sword was being continuously corroded by the power of death lingering on the golden axe. Seeing this, Ulquiorra shook all four wings behind him, turning into a shadow and distancing himself from Baragan at an extremely fast speed. It didn't stop until it retreated hundreds of feet in an instant. The next moment, Ulquiorra waved his hand, and a feather immediately fell from the four black wings behind him and was caught by him. Ulquiorra held the feather in both hands, put his hands together, and then quickly pulled them apart. The feather instantly turned into a spear shining with a dark light. Thunder Spear. Ulquiorra raised his right arm and threw the black spear directly out. Seeing this, Baragan was stunned at first, then he grasped the chain behind the giant axe and threw the golden giant axe in his hand violently, colliding with the black Ryotsu spear. Bang! The aftermath of the collision between the two turned into gusts of wind that howled in the barrier. At first, the pitch-black thunder spear knocked Baragan's golden axe away. Just when its residual power was about to touch Baragan, it was shrouded by the power of death and became powerless, turning into ashes 1 foot away from Baragan. It turns out that the names are just similar. Your thunder spear is far inferior to Lord Ye Chuan's thunder. In the face of Baragan's provocation, Ulquiorra remained silent. Seeing that his words had no effect on Ulquiorra, Baragan stopped talking, raised his battle axe, and started a close combat with Ulquiorra with a loud spun. Faced with the golden giant axe coming towards him, Ulquiorra had no choice but to summon the Black Thunder Spear again and confront Baragan head-on. Clang! 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 After fighting with Baragan for several times, Ulquiorra discovered that Baragan's power of death was transmitted through the Thunder Spear to his right arm. Ulquiorra immediately pulled back, leaving behind the incomplete Thunder Spear. Initially, Ulquiorra wanted to follow Ye Chuan's example and use high-speed regeneration to fight against the power of death, but he found that his high-speed regeneration could not achieve reverse growth against Baragan's power of death, and could only delay the corrosion of the power of death at best. So, without the slightest hesitation, he condensed the Moonlight Sword in his left hand and, with a single blow, slashed his right arm. The entire process was seamless, his expression remaining unchanged, as if he wasn't actually cutting his own arm. The broken arm fell down and turned into nothingness and completely dissipated before it hit the ground. There was a squirming sensation at the broken arm of Ulquiorra, and the arm instantly recovered. Sure enough, my super speed in regeneration is still far behind Lord Ye Chuan. Ulquiorra looked up at Baragan, who was full of fighting spirit, and said calmly, "I lost, you won." Baragan, who was about to fight again with his axe, suddenly felt unhappy. "Hey, kid, are you looking down on me? The outcome is clearly undecided." Unexpectedly, when he looked up, he found that Ulquiorra had already released the return to blade state and was about to exit the Four Directions Thunder Realm. "You kid!" Seeing this, Baragan had no choice but to stop fighting. Since both Baragan and Ulquiorra have been implanted with Subhagyaku, Baragan's weakness of lacking recovery ability has been made up. Under his bug-level death power, even Ulquiorra's slightly stronger Ryotsu would find it difficult to solve it. On the other hand, Ulquiorra's recovery ability is the strongest among all the Vashal. What he lacks is a powerful means of output. If he wants to truly defeat Baragan, he must either unilaterally crush him with the ultimate Ryotsu like Ye Chuan, or he must have a killer move with enough lethality to kill him with one blow. Otherwise, if Baragan was given a chance to breathe, with the added resilience of his son Hagyaku and the terrifying power of death, he would be practically unstoppable. Therefore, Baragan is still relatively restrained against Ulquiorra, but Ye Chuan keenly senses that Ulquiorra is actually hiding his weakness. If they really fight to the death, the outcome is still uncertain. In this way, the first round battle of the 7 Vasto Lords has basically decided the winner, and the next step is the second round battle between the winner group and the loser group. However, Sail Aporo still had no intention of joining the war, and Ye Chuan did not interfere too much. After all, important scientific researchers must always be given certain preferential treatment. After all, Sail Aporo's significance to Ye Chuan and the entire Hueco Mundo goes beyond simply being a Vasto-class arrancar. He is arguably the pillar of future Hueco Mundo technology, so his combat power isn't necessarily the most important. However, it's undeniable that he's undoubtedly one of the most powerful Vasto Lord-class arrancars. The subsequent battle lasted for about a week and finally determined the ranking of Espada under Ye Chuan. Espada 0 Sail Aporo Grandes. First Espada Coyote Star K. Second Espada Baragan Luzenbern. Back Sword Ulquiorra Sifur. Fourth Espada Nell 2 Idelschwank. Fifth Sword Tir Haribal. Espada Grimjo Jaeger Jaquez. The seventh Espada, Wanda Weiss Margera. The eighth Espada Neutra Gilga. The ninth Espada, Ruby Antenor. 10th Espada Zamari Ruros. The ranking was arranged by Ye Chuan based on the respective combat performances in this qualifying battle. As for Sail Aporo, who had never participated in the battle from beginning to end, Ye Chuan directly ranked him as the most special number 0. The first 0 to 7 were all Vasto Lord-class arrancars that Ye Chuan had implanted with Hagyaku to strengthen them, while the remaining 3 were powerful individuals that had fought their way out of a group of Aegis-class arrancars that had formed gangs. Therefore, Ye Chuan also classified them as Espada. As for the Espada having 11, that's obviously reasonable. Chapter 126. Mino's Grande House, Main Hall. Ye Chuan stood on the high platform, looking down at the arrancars below. All arrancars below the espada level, proceed to the side hall to receive your own serial numbered shoulder insignias. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of Aegis class arrancars lined up obediently and went to the side hall to receive their number plates. These arrancars marched in step as they walked. If the Shinigami from the Soul Society saw this, they would probably be shocked. They didn't expect that these raw and blood-drinking Mino's Grande had now become a well-trained army. A moment later, only Ye Chuan and the arrancar espada he had just selected were left on the field. Ye Chuan just pointed his finger, and a dark golden light appeared on Sail Aporo's left shoulder. Then, an exquisite epaulette shining with black and gold color, the material of which could not be seen, immediately appeared on his shoulder. There is only a big number 0 on this shoulder strap. Ye Chuan used his powerful Ryutsu ink to write these shoulder insignias directly onto their clothing, then transformed them into shoulder insignias. Because their clothing was originally formed from the remnants of their transformations, shaped by high-density spirit particles, transforming them into shoulder insignias was a simple matter for Ye Chuan, the son of Hueco Mundo. Ye Chuan believed that Aizen's act of carving numbers directly on the bodies of the arrancars was originally a scientist's way of assigning numbers to his experimental subjects, but in essence, it was a disdain for the arrancars. After all, in the past, only the meat and poultry in the slaughterhouse were stamped, so Ye Chuan did not take the same approach of tattooing and engraving on them, but chose to give them epaulettes. When it was Neutra's turn, he discovered that the last 3 Aegis had not been fused with the Hugyaku, but only with arrancar of the Gate of Transcendence. Therefore, their clothing was ordinary clothing, not made by Ye Chuan from the remnants of the cocoon, and could not be directly made into epaulettes. Ye Chuan turned around and saw Grimjo standing there with his chest exposed. He cut a piece of fabric from the end of Grimjo's coat and used it to make 3 epaulettes with the numbers 8, 9, and 10 on them. In this way, Grimjo's long coat was directly turned into a short one. Well, it's good, you look more energetic. Ye Chuan is very satisfied with his transformation technology using local materials. He even feels that with his skills, he can become a trendy clothing designer in the real world. Grimjo stood there in a daze, his mouth twitching. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say it. Looking at the espada that he had strengthened, Ye Chuan showed a satisfied smile. Compared with the espada formed by Aizen in the original work, there was no doubt that his espada was obviously more than 1 level stronger. Even the last 3 Aegis level arrancars who made up the number have the strength of a captain, and even the worst 10th espada, Zamariruro's, is the 7th espada in the original work. As for the first 8 that he had implanted into the sub-Hugyaku, they were simply not something that an ordinary captain could handle alone. This is more like one of the 3 major forces. Ye Chuan sighed secretly. In the original work, Hueco Mundo is definitely the weakest among the 3 major forces. Although its territory is the largest among the 3 realms, its strength is the weakest, which is really a bit embarrassing. But as for the espada under Ye Chuan, he believed that he could challenge both Godi 13 and the Stern Cross Knights. My espada, come with me to see how the construction of my new Qian palace is progressing. Ye Chuan waved his sleeves and led the espada under his command out of the Mino's Grande house. The ruins of Sui Palace. An arrancar wearing a white robe and a black corset, with a bull-horned mask on his head, is directing a group of round-skull arrancars who look exactly the same and wear uniform clothes, carrying various stones, wood, and other items in an orderly manner. These identical-looking arrancar skulls numbered tens of thousands. They lined up in neat rows, with an orderly division of labor, and were rebuilding the Sui Palace at a breakneck speed. The Qian Palace, which was reduced to rubble in the battle with Aizen, has been rebuilt in a short period of time and seems to be even more magnificent than before. Upon seeing Ye Chuan and the other arrancar espadas arrive, Niu Jiao arrancar immediately bowed and saluted. Greetings, Lord Ye Chuan. This bull-horned arrancar is none other than Reborn, the leader of the funeral army in the original work, and the tens of thousands of round-skull arrancars involved in its construction are none other than the skeleton soldiers born after Reborn's death. Although Reborn's combat power is not strong, his abilities are very useful. In the original book, Aizen assigned him to sail Aporo to form a funeral expeditionary force. Ye Chuan believed that this was a huge waste of resources. After Ye Chuan found him, he first made him devour many unruly ajichas and thousands of mindless Jillian, and pushed him to the ultimate of ajichas by cramming, and then used the gate of transcendence to help him arrancar. However, it seems that due to the problem of qualifications, he cannot evolve into Vasto Lord on his own like Grimjo and Wanda Weiss, but this is enough. Ye Chuan did not let Ludburn participate in the arrancar ranking, but directly appointed him as the captain of the Hueco Mundo Housing and Construction Force. After being strengthened by Ye Chuan, Reborn could produce up to 30,000 skeleton soldiers upon his return to the blade. These skeleton soldiers could survive for decades. While their combat effectiveness was extremely weak, comparable to that of the lowest level newly formed hollows, their sheer numbers were formidable. Furthermore, they possessed considerable intelligence and required no additional prey, surviving solely on the trace amounts of free spirit particles within the Hueco Mundo. Even if these skeleton soldiers die in an accident, Reborn can just regenerate after his death. This isn't a funeral troop, this is clearly my Hueco Mundo infrastructure brigade. Looking at the Sui Palace, which had been rebuilt to such a large scale in such a short period of time, Ye Chuan smiled with satisfaction. He believed that with the scientists Sail Aporo and Ludburn's housing and construction team, even the desolate desert could be transformed into a modern society. After all, Ye Chuan is not a Baragan, and he has no interest in claiming to be the king over a group of unintelligent people in this place where people eat raw meat and drink blood. Chapter 127. After selecting the espada, Ye Chuan continued to lie on the throne in the main hall of the Mino's Grande house and fell into a deep sleep. Now, under the nourishment of the entire Hueco Mundo, his Ryotsu is increasing day by day. He can only digest these Ryotsu better by letting his main body fall into a deep sleep. Although Ye Chuan's body fell into a deep sleep, his consciousness floated around along the ubiquitous spirit particles in Hueco Mundo, wandering in every corner of Hueco Mundo, exploring the vast Hueco Mundo. Given the vastness of Hueco Mundo, even though he was the son of Hueco Mundo, he was not able to fully explore the entire Hueco Mundo. At this time, half a year had passed since the espada selection. Ye Chuan, who was lying on the throne with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a smile. "I found you." The next moment, Ye Chuan turned into a brilliant streak of lightning and flew directly out of the Mino's Grande house, then rushed directly towards the sand layer and headed straight for the Mino's Grande forest at the bottom. Ye Chuan, who turned into lightning, reached the ultimate speed. In just a few minutes, he flew across millions of kilometers. The entire Mino's Grande forest seemed to have no end. Until several hours later, the dark golden lightning suddenly dissipated, and Ye Chuan's figure appeared in a dense forest. There are no Ajichas here, only hundreds of mindless Jillian wandering around. Ye Chuan roamed freely among the Jillian, who ignored him. That was because Ye Chuan had completely restrained his Ryotsu with the breath containment technique. Without it, even a single leak of his Ryotsu would send the Jillian into a frenzy. If Ye Chuan had fully unleashed his Ryotsu, even in its unrefined form, his passive Ryotsu alone would have been enough to crush the hundreds of Jillian before him. He was far more terrifying than Stark back then. After looking around for a while, he finally found his target. It was also a dumb Jillian, just like the other dozens of others. "Call out!" Ye Chuan flashed and appeared above his head, waving a gentle Ryotsu with one hand to wrap it up. Roar! Unexpectedly, this Jillian opened her mouth and started roaring. "Be quiet! It's very difficult to wake you up in this situation without hurting you." Ye Chuan glanced at the Jillian with a cold expression, and then the Jillian suddenly became quiet. It was not because it had regained its intelligence, but because it instinctively sensed the danger and chose to shut up. Ye Chuan controlled strands of dark golden ryotsu, infiltrating into the Jillian's body, searching carefully. Because Ye Chuan's ryotsu was too strong, even the slightest trace of ryotsu could crush the Jillian. Therefore, throughout the whole process, Ye Chuan carefully controlled the output of ryotsu, for fear of accidentally crushing the Jillian. Found it! Ye Chuan penetrated into Jillian's body through the free spirit particles in Hueco Mundo, and only then could he see clearly the condition inside Jillian's body. He finally found a dark yellow dog-shaped hollow phantom appearing inside Jillian's body. Ye Chuan used his own ryotsu to transform into a rope and pulled the dog-shaped hollow out little by little. Because Jillian and the dog-shaped hollow's souls were too fragile, Ye Chuan was extremely careful, fearing that he would pull too fast or use too much force and crush them. At this moment, Ye Chuan seemed to have become a surgeon performing an extremely risky operation on a patient. This process lasted for half a day until the dog-shaped void was completely pulled out, and Ye Chuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, finally succeeded. At the moment when the dog-shaped hollow appeared, Ye Chuan directly activated the Soul Eater and devoured all the hundreds of mindless Jillian in the dense forest. Then, he poured all the pure spirit particles transformed from these hundreds of Jillian into the extremely illusory dog-shaped hollow body. The dog-shaped figure, which was originally illusory, instantly became solid. As the last wisp of dark golden spirit poured into its body, the originally illusory dog-shaped Su had changed drastically, transforming into a dark yellow giant dog that was more than 2 meters tall and over 6 meters long. Under Ye Chuan's transformation, the Inu Hollow, originally a low-ranking giant hollow, directly began a double-step advancement, skipping the stage of becoming a Jillian, and instantly became an Ajichas. Of course, this kind of crammed Ajicha is definitely the lowest among all Ajichas. Even with Ye Chuan's help, the dog-shaped hollow lying on the ground took a long time to digest the surging ryotsu, and then slowly woke up. Where am I? The last image in Sunny Ellie's mind was that in order to follow Ye Chuan's footsteps, she followed Ye Chuan's example and entered the Minos Grande forest after being promoted to a giant hollow. However, she was accidentally involved in a fight among hundreds of hollows in the Minos Grande forest, and finally turned into the irrational Jillian together with the other 99 giant hollows. Long time no see, little yellow dog, you're having a hard time. Sunny Ellie looked up and found a handsome young man in a white robe smiling at her. Who are you? The dog-shaped Ajichas looked up at the man, but she had no memory of him. It wasn't until Ye Chuan opened his palm and a signature dark golden arc of lightning danced within it that the dog-shaped Ajichas suddenly realized what was going on. You are, a giant centipede. Hearing this, Ye Chuan's mouth twitched. Although he didn't like this name, he still smiled and nodded. It's me, little yellow dog. After receiving Ye Chuan's affirmative answer, Sunny Ellie's eyes filled with tears, and tears immediately burst out. 2 rows of huge tears flowed like 2 faucets. Where have you been? I've been looking for you for a long time. After a conversation with Sunny Ellie, I learned that after she was promoted to a giant hollow, she embarked on a journey to find Ye Chuan. She searched for Ye Chuan for several years but couldn't find him, and ended up becoming a part of Jillian the Unintelligent. As she spoke, the huge dog head kept rubbing against Ye Chuan's chest, and it seemed that it wanted to stick out its tongue to lick Ye Chuan's face, but was stopped by Ye Chuan. At this moment, the little yellow dog chattered to Ye Chuan like a chatterbox about the hardships it had experienced over the years in order to find him. Ye Chuan listened to it patiently and rubbed her head from time to comfort her. Okay, it's almost time. You should have completely digested the surge of ryotsu in your body. We can begin. Suddenly Ye Chuan looked at the little yellow dog lying on the ground and grinned. Hey, what can we start? The next moment, in front of Sunny Ellie's puzzled eyes, Ye Chuan took out a gem that was dark gold with a hint of purple-black light in the middle. In an instant, a dazzling two-color light gushed out from the gem and completely enveloped her. Not long after, the two-colored light balls began to shrink, and then turned into human size. After a few breaths, a naked figure walked out of it. She was a slender, energetic girl with short hair. She had fair skin, a slender figure, dark eyes, and black hair. While not as voluptuous as Reborn and Nero, she still had a delicate curve. Her delicate face is as exquisite as a porcelain doll, with two small canine teeth in her mouth. In short, her whole body is filled with a youthful aura. Ye Chuan took out a set of arrancar clothing that had been prepared and handed it to her. Shanai Elish had not been a human being for too long, and it took her a long time to put on the clothes with great difficulty. Just as he was about to rush back to Mino's Grande house, he discovered that although Shanai Eli was an arrancar of the Ajicha's level, she had been crammed by Ye Chuan and hadn't even mastered the necessary ring turns for an Ajicha. So, Ye Chuan had no choice but to hold her in his arms and transform into a brilliant streak of lightning, flying towards Mino's Grande house. Chapter 128. Master Ye Chuan, are you still not awake? Nilu, who arrived hand in hand with Reborn, looked at the figure lying on the throne in the center of the main hall with some disappointment. I'm very sorry, Lady Nell, but Lord Ye Chuan seems to have reached a critical period of transformation recently. He can only be awake for 1 or 2 hours a day. Sunny Ellie, who was wearing a maid outfit, explained to the two women with a smile on her face. Forget it, since Lord Ye Chuan hasn't woken up yet, let's go first. Reborn spoke lightly and then pulled Nilu away. Take care, my two lords. Sunny Ellie bowed respectfully to the two women's backs. After the two women walked away, Sunny Ellie puffed out her small chest. She was originally quite confident about her figure, until she met Nello and Reborn. Can it really be that big? In Sunny Ellie's mind, she recalled the sizes of Nilu and Reborn, and her two small hands kept tracing their outlines on her chest. Oh my, the gap is really huge. Sunny Ellie sighed, but she was very satisfied with her current life. Originally, she was just an ordinary hollow who failed to evolve and was forcibly fused by the unintelligent Jillian. As a result, he was found by Ye Chuan 3 years ago. With Ye Chuan's help, he not only successfully found himself, but also made 2 consecutive jumps to become a Jichas and arrancar to regain his human body. She was also brought back to Mino's Grande's house by Ye Chuan and became Ye Chuan's personal maid. Therefore, she has an almost crazy admiration for Ye Chuan. After all, if Ye Chuan had not saved her, she would have been tortured to death just a few days after becoming a new hollow, not to mention arrancar who has now become an Ajicha's level. She knew very clearly that everything she had was given by Ye Chuan, so even if Ye Chuan asked her to die immediately, she would not hesitate at all. Ellie. Just as Shanai Ellie was daydreaming, a familiar voice came from the throne behind her. Master Ye Chuan, you're awake. Sunny Ellie looked excitedly at the beautiful young man in white robe who had already opened his eyes and was sitting on the throne behind her. The next moment, she obediently walked to Ye Chuan's throne and squatted down. Ye Chuan habitually reached out and gently stroked her forehead. Meanwhile, Sunny Ellie showed a look of ecstasy. Hey, Ellie, didn't I tell you that you have gained a human body now? Please don't do such strange things anymore. Ye Chuan first sighed, then looked at the little maid squatting in front of him and said slowly. Forget it, go and pour me a cup of black tea to wake me up. Yes, Lord Ye Chuan. The cheerful voice of the little maid echoed in the underground palace. Seoul Society, somewhere in the western part of Rukanga. Sui Feng looked at the man in front of her breathlessly. She couldn't imagine that only 3 or 4 years had passed, and Shunpo, whom she was so proud of, had already been caught up by him. Shaoling, are you tired? Do you need a cup of tea and a break? Ito Makoto looked at Sui Feng, who was sweating profusely at the moment, and started to tease him. Obviously, after long-term exchanges, the two have become close friends, true friends. Humph, you only managed to catch up to me thanks to the power of your barrier. What's there to be proud of? Sui Feng snorted coldly. It was obvious that as the commander-in-chief of stealth and mobility, she was very unhappy about being overtaken by others in speed. Snap! Hearing this, Ye Chuan just smiled slightly and then snapped his fingers, and the dark world disappeared instantly. Call out! Seeing this, Sui Feng raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and then stepped directly on Shunpo, raised his right hand, raised the Suzumibaki in his hand and stabbed it towards Ito Makoto's eyebrows. It must be said that without the constraints of the four directions, Sui Feng's speed had indeed increased significantly, but Ito Makoto was no slow either, dodging the fatal blow with a slight turn of his body. He even seized the opportunity to grab Sui Feng's left ankle and then swung it with such force that Sui Feng immediately lost his balance and was thrown out. And Ito Makoto followed by stepping on Shunpo and stretched out a claw towards Sui Feng, who was flying backwards. Downstream. Seeing that Ito Makoto's hand was about to touch her bra, Sui Feng cursed inwardly, then raised the Suzumibaki and stabbed it into Ito Makoto's palm. In an instant, a black butterfly pattern appeared on the palm of Ito Makoto's right hand. Bang! Sui Feng flew backwards and only managed to steady himself after hitting a tree trunk behind him. Makoto Ito looked at the B-shaped pattern on his palm and let out a helpless sigh. Hey, Shaoling, I just wanted to go over and give you a hand, why are you doing this? Unexpectedly, after standing up, Sui Feng first glanced at Ito Makoto's handsome face and then spat fiercely. Bah, scum! As soon as he finished speaking, Sui Feng stepped directly on Shunpo, and a pure white kid aura burst out from his body, and an endless gust of wind surged. Instant blast! Upon seeing this, Ito Makoto waved the Annihilation God in his hand, and the Four Directions realm reappeared, and then fought with Sui Feng. As expected, it's more appropriate for us to talk with swords. A few hours later, after a fierce battle with Sui Feng, Ito Makoto was walking leisurely on the streets of Jingling Court with a dogtail grass in his mouth, his hands on his hips and humming a little tune. Suddenly, I saw a group of Shinigami wearing death-hatred uniforms rushing towards a certain direction. Is this the direction of Noble Street? At this moment, he saw a familiar figure among the Shinigami soldiers and grabbed him to find out what was going on. Who is digging Laozi? Odayu was already upset because he received an urgent task from the team, and then there was someone who was so blind as to pull him. But when he looked up and saw that the person pulling him was Ito Makoto, he was suddenly speechless. Ito! Vice Captain, what a coincidence that you're here too. Odayu gave Ito Makoto a flattering smile. The person in front of him was none other than Odayu, who had accepted Granny Sanhua's letter of recommendation and thus guided Ito Makoto to take the assessment of the Mu Spiritual Academy in advance. But he doesn't seem to be doing very well. Now, nearly 20 years have passed, and Ito Makoto is already the vice captain of the 4th Division, while he is still just an ordinary soldier of the 6th Division. What happened? Why are you in such a hurry? Ito Makoto raised his hand to interrupt Odayu's nonsense and asked directly. Upon hearing this, Odayu immediately frowned and complained bitterly. Something terrible has happened. Unidentified bandits suddenly appeared in a certain block of Noble Street, killing some nobles and even setting their houses on fire. Ah! Nobles, bandits! Hearing this, Ito Makoto felt a little nervous for a moment, and then waved his hand to signal Odayu to leave. Unexpectedly, the old man stepped back a few steps, bowed respectfully to Ito Makoto, and then returned to the team. Looking at the extremely flattering Odayu now, recalling the first time I met him, his attitude of looking down on people formed a strong contrast. To be assertive in the beginning and respectful in the end, the thought of it makes one laugh. Chapter 129. Now that Byakuya Kukaki has just taken over the position of captain of the 6th Division, which is dedicated to protecting the safety of the nobles. Something like this has happened in Noble Street. It's hard not to think that this is a deliberate targeting of the Kukaki family. But what does this have to do with me? It doesn't matter to me what happens. Makoto Ito was not interested in this matter at all. He hummed a little tune all the way to the 4th Squad barracks and went straight to his dormitory. Just as he was about to open the door and go in, he suddenly frowned. Something's wrong. Ito Makoto sensed the second person's ryotsu on his doorknob. Although this person hides very well, even ordinary captains find it difficult to find the traces he left behind, but Ito Makoto can share spiritual perception with the original body. His spiritual perception far exceeds that of an ordinary captain. Therefore, he noticed the abnormality at the first time. So, Ito Makoto carefully pulled out the zanpakut from his waist, kicked the door open, and then walked into his dormitory carefully with the knife in front. But he found nothing unusual in the room. There was just an exquisite gift box on his desk. There was a beautiful bow tied on the gift box. Ye Chuan used ryotsu to peek into the items in the gift box but found that his ryotsu was blocked. Apparently, this gift box has been given a special kid. Ito Makoto frowned slightly. He couldn't figure out who was so bored as to sneak into his room and put a gift box on his desk. Then, Ito Makoto gently waved the zanpakut in his hand, splitting the gift box open, revealing a bloody head. There was still a deep look of fear in the eyes of the head. Obviously he had seen something horrifying before he died. FKU. Such a sudden appearance of a head on his desk at home did not scare Ito Makoto, but it did disgust him. Looking at the miserable dead head in front of him, Ito Makoto suddenly felt that it looked familiar. It's him. Suddenly he remembered this person. It was the little noble who had arrogantly asked him to participate in the hunting competition. He was the junior of Yano Zhengyan. For a moment, Ito Makoto couldn't remember his name. Of course, it's not that Ye Chuan forgot, but he simply didn't bother to remember the name of an ant. The moment he saw this man's head, combined with the situation described by Oda-yu on the way back, Ito Makoto had already guessed the whole story. What a lunatic! Makoto Ito couldn't help but curse inwardly as he looked at the head on the table with its eyes open. At night, the moon hangs high in the sky, and the bright moonlight sprinkles on the earth, as if covering the entire jingling courtyard with a layer of gauze, making it look extremely magnificent. The Xiaodala clan territory, located at the southernmost end of Noble Street, is a building complex covering hundreds of hectares. In the very center of the clan territory, there is a luxurious attic comparable to a palace. This is the residence of Xiaodala Kyungshu, the current head of the Xiaodala family. At this moment, the elegant and noble current head of the Xiaodala family was only wearing a black silk gauze, lying on a large bed made entirely of hollow jade carvings, his graceful figure looming. Shoo! Shoo! At his side was a strange silver-white long sword, which actually made a chirping sound like a living thing. Didn't you just eat? Why are you hungry again? Xiaodala Kyungshu showed a look of disgust, threw the knife directly onto the wooden cabinet at the head of the bed, and ignored it. The next moment, a knife was suddenly placed on her snow-white neck. Ito Makoto had to admit that Sui Feng's stealthy and agile assassination technique was indeed superb. At this moment, he used the assassination techniques he learned from Sui Feng to sneak into the heart of the Xiaodala family quietly and captured Xiaodala Kyungshu easily. Looking at the long knife across her neck, and then looking up at Ito Makoto holding the knife, a trace of astonishment crossed Kazumi Ojiaseoki's face. Cheng Jun, how did you get in? After just a moment, Kazumi Ojiaseoki's delicate face regained its composure, and she smiled sweetly at Ito Makoto and said, Cheng Jun, if you want to come to my house, Kazumi, you can just walk straight in front. Why do you have to sneak here? The woman slowly stood up with Ito Makoto's sealed grip on her neck, her demeanor relaxed and natural. However, her right hand secretly reached for the silver-white Mo Yao knife on the wooden cabinet. just as her hand was about to touch the Mo Yao knife. Bakud number 4, this rope. In an instant, a golden rope-like light tightly wrapped around Xiaoda Kyungsu, making her unable to move. Makoto Ito threw the gift box in his hand directly onto her bed. Unexpectedly, the woman didn't even open the lid of the gift box before she started to speak in a hypocritical manner. Cheng Jun, please don't be so rude to me. Isn't this Yano Tianhe, the direct descendant of the Yano family? It turns out that the gangster who attacked Noble Street during the day was actually you, Cheng Jun. Hearing this, Ito Makoto just sneered, and then opened the gift box. It was empty except for some dried-up bloodline. Without even looking at what's in the box, you already know that Yano Tianhe was once inside? Could it be that Patriarch Kashomirode's taper blade has the power of prophecy? Looking at Ito Makoto's serious expression, Kashomajayaji Asayoki covered her mouth and smiled slightly. It seems Cheng Jun doesn't like my gift very much. I heard that this person once offended you, so I cut off his head and gave it to you as a gift. Why are you blaming him? Facing this woman's coquettish anger, Ito Makoto still looked at this crazy woman with a cold expression, and there was a hint of anger in his voice. So I have to thank you, Patriarch Kashomidaji. Makoto Ito didn't say anything and slashed her shoulder with a knife, and blood splattered all over her. Ah! Xiaoda Kyungsu suddenly cried out in pain. Cheng Jun, you have such a cruel heart. At the same time, a snow-white snake flew out from the bottom of the bed and bit Ito Makoto's shoulder. In response, Ito Makoto raised his left hand, and a white lightning as thick as a thumb shot out, knocking the white snake away. Clang! The white snake fell to the ground and turned into a sealed state shaped like a dagger. What a shame, the same greeting doesn't work on me. Without the Mo Yao sword in her hand, Kashomi Aji Asayoki is only at the level of a strong vice-captain. Now it is easy for Ito Makoto to kill her. There's been a recent incident of bandits attacking nobles. Why not use this as an excuse to kill this crazy woman today? She's in trouble for herself. However, at the moment when Ito Makoto came up with this idea, the sound of the sealed state falling to the ground had already attracted the special forces of the Kashomajayaji family, the Moyas Hong. Ito Makoto sensed that the powerful Ryotsuo of the Six Paths were approaching here. 5 of them were 4th-class ultimate spiritual powers, just a step away from the 3rd-class spiritual powers representing the captain level, and one of them was a true 3rd-class spiritual power. Ito Makoto looked around and saw that these 6 people were wearing the same uniform and masked with black cloth. They looked like ninjas and held various different shaped mokoyeo swords in their hands. Some were shaped like shovels, some like sickles, and some had a mirror at the junction of the hilt and the blade. Bold lunatic, let go of the master. The next moment, the young man who was the leader of the 6 people rushed behind Ito Makoto with the taper sword with a mirror in his hand. The taper sword in his hand shone brightly, and a colorful light shot out from the mirror surface and hit Ito Makoto's back. In response to this, Ito Makoto did not dodge or avoid, but just smiled faintly. Bakud number 81, Splitting Void. An invisible barrier unfolded behind Ito Makoto, completely blocking the colorful light. You. Chapter 130. That's impossible. The young man who was the leader of the 6 people saw that his full-strength attack with the Mo Yao sword was easily blocked by Ito Makoto's splitting void, which he had abandoned chanting. His eyes widened and his face was full of disbelief. Yamaguchi Chisuk is the leader of the Mo Yao clan, although he does not have Zanpakut. But he was confident that with the taper blade combined with his 3rd-class Ryotsu, he definitely possessed the combat power of a captain-level Shinigami. Just now, even a captain-level Shinigami would have to be careful to deal with his full-strength attack, but he didn't expect that it was blocked so easily by a vice-captain. Impossible. My attack is definitely no less powerful than a captain-level Shinigami's Bankai. How could a mere vice-captain like you block it so easily? Yamaguchi Chisuk stared at Ito Makoto and spoke word by word. Ah? Do you have any misunderstanding about the strength of the captain level? Ito Makoto chuckled, let go of Kashomajayaji Asayoki, drew his sword, turned around and fought with Yamaguchi Tomosuke. Clang! You think that just because your Ryutsu reaches level 3 and you have a taper sword, you can be on par with the captain? Don't be ridiculous, you're still far from it. Makoto Ito and Tomosuke Yamaguchi fought in close combat. In just a few breaths, Tomosuke Yamaguchi was slashed 7 or 8 times by Makoto Ito. You are too weak. Seeing this, the other 5 tapers also rushed over, surrounded Ito Makoto, and then fought with each other. Facing 5 4th level ultimate spiritual power tapers and 1/3 level spiritual power tapers, Ito Makoto still had a confident smile on his face. Obviously, he did not take these 6 people seriously. Seeing that Ito Makoto was stopped by the Emo Yao people, Kazumi Oji Asayoki found an opportunity to concentrate Ryutsu to break through Ito Makoto's rope and regain her ability to move. The first moment she regained her mobility, she grasped her Emo Yao knife in her hand. In an instant, countless mercury surrounded her body, instantly healing the deep wound on her shoulder that was visible to the bone. With the taper knife in her hand, Xiaodalukyungxu regained her former composure. She wiped the remaining bloodline on her shoulder, and then put her finger stained with her own blood into her mouth and sucked it, looking particularly crazy. Ha ha ha, Chinjun, now that you're here, enjoy the hospitality of the Emo Yao people. Asayoki Kashomajayaji looked at Makoto Ito, who was surrounded by 6 people, and smiled foolishly with her hands covering her mouth. Ito Makoto just said calmly with a blank expression. Master Xiaodalu, do you think that relying on a few taper blades and these losers can guarantee your safety? Ito Makoto gave Kashomajayaji Asayoki a cruel smile, which made her heart tremble. Just as Ito Makoto was about to break through the siege of the 6-man group and attack Kashomajayaji Asayoki again, Yamaguchi Tomosuke raised the taper sword in his hand. An array of light immediately reflected from the elliptical mirror, covering the 6 taper members and Ito Makoto in the field. Is this the barrier of the Emo Yao sword? Looking at the colorful space in front of him, Makoto Ito was amazed. The next moment, Yamaguchi Chisuke's voice came from all directions. Seal it, Rock Breaker! There was a bright light in the colorful space. Under the cover of this dazzling light, the 6 people of Emo Yao rushed out from all directions to attack Ito Makoto. Clang! Facing the masked man with a sickle who was trying to cut him in half from behind, Ito Makoto simply held the knife across his back to block the attack. The masked man clenched the sickle-shaped taper blade in both hands, and tried his best but was unable to advance even an inch. Fukushima, there's no need to fight him head-on. We can just wear him down in this colorful world. Yamaguchi Chisuke gave the order, and the next moment the man with the sickle disappeared, replaced by a huge serrated taper sword that rushed towards Ito Makoto's face. Call out! Ito Makoto used Shunpo to dodge the attack, but the next moment a rock wall appeared out of nowhere under his feet, and Ito Makoto had to use Shunpo again to dodge. At the same time, a spear-shaped taper knife emerged from the colorful light and pierced his chest. Clang! Makoto Ito held the sealed state gun in his hand across his chest to block the shot. Misty corridor. Then a thick fog danced along with the spear, engulfing Ito Makoto. Head number 58, Tianlan. Ito Makoto waved his hand and a huge hurricane surged out from his palm, dispersing the white mist and shattering the rock wall transformed by the Emo Yao sword. Another burst of colorful light flashed, and dense sharp blades attacked from all directions. Ito Makoto remained calm. A white light flashed around his body, and he turned into an afterimage to avoid the attack of countless sharp blades. This was the instantaneous move he had secretly learned through countless sparring sessions with Sui Feng. Although it was not very complete, it was more than enough to dodge the Emo Yao knife. However, just as he dodged the group of sharp blades, 2 giant axes with fleshy tentacles at the ends and strands of blue lightning arcs on the axe blades came towards him from the front and behind. Makoto Ito still used instant stun to dodge the 2 giant axes. Interesting. You're playing with thunder in front of me. When Ito Makoto saw that someone was actually using the power of thunder to attack him, he sneered, and then he wiped his left hand across the blade of his sword, and a pure white lightning instantly attached to the blade. He slashed fiercely at the 2 people holding giant lightning axes. Boom! The sound of a sword slashing out was like the explosion of spring thunder. It was the thunder slash. The 2 were directly knocked away by this dazzling slash, and their bodies were charred by the power of thunder. They were shaking all over, and even the Mo Yao sword in their hands was almost dropped. Facing the siege of 6 people, Ito Makoto still calmly resolved the joint attack of the 6 people. Suddenly, the tapers began to come to their senses. It seemed that the Shinigami in front of them had never freed his Zanpakuto and had been fighting them in a sealed state with Kid. Yamaguchi Chisuke, noticing this, was furious and immediately shouted. Shinigami, why don't you free Zanpakuto? How dare you look down upon us, the tapers? Faced with the enemy's sudden defense break, Ito Makoto was a little confused. He just wanted to take this opportunity to test the slashing technique and Kid he had learned from Unohana Retsu over the years, as well as the shunpo he had honed from fighting Sui Feng. That's why I never used the God of Annihilation and just faced the enemy in a sealed state. Originally, in the Master's residence, we were unable to unleash the true power of the taper blade in order to conceal our presence. Now, you have been pulled into the shattered rock barrier, which can block the infiltration of Ryutsu. Now, let you experience the true power of us taper blades. Yamaguchi Chisuke's angry voice rang out again, and the next moment, 6 Mo Yao figures appeared, each of them exuding a powerful aura. Simultaneously, the fleshy buds on the handles of their Mo Yao knives began to grow wildly, devouring half of their arms. Hearing this, Ito Makoto's mouth curled up slightly. You said this barrier could block Ryutsu, why didn't you tell me earlier? I wanted to play with you guys, but I didn't expect you to be so eager to die. So I have no choice but to grant your wish. Chapter 131. The next moment, the Ryutsu around Ito Makoto began to surge, and from the initial 3rd grade spiritual power level, it began to soar like a rocket. He actually broke through the threshold of the 2nd class spiritual power directly, and it was not the level of just entering the 2nd class, but he directly reached the middle level of the 2nd class spiritual power. At this moment, Ito Makoto's Ryutsu's strength is much higher than Ye Chuan before arrancars. This is naturally the level after Ito Makoto activated the Ryutsu sharing ability and borrowed 30% of Ryutsu from the original body. It is no exaggeration to say that Ito Makoto has borrowed 30% of Ryutsu's original body. Apart from those old monsters who have been hiding from the world, the number of people who can surpass him in Ryutsu and Jingling Court can definitely be counted on one hand. This is only 30% of Ye Chuan's Ryutsu in his unreturned state. If Ye Chuan returns to the blade and Ito Makoto activates Ryutsu sharing, then Ito Makoto's Ryutsu can be doubled or tripled. But Ye Chuan would not do so easily, because at this moment, in the state of not returning to the original state, the Ryutsu lent to Ito Makoto has almost reached the limit of his endurance. Although he could be forced to lend him Ryutsu beyond his endurance limit, after borrowing it once, his Shinigami clone would be almost useless. This kind of thing is totally not worth it. Yamaguchi Chisuke and the other 6 people had just sacrificed part of themselves to the Mo Yao in exchange for a sharp increase in their Ryutsu, but Ito Makoto's Ryutsu inexplicably increased even more exaggeratedly than theirs. If there were no granulations on the knife in Ito Makoto's hand, they would have suspected that the knife in Ito Makoto's hand was also a taper knife. What are you surprised about? Are you lamenting your own weakness? Ito Makoto chuckled and looked at the Mo Yao's hung in front of him whose arm had been eaten by the Mo Yao knife. As soon as Ito Makoto finished speaking, he saw the granulation tissue on the arms of the 6 of them growing wildly again, and their aura became even stronger accordingly. Die, for me. The next moment, the weakest of the 6, the skinny man holding a spear, started to rush towards Ito Makoto with a roar. Seeing this, Ito Makoto shook his head. This taper blade not only devours the host, but also affects its mind. It's a product that couldn't be more failed. Looking at the skinny man who was roaring at him like a beast, Ito Makoto, with the help of the terrifying Ryutsu of the 2nd level spiritual power, split him in half with just one sword. What a noise! Ito Makoto lightly flicked the bloodline on the blade and looked at the remaining 5 people calmly. Just when Yamaguchi Tomosuke was about to use the colorful barrier to cover his body again, Ito Makoto stood still without moving, but just released his Ryutsu. The terrifying Ryutsu almost solidified into substance, dispersing all the beams of light in the colorful barrier. In the empty mirror space, only one color remained, that is, the dark gold color of Ito Makoto's Ryutsu. The figures of the 5 people suddenly became clear. How could it be? Yamaguchi Chisuke, the leader of the Emo Yao clan, was immediately distracted when he saw Ito Makoto's Ryutsu, which seemed to be destroying the world. Even a captain-level Shinigami doesn't have this kind of Ryutsu. Who are you anyway? This isn't a power a mere vice-captain can wield. Regarding Yamaguchi Chisuke's remarks, Ito Makoto showed sarcasm. Stop being ridiculous, you frog in the well. I don't know what method you used to raise your Ryutsu to the point where it barely reaches the 3rd-class spiritual power, but if you think that means you have captain-level strength, then you are seriously mistaken. Among the 5 people in front of him, plus the one he had just killed, although 5 of these 6 people's Ryutsu had reached the 4th level ultimate spiritual power, one of them was still the 3rd level spiritual power. But as the battle continued, Ito Makoto found that their Ryutsu were very weak. Makoto Ito discovered that the solidity of their Ryutsu was not even as good as that of the little yellow dog that was fed by Ye Chuan's cramming method. Obviously, they are mass-produced by some special means. Forget it. I'm tired of playing with you chickens and clay dogs for so long. Ito Makoto raised his hands towards the 2 masked men holding the giant lightning axe-shaped taper swords. Head number 88, Flying Dragon strikes the thief with the sky-shaking thunder cannon. In an instant, an extremely thick blue beam of lightning blasted towards the 2 of them. Ah! Ah! The 2 men screamed in agony, and then turned into nothingness in the dazzling lightning, leaving only 2 broken axes falling to the ground. This is the power of thunder. Be careful in your next life and don't play with thunder in front of me. There are only 3 left. Makoto Ito gave a cruel smile to the remaining 3 people. Ye Chuan just waved his hand, a ray of light flashed across the blade, and the sealed state in his hand was instantly released and transformed into the God of Annihilation. The next moment, Ito Makoto threw the Annihilation God in his hand directly, and then grabbed the iron chain at the end of the handle, and the chain instantly stretched out. With a fierce swing, the God of Annihilation directly pierced the head of the masked man holding the sickle, and then pulled the chain to take the God of Annihilation back. It all happened so fast that the man didn't even have time to react before the God of Annihilation pierced through his brain. You! Yamaguchi Chisuke's voice trembled and his face showed despair, and then his face turned fierce. With a roar, he sacrificed himself completely to the Emo Yao Dao. In an instant, flesh sprouts crawled all over his body, leaving only his head exposed. Obviously, he also knew that he was going to die and wanted to fight Ito Makoto to the death. But even if he fed himself completely to the Emo Yao knife, he still couldn't change the situation of the battle. The secret of God Annihilation, 4 Directions Realm. In an instant, a pitch-black square barrier instantly covered the entire mirror world. Shock. As Ito Makoto uttered the last word, the only 2 people left in the field instantly felt a shock force spreading throughout their bodies, and an indescribable pain spread through their internal organs. Although Yamaguchi Chisuke, who possessed third-level spiritual power, was bleeding from his mouth and nose. He was still able to hold on thanks to the strange power of the taper blade. However, the remaining masked man holding the taper blade, which looked like a shovel, was in a miserable state. He was directly shocked and bled from all 7 orifices, and collapsed to the ground. Puff! Makoto Ito is a kind-hearted person who cannot bear to see others suffer. He immediately flashed behind him with a shunpo and chopped him down with a knife, ending his suffering. In the end, only Yamaguchi Tomosuke was left on the field. "Damn it, you devil, I'm going to fight you." Yamaguchi Tomosuke, whose body was covered with granulations, raised the taper sword in his hand high, and a colorful light was reflected from the mirror on the handle of the sword. This light had no killing power, but instead pulled Ito Makoto into an illusion. All the past experiences appeared before his eyes like a slideshow. He first saw his original body sleeping in Hueco Mundo, and then saw the Quincy clone who was practicing the holy arrow of destruction in the Star Fortress. Then he saw himself again when he first came to this world in the form of a centipede, and finally he even saw the dying man from his previous life lying on the hospital bed with a hunched back. "Even Kaika Suijutsu can't control me, what can a mere illusion do to me?" Ito Makoto chuckled, and Ryutsu exploded around him, and the images carrying Ito Makoto's memories shattered. "You die!" Seeing that Ito Makoto had broken free from the illusion in an instant, Yamaguchi Tomosuke immediately activated Ryutsu all over his body, turning it into a giant colorful sword and slashing at him. Second style of Annihilation God, breaking the forbidden rule. Black mist surged above the sword blade and instantly transformed into 6 interlocking black circles, shattering the colorful giant sword. Yamaguchi Chisuke's body was also shattered by the aftermath of the rupture, leaving only a head floating in the air. He kept muttering, "This is impossible." Ito Makoto could only sigh. "Look, you're not happy if I don't liberate you, and you're not happy if I liberate you." Chapter 132. In the attic of Kashomajayaji's house, Kashomajayaji Asayoki and a group of tapers wearing ninja costumes and holding standard taper swords were surrounding a mirror floating in the air in 3 layers. Crash! In the originally quiet space, there was a sound of glass breaking, and cracks suddenly began to appear on the mirror surface. Then 6 broken Mo-Yao swords suddenly fell to the ground. Then there was a flash of light, and Ito Makoto also walked out. The only person who came out was Ito Makoto. A strange look flashed in Kashomajayaji Asayoki's eyes, but it returned to normal after a moment. "Chinjun, you are so powerful that I can't bear to kill you. How about you marry into my family, Kashomajaya Keiji? I will marry myself to you. I guarantee that you can enter the true power center of Soul Society. I can even tailor-make a taper blade for you, the strongest taper blade." After saying this, Kashomajayaji Asayoki looked at Ito Makoto with anticipation. "Ha ha ha, marry into your Kashomajayaji family? And then be fed the taper blade like those lower-ranking nobles who participated in the hunting tournament that day." Hearing this, Ito Makoto sneered. "No, that's not right. Chengjun is valuable, unlike those worthless trash. If you and I join forces, we will surely rise above all others. One day, my Kashomi Aji family will surely replace the 5 nobles and become the masters of Soul Society." Xiaodaluk became more and more excited as she spoke, and a strange light shone in her light purple eyes. "Ah, Xiaodaluk's beauty is so stunning, I feel pity for her. But it's a pity that she's just not very smart. It turns out that using the Mo-Yao knife too much is bad for your brain." Seeing that Ito Makoto repeatedly rejected her, Kashomi no Ji Asayoki's eyes turned completely cold. "Chengjun, you really don't consider my conditions." As soon as he finished speaking, hundreds of assassins armed with standard-issue Mo-Yao swords began to surround Ito Makoto. It seemed that if he said no again, these people would rush over and attack him. "Hey, your offer is very tempting, but unfortunately I never talk about the future with people who don't have a tomorrow. A hint of disappointment flashed in Xiaoda Kyungsu's eyes. I'm sorry, Cheng Jun, I will remember you. I saw that Xiaoda Kyungsu raised her hand, and hundreds of assassins holding taper swords began to surround and kill Ito Makoto with knives. Unexpectedly, Ito Makoto did not take the surrounding assassins seriously. He did not make any movements with his hands, but just looked at Xiaoda Kyungsu with a look of looking at death. The next moment, countless petals of sakura flowers poured in from the attic window. In an instant, the assassins were caught off guard by the sudden petals that were like blades, and they fell to the ground in large numbers. Suddenly, a handsome man with a graceful figure appeared beside Ito Makoto. He was wearing a star-pulling clamp on his head, a silver-white windflower gauze around his neck, white fingerless gauntlets, and a captain's haori. That was a close call, that was a close call. Captain Kokaki took action in time, otherwise I would have been in danger. Ito Makoto pretended to be panicked and patted his chest, while Byakuya Kokaki just watched him perform quietly. After Ito Makoto finished his performance, he spoke lightly. I don't think these minions have the ability to kill you, Vice Captain Ito. Although Byakuya Kokaki had been hiding in the dark before and did not know how Ito Makoto defeated the 6 Moyao people in the barrier, but based on the previous non-chanting splitting void, Byakuya Kokaki was 100% sure that Ito Makoto had the strength of a captain. Byakuya Kokaki, how did you get to my clan's land? Asayoki Kashomajayaji looked at Byakuya Kokaki, who suddenly appeared with an expression of disbelief. She was already surprised that Makoto Ito had sneaked in, and now the head of the Kokaki family had sneaked in as well, which made her even more surprised. Of course he walked in hiding in my shadow ghost. Suddenly, the moonlight cast a shadow on the attic floor that instantly lengthened, and a middle-aged man with brown, slightly curly medium-length hair, 2 fancy hairpins on his head, a pink feather coat embroidered with patterns, a straw hat on his head, a little beard on his chin, and 2 swords in his hands walked out from the shadows. Kurako Shunsui. Xiaoda Kyungsu stared at the person who came with a vigilant look. This was not over yet, a lazy voice sounded again from the attic stairs. Chun Shui, you are too stingy. You don't even let me use Shadow Ghost. An elder with dark green hair, dressed in aristocratic clothes, with a death suit underneath, and a special-shaped knife on his waist. At this moment, he was squinting his eyes and showing a cold smile. Tsuneyashiro Tokinata. Seeing that everyone was present, Ito Makoto picked his ears and spoke slowly. Captain Kokaki, Captain Kiraku, and head Tsuneyashiro, you all heard it, didn't you? She just admitted it herself. The hunting incident from over a decade ago and the recent bandit incident were all the work of the Kashomajayaji family. She even wants them to replace the 4 great nobles. While saying this, Ito Makoto glanced at the expressions of Tsuneyashiro Tokinata and Byakuya Kokaki intentionally or unintentionally. Ito Makoto you. Asayoki Kashomajayaji looked at Ito Makoto, who looked like a rogue, and was suddenly speechless. After discovering that someone had stuffed a human head into his room, Ito Makoto, combined with the recent frequent attacks on nobles, immediately guessed that it was the work of the Kashomajayaji family. So, he took the head directly to the captain of the 6th Division, Byakuya Kokaki, who was responsible for the security of the nobles, and handed the head directly to the other party as evidence. The Kokaki family obviously guessed that it was the work of the Kashomajayaji family, but they had no concrete evidence. Byakuya Kokaki took the heads directly to Yamamoto Genri Yusai, the then captain of Godi I-13. After Yamamoto Genri Yusai learned the whole story, he reported the matter immediately. This was clearly communicated to the sages and judges belonging to the 4 great noble families in Central 46. After obtaining their consent, Yamamoto Genri Yusai entrusted the matter to Byakuya Kokaki and one of his most proud disciples, Kurako Shunsui, who was also a high-ranking noble. He even said, "Let the nobles solve their own affairs." Ito Makoto could only say that he was worthy of being the captain for over 1,000 years, a man who could be called the non-stick pan of the Seireitei. In order to prevent the Kokaki family and Kurako Shunsui from defeating the Kashomajayaji family alone, Ito Makoto contacted the Soul Society's biggest villain, the head of the Tsuneyashiro family, Tsuneyashiro Tokinata, through Yamada Sanashuk's relationship. Now that half of the 4 great nobles have arrived, plus Kurako Shunsui, I don't believe we can't bring down your Kashomajayaji family. Because the Seattle family has been too ostentatious in recent years. The 4 great nobles have long regarded the Kashomajayaji family, which could threaten their status, as a thorn in their side. Makoto Ito just provoked them a little bit and they came over to sabotage him. Due to lack of evidence and the need to maintain the reputation of the nobility, no Shinigami soldiers were involved in this operation. Instead, Makoto Ito, the person involved, came forward to get information, hoping to get enough evidence to convict him. Byakuya Kokaki and Kurako Shunsui hid in the dark and waited until the incident at Kashomi Aji's house before coming out to announce the verdict. But Ito Makoto didn't expect that the process would be so smooth. Kashomi Daji Asayoki was like pouring beans out of a bamboo tube, saying everything she should and shouldn't say in one go. The next moment, Byakuya Kokaki and Tsuneyashiro Tokinata said in unison. It has been discovered that the Kashomajayaji family has been wantonly killing nobles and researching the taper blade, which is strictly prohibited by Central 46. On behalf of Central 46 and the Joint Council of the 4 Great Nobles, I hereby issue the final verdict on the Kashomajayaji family. Remove the head of the Kashomajayaji family, Kashomajayaji Asayoki, from his position as the 11th sage. Bring him back to Central 46 for trial. Confiscate and destroy all taper blades. The Kashomajayaji family will be demoted to a mid-level noble, and no member of the family will be selected for Central 46 for 1,000 years. Chapter 133. Even at this moment, there was no trace of panic on Seattle Kyungsu's delicate face, and there was even a slight upward curve at the corner of her mouth. Humph, I'm one of the 11 elders of Central 46. Do you think you're qualified to judge me? Kill them. She first gave orders to the group of assassins in the field, and then used the power of the Moyao knife to transform into a burst of mercury and slipped away. And those warriors who were knocked down by Byakuya Kokaki's Senbonzakura stood up again without feeling any pain. Moreover, each of them had crazy Ryotsuba bursting out. At first, it was only at the level of ordinary Shinigami soldiers, but now, under the stimulation of the Moyao sword, each of them had Ryotsu reaching the level of frontline officers, and was moving towards vice-captains. In this way, hundreds of death warriors covered with flesh granulations actually stopped Kurako Shunsui and Byakuya Kokaki. Tsuneyashiro Tokinata, who was standing aside, had a cunning look on his face. He stood aside and watched the fun without any intention of taking any action, allowing Kashomajayaji Asayoki to escape. Vice Captain Ito, Captain Kokaki, and I will clear the way for you. Go chase after Kashomi Aji Asayoki and bring her back to Central 46. Kurako Shunsui, who was killing everyone with the help of Shadow Ghost, glanced at Ito Makoto and said slowly. I see. The next moment, Kurako Shunsui and Byakuya Kokaki teamed up to clear a path for Ito Makoto. Ito Makoto then rode Shunpo at the fastest speed, chasing in the direction of Kashomajayaji Asayoki's escape. Chun Shui, you're so cunning. You don't want to bear the wrath of the Kashomi family after this incident, so you deliberately sent a vice-captain without a noble background to pursue the suspect, so that you can completely clear yourself of the responsibility. Tsuneyashiro Tokinata, who was standing by, crossed his arms and watched the chaotic scene with a smile on his face. Do you think I'm you? Tsuneyashiro Tokinata. And if you're not going to help, shut your filthy mouth. The thing that makes me most regretful is that I'm not here to arrest you, Tsuneyashiro Tokinata, today. Kurako Shunsui's usual free and easy look had disappeared at this moment. When facing Tsuneyashiro Tokinata, he rarely showed a look of disgust. Suddenly, a frantic assassin stabbed Tsuneyashiro Tokinata, who was watching the excitement from the side. However, Tsuneyashiro Tokinata also used Kurako Shunsui's shadow ghost and hid in the shadows at the critical moment, dodging the attack. Oh, Shunsui, your Zanpakuto ability is really useful. Seattle Kyungsoo turned into Mercury and fled at a rapid speed, but she did not choose to escape from Jingling Court, nor did she even walk out of the noble street. Instead, she ran towards the heartland of the Seattle family. At the westernmost corner of the Xiadala clan's ancestral land, there stood an oval chimney-shaped building. This was the heart of the Xiadala clan's secret quarters, the family's swordsmithing workshop, where all of their Mo-Yao swords were forged. Asayoki Kazumajayaji stood in front of the swordsmith shop, staring at the strange building in a daze, until Makoto Ito appeared behind her on Shunpo. Cheng Jun, you're finally here. At this moment, Kazumi Oji Asayoki, who had already dressed neatly, stood in front of the weapon forge. She turned her head and looked at Ito Makoto with a sweet smile, without any sense of urgency of being wanted. What do you mean, you are waiting for me here on purpose? At this moment, Ito Makoto was really confused about this crazy woman in front of him, and had no idea what she was up to. What on earth do you want to do? Seeing that Ito Makoto looked ready for battle, Kazumi no Asayoki giggled. You guess. Unexpectedly, the next moment, Kazumi Oji Asayoki, holding a silver-white taper sword, rushed directly towards Ito Makoto. Seeing this, Ito Makoto was not arrogant and immediately released Zanpakuto. In an instant, a square, pitch-black barrier enveloped the area, covering both of them. Shock. As a familiar feeling of shock spread throughout her body, a hint of ecstasy appeared on Seattle Kyungsoo's face. Ha ha ha, that's right, that's how it feels, Makoto-kun. Please increase the intensity. Faced with the all-pervasive shock force of Ito Makoto, Kazumi Oji Asayoki was completely defenseless and allowed this force to cause her mouth and nose to bleed. Ito Makoto clearly remembered that this woman's taper sword could resist his shock force, but she never used it. Just like that, with a crazy smile on her face, Kazumajayaji Asayoki fought against Ito Makoto against the shocking force. Faced with the overwhelming mercury, Ito Makoto kept dodging with Shunpo to avoid the attack of this strange mercury. Suddenly, Ito Makoto saw a gap in the mercury. He immediately activated the instantaneous acceleration and aimed directly at the gap with a knife. Puff! With one blow, the god of annihilation pierced through the mercury and directly into Seattle Kyungsoo's body. This knife directly pierced Seattle Kyungsoo's chest. The next moment, the mercury lingering around Seattle Kyungsoo suddenly dissipated and turned into the silver-white Mo-Yao knife again. Seattle Kyungsoo looked at the bloody hole in her chest and smiled crazily. I'm free at last. The next moment, in Ito Makoto's shocked gaze, Kazumajayaji Asayoki actually reached her hand into the wound on her chest and dug it out fiercely. In an instant, a strange insect covered with tentacles and fleshy buds was taken out from her chest. The strange insect was already dead at this moment, and the fatal wound was the penetrating wound on its body from the god of annihilation. Did you deliberately expose your weakness so that I could pierce your heart, just to remove this bug? Ito Makoto looked at Kazumajayaji Asayoki with a complicated look in his eyes. At this moment, in a dark basement at the bottom floor of the Seattle family's forging workshop, a scarlet flesh ball squirmed frantically, countless fleshy buds clinging to its surface. Connected to the flesh ball was the figure of a humanoid woman, whose appearance bore a striking resemblance to Seattle Kyungsoo. At the same time that Seattle Kyungsoo took out the strange granulation insect from the heart, she let out a howl. Kyungsoo, why did you betray me? Chinjun, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I don't know when I would be able to break free from the control of this taper worm. Seattle Kyungsoo calmly stood up and manipulated the taper blade into mercury to heal her wounds. After using the silver-white taper blade one final time to heal the piercing wound on her chest, she threw the blade, which she had previously cherished like a piece of trash, away. Taper, what is that thing? Looks like you've tricked me, boss Yadalu. Ito Makoto sighed deeply, looking quite helpless. It was obvious that all the events that had happened before were part of this woman's plan. Facing Ito Makoto's question, memories welled up on Kazuma Asahoki's delicate face as she slowly spoke. A long time ago, the Kazumi family acquired a strange flesh worm from ancient times. The birth of this worm can even be traced back to the time when the Spirit King created the three realms. The Kazumi family discovered that combining the remains of the taper worm with their own sword forging techniques would grant the sword special abilities. This is the origin of the taper blade. And my mother, Xiaodalul Yunchuan, actually took the initiative to merge with the taper worm in order to gain powerful strength. Although she gained powerful strength, she also turned into a strange monster. Since I was born, she has implanted a part of the taper worm in my body. Because of the taper worm, I can't even think of resisting her, and even committing suicide is impossible. If I dare to tell anyone about the taper worm, I'm afraid my heart will be eaten away by the worm in an instant. So I can only let the taper worm continue to devour my Ryotsu. I am her spokesperson, the apparent controller of the Kazuma family, doing her bidding. It wasn't until over 10 years ago, when I met Cheng Jun in the noble hunting grounds, that I was surprised to discover that the shockwaves of your Zanpakuto could actually temporarily put the taper worm that had been lurking in my heart into hibernation. The reason I act so ostentatiously is to provoke the four nobles as much as possible and uproot this corrupt Kazuma family. The only person in the entire Seirai who knows the whole story besides me is Kurako Shunsui, my slashing technique teacher from my time at the Shin Spiritual Academy. My original plan was to slowly but surely destroy the Kazuma family over the course of hundreds of years. Then I'd go to Chinjun and ask him to help me kill the taper worm within my body. I never imagined Chinjun would act so radically. He directly reported the human head gift incident to Central 46. I'll just take advantage of their situation and take the blame for this. I'll team up with Mr. Shunsui to launch a cleanup plan against the Kazuma family. Otherwise, with your status as a commoner, you won't be able to persuade two of the four great nobles. Although this was different from my original plan, fortunately I succeeded. By the way, the person who gave you the head gift wasn't me. I'm not that perverted. But I still have to thank him. If it weren't for him, my plan wouldn't have succeeded so quickly. As they were talking, Ito Makoto and Kazumi Asahoki suddenly felt the earth shaking. The entire Xiaodala family's territory began to shake violently. The next moment, countless disgusting granulations emerged from the ground. At this moment, a rare look of horror appeared on Xiaodala Kyungsu's face. She is here. Chapter 134. Boom! Countless scarlet granulations burst out from the ground, bursting the blue stone floor. The silver-white taper knife that was originally thrown on the ground by Xiaodala Kyungsu was directly swallowed by the big mouth in the flesh granulation. Countless scarlet granulations tangled together to form a huge scarlet face, and the next moment the huge mouth opened and closed. Kyungsu, my dear daughter, why did you betray me? Shoo! 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 The next moment, the scarlet flesh granulation, carrying terrifying power, bound Xiaodala Kyungsu. Daughter? You just treat me as your slave. Ever since you merged with the taper worm, you are no longer my mother, but just a disgusting monster. Xiaodala Kyungsu glanced indifferently at the scarlet face in front of her and spoke in a calm tone. Kyungsu, my daughter, you disappoint me so much. I'm going to swallow you up. The big mouth made of scarlet granulations kept roaring at Xiaodala Kyungsu. In response, Kazuma Asahoki pulled out the dagger-like Zanpakuto that had been hidden in her sleeve. Roar, Frost Chai Wen. As Kazuma Asahoki uttered the words of liberation, the zanpakut in her hand instantly changed its appearance, transforming into a long, winding, snake-shaped sword made entirely of ice crystals. Xiaodalukyongshu swung her sword, and the cold air attached to the blade instantly froze the tentacles approaching her. Makoto Ito originally had no intention of taking action, but just stepped aside to watch the fight. Unexpectedly, these scarlet granulations attacked indiscriminately and did not give them any chance to breathe. The third style of the god of annihilation, mustard net. A pitch-black net appeared out of nowhere, binding and crushing hundreds of granulations. As a result, these granulations began to divide and multiply. Cold chi jet. In an instant, the snake-shaped sword in Xiaodalukyongshu's hand instantly turned into a giant white python, constantly shuttling through the endless flesh granulations. In a short while, all the fleshy tentacles were frozen. Ito Makoto looked at Kazumajaya Saoki in surprise, and the girl seemed to understand the confusion in Ito Makoto's eyes. She raised her snow-white neck and said with some complacency, "Makoto-kun, what are you surprised about? This is the true power of my Zanpakut cold chi kiss. Do you think I relied on the taper blade to become a captain? Actually, it was only when I used the taper blade that the taper bugs chose not to suppress my Ryutsu. This was my own strength." Before she finished speaking, a pure white Ryutsu erupted from the woman's body, a true third-class spiritual power. If Maguruma Kensei were used as a standard, then the Ryutsu displayed by Kazumajaya Saoki at this moment would be at least 9 times the power. If it weren't for the tapeworm that had been clinging to my heart since I was born, devouring the spirit particles in my body day by day, how could my Ryutsu be so limited? Xiaodalukyongshu looked at the frozen tentacles and immediately felt a surge of hatred. With a fierce swing of the snake sword in her hand, the powerful sword pressure instantly shattered countless tentacles. Roar! A violent howl suddenly rang out, followed by a figure with a human upper body and a fat ball of flesh at the bottom, rushing out from the ground. "All traitors must die!" The woman on the meatball spoke and spit out a blood-red beam of light at Xiaodalukyongshu. Xiaodalukyongshu dodged it directly, and the pavilions and towers behind her turned into dust under the blood-red beam of light. What kind of monster is this? Ito Makoto looked at the monster before him and discovered that its Ryutsu had reached the ultimate level of second-class spiritual power. Furthermore, none of his and Kazumajaya Saoki's attacks seemed to cause any substantial damage to the crimson flesh ball before him. With a roar from the meatball monster, her Ryutsu instantly dissipated, and the terrifying Ryutsu swept across the entire Kazumajaya family territory. The assassins who were fighting with Kurako Shunsui, Byakuya Kokaki, and Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata in the attic had been mostly eliminated, but after hearing this roar, they all got up from the ground. "Hey, is this true?" Seeing this, Kurako Shunsui rubbed his forehead helplessly, and once again took up his knife to kill the group of assassins whose bodies were covered with granulation. Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata, who was standing aside, was hiding among the shadow ghosts, watching the show calmly with his arms folded across his chest. Byakuya Kokaki looked at these assassins who could not be killed, sighed deeply, threw the Zanpakut in his hand to the ground, and then strange ripples appeared on the ground. Bankai Senbonzakura Kage Yoshi. In an instant, countless giant blades emerged from the ground. The moment they appeared, these blades turned into sakura flowers all over the sky, instantly surrounding hundreds of assassins. In a moment, all the dead soldiers were turned into pieces of flesh, and the attic was littered with broken limbs. At the same time, the aura of the big meatball in front of the weapon forging workshop increased again. "Oh no! All those assassins have been killed, and their Ryutsu have been recovered by the tapers." Xiaodalukyongshu looked at the big meatball in front of her and spoke word by word. "Ah! This is a beggar version of Yuhabak." Seeing this, Kazumajaya Saoki turned her head and smiled at Ito Makoto. "Cheng Jun, please don't attack me. I want to end this monster once and for all. Don't worry, I never intended to help you." Ito Makoto spoke calmly with an expressionless face. Oh, what a heartless man! Seattle Kyungsoo tore off a small piece of cloth from her sleeve, simply tied up her beautiful silver hair, and then looked at her mother in front of her who had already merged with the tapeworm. Then he took off the noble clothes on his body, revealing the Death King costume. I pity you, mother. As your daughter, the only thing I can do now is to send you to hell so you can reflect on your actions. Bankai Wind, Snow, Cold Chi Yin. Chapter 135. As a burst of pure white Ryotsu shot up into the sky, the sword in Kazumi Oji Asahoki's hand had changed drastically, turning into a snow-white spear. This gun. The spear in Kazumi Oji Asahoki's hand at this moment is extremely similar to the kamikaze maru that the original body saw in Ito Kai's memory. As expected of father and daughter, even their zanpakut are so similar. Because it is Bankai, the spear in Kazumi no Ji Asahoki's hand, named Fengxiuhan Chian, has many more complicated patterns on its surface than kamikaze maru, and there is a ferocious snake head at the end of the spear. Kyungsoo, if you kill this man now and take all the blame for the crime to Central 46, there's still room for reversal. The Kazumi family will still recognize you as the head of the family, and you'll have borne the Kazumi family's bloodline. The woman on the meatball pointed a finger at Ito Makoto behind her and spoke in a faint, bewitching voice. Kazumi Kumokawa, who has merged with the monster, seems to have schizophrenia. In the previous second, she said she would kill Kazumi Asahoki who betrayed her, and in the next second, she asked Kazumi Asahoki to kill Ito Makoto and then surrender to Central 46. Hearing this, Seattle Kyungsoo remained unmoved. She gripped the spear tightly with both hands, stepped on Shunpo and rushed to the front of the meatball, stabbing it fiercely at the upper part of the body. As a result, the attack was unexpectedly successful, and the upper body of the human figure on the meatball was directly pierced by this shot. Seattle Yunchuan looked at the huge bloody hole on his chest and let out an angry howl. Unexpectedly, the next moment, a chill rose from the bloody hole, freezing the entire wound. It seemed that she was affected by the power of ice, causing her speech to slow down. You, damn, betrayer! Seeing her mother so hysterical, Seattle Kyungsoo showed a look of sneer on her face. Ha ha ha, bloodline? Family. A family that worships a bug like you as a god is just as much of a bug as you are. The entire Kazumi family should have been destroyed long ago, yet they insist on acting like a noble and superior person. Do you know how disgusting it is for me to have been the head of the family acting like a bug for so many years? As she spoke, Seattle Kyungsoo fired her gun again, this time aiming it at Seattle Yunchuan's face. Go to hell! Sad return wind! Seattle Kyungsoo swung the spear in her hand, and a gust of wind accompanied by a cold air that could freeze the heaven and earth attacked the person on the meatball. At the same time, the scarlet flesh ball had regained its ability to move after a brief respite, and immediately differentiated into countless granulations, and began to rush towards Seattle Kyungsoo. Makoto Ito, who was watching the battle, suddenly discovered that among the countless granulations, there were actually several silver-white granulations hidden. The big meatball first used countless scarlet flesh granulations to block Seattle Kyungsoo's attack, and then hid the silver-white flesh granulations inside it and then shot out suddenly. Seattle Kyungsoo was unable to dodge and was grabbed by those silvery white fleshy tentacles. A strange feeling of stagnation instantly spread throughout her body. Kyungsoo, how does it feel to be hit by your own Moyao knife? Xiaodalo Yunchuan, who was on the meatball, looked at Xiaodalo Kyungsoo who was unable to move, and his eyes revealed a hint of longing. My taper blade? Make no mistake, I don't need that disgusting thing. It's just a shackle you imposed on me. Even though Seattle Kyungsoo was tied up tightly by the scarlet flesh, her mouth was not inferior at all. Kyungsoo, you disappoint me so much. If that's the case, then please come back to my arms. Seattle Yunchuan, who was on top of the meatball, spoke softly. Her voice sounded like a devilish cry demanding death. Just hearing the tone of her voice made people feel uncomfortable all over. Ah! Xiaodalukyungsu, who was tied up by countless flesh buds, immediately cried out in pain. The scarlet granulation tissue began to shrink crazily, leaving bloody marks all over Xiaodalukyungsu's body. Many tiny mouth parts also split out from the granulation tissue, constantly grabbing the blood from Xiaodalukyungsu's body. The next moment, a big mouth opened on the huge scarlet meatball, trying to swallow Xiaodalukyungsu. Bang! The spear in Xiaodalukyungsu's hand suddenly fell to the ground, and the big mouth like a suction cup started to swallow her from her head. Is this the end? Makoto Ito, who was watching the game on the sidelines, was amazed. Suddenly, Xiaodalukyungsu, who was unable to move, spoke with difficulty. The wind and snow will stop. In an instant, the snow-white spear that had already fallen to the ground suddenly surged with endless cold air, completely freezing the lower half of the granulation tissue. The silver-white tentacle that bound Xiaodalukyungsu was also frozen, giving her a chance to breathe. Head number 78, slashing the flower wheel. A golden circular blade burst out from her body, severing the tentacles that bound her. At the same time, she used her hand as a knife to cut through her hair that was sucked into the scarlet mouth. As soon as she got away, she waved her hand and the spear returned to her hand. Then she tapped her feet repeatedly, putting some distance between her and the big meatball. However, at this moment, Xiaodalukyungsu seemed to be losing too much blood and was beginning to lose her balance. Makoto Ito, who was standing by, joked as he looked at Asayoki Kazumi, who now had short hair and was covered in wounds. Master Xiaodalu, you're seriously injured. I think you're a little unconscious. Don't die accidentally, or I'll be unable to report to you. Kazuma Jayaji Asayoki leaned against his spear to steady himself and glanced at Ito Makoto. Lucid? No, in the 230 years since I was born, I have never been as lucid as I am today. And Cheng Jun, I don't like the title of Kazuma Jayaji head, you can call me Kyungsoo. Although Xiaodalukyungsu was seriously injured at this moment and could not even stand steadily, her eyes were bright and she looked full of energy and vigor. Combined with the uneven silver short hair she had just cut for herself, and the constant dancing of the spear in her hand, she had a bit of the artistic conception of a Valkyrie. I've been trapped in a cage for so long, and today I'm finally free. I'm so excited. Xiaodalukyungsu smiled happily, raised her spear, and attacked again. Ilong sting. Suddenly, the snake head at the end of Xiaodalukyungsu's spear came to life and turned into a silver-white giant python with a single horn on its head that was hundreds of feet long and pounced on the big meatball. Hula! A gust of cold wind blew, and the entire big meatball was frozen. Ah! Xiaodalukyungsu, who was on top of the meatball, let out an inhuman roar. You're so weak! What a waste of this second-class peak spiritual power! Ito Makoto discovered that while this strange giant meatball, while Ryotsuya far surpassed Kazumi, Aji, and Asayoki, was ruthlessly outclassed in terms of combat skills, lacking any other means besides deploying tentacles. It was unheard of for a peak second-tier Ryotsuya to actually fight a third-tier Ryotsuya in a back-and-forth. Seeing that the big meatball had been completely frozen by herself, feeling her vision becoming increasingly blurred and her breathing becoming heavier, Xiaodalukyungsu showed a bitter smile at the corner of her mouth. Without the healing power of the taper blade, I'm really not used to it. But the next moment, she roared, condensing all the Ryotsuya in her body. A white column of Ryotsuya light suddenly shot up into the sky, and then turned into a spear light that condensed on the tip of the spear and stabbed out fiercely. Let's put an end to this, bug. Chapter 136. Bang! 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 I saw Xiaodalukyungsu holding a spear, poking several hideous bloody holes in the big scarlet meatball. Secret, frost dragon sealing the sky. Xiaodalukyungsu plunged her spear into the ground. Instantly, an extremely cold air spread across the ground, completely freezing the flesh ball and its upper humanoid body. Just when Xiaodalukyungxu was about to fire the final shot to end all ties with her mother, 3 figures suddenly appeared in front of the broken meatball. One of the old men with white hair took the shot with a knife, and then knocked the weak Xiaodalukyungxu back more than 10 meters away. The visitors were a white-haired old man, a middle-aged woman and a short dwarf, but without exception, the Ryotsu emanating from these 3 people was on par with Meguruma Kensei. It was obvious that these 3 people were all captain-level masters with 3rd-level spiritual power level Ryotsu. And unlike the previous Moyazhong, whose 3rd-level spiritual power was forced to grow and was extremely superficial, they all had a solid foundation, clearly obtained through hard training through conventional means. The white-haired old man in the lead sighed as he looked at the crumbling Xiaodalukyungxu. Hey, why did the patriarch do this? Xiaodalukyungxu used the spear in her hand as a crutch, struggled to stand up, looked at the 3 people who came over and smiled bleakly. Only 3 of the 5 elders are here. Makoto Ito, who was standing by, was a little surprised. He didn't expect that in addition to the head of the family, the Kashomajayaji family actually had 5 veterans who had also reached the captain level. The Kashomajayaji family alone was like this, so what about the 4 great nobles? I just don't know where the core combat forces of these nobles went when the Invisible Empire invaded Soul Society. The white-haired old man glanced at the field, where Kazumi no Mizuki was breathing more than she was breathing in, and Ito Makoto, who was standing aside watching the excitement, said calmly. The only way to appease the anger of the 4 great nobles is to eliminate this Shinigami and then hand you over to Central 46 for trial. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 of them jointly performed a strange kid. In an instant, a purple barrier shaped like a soul-blocking membrane rose up around the weapon forging workshop. The pattern of the barrier was very similar to the barrier that covered the hunting grounds that day, but it was much thicker. Ha ha ha, purge me! Makoto Ito, who was originally watching the show calmly on the side, suddenly burst out laughing. On the side, because of her serious injuries, Kazumi Ujiya Seoki could only half kneel on the ground. Her Zanpakut could no longer maintain its spear form and directly turned into a sealed dagger-like state. Cheng Jun, help me kill the enemy, I am willing to use my spirit. Kashomajayaji Seoki turned her head and spoke to Ito Makoto with difficulty, but unexpectedly she fell down before she could finish her words. Hey, even if you don't say that, they won't let you go. Why am I so unlucky? I don't look for trouble, but trouble always finds me. By the way, why haven't Byakuya Kukaki and Kurako Shunsui come yet? Ito Makoto looked up at the purple barrier covering the sky. But fortunately, everyone in your Kashomidaro family loves to dig their own graves. In an instant, the Ryotsu around Ito Makoto exploded, and 30% of the Ryotsu from his body instantly pushed his Ryotsu to the 2nd level of spiritual power. At the same time, a purple barrier also rose in the attic of the Kashomajayaji clan, trapping Byakuya Kukaki, Kurako Shunsui, and Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata inside. Outside the barrier, 2 people, one fat and one short, were standing in the north and south directions respectively. Both of them exuded the same captain-level Ryotsu. Obviously, they were the 2 remaining elders of the Kashomajayaji family. Please be patient, all 3 of you. As long as you stay within this barrier for a while, my Xiaodalu family will give you an explanation on this matter. Interesting, I'm trapped. Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata, with green hair, was leaning against the handrail at the side of the corridor, with a playful look on his face, as if he was eager to cause chaos in the world. O Lord! Mask of flesh and blood, the myriad forms, soaring high, bearing the name of man. The wall of blue fire is inscribed with twin lotuses, and the distant sky awaits the abyss of fire. Head number 73, twin lotus blue fire falling. Byakuya Kukaki fired a blast of blue flame, like a blue dragon, directly at the purple glowing barrier. However, this incredibly powerful had melted into the barrier like a drop in the ocean. The barrier's light even grew even brighter. Don't try, Master Kukaki. This is a repelling barrier. It can only be broken by killing the caster or attacking from the outside. However, this barrier doesn't last long, less than an hour. Kurako Shunsui adjusted the brim of his hat and spoke helplessly. So are we just going to wait like this now? Byakuya Kukaki glanced at Kurako Shunsui and Tsuneyashiro Tokinata, who was standing beside him with an amused look on his face. Don't worry, Kukaki. From what I've observed, Vice Captain Ito's abilities are no less than yours. I believe he can handle the problems out there. Kurako Shunsui stretched, looked down at the body parts scattered on the ground, then found a relatively clean place and sat down leisurely. In front of the forging workshop, inside the barrier. At this moment, Kashoma Jayaji Asayoki had already fainted, and Ye Chuan borrowed 30% of Ryotsu from his original body. With the power of second-class spiritual power, he madly crushed the three elders of the Kashoma Jayaji family. Ito Makoto threw away the annihilation god in his hand with an indifferent expression. Is this the limit of your skills? Obviously, under the blessing of the second-level spiritual power, the four enemies, except for the large meatball in the back that was frozen, were defeated by the three veterans of the third-level spiritual power. The shock force of Ito Makoto alone was enough to make them drink a pot. All three of them fell to their knees, blood oozing from their mouths and noses, wounded all over. They couldn't understand how a vice-captain of the medical team could be so powerful. Terrifying Ryotsu, superb slashing techniques, and such a strange Zanpakuto ability. I'm afraid there are only a few captains of the current Godi I-13 who are as powerful as you. It seems that my Kashomi Aji family has really provoked a powerful enemy here. Our young master really knows how to cause trouble. The white-haired old man wiped the bloodline from the corner of his mouth and forcibly suppressed the shock force in his body. Then he turned around and looked at the meatball monster that was still roaring in the ice. He glanced at the middle-aged woman and the dwarf man behind him, and then the three of them slowly stood up together. Bankai, heavy mountain black shield. Bankai, star-piercing spear. Bankai soft clouds and rain. What Ito Makoto did not expect was that these three people actually launched Bankai at the same time. Looking at the weapons in the hands of the three men, which had already changed drastically, but the scarlet granulations connected to the weapons were also very eye-catching, Ito Makoto was really puzzled by this. Hey? The taper blade can also be Bankai. Facing Ito Makoto's question, the white-haired old man simply suppressed his throbbing heart and spoke slowly. It seems you only have a limited understanding of my Kashoma Jayaji family's taper blade. This is the ultimate technique that combines Zanpakuto with the taper blade. It is my Kashoma Jayaji family's top secret, and it is the strongest weapon that surpasses Zanpakuto. The white-haired old man's voice was firm and full of pride. Surpassing the strongest weapon of Zanpakuto? Does Namiya Wanjiu know what you're saying? Chapter 137. There's no point in saying more. You are truly a rare and powerful person, able to force us to this point. Under normal circumstances, my Seattle family would be happy to have you as a friend. However, now that our Seattle family's survival is at stake, I have no choice but to invite you to die. The white-haired old man first looked at Ito Makoto with a serious expression, and then glanced at Kashomi Daiji Asayoki who had been moved aside by Ito Makoto and fainted. There was a hint of disappointment in his expression. The only solution now is to kill Ito Makoto, hand over Kashoma Jayaji Asayoki to Central 46, and then pay an unimaginable price to the four great nobles. Only then will it be possible for the Kashoma Jayaji family to survive this disaster. Pa. Makoto Ito couldn't help but applaud the white-haired old man's impassioned speech. You've been talking nonsense here for so long, aren't you just trying to buy time so that the meatball behind you can unfreeze it? Why are you trying to use this big meatball to kill me? After hearing this, the white-haired old man's eyes widened. He didn't expect that the illusion created by Ryunyo could be seen through by him at a glance. On the surface, it seemed that the three elders of the Kazuma-Jaiji family were confronting Ito Makoto after Bankai, but the actual situation was that only the white-haired old man holding a shield and the dwarf man holding a spear were their real bodies, and the middle-aged woman holding a half-human high bronze folding fan was just an illusion. Her real body was behind, flapping a huge fan continuously, trying to free the big meatball from the ice. With each flap, an arc of water stream rushed towards the cross-shaped ice block that sealed the scarlet flesh ball, making it thinner. This kind of inferior illusion can only fool those ignorant people with dull perception, but it is impossible to hide it from Ito Makoto. Call out! The next moment, Ito Makoto moved. With the dual support of Shunhong and Shunpo, he instantly turned into a shadow and rushed straight to the middle-aged woman holding a huge bronze folding fan behind him. Ito Makoto, flying in the air, slashed at the middle-aged woman's back. Just as the terrifying sword pressure that had condensed into substance was about to touch the woman's back, the white-haired old man raised the black shield in his hand and flashed behind her, blocking the fatal blow for her. Such a commotion frightened the middle-aged woman so much that her expression froze and the movement of the giant bronze fan in her hand also slowed down. Don't worry about untying the shackles for Zongzu, we'll be there to support you. As he spoke, a fierce sword pressure rushed out from the shield held by the white-haired old man and slashed towards Ito Makoto. This is... Although Ito Makoto dodged the attack by simply turning sideways, he was surprised to find that this was the same slash he had made before. Interesting, your shield can even reflect slashes. Makoto Ito looked at the shield in the white-haired old man's hand, which seemed to be made of black stone, and was a little surprised. Excuse me, Your Excellency. My heavy mountain black shield can reflect all forms of attack. Before he finished speaking, the dwarf man holding a spear beside him raised the spear high and threw it out. Piercing stars. Seeing the sharp tip of the spear getting closer and closer to him, Ito Makoto seized the opportunity and swung his sword to block the sharp spear. Boom! Unexpectedly, the moment the spear touched the god of annihilation, it exploded violently, and the field was filled with thick smoke in an instant. Ahem! The smoke cleared, revealing Ito Makoto's figure. His right sleeve had been ripped apart, and there were slight burns on his arm. This was the result of Ito Makoto dodging in time. It actually exploded. Ito Makoto miscalculated. He originally thought that the plain spear was a direct attack type Bankai, but he didn't expect it to contain explosive power. Hey, my star spear is a kid-style Bankai, and every strike packs a powerful explosive force. Seeing that his attack was successful, the dwarf man laughed triumphantly, revealing his yellow teeth. The spear that had been thrown out and exploded in his hand returned to his hand again. But the next moment, Ito Makoto used Kide with his left hand, and a soft white light wrapped around his injured right arm. In an instant, the injury was almost healed. Is this all you are capable of? Makoto Ito looked at the two people in front of him calmly, his eyes full of disdain. Damn it! How dare you look down on me? The dwarf man threw the spear in his hand again, and this time the spear broke into 3 parts in the air. With the experience of the first time, it was naturally impossible for Ito Makoto to come into contact with the spear containing explosive power again. He dodged the 3 spears directly by tapping Shunpo with his feet. The third style of the god of annihilation, mustard net. A huge black net instantly formed and covered the two of them, but unexpectedly, the black stone shield in the white old man's hand instantly enlarged and blocked in front of the two of them, completely blocking Ito Makoto's mustard net, but a crack appeared on the corresponding black stone shield. As expected, if it's not an attack method, you can't rebound. This time, Ito Makoto directly used the binding skill mustard net. Although it was completely blocked by the black rock shield, it was not rebounded and even caused irreversible damage to the shield. But the next moment, the dwarf man's mouth corners were slightly raised. Hula! There was a whistling sound of strong wind. It turned out that the 3 spears that Ito Makoto had dodged before had turned back on their own and headed straight for Ito Makoto's back. Bakud number 81, Splitting Void. A transparent square wall rose behind Ito Makoto and blocked all 3 spears. Boom! The terrifying explosion wave could not break through the splitting void at all. Your attack and defense are indeed a bit tricky. Ito Makoto just smiled faintly and looked at the white-haired old man and the dwarf man who cooperated perfectly. Your Excellency, thank you for your compliment. The white-haired old man looked at the young man in front of him with a sinister expression. He really didn't expect that their combined skills could not cause any effective damage to Ito Makoto. That's great. Only then will you be worthy of being killed by me. Makoto Ito twisted his neck, making a clicking sound, and then excitement appeared in his eyes, and then he rushed towards the dwarf man with a knife. Call out! Makoto Ito, his whole body flashing with white light, quickly rushed to the front of the dwarf man and chopped at the dwarf man's head at an extremely fast speed. The dwarf man was greatly shocked when he saw this, and had to raise the spear that appeared in his hand again to resist. The white-haired old man on the side was a beat slower and could not keep up with Ito Makoto's speed. Not good. Puff. The white-haired old man's eyes were bloodshot, and he could only watch as Ito Makoto cut off the dwarf man's raised spear with one knife, and cut off the dwarf man's left arm. Boom! The severed spear still made a violent explosion, but Ito Makoto had already created distance with Shunpo before the explosion occurred. A moment later, the smoke and dust cleared, and Ito Makoto discovered that the dwarf man was in close contact with the explosion but was not injured. It was obvious that he could control the range of the explosion. So your bankai isn't actually a spear, but the glove on your right hand. It's the one that's been mass-producing spears. After figuring out the principle, Ito Makoto grinned again and attacked the dwarf man with a knife. He was taking advantage of the fact that the white-haired old man was holding the giant shield slowly, so he chose to use speed against slowness. Ah! Unexpectedly, the dwarf man roared, and several flesh buds began to wriggle on the broken arm that was originally bleeding. In an instant, they formed a scarlet arm made of tangled flesh buds. At the same time, the Ryotsu on him and the white-haired old man surged, and in an instant they both reached the ultimate level of 3rd level spiritual power. Therefore, the old man, whose speed increased rapidly, finally arrived before Ito Makoto. In front of the dwarf man, the black stone shield rapidly enlarged and blocked Ito Makoto's slash again. Crack! The cracks on the black stone shield expanded again, but it also successfully bounced back Ito Makoto's slash. At the same time, the dwarf man hiding behind the shield threw 3 more spears straight at Ito Makoto's face. What a hassle! Chapter 138. Makoto Ito was troubled by their combined skills. They were both captains who had mastered bankai. Coupled with their unique blend of taper blade and zanpakut, their individual abilities were no less impressive than those of ordinary captains like Tosen and Kashiwamura. Add to that the combined skills of the two, and the effect is that 1 + 1 is greater than 2. This resulted in Makoto Ito, who had borrowed 30% of Ryotsu from the original body, feeling a little bit of difficulty, but only a little bit. Seeing the 3 spears coming at him, Ito Makoto still murmured softly. Bakud number 81, Splitting Void. Seeing that Ito Makoto was still using Splitting Void, the dwarf man grinned. It's useless. With the power of the insect ancestor, the combined power of my 3 spears is now comparable to that of a hat above level 90. Your Splitting Void cannot stop it. Boom. However, as the smoke and dust cleared, Ito Makoto was revealed, unharmed. Seeing this, the dwarf man shouted. Impossible! How could a mere Splitting Void possibly block it? Faced with his hysteria, Ito Makoto just smiled contemptuously. Make no mistake, a Shinigami's battle is a Ryotsu's battle. The so-called power of hat number 90 is only measured by your Ryotsu, not mine. I've let you guys take the initiative to attack for so long, it's time for me to take my turn. Ye Chuan took a deep breath, adjusted himself to the best condition, then held the knife with both hands and fully activated his spiritual perception. An invisible sword intent surged around Ito Makoto, making the three people opposite feel terrified. Such a strong murderous intent. The middle-aged woman who was constantly thawing her big meatball in the back was shocked by Ito Makoto's powerful sword intent. Ito Makoto stepped on Shunpo and rushed forward to slash with a knife. This time he did not choose the dwarf man, but instead aimed at the white-haired old man holding a black stone shield. Madness! When the white-haired old man saw that Ito Makoto was actually coming towards him, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Bang! Accompanied by a loud bang, the scene that the white-haired old man imagined, that Ito Makoto was injured by his sword, did not happen. Instead, the black stone shield that was as hard as a mountain was cut into two pieces by Ito Makoto's sword. Puff! The destruction of his own bankai also affected him, causing the white-haired old man to spit out a mouthful of blood. Ito Makoto took advantage of the situation and launched a flying kick, sending the white-haired old man flying dozens of feet. He then followed up with a knife, intending to kill him with one blow. At this moment, the middle-aged woman who was responsible for thawing the tapeworms in the back did not bother to continue thawing. She immediately held a giant bronze fan and blew out a giant water blade towards Ito Makoto, and then took advantage of Ito Makoto's defense to rescue the white-haired old man. At the same time, the dwarf man also reacted, waved his right hand again, and summoned three spears that shot towards Ito Makoto. Humph! A mere trifle. Without the white-haired old man's shield, this combination of skills is completely useless. How could it be? The white-haired old man who had just been rescued looked at the heavy black shield that had accompanied him for hundreds of years being cut off so easily by Ito Makoto, and his eyes could not help but reveal deep sadness. Old friend. Seeing the destruction of the heavy mountain black shield, the final manifestation of his soul power, the white-haired old man was stunned for a moment, at a loss as to what to do. Then he shouted madly at Ito Makoto with a fierce look in his eyes. How dare you destroy my heavy mountain black shield? I will kill you. Facing the white-haired old man who had lost his mind at this moment, Ito Makoto sneered. Stop pretending like that. You're forcing your Zanpakuto to merge with the taper. Can't you hear your own Zanpakuto's cries? The one who just told me where the gap in Chongshan Black Shield was Chongshan Black Shield himself. Before this, with his spiritual perception fully open, Ito Makoto clearly heard the cries of the three Zanpakutos, and also clearly saw a weak spot on the heavy mountain Black Shield. So he attacked this weak spot fiercely, and finally destroyed the heavy mountain shield with one blow. Hearing this, the white-haired old man, who had been able to maintain his sanity, immediately roared at Ito Makoto. What do you know? The Mo Yao sword is the pride of our Xiatala family. How could a lowly commoner like you know the loyalty and faith between us nobles? Faced with the white-haired old man's hysteria, Ito Makoto remained unmoved. Is this your last words? How pale and powerless! Before he finished speaking, Ito Makoto attacked again, slashing with his sword and directly cutting the old man who had lost his shield into two pieces just like his shield. Ah! The white-haired old man, his upper and lower body already shattered, lay on the ground, bleeding profusely and wailing in agony. Thanks to the third-level spiritual power's strong vitality, he was cut in two in time, and the white-haired old man did not die. Your screams are like the faint chirping of insects at dusk. What a tragic death! After dealing with the white-haired old man, Ito Makoto let out a sinister laugh at the remaining two people. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged woman and the dwarf man cried out in shock. Uncle Uoki! The two men no longer cared about unleashing the seal on the frozen taper, and instead unleashed Ryutsu, charging at Ye Chuan. However, their minds were in turmoil, and they were no match for Ye Chuan. The middle-aged woman wildly danced with her bronze folding fan, sending streams of water blades lashing out at Ito Makoto. Makoto Ito didn't even look at it, but just gently turned the long sword in his hand. Second style of Annihilation God, breaking the forbidden rule. Thick black air surged out from the blade of the God of Annihilation, transforming into an interlocking ring of 6 paths, which directly blasted towards the middle-aged woman and collided with the dozens of water blades. However, these water blades did not provide any barrier and were instantly broken through by Ito Makoto's breaking ban. Boom! There was a loud bang, and then the middle-aged woman looked down at the broken bronze folding fan in her hand and the huge bloody hole on her waist, laughed cruelly, and fell down unwillingly. Everything for the Kashomajayaji family. Finally, only one dwarf man was left. He looked at Ito Makoto with fear in his eyes, but he did not flinch. Instead, he shouted, "Everything for the Kashomajayaji family!" Then several spears appeared again and stabbed towards Ito Makoto. In response, Ito Makoto simply stretched out his slender fingers and gently pointed forward. Had no 90 black coffin. In an instant, a black coffin more than 10 feet high covered the dwarf man and his spear. This is the power of Had number 90. Don't try to challenge me with your broken spear. Chapter 139. Crash. A moment later, the dozens of feet tall black coffin shattered, revealing a dwarf man covered in wounds inside. His entire body was covered in blood and flesh, without a single piece of intact flesh. The glove he used to manifest the spear was also tattered. How could this happen? The dwarf man had a look of despair on his face and kept muttering. However, Makoto Ito on the side looked disappointed and shook his head in disappointment. As expected, this clone's ability to mobilize Ryutsu was insufficient. It's currently unable to reach the level of Aizen's black coffin. In the original work, Aizen in the Shinigami era used the black coffin without chanting to kill Komamura Seijin in one blow, while Ito Makoto also used the black coffin without chanting but only seriously injured a dwarf man who was obviously weaker than Kashiwamura. How come you didn't lose consciousness? It was obvious that Makoto Ito was very dissatisfied with the power of this black coffin. Call out. So, he just used Shunpo to flash behind him and gave him another blow. Puff! The dwarf man fell to the ground. At this point, the 3 elders of the Kashomajayaji family who had captain-level strength were all defeated by Ito Makoto. As a result, the next moment, the white-haired old man who had been chopped into 2 pieces on the ground by Makoto Ito was not dead yet. He struggled to get up and performed a strange hand seal. In an instant, the 3 people lying on the ground were covered with flesh granulations all over their bodies, and scarlet blood surged and rushed into the large frozen flesh ball behind them. Everything for the Kashomajayaji family. After the white-haired old man roared this last sentence, he immediately turned into the last ray of blood light and completely merged into the big black ball behind him. This soul body that has reached the 3rd level of spiritual power is really durable. It has been cut in 2 for such a long time and still survived. Unlike some humans who claim to be invincible, they boasted loudly before, but in the end, they were cut in 2 and lay flat on the ground. Ito Makoto complained secretly. Looking at the big meatworm that was about to break out of the seal, his face was expressionless and his heart was calm, because he had never taken this so-called tapeworm seriously from the beginning to the end. It was just a Shinigami clone playing with her. If it was Ye Chuan who fired a Zero, she would have been killed on the spot. Crunch, crunch. As the crimson Ryutsu and meat granulations poured into the ice, the big meatworm finally resumed its movement. In a burst of crimson Ryutsu light, the ice under Kashomajayaji Asahoki's subordinates completely melted, and the figure of the big meatball underwent a strange change. After a moment, the crimson Ryutsu light dissipated, revealing a figure. She was a beautiful woman wearing a crimson dress, with an enchanting figure and long, blood-red hair dancing wildly. Her face was 50% similar to Seattle Kyungsoo. But if you look closely, you will find that the so-called red skirt she is wearing is actually made up of densely packed scarlet granulations. Even though he's regained his human form on the surface, he's still a disgusting insect on the inside. Ito Makoto's spiritual senses were fully awakened, and he clearly sensed the woman before him. Rather than a Shinigami, she was more of a chaotic, twisted mass. She gave him a feeling somewhat similar to the mindless Jillians from Hueco Mundo, but the aura she exuded was countless times more terrifying than that of a Jillian. Previously, although the big meatball Ryotsu had the ultimate of the second-level spiritual power, she could only manipulate the flesh buds to attack randomly. Now, after absorbing 3 third-level Ryotsu elders, she has regained her human form. Although her Ryotsu hadn't broken through to the first-level spiritual power and was still at the second-level ultimate, she was much more difficult to deal with than before. "Your last name is, Ito." The woman in the red dress seemed to be reminiscing and then spoke softly. To this, Ito Makoto just grinned. "Yes, my last name is Ito, the Ito of Itokai." After hearing Ito Makoto's words, Kazuma Jayaji Kumokawa's face was filled with memories. After a moment, he said excitedly, "Ito. Hi, I remembered his name was Ito Hai. He was truly a man of exceptional talent. Even Kyungsyu, the child I borrowed from him, was gifted. Unfortunately, he was too stubborn and refused to accept the Mo Yao blade. I couldn't bear to kill him, so I had to find an excuse to make him disappear." Kazuma Yunchuan spoke calmly, as if narrating something insignificant. "Ah, he willingly joined the Hueco Mundo expedition to find you. Even in Hueco Mundo's final moments, before he was exhausted and dying, he still wanted to find you. Even after his death, his obsession with you persisted in the world as a sword spirit. You can't even remember his name." When Ye Chuan learned about this from Ito Kai's remaining obsession in Hueco Mundo, he thought it was a touching love story, but it turned out to be like this. "Hey Hi Ge, you are such a complete failure and a complete lickspittle. You are bringing shame to our Ito family." Ito Makoto felt a nameless fire in his heart. He had always been grateful to Ito Kai. If it weren't for the sealed state he left behind and the partial killing techniques he learned from his remaining memories, Ye Chuan wouldn't have risen so quickly in Hueco Mundo. "Brother Hai, it seems that you didn't reach the 3rd level of spiritual power when you died, so it is very likely that you can't enter hell. It seems that sending her down to apologize to you is impossible. Then I will send her down to reflect on her sins. In the Shinigami world, if one's strength reaches the 3rd level of Ryotsu, their soul will not dissipate after death, but will be taken into hell." According to Ito Kai's memories, he appeared to have only reached the 4th level of Ryotsu at the time of his death, far from reaching the 3rd level of Ryotsu. Therefore, after his death, he could only transform into a spirit in Hueco Mundo, unable to be taken into hell. Ito Makoto looked at Kazuma Jayaji Kumokawa. He had always had a clear self-awareness and knew he was not a good person. But compared to this crazy woman, he was nothing. "Go to hell. You Soul Society scum." After hearing what Ito Makoto said, Kazuma Jayaji Yunchuan first glanced at Kazuma Jayaji Asahoki who had fainted beside him, and then smiled foolishly. "What a boastful young man. It seems my Kyungsu's taste in choosing men is not as good as mine. You actually said you would send me to hell? If you can do it, come and try." Kazuma Jayaji Kumokawa's voice was calm at first, but it became sharper as he spoke, and eventually it made a loud noise like the chirping of insects, which hurt Ito Makoto's eardrums. "What a noise! Call out!" The next moment, Ito Makoto moved, stepped on Shunpo and rushed to the woman, and slashed her face with the Annihilation God. Clang! This woman actually turned into a scarlet sharp blade and blocked Ito Makoto's powerful attack. At the same time, the red skirt on Kazuma Jayaji Yunchuan's body began to wriggle and turned into countless flesh buds, trying to devour Ito Makoto. Ito Makoto had no choice but to activate the instantaneous roar, and his body was covered with white light, and he retreated as fast as he could. Facing the relentless pursuit of the flesh bud, Ito Makoto pointed it out. Chapter 140. Had no 63 fiery lightning howl. In an instant, a golden thunder ball took shape and collided with the countless bloody flesh granulations coming towards it. Sizzle! A large amount of granulation tissue was blasted into charcoal by the power of thunder, but in an instant, the necrotic granulation tissue fell off and new granulation tissue grew again. Seeing this, Ito Makoto frowned slightly. This is somewhat similar to Hollow's high-speed regeneration. The next moment, countless scarlet granulations attacked again, and the ends of the granulations turned into sharp blades. Call out! Ito Makoto launched the instant roar again, and suddenly a white light appeared on his body, and his speed suddenly increased dramatically. This is the Shunhong of the Shihaoran family. Do you have any issues with the four noble families? Kazumioji Kumokawa recognized the instantaneous roar used by Ito Makoto at a glance. Ito Makoto did not answer, but continued to dodge and avoid the bloody flesh buds that were like maggots on the tarsal bones, while muttering to himself. A faint, turbid emblem, a rebellious and arrogant talent, a surge, a denial, a paralysis, a moment, hindering eternal sleep. The crawling princess of steel, the clay doll that constantly harms itself, combines, rebounds, and extends to the ground, knowing your own powerlessness. Had no 90 black coffin. Then, a huge coffin that was over 100 feet high and covered with black spikes on its pitch-black surface took shape on Seattle Yunchuan's body. This is... When Ito Makoto finished chanting Black Coffin, a look of surprise appeared on Kazumajayaji Kumokawa's face for the first time. Boom! After a few breaths, the giant black coffin slowly dissipated, revealing the figure of Kazumidalul Yunchuan inside. At this moment, she had lost her composure. There was not a single piece of good flesh on her body. Countless bloody flesh granulations were rolling, like densely packed scarlet snake heads wriggling on her body surface. Ah, you hit me so hard. Seeing this, Ito Makoto was a little surprised. He didn't expect that even though he had chanted the black coffin completely, he couldn't cause any substantial damage to the monster. Hey, these things with self-healing abilities are so annoying. Just as Ito Makoto was secretly complaining, Kazumajayaji Kumokawa had already completed the repair of his body. It hurts so much. I'm going to eat you. There was a strange red light flashing in Kazumajayaji Kumokawa's red pupils, and he licked his tongue at Ito Makoto. Break the ban. In response to the woman's crazy behavior, he was responded by the Six Paths, a series of interlocking black circles with a destructive aura. Boom! The black circle carried an extremely powerful shock force and hit Seattle Yunchuan directly on the chest. In an instant, the entire chest seemed to explode into a bloody mist, but it recovered soon after. What a great ability! It seems I have to use all my strength if I want to eat you. Seattle Yunchuan's crazy voice filled the entire barrier. As she opened her mouth and uttered a few obscure syllables, a powerful aura suddenly rose from the ruins of the weapon forge. A flash of blood appeared, and an ordinary long sword appeared in her hand. This knife looks very similar to an ordinary sealed state, the only difference is that there is an eyeball embedded in the handle. Looking at the knife, Seattle Yunchuan's face showed a look of reminiscence again. This sword is the one I wanted to give to Ito Kai. How dare he refuse me? He refused this strongest sword made from the trunk of a taper worm. Seattle Yunchuan gently stroked the blade. The next moment, a scarlet blood light gushed out from the blade and pierced through Ito Makoto's shoulder at an incomprehensible speed. What? Ito Makoto turned his head to look at the bloody hole on his left shoulder, his expression somewhat gloomy. Is this space slash, or a rule-based ability similar to penetrating all things? Seeing Ito Makoto being defeated, Kazumajayaji Kumokawa seemed a little too proud of himself. Are you surprised? The ability of this taper knife is space cutting. Your shoulder was neither chopped nor stabbed. It was caused by me directly cutting the space at your shoulder. Looking at the hideous bloody hole on his shoulder, Ito Makoto first distanced himself with Shunyo, and then quickly used Kide to stop the bleeding on his shoulder. Kashomadera Yunchuan would not give him this opportunity and once again activated space penetration. Thus, the two began a tug-of-war. A few minutes later, Ito Makoto accidentally got shot in the left leg bone. Watching his blood flow, Ito Makoto sighed. In the previous meatball form, there was Ryutsu in the air, and it had no powerful fighting methods. Therefore, even the third-level spiritual power of Kashomida Lukyungseo could suppress it. But now that the tapeworm has gained human form and regained its sanity, coupled with this powerful taper sword, it can indeed give full play to its second-class ultimate Ryutsu. Even Ito Makoto, who borrowed 30% of its original Ryutsu, is only at the middle level of second-class Ryutsu, so it is extremely difficult for Ito Makoto to fight. How is this taper blade? It's the strongest in the space system. Kashomajayaji Kumokawa's voice echoed in every corner of the barrier through the spirit particles in the air. Don't flatter yourself. I admit that this Mo Yao sword is very powerful, but it is not the strongest sword in the space system. Because the strongest space-type sword is my sword. Ito Makoto, who was leaning against the corner of the ruins, gasped and looked at the excited Kashomajayaji Kumokawa in the air and spoke slowly. How shameless! Just let me eat you! As he spoke, countless scarlet granulations rushed towards Ito Makoto in the corner like countless sharp blades. Bankai All Worlds Annihilation God Kill. As Ito Makoto finished his release words, the entire barrier was instantly filled with black and white Ryutsu. A terrifying, apocalyptic aura resonated throughout the barrier. The scarlet flesh buds, several feet away from the two-colored Ryutsu, were crushed into dust and vanished into nothingness. If this wasn't the core territory of the Kashomajayaji family, the barrier here had been strengthened countless times. Furthermore, if it weren't for Ito Makoto's extreme restraint on Ryutsu, this powerful Ryutsu wave would have broken through the barrier and engulfed the entire Soul Society. After a moment, the pitch-black Ryutsu faded away, revealing Ito Makoto's figure. The Annihilation God in his hand had changed drastically. The originally snow-white blade had become black and white, and the blade became more slender. The blade tip had turned into a swastika shape, and the iron chain at the end of the handle had disappeared. There are always many small spots of light, black and white, lingering on the blade. Ha ha ha, a tiny blade like yours can actually be called a bankai. Seeing the posture of Ito Makoto's sword bankai, Kashomajayaji Kumokawa immediately mocked him. Then she waved the Mo Yao knife in her hand, and a scarlet space cut came again. In response, Ito Makoto just raised the Zanpa cut in his hand and met the scarlet beam of light. The space cut that had forced Ito Makoto into a desperate situation before disappeared into thin air the moment it touched Ito Makoto's blade. Impossible! Your knife can actually block space cutting. Facing Kashomajayaji Kumokawa's surprise, Ito Makoto smiled calmly. Nothing is impossible. I've already said it, my sword is the strongest space-type Zanpa cut. A mere taper blade, what's the point of talking about it? Chapter 141. Call out. Ito Makoto activated Shunpo in the state of Shunhong, flashed to the side of Kashomajayaji Kumokawa, and slashed with his sword. The speed had already reached ultimate. Before the afterimage in front disappeared, Ito Makoto swung a knife from behind. In a hurry, Xiaodalul Yunchuan fought back with the Mo Yao knife. Clang! After the attack, Ito Makoto immediately stepped on Shunpo to create distance. At the moment when Ito Makoto retreated, Kashomajayaji Kumokawa discovered that the long sword in his hand, which he called the strongest taper sword, had been broken into a gap. Boom! And behind it, the ruins of the weapon forging workshop, which had originally piled up like a mountain, and a number of houses were all reduced to dust under this knife. This. Looking at the damaged Mo Yao knife in his hand, Xiaodalul Yunchuan was stunned on the spot. Makoto Ito, who had retreated to the side, was now panting. It was obvious that he had not yet fully developed his Bankai. He has not yet developed his Bankai's other special skills. Currently, he can only use simple sword swings. Even so, this sword exerts unparalleled power thanks to its extremely high basic damage and Ito Makoto's superb slashing skills that far exceed those of ordinary captains. If he hadn't restrained himself, that strike would have broken through the barrier and disturbed the entire Soul Society. However, even though he had borrowed Ryotsu from the original body and used the second-level spiritual power to control the sword, the previous blow had consumed a lot of his energy. He knew it since he awakened the true name of this sword. His Annihilation God is the strongest space-type Zanpakuto, with an extremely high upper limit, but correspondingly, his requirements for the Ryotsu of the sword wielder are also very, very high. According to Ito Makoto's estimation, in order to fully master this Bankai, one must achieve first-class spiritual power in his own Ryotsu. This is the real space slash. Just after being infused with Ryotsu, a single swing of the sword has such power. If Ito Makoto can develop this sword to ultimate one day, it will certainly not be weaker than Yamamoto Genryusai's Zankadachi, or even stronger. Every time he swung his sword, it was equivalent to crushing the enemy with the power of spatial turbulence. Therefore, the aftermath of the previous sword swing shattered many buildings in the barrier. This was the result of his best efforts to restrain Ryotsu. Otherwise, the barrier could be shattered with a random sword strike, and his Bankai ability would be completely exposed to the eyes of all the captains of the Jingling court. How dare you destroy my sword? I want your life as compensation. At this moment, Kazumi Oji Yunchuan on the side found that his taper sword was destroyed at the first sight, and he immediately began to scream hysterically, and actually poured all his Ryotsu into the broken taper sword. In an instant, an extremely thick scarlet beam of light rushed towards Ito Makoto with terrifying power. Not good, this blow will definitely destroy the barrier. Seeing that this crazy woman didn't even bother hiding, she wanted to break the barrier directly, so that her weird posture and Ito Makoto's Bankai would be exposed to the public. In order to avoid exposing his Zanpakuto ability in advance, Ito Makoto had no choice but to fight quickly. I saw Makoto Ito gather all the Ryotsu in his body and condense them all on the blade. Rich black and white Ryotsu emerged and then entangled with each other. Die! Ito Makoto held his knife and faced the red beam of light that spanned the entire barrier. The black and white sword blades collided with the huge blood-red light column, and the sky and the earth lost their color in an instant. Bang! Ito Makoto's sword easily cut off Kazumajayaji Kumokawa's taper sword, and at the same time, Kazumajayaji Kumokawa's body was also cut off. At first she wanted to continue repairing herself with granulation tissue, but the next moment she was horrified to find that her immortal tapeworm body did not seem to be working. At the wound on her abdomen, black and white Ryotsu entangled with each other, forming a vortex like a black hole, constantly pulling and sucking at her abdomen until every inch of her body was completely destroyed. Make it completely impossible to regenerate. How could this happen? Xiaodalul Yunchuan looked at the wound on his abdomen and the black and white vortex that was getting bigger and bigger, his eyes filled with deep fear. No! I won't give up! Before he could finish his words, Xiaodalul Yunchuan was completely crushed into nothingness by the terrifying vortex. The barrier itself was also crushed into nothingness. After using his strongest attack, Ito Makoto's Ryotsu was completely drained, a feeling of powerlessness spread throughout his body, and the knife in his hand returned to a sealed state. Just as he was leaning on the edge of the ruins, gasping for breath, a blood-red crystal the size of a baby's fist fell from the place where Kazumajayaji Kumokawa died, and was caught by Ito Makoto. This is... As soon as he got the blood-colored crystal, Ito Makoto saw fragments of memories pouring into his mind like a slideshow. In this memory, Ito Makoto saw a world of ignorance and chaos. Back then, the world was still in chaos, with no distinction between realms. All living things lived together in one realm, whether humans, souls, or even the void, all existed in the same world. During this period, many overly powerful humans, souls, and Minos Grande were born. They fought endlessly with each other for territory, and the whole world fell into chaos. Until one day, a powerful being named Adnaeus was born according to the will of heaven and earth. He has great compassion in his heart and cannot bear to see the lives of the people in the world suffer, so he gathered a group of like-minded strong men, fought to stop the war, conquered the entire chaotic world with absolute strength. In order to prevent the world from falling into chaos again, he used his supreme divine power to divide the entire world into 3 realms, and imprisoned the horrific beings that had wreaked havoc on the world and that he had defeated in a place called Hell, which was independent of the 3 realms. When the 3 realms were first created, their foundations were unstable, and unrest abounded. Terrorizing beings from Hell threatened to overwhelm the 3 realms once again. To maintain the stability of the 3 realms, the Supreme Adnes willingly used himself as a wedge to maintain its stability, supporting it with his own divine power. But soon after Adnaeus became the wedge, the 5 powerful men who had followed him suddenly rebelled, took the opportunity to dismember Adnaeus and seal his divine power, attempting to make Adnaeus forever the wedge to maintain the stability of the 3 realms. On the day Adnaeus was dismembered, heaven and earth wept, and blood rained down from the sky. The 5 mighty warriors' god-killing blades pierced Adnaeus' torso, dismembering him and turning him into human sticks. When Adnaeus was dismembered, the remaining flesh and blood fell from the palace above the sky. By chance, it was swallowed by a tiny insect from the Soul Society. From then on, the insect possessed great power and a mind similar to that of a human, calling itself the Taper. Later, he, the Taper Worm, met a man named Seadalu, and they quickly became close friends. As Seadalu married and had children, his family grew larger and larger. All of Seadalu's descendants referred to the tapeworm as the insect ancestor. After countless years of trying to figure out how to harness the tapeworm's power for their own benefit, they finally discovered a way to harness its power. That is to combine the torso of the tapeworm with sword forging technology to create a taper sword with special powers. This fragmented memory came to an abrupt end, and Ito Makoto stared at the blood-red crystal in his hand in a daze. The origin of the tapeworm is actually a bug that devoured the flesh and blood of the Spirit King. This means that this blood-red gem is actually the blood essence of the Spirit King. Looking at the bloodstone in his hand, which was as gorgeous as a ruby, Ito Makoto fell into deep thought. Chapter 142. At the last moment before the barrier dissipated, Ito Makoto also released his Bankai. It was not until the end of the battle that he had time to stop the bleeding on his right shoulder and left leg, and looked at the core clan territory of the Kazumajayagi family, which had been turned into a waste due to the collision of Ryutsu in the previous battle. After a moment, as if remembering something, Ito Makoto dragged the unconscious Kazumajayagi Asayoki out from the ruins behind him. Under Ito Makoto's superb kite skills, Kazumajayagi Asayoki soon woke up. Makoto-kun. Opening her eyes in a daze, Kazumi Oji Asayoki first glanced at Ito Makoto next to her, and then found that she could not sense the Ryutsu of the 3 elders and her mother. A look of joy immediately appeared in the light purple pupils. You killed them all? You're really strong, Makoto-kun. I knew I wasn't mistaken. Seadalu Kyungsu's delicate face became even more sickly pale due to excessive blood loss. But the next moment her expression immediately turned gloomy. Alas, it's a pity that I didn't kill her myself. In response, Ito Makoto stretched out his right hand and said calmly. Give it to me. Seadalu Kyungsu smiled. Since you've already killed her, you must have gotten the thing. Why are you still asking me what I should do? After hearing this, Ito Makoto's mouth twitched slightly, and he seemed to be hesitant to speak. After a moment, Seadalu Kyungsu sighed softly and spoke again. After something like this, those old-timers at Central 46 definitely won't let you stay in Godi 13 anymore. But don't worry, Chinjun. Since you've helped me so much, I've already arranged a place for you to go. It's a place you'll absolutely be satisfied with. As she spoke, Kazuma Jayajia Seoki even wanted to reach out her hand and gently stroke Ito Makoto's face, but Ito Makoto dodged by turning his head. Oh, what a powerful and charming man you are. I really want to marry you. But unfortunately, I have to go to hell. By the way, Makoto-kun, you must be careful of Tsuneyashiro Tokinata. You shouldn't make close friends with this person. Makoto Ito glanced at Asayoki Kazumi who was lying beside him and chattering non-stop and felt that she was a bit noisy. Master Syadalu, you talk too much. I told you not to call me Boss Syadalu, you can just call me Kyungsyu. Okay, Kazumagara boss. 20 minutes later, Ito Makoto and Kazumioji Asayoki helped each other to get up, and happened to meet Kurako Shunsui, Byakuya Kokaki and Tsuneyashiro Tokinata who were walking towards them. The moment he saw the two of them, Kurako Shunsui's originally furrowed brows instantly relaxed, and Kazuma Jayajia Asayoki also nodded slightly at Kurako Shunsui. Please come a little slower, I'm almost at Central 46. Ito Makoto complained helplessly. 3 days later, in Central 46, in the underground meeting room. Makoto Ito stood outside the conference room, staring at the closed door, lost in thought. Here we go again. In the conference room, Asayoki Kazuma Jayaji stood in the center of the conference hall. At this moment, she had been stripped of her Shinigami status and appeared in court wearing a pure white kimono. As a dazzling white light shone in the center of the conference hall, Syadalu Kyungsyu could hardly open her eyes. Syadalu Kyungsyu, you connived with your clansmen and secretly forged the forbidden weapon, the taper blade, with ulterior motives. You murdered numerous nobles and illegally kept Mino's Grande captive. As the 11th sage of Central 46, you not only failed to benefit Seoul society, but instead abused your power to pervert and endanger the Jingling court. For these multiple crimes, I hereby punish you by stripping you of your 11th sage status, demoting the Syadalu family to mid-level nobility, and for 1,000 years, banning all members of your clan from running for Central 46. Syadalu Kyungsyu herself is imprisoned in the 7th level of the abyss of hell, with a sentence of 800 years. After hearing the verdict, Syadalu Kyungsyu raised her head slightly and heard a majestic voice coming from the top of the conference room, behind the screen with the number 3 written on it. Obviously, in order to interrogate Syadalu Kyungsyu, one of the top 11 sages, the top 10 sages must be present. Therefore, in addition to the permanent personnel, several of the top 10 sages were also present at the meeting. Ha 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 ha! Facing the third sage who passed judgment on her, Kazumi no Asayoki burst into laughter. Bang! The third sage slammed the table. Suspect, keep quiet. The next moment, the voice of the fifth sage came from another direction. Syadalu Kyungsyu, for contempt of Central 46, your sentence is commuted to 1,000 years. However, Syadalu Kyungsyu didn't care about it. She continued laughing with a hint of disdain in her eyes and said, I saw, how you'll die. You're a bunch of dead bones in a graveyard. What happened to the Kazumi family today is a reflection of what you'll be like tomorrow. In the past, I felt sick just sitting with you old fogies. Today, I can finally scold you. It's so satisfying. Syadalu Kyungsyu's voice was deafening, as if she was not being tried in a conference room but performing on stage. She was actually debating with all the sages of Central 46 alone. Are you, a bunch of insects, qualified to judge me? A look of disdain appeared on Syadalu Kyungsyu's delicate face as she glanced at the sages in the field. Bold. Off the field, Ito Makoto was completely unaware of what was happening in Central 46. A moment later, the door of the underground meeting room slowly opened, and 4 servants covered in white robes escorted Xiaoda, who had special spirit particle locks on her hands and feet, towards the direction of the hell. At this moment, Kazumi Agia Seoki was in high spirits, like an admiral who had just won a victory. The moment she saw Ito Makoto, she first chuckled and then blew him a kiss. Cheng Jun, see you in 2,000 years. After hearing this, Ito Makoto's mouth twitched slightly. He was about to say something when a servant in a white robe walked out of the meeting hall. Vice Captain of the 4th Division, Ito Makoto, enter the hall. Makoto Ito followed the white-robed attendant into the underground meeting hall. At this moment, the top 10 sages have already left, and some of the lower-ranked permanent staff present are now judging Ito Makoto. Vice Captain of the 4th Division, Makoto Ito, has made great contributions by assisting the Kukaki and Tsuneyashiro families, as well as Captain Kiraku, in solving the taper blade incident. However, as a commoner, you committed a serious offense by targeting a noble of higher rank. Therefore, your merits and demerits are offset. However, due to your concealment of the truth about the deaths of many nobles during the hunting incident, the following judgment is hereby rendered. Ito Makoto is fired as the Vice Captain of the 4th Division and expelled from Godai 13, never to be rehired again. After hearing this, Ito Makoto began to wonder if there was something wrong with his ears. He had never expected that Central 46 would actually make such a ruling. Xiaodalukyungshu really came right. Not to mention Aizen, even Ito Makoto has the urge to bankai right there and chop these idiots to death with one blow. When he thought that this group of people would be killed by Aizen in a few decades, he felt much better. But these old stubborn people really know how to get themselves killed. How about I find an opportunity to kill all of Central 46? But then he thought, he had already mastered most of the Zan Chuan Zogui techniques, so leaving Godai 13 now wouldn't be a loss for him. It might not even be a bad thing. Chapter 143. In late autumn, Ito Makoto was walking alone on the streets of Siritai. The maple leaves on the maple trees on both sides of the street have already turned a fiery red, which echoes the green tiles and red walls of Jingling Courtyard in the distance, creating a unique artistic conception. As a breeze blew by, maple leaves fell. Ito Cheng brushed off the leaves on his shoulders and continued to stride forward. Without saying much, he returned to the 4th Squad's barracks. At this moment, he was packing up his few belongings in his former dormitory. When Ito Makoto finished packing and came outside, the door was already full of people. Outside the house, the soldiers of the 4th Division had already learned that Ito Makoto was going to be expelled from the 13th Division and would never be recruited again. A look of reluctance appeared on their faces. Although Ito Makoto had been in office for a short period of more than 10 years, he was very compassionate to his subordinates and had a very high prestige among the soldiers. However, now he was implicated in the affairs of the nobles, and many soldiers spoke up for Ito Makoto. Unfortunately, they cannot change Central 46's decision. Sakata Sato stood at the front. The reason he was able to become a senior member from a rookie in the Shino Spiritual Academy in just a few years was all because of Ito Makoto's training. Therefore, when Ito Makoto was expelled from the 4th Division, he was definitely one of the people who was most reluctant to see him go. I had thought of many things to say to Ito Makoto in my mind, but in the end, they all turned into a sigh. After being stunned for a while, he slowly spoke. Vice Captain Ito, you were previously fined 300 years by Central 46, and now you've been expelled from Godai 13. Considering your situation, we, the soldiers, have pooled some money for you. Sakata Sato lowered his head and held the heavy bag in his hand in front of Ito Makoto. Most of the soldiers in the 4th Division were of civilian origin and their own economic situation was not so good, but they were able to collect a large bag of money for Ito Makoto, which was obviously rare. After refusing several times in vain, Ito Makoto had no choice but to accept the bag of spirit coins. He looked up at the soldiers of the 4th Division who had come to see him off, and then smiled wistfully. Thank you all for your kindness. It is an honor for Makoto Ito to work with you. Vice Captain Ito, we can't bear to part with you. Just like that, a series of voices rang out one after another, and Ito Makoto exchanged greetings with the soldiers of the 4th Division. Just after Ito Makoto said goodbye to everyone one by one, he came to the door of the 4th Division barracks, only to find a gentle and peaceful woman wearing a captain's haori, with long black hair parted in the middle and tied in a pigtail. It was Unohana. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you, Captain Unohana. In response to this, Unohana sighed. Central 46 is really a bunch of old fogies who don't know who they are. Makoto-kun, I've contacted Yamada Sanashuk for you. He can introduce you to Mao Xiaoyuan as the Deputy General Agent. What do you think? After hearing Unohana words, Ito Makoto was stunned at first, then he showed a grateful smile and then shook his head. Thank you, Captain Unohana, but you know, I don't want to have anything to do with those so-called nobles right now. If he were to take on the role of Mao Xiaoyuan, he would inevitably have to come into contact with Tsuneyashiro Tokinata frequently. Given his bad character, Ito Makoto was afraid that one day he would not be able to control himself and would kill Tsuneyashiro Tokinata directly, so he could not go to Mao Xiaoyuan. After hearing what Ito Makoto said, Unohana did not refute, but just took a few steps back and bowed to Ito Makoto. Then I wish Jinjun a smooth journey. Seeing this, Ito Makoto hurriedly returned the greeting. Ito Makoto didn't have much stuff, just a small package, so he left. As he passed by the 11th Division's barracks, he saw a few old acquaintances, Ikeku, Yumichika, Zaraki Kenpeki, and Yachiryu. When he saw Ito Makoto Zaraki Kenpeki, he immediately grinned. Hey, Ito, let's have a good fight. Pa pa pa. The moment these words were spoken, Yachiryu, who was standing on Zaraki Kenpeki's shoulder, immediately slapped Zaraki Kenpeki several times. Xiaojian, no, we are here to see little Ito off. Go on, boy. The next moment, Madare Mikako looked at Ito Makoto and threw a long sword directly to him. This sword is the sealed state that has accompanied Ito Makoto for more than 10 years. After entering Central 46 for trial, his sword should have been put into the armory. With so many sealed states in the warehouse, it's normal to miss a few occasionally, don't you think, little Ito Makoto? There was a meaningful smile in Madare Mikako's narrow eyes. Well, now that you've got the knife back, I'm going to give you a good fight. Zaraki Kenpeki shouted again. Pa! After bidding farewell to the 11th Division, Ito Makoto met a group of old acquaintances on his way out of Siraidai, such as Hisagi Shuae and Matsumoto Rangiku. They all expressed their reluctance to leave Ito Makoto. It seems I'm doing pretty well. Not long after, Ito Makoto saw a familiar figure again. Shaoling, are you here to see me off too? Ito Makoto glanced at Sui Feng, who was standing by the wall with his arms crossed, looking proud, and spoke slowly. Don't flatter yourself. I just came to see how miserable you are now. Oh? Then you have achieved your wish now. Ito Makoto didn't expose Sui Feng's stubbornness, but just teased him. Seeing that Ito Makoto was really leaving, Sui Feng quickly spoke. Well, the head of the Shihaoran family, one of the 4 great noble families, Shihaoran Yoshiro, has just ascended to the throne and needs a strong guard. I think you are, barely qualified, you can go. Sui Feng's voice became softer and softer, and finally he turned his head away with a slightly red face. Ha 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 ha. Seeing this scene, Makoto Ito burst into laughter. Hey, what's so funny you BD? Sui Feng's shy look made Ito Makoto think he was even cuter, but he still declined the invitation to serve as a guard at the Shihaoran family. After all, he had too many secrets, and if he had too much contact with people from the 4 major families, there would be a risk of being exposed. Humph, whatever you want. After saying this, Sui Feng left angrily. Just as Ito Makoto was about to leave Jingling, he saw a man with 2 fancy hairpins on his head, a pink haori jacket embroidered with patterns, and a straw raincoat on his head. Hey, isn't this our Vice Captain Ito? Where are we going? Hey, Captain Kiraku, please stop teasing me. Just when Ito Makoto was about to say something, Kiraku Shunsui suddenly said seriously. At the request of Genri Yusai Yamamoto, Captain General of Godai 13 and President of the Shin Spiritual Academy, I appoint Makoto Ito, formerly Vice Captain of the 4th Division, to teach the Kide course at the Shin Spiritual Academy. You must arrive in 3 days. Hearing this, Ito Makoto was stunned at first, but then he showed a hint of joy. Teaching at the Shin Spiritual Arts Academy. Ito Makoto looked up and saw Kiraku Shunsui with a meaningful smile on his face. Don't thank me, I'm just doing this for you. Then he took out another envelope and handed it to Ito Makoto. Here is your appointment letter. Keep it and go there in 3 days. After saying this, Kiraku Shunsui left without looking back. Looking at Kiraku's departing back, Ito Makoto grinned. That's a good arrangement, Xiada Lukyungsyu. Chapter 144. Rukonga East District, Block 57, Residence. Ye Chuan, your cooking skills are getting better and better. Next to an open-air stove, Grandma Sanhua was tasting Eri Iwasaki's teppanyaki. She picked up a piece of roasted beef that was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, sprinkled a handful of light salt on it, and then began to taste it slowly. As soon as Ito Makoto walked to the door, he smelled a strong aroma of meat. It smells so good. Looks like I came back just in time. Ito Makoto pushed the door open and saw 2 people eating barbecue. They were not surprised to see that it was Ito Makoto. Granny Sanhua continued to eat by herself. Iwasaki Eri shouted with a rather excited tone. Brother Cheng. It wasn't until Ito Makoto walked to the stove and Iwasaki Eri handed him the bowl and chopsticks. Just when Ito Makoto was about to eat, Granny Sanhua slowly spoke. I'm old, and my eyesight is not good. Isn't this the famous Vice Captain Ito Makoto? How did you find the time to come here? After hearing this, Ito Makoto immediately smiled bitterly and scratched his head. Please spare me, mother-in-law. How could he not hear the complaints in his mother-in-law's words, but she did blame him. He remembered that the last time she came back was 3 months ago. Before, the 4th Division was too busy with their duties. From today on, we won't. After hearing this, Iwasaki Eri and Granny Sanhua looked up suddenly and realized that Ito Makoto, who had returned this time, was not wearing a Shinigami costume, and the shoulder straps that symbolized his status as the vice captain of the 4th Division were also missing. The 2 of them did not ask anything about this. Because in their impression, Ito Makoto is a man who has become the vice captain of Godai 13 after just a few years of joining the team. In their eyes, Ito Makoto is omnipotent. Even if there is a problem, Ito Makoto can solve it quickly. After taking a sip of the hot soup, Grandma Sanhua said slowly. Remember to go home often. After eating and drinking, Ito Makoto gave all the spirit coins given to him by the members of the 4th Division to Granny Sanhua. After all, he would soon be teaching at the Mu Spiritual Academy, so he would not be short of spirit coins, and this money could greatly improve the lives of Granny Sanhua and Eri Iwasaki. 3 days later, Ito Makoto arrived at the Mu Spiritual Academy early in the morning to report. He never expected that the person who received him was his old acquaintance Zheng Yano. Senior Yano, why are you at the Mu Spiritual Academy? Zheng Yanan at this moment was very different from when Ito Makoto first met him more than 10 years ago. Although he was also an old man then, he had a head full of black hair and was vigorous and energetic, looking like a man of age but still strong. But now his hair was completely white, his body was hunched, and the flame of life was like a candle in the wind. Considering the long lifespan of Soul Society nobles, a dozen years wasn't a long time at all. Yet, he had changed so much. After hearing what Ito Makoto said, he realized that the person he was meeting was Ito Makoto. So it's Ito-kun. At this moment, tears seemed to flash in Yano Xingyan's turbid old eyes. It's gone, all gone. I'm the only one left in the Yano family. After exchanging pleasantries with Yano Xingyan, he realized that the Yano family's revival was hopeless after the last noble hunting tournament. Disheartened, he applied to Central 46 and came to the Shin Spiritual Academy as a history teacher, responsible for teaching the history of Soul Society to the new students. Yano Xingyan had already known about his nephew's death and the burning of the Yano family's ancestral home. However, he was not upset because his heart had died more than 10 years ago. He knew that the Yano family's demise was only a matter of time. Makoto Ito felt a little sympathetic towards Zheng Yanan's experience, but that was all. The reason why the Yano family encountered this series of events was because they were too weak, and were crushed to death in the game between several major nobles. Even the plight of the Yano family was not caused by the Kazumagayaji family and the four great nobles deliberately targeting them, but was simply affected by the fighting among the nobles. It really is true that. What does it have to do with you to destroy you? Under the guidance of Yano Xingyan, Ito Makoto successfully completed the entry procedures, and then went to meet several other teachers who taught in the same period as him. As a result, as soon as Ito Makoto walked into the academic office, a young man with a crew cut came up to him and greeted him with a smile. Ito-kun, do you still remember me? I'm Togo Jia. Who are you? Ito Makoto actually couldn't remember who this person was, but he was embarrassed to interrupt his enthusiasm. I'm the examiner you punched away when you took the White Hits exam. Dong Xiangshu also scratched his head, revealing a big white fang, and smiled brightly. He told the matter very frankly without any reservations. Ito-kun, you're amazing. I heard you were the fourth-place team leader when you first joined, and you've been the vice-captain for over a decade. Togo Shu was a little too enthusiastic and kept asking Ito Makoto questions, and it seemed as if stars were about to pop out of his eyes. Wow, little Dong Xiang finally met his idol. At this moment, a girl with short hair and round frame glasses also walked in. Ito Makoto remembered her as the short-haired woman who gave him a step test during the entrance examination. Hello, Ito-kun, my name is Hoshina. Hello. Is your last name Feng? You are. Facing Ito Makoto's difference, Bizingna smiled. Yes, my B is the B of Sui Feng, the captain of the 2nd Division and the commander-in-chief of the Secret Mobile Division. I am her cousin. I heard that Ito-kun has a good relationship with her. When Feng Xingna mentioned Sui Feng, her eyes were filled with pride. Obviously, it is a great achievement for the Feng family, which is a lower-class noble family, to produce such a famous captain-level figure. Bizingna adjusted her glasses, looked at Togo Shia beside her and said with a smile. Ever since you punched Xiao Dongxiang away more than a decade ago, he's been telling everyone you have the makings of a captain, a true prodigy. He even bet us that you'd be captain within 50 years. Hey, Togu, now that Ito-kun is teaching at the Mu Spiritual Academy like us, you lose this bet. You have to treat everyone to dinner tonight. In response to this, Dong Xiangshu also scratched his head and laughed. Please come, Ito-kun has to come too. In this way, Makoto Ito and his new colleagues got to know each other amidst laughter and joy. From then on, Ito Makoto began his teaching career at the Shino Spiritual Academy. He was surprised to find that the salary for teaching here was almost as high as that of some of the chief officers in Godi I-13, and there was no risk at all. He only had to teach 8 classes a week. No wonder so many of the teaching staff are aristocrats. Teaching at the Shin Spiritual Arts Academy is much more comfortable than working overtime to treat the wounded in the 4th Division. Chapter 145. In the training room of Xinggui Fortress. The young Ishida Sojin looked at the 7-year-old Kurosaki siblings and his own 5-year-old cousin Ishida Soba, who had a runny nose, and spoke with a smile. Today I will teach you some basics. We Quincy's possess the ability to absorb spirit particles from the external environment. We Quincy's don't use weapons other than bows and arrows. Ishida Sojin, a strong pure-blooded Quincy at the vice-captain level, is currently teaching Quincy-related skills and knowledge to 3 pure-blooded Quincy descendants. This is a privilege only available to young pure-blooded Quincy's, while those half-bloods can only be taught by their own elders. However, Kurosaki Hiroshi seemed to be listening very seriously, but deep down he scoffed at Ishida Sojin's theory, especially his theory that Quincy only used bows and arrows as weapons. Not necessarily. Kurosaki Hao secretly complained in his heart, his eyes looking around boredly. He noticed that the so-called training room in front of him, although nominally a training room, was actually converted from a large warehouse. The walls were covered with soul-cutting objects, and in the bottom corners of these soul-cutting objects were small bottles that collected scattered spirit particles. Obviously, these simple devices are used to recycle and reuse the spirit particles floating in the air in the training room. After all, spirit particles are a rare resource in the real world. How stingy! Kurosaki Hao's original body, Ye Chuan, possesses the entire Hueco Mundo's Reishi, and his Shinigami clone has long resided in the Jingling Court, so he is not a scarce resource for him at all. It's like a well-fed man doesn't know the hunger of a hungry man. Condensing the spirit bow and shooting the sacred arrow of destruction is the most basic ability of us Quincy. As he spoke, a crossbow shaped like a spider web and made entirely of spirit particles instantly took shape in his hand. Wow, brother Zongxian is so awesome! Kurosaki Kusunaki and the little slug Ishida Muniha on the side immediately gave in to the emotional value and started praising Ishida Muniha. Ishida Sojin was also praised and laughed out loud, obviously enjoying the flattery from the 2 little brats. Kurosaki Hiroshi silently observed the path of the Ryotsuo as Ishida Sojin condensed the Ryotsuo crossbow. He instantly grasped the underlying problem. The Shinigami and Hollows training was a constant refinement of their own abilities, aiming to strengthen their Ryotsuo and enhance their abilities. Quincy's, on the other hand, are more about controlling external Ryotsuo, and their specialty is leveraging their own Ryotsuo to leverage external Ryotsuo. Therefore, battles between Quincy's are not like those between Shinigami and Hollows, where their own Ryotsuo determines everything. Therefore, battles between Quincy's depend, to a certain extent, on the concentration of Reishi in the region they are in. The difference in combat power between a Quincy in the Reishi poor present world and a Quincy in the highly concentrated Hueco Mundo and Soul Society regions is enormous. With the experience of Arrancar's original body and Shinigami's clone as his backing, Kurosaki Hiroshi understood the essence of the Quincy in an instant. Zio Hao, don't be distracted. Ishida Sojin looked at Kurosaki Hiroshi, who was silent, and spoke with a smile. I understand, brother Zongxian. Kurosaki Hiroshi, who was silently analyzing the components of the spirit crossbow in Ishida Sojin's hand, was obviously thought to be distracted in class. Soon, Ishida Munin pulled out a book containing pictures of various modern bows and crossbows. The types of bows listed included, but were not limited to, straight pull bows, recurve bows, and compound bows. There were also numerous crossbows of various shapes. You've just started to condense the spirit particle bow and crossbow, so use these in the picture as a reference. Once you've mastered the skills, you can modify your own bow. I suggest you start with the simplest straight pull bow. As he spoke, Ishida Sojin had already dispersed the special longbow he had previously condensed, and instead condensed a straight pull bow that was exactly the same as the one in the picture. You can look at the picture and imagine the straight bow in your mind, while calling upon the spirit particles to condense it. After a moment, the little lowly Kurosaki Nan stretched out her pink little hand, and after dozens of seconds, an irregular cylinder made of light blue appeared in her palm. That's right. I didn't expect Xionan to be so smart. He was able to condense a physical entity the first time. He just needs to adjust the proportion of the spirit particles. Ishida Sojin nodded frequently to Kurosaki Kusunoki, and it was obvious that he was very satisfied with Kurosaki Kusunoki's performance. This time, a snotty 5-year-old kid next to him actually created a complete bow by following the straight pull bow in the picture, but it only lasted a few seconds before dissipating. Very good, Zhong you are very talented. Ishida Sojin whispered encouragement, but a storm was already brewing within him. He hadn't expected his 2 younger siblings to be so talented. He still remembered how, as a child, it took him a week to even form the basic shape of a bow, and yet the adults still called him a genius. He even gloated over it for a long time. Now when I think about it, I just feel ashamed. It's your turn, Xiao Hao. Let me see how far you can go. Unexpectedly, before he could finish his words, Ishida Sojin saw a scene that he would never forget. A spirit particle instantly formed in Kurosaki Hiroshi's right hand, transforming into a straight bow. A moment later, it transformed into a recurve bow. It wasn't over yet, but it turned into a compound bow, then a variety of crossbows. After transforming every bow and crossbow in the atlas, the bow in his hand once again took on the form of a compound bow. The reason is simple. Kurosaki Hao thinks this compound bow looks the simplest and most beautiful. Shoo! The next moment, Kurosaki Hao drew the bow with his left hand and put an arrow on his right hand. A sacred arrow of destruction instantly formed in his palm and shot towards the wall. Bang! The arrow pierced straight into the wall near the soul-cutting object, and was absorbed by the spirit particle collection bottle below after a moment. Then Kurosaki Hiroshi turned his head to look at Ishida Sojin, who was already dumbfounded, and smiled at him with a big white fang smile. Brother Zongxian, am I doing the right thing? Hearing this, Ishida Sojin spoke somewhat numbly. Yes, you did the right thing. The duo of Kwakwa team, the little lowly Kurosaki Kusunoki and the snotty Ishida Muniha, shouted in unison. Brother Hao is so awesome. Ahem, although you have some talent, remember not to get complacent. What you need to do next is to maintain your spirit bow for half an hour without falling apart. Whoever does that first will be rewarded with a piece of cake. Ishida Sojin glanced at Kurosaki Kusunoki and Ishida Suha and spoke. Then he turned his attention to Kurosaki Hiroshi who was standing beside him. Xiao Hao, come over here, I'll teach you Filian kick. The so-called Hiran Q is the Quincy's high-speed movement technique, achieved by adjusting the flow of spirit particles under their feet. It's essentially based on the same principle as the creation of spirit particle bows and arrows. As he spoke, Ishida Sojin was already moving back and forth throughout the warehouse with his Falian feet, with strands of light blue spiritual light flashing under his feet. Call out! The next moment, Ishida Sojin returned to Kurosaki Hiroshi. How is it, Xiao Hao, did you see it clearly? Kurosaki Hao held his chin with his right hand and pondered for a moment. Let me try. He followed suit and accumulated strands of spiritual energy under his feet, then stepped on the spiritual energy to imitate Ishida Sojin's steps. Call out! Call out! Call out! Looking at Kurosaki Hiroshi who had turned into remnants and was running around everywhere, Ishida Sojin wanted to say something but in the end he couldn't say it. It seems, not that difficult. Due to the extremely high attainments of his original body and Shinigami clone in Hibiki and Shunpo, he mastered Hyrankyaku very smoothly, and once he mastered it, his speed was no less than that of Ishida Sojin, who had been immersed in this art for many years. This. Ishida Sojin's mouth twitched slightly, and then he was speechless again. Kurosaki Hiroshi in the air was in high spirits, using his flying kick to create various clever landing spots in order to fly through the air. Seeing this, the snotty kid Ishida Unohana didn't even bother to gather his spirit bow and crossbow, but instead clapped his hands excitedly and shouted. Wow, brother, how can fly? Chapter 146. Time flies, and 5 years have passed in a flash. Hueco Mundo, less big, but bigger. Luther knelt respectfully on the ground, looking up slightly at the tall figure on the throne. My king, the new Sui Palace has been completed. It includes the main hall Suiyu, your bedroom Lei Jun, and the Espada's respective palaces. The rest of Arrancar's residence has also been completed. After listening to Reborn's report, Ye Chuan finally opened his eyes. His transformation was still ongoing, and he only remained awake for an hour or so each day. However, he could clearly sense the significant improvement in his Ryutsu. According to his estimation, in a dozen years at most, he would make the ultimate leap and reach his ultimate limit. You've done well, Reborn. But I still need you to build another palace. The address of the palace should be at the northernmost part of the Sui Palace. As for the name of the palace, let's call it the Soul King Palace. As you command, my king. Just as Luther finished his greeting and turned to leave, he was stopped by Ye Chuan again. Forget it, let's just call that palace Wujian. Reborn turned his head and saw a wicked smile on Ye Chuan's handsome face. Although Reborn didn't understand why Ye Chuan always liked to give the palace some strange names, he always had to do what the king asked him to do. Shinigami's clone, Ito Makoto, has been staying at the Shino Spiritual Academy for the past 5 years, teaching Kaide techniques. Unlike before when he had to work hard every day on medical tasks in the 4th Division, he is now very free. Therefore, in the past 5 years, he has had plenty of time to communicate his Zanpakuto, and his development of his Bankai has reached a new level. The one who made the most progress in these 5 years was naturally the Quincy clone Kurosaki Hiroshi. In addition to developing the Quincy's abilities, Kurosaki Hiroshi also paid special attention to physical training because Quincy are special humans with physical bodies. Today, Kurosaki Hiroshi, who is just 13 years old, is already nearly 1.8 meters tall, with strong muscles all over his body and a well-proportioned figure. He is the type who looks thin when dressed and has muscles when undressed. And with his planned training, even if he didn't use any Quincy power, or any fighting techniques like white hits, he could prevent a dozen strong men from getting close to him just by relying on his physical brute force. At this moment, in the huge training room, only Kurosaki Hiroshi and Ishida Sojin were standing facing each other. Ishida Sojin looked at Kurosaki Hiroshi in front of him, pushed up his rimless glasses, and had a faint smile on his face. Zio Hao, I know you're talented, but isn't it a bit unrealistic for you to think you can defeat me right now? Ishida Sojin never expected that the 13-year-old Kurosaki Hiroshi would challenge him, so he planned to teach this talented cousin a little lesson. Zio Hao is good in every way except that he's too arrogant. It's better for you to be humiliated by me now than to underestimate the enemy in the future. Ishida Sojin thought so. However, Kurosaki Hiroshi had no idea about the big drama that Ishida Sojin had imagined. Brother Zongxian, I'm going to go up. Seeing that Ishida Sojin had no intention of taking the initiative for a long time, Kurosaki Hao made a gesture of drawing the bow and arrow, and in an instant, a light blue recurve bow made entirely of spirit particles took shape in his hand, and a sacred arrow of destruction was derived from the bowstring almost at the same time. Call out! A sacred arrow of destruction, carrying a whistling gust of wind, shot towards Ishida Sojin's face. So fast! It was not until the arrow was less than 2 feet away from his chest that Ishida Sojin finally reacted and dodged the sacred arrow with the Feilien kick. In response to this, Kurosaki Hiroshi frowned slightly and thought to himself. Can you do it, brother Zongxian? Kurosaki Hao had already slowed down the speed of his arrow with the holy arrow of destruction just now. If he had not let up, with Ishida Sojin's reaction speed, he would have been hit by the arrow by now. Seeing that Kurosaki Hiroshi seemed to be quite powerful, Ishida Munin couldn't help but be on high alert. He made a gesture of drawing a bow and arrow, and a spider-web-shaped spirit bow took shape. In an instant, a light blue sacred arrow of destruction was brewing and shot towards Kurosaki Nan. Kurosaki Hao did not dodge or evade, but just stood there. At the moment when the holy arrow of destruction was about to touch him, light blue lines appeared on his right hand, which was the still blood armor. The right hand covered with the static blood armor slapped the holy arrow with bare hands as if swatting a fly. Bang! Ishida Sojin's eyes widened in disbelief. He hadn't expected that his full-strength divine arrow of extinction would be dispersed by Kurosaki Hiroji in a single blow. He hadn't expected Kurosaki Hiroji to activate the blood stasis armor in such a short moment, precisely targeting only one hand. As expected of Xiao Hao, ordinary means really can't defeat you. As he spoke, Ishida Sojin leaped high and first injected his own spirit particles directly into his blood vessels, using the blood movement device. He then used the spirit condensation technique to summon the free spirit particles in the air, causing the spider-web-shaped spirit bow in his hand to instantly glow brightly. Xiao Hao, be careful! My Silver Ridge Arc Sparrow can fire a maximum burst of 1,200 rounds. Rain of Light! In an instant, dense swarms of sacred arrows of destruction shot towards Kurosaki Hao like raindrops. Kurosaki Hiroji grinned at this. Just in time. At some point, he already held a soul-cutting object in his hand. With the infusion of spirit particles, the soul-cutting object instantly turned into a lightsaber. He swung the soul-cutting object in his hand so quickly that his hand speed almost became an afterimage. Ding ding ding! All the arrows shot by Ishida Munin were blocked one by Kurosaki Hiroji, who held the sword with one hand. This was the power he gained by perfectly combining the slashing techniques learned by the Shinigami clone in Soul Society, his own power as a Quincy, and the physical strength he had trained hard. This speed, and this fighting style, is this really a Quincy? When Ishida Sojin saw that the rain of light he used after activating his health equipment was blocked by Kurosaki Hiroji in this way, he could not help but be stunned on the spot. But Kurosaki Hao would not give him a chance. Taking advantage of the end of the rain of light, he directly shot the soul-cutting object like an arrow. At the same time, he stepped on the Feilian foot and flashed behind Ishida Sojin, shooting a sacred arrow of destruction. Not good. When Ishida Sojin reacted, he found that there was a soul-cutting object in front of him and a sacred arrow of destruction behind him, so he could only use the Feilian kick to jump high up. Unexpectedly, Kurosaki Hao had already predicted his action, and came to his side directly, kicking Ishida Sojin out in mid-air. Ishida Sojin fell to the side and just wanted to get up when Kurosaki Hiroji pressed his spirit bow against his neck. Thank you, Brother Zongxian. At this moment, Kurosaki Hiroji finally understood why Ishida Uriah was so weak in the early stage of the original work. With a half-baked level like Ishida Sojin, he would definitely not be able to teach anyone to become a strong person. Chapter 147. Time flies, and 2.5 years have passed in a flash. Starlight Fortress, in the main hall bedroom. Ishida Wu leaned against the head of the bed, breathing out more than breathing in. She was already 230 years old. At her age, if she were constantly nourished by spirit particles in the Invisible Empire, she wouldn't be considered anything more than a young Quincy. However, their Starlight Fortress was built in the real world, and while the spirit particle concentration was slightly higher than in the outside world, it was still far from comparable to that of the Invisible Empire. In this world with low lepton concentration, living to 230 years is already a rare achievement. In recent years, I have felt increasingly powerless, and it is obvious that my end is near. At this moment, he looked at the pure-blooded Quincy standing beside him. I declare that a selection ceremony will be held in 2 weeks. All Quincy's who meet the age requirements, whether pure-blood or half-blood, may participate. The winner will be able to fuse with the blood left behind by Yuha. Your Majesty! It was clear that Ishida Kiri didn't seem to have much respect for Wiwak, the founder of the Quincy. In public, he almost called him by his first name. Now she is about to die and has thought it through clearly. Since her favorite Ishida Sojin is unwilling to absorb Wiwaka's blood to increase his strength, she must choose one who is capable of obtaining the power of the holy text, so as to protect their lineage and ensure its long-term survival. Hearing this, Kurosaki Tomohiko beside him immediately looked ecstatic. "Thank you, Lord." At the same time, he turned his head to look at the pair of blonde boys and girls behind him. The man had a short blonde haircut, was about 1.80 meters tall, and had a well-proportioned and muscular body. The girl had long flowing blonde hair, was equally tall, and had perfect curves already taking shape. The two were 15-year-old Kurosaki Hiroshi and Kurosaki Kusunaki. "Zio Hao, Zionin, your chance has come. This time, you must obtain His Majesty's blood." Back then, Tomohiko Kurosaki had also participated in the selection ceremony and won. But unfortunately, during the final step of fusion absorption, he was unable to resist the willpower of HA in that drop of blood, resulting in the failure of the absorption. Now he places his hopes on his two children, hoping that they can succeed. "We will definitely work hard, Dad." The girl spoke loudly, while Kurosaki Hiroshi beside her echoed absent-mindedly. "Wiwaka's blood." Kurosaki Hao agreed on the surface, but deep down in his heart, he was very resistant to Wiwaka's blood. Drinking Yuha's blood can indeed awaken the holy words, but it also means that you will be marked by Yuha, and Yuha can completely identify you from a distance. Originally, ordinary pure-blooded Quincy were exempt from sanctification, but once they accepted the power bestowed by Yuha, it would be like borrowing a loan with high interest, and they would have to pay it back in the future, along with their own power and vitality. "It seems that I have a better way than using Wiwaka's blood." Half a month later, in the training room. At this moment, Ishida Kiri was sitting on the European-style sofa in front. Beside him were a group of pure-blooded Quincies and more than 10 young Quincies who were about to take part in the selection. Among them, only Kurosaki Hiroshi, Kurosaki Kusunaki, and Ishida Muniha were pure-blooded Quincies, and the remaining 9 were all half-blood Quincies of appropriate age. In theory, the pure-blooded Quincy had won the previous several selections at the Starlight Fortress, so the remaining 9 half-bloods were simply there to keep up the pace. The final winner will be among the Kurosaki siblings and Ishida Muniha. "Now, I announce that the first match will be between Kurosaki Hiroshi and Nishida Hisashi." Ishida Wu's old voice sounded slowly. The next moment, Kurosaki Hiroshi and another burly young Quincy with a bowl-cut haircut walked into the barrier formed by hundreds of soul-slicing objects. "Master Hao, be careful." The burly young man, Hisashi Nishida, bowed to Kurosaki Hiroshi, who nodded in response. "Shoo." The next moment, Nishida now took the lead in condensing the spirit bow and arrow, drew the bow and shot an arrow at Kurosaki Hao. Facing the oncoming holy arrow of annihilation, Kurosaki Hiroshi simply tilted his head slightly and dodged it. The holy arrow of annihilation was silently absorbed by the soul-severing object hanging on the wall. Seeing that his attack missed, Nishida Shang stepped on the Feilien kick and turned into a series of afterimages appearing around Kurosaki Hao. In an instant, spirit arrows flashing with blue light shot from all directions, but Kurosaki Hao remained unmoved. He just caught an arrow that pierced his waist and abdomen among the spirit arrows in the sky, and at that moment the arrows in the sky instantly dissipated. The rest of the arrows are fake, only the one caught by Kurosaki Hao is real. Kurosaki Hao grabbed the arrow in his hand, stepped on the Feilien kick and flashed in front of Nishida now, and put the head of the arrow directly against his throat. "I lost." Nishida now looked at the arrow against his throat with a dejected look on his face. He never expected that he couldn't even force out Kurosaki Hiroshi's spirit bow and arrow, and was subdued by himself. As expected, half-bloods can never defeat pure bloods. Seeing that Nishida was so weak, Kurosaki Hao immediately lost interest in the competition and scratched his ears out of boredom. All of you come together. Kurosaki Hao glanced at all the young Quincy who were about to join the battle and spoke lightly. Wow, brother is so awesome. Kurosaki Nan on the side looked at Kurosaki Hao with admiration. You come too. Kurosaki Tomohiko immediately rebuked his son when he noticed his son's erratic speech. Zio Hao, stop messing around. Ishida, who was lying on the sofa, had a smile on his old face. Since the child has an idea, just let him try it. Then he turned around and looked at the young Quincy's who were about to participate in the competition. In that case, I'll change the rules. You all will fight together, and whoever stands last will be the winner. Ishida's foggy old eyes looked at the young men behind him, and then stayed on Ishida Muniha for a moment. I've offended Master Hao. The 8 young half-blood Quincy exchanged glances before exiting the arena and joining forces to attack Kurosaki Hiroshi. Although they were only half-blood Quincy, and knew they were merely runners-up in this selection, they were all young and had their own strengths, and they certainly didn't want to be looked down upon. However, the 2 young pure-blooded Quincy's, Kurosaki Kusunagi and Ishida Muniha, were not in a hurry to enter. The next moment, several half-blood Quincy boys, as if planned to join forces to defeat Kurosaki Hao. Kurosaki Hao still had no expression on his face. No matter how many opponents like him came, they were just food for him. In an instant, the 8 mixed-blood young Quincy raised their spirit bows and arrows and aimed at Kurosaki Hao. Shoo! 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 In an instant, dozens of spirit arrows shot towards him from all directions, as if they were going to turn him into a hornet's nest in the next moment. Several older pure-blood Quincy's standing by were ready to provide rescue at any time. Unexpectedly, the scene that everyone expected, that Kurosaki Hao was shot into a hedgehog, did not appear. When each arrow was about to hit his body, he always avoided each arrow with the smallest movement. The pure-blooded Quincy's watching the battle from the sidelines were all amazed. How come Zio Hao's movements are so skillful? At this moment, they discovered that the fighting awareness and physical skills displayed by Kurosaki Hao were not like those of a 15-year-old young man who had never experienced actual combat, but like those of a warrior who had been tempered in countless bloody battles. Perhaps because the powers of the Hollows and Quincy's are inherently conflicting, Kurosaki Hiroshi cannot borrow Ryutsua from the original body through Ryutsua sharing like the Shinigami clones can. Although he couldn't borrow Ryutsua, the combat experience accumulated from every battle his original form and Shinigami clone had experienced, as well as more than a decade of hard training, was still there. Therefore, to Kurosaki Hiroshi, the attacks of these fledgling half-blood Quincy were as ridiculous as the punches of a child. All the Quincy's present knew to some degree that Kurosaki Hiroshi was very powerful, but only Ishida Sojin knew exactly how strong he was. After all, Kurosaki Hao had defeated him in that secret battle 2.5 years ago, not to mention now. Chapter 148. Seeing that Kurosaki Hiroshi easily and comfortably dodged the spiritual arrows shot by him and others, Murakami Terugo was a little bit unbelievable. Although he was born a half-blood Quincy, he refused to accept his fate. In addition, he was talented and powerful, and he was regarded as the leader among the younger generation of half-blood Quincy. Deep in his heart, he has always had an ambition, which is to win this selection with his identity as a half-blood Quincy, obtain the blood of Waiwak and awaken the power of the holy text to completely change his own destiny. That's why he worked doubly hard. Now he has mastered the abilities of the static blood equipment and the dynamic blood equipment through his own efforts, but he has kept them secret. His goal is to make a splash in this selection, win the selection successfully, and thus obtain the power of the holy word. Is the gap between half-bloods and pure-bloods really that huge? Murakami Terugo gritted his teeth, feeling rather unwilling. For now, the only way to have a chance is to get Kurosaki Hiroshi out first. So, he began to recruit the other 7 young half-blood Quincy to form a formation with him in order to defeat Kurosaki Hao. Little did he know that this was just his wishful thinking. Not to mention how difficult it was for a half-blood to defeat a pure-blood, what's more, he was facing Kurosaki Hao. Even if there really was an unexpected result in the selection and he, a half-blood Quincy, really won, I'm afraid he would be the next one to suffer an accident. Form a formation. As soon as Murakami Terugo finished speaking, 8 half-blood Quincy boys attacked from different directions. They actually used themselves to replace the soul-cutting objects to form a breaking light array, and it was a double breaking light array. The 8 people kept changing their positions to form a double breaking array, encircling Kurosaki Hao. Master Hao, it's not too late to admit defeat now, otherwise it would be bad if I accidentally hurt you. Murakami Terugo looked at Kurosaki Hiroshi, who was trapped in the formation, and spoke slowly. Stop making noise and use whatever skills you have. Seeing that Kurosaki Hiroshi didn't seem to appreciate it, Murakami Terugo immediately raised his hand and signaled the young Quincy's behind him to launch the breaking light formation. In an instant, the 8 people changed their shapes and surrounded Kurosaki Hao. 2 broken light arrays took shape alternately, and a thick blue light beam appeared instantly, sealing him in it. However, just as this azure beam of light completely enveloped Kurosaki Hao, strange light blue lines appeared on Kurosaki Hao's body surface, which was the Jinxu armor. Master Hao, you are too arrogant. Murakami Terugo looked at Kurosaki Hiroshi, who was trapped in the broken light array, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. He was one step closer to his goal. Kurosaki Hao, who was in the broken light array, felt that this feeling was very wonderful. After activating the quiet blood outfit, he even felt that these spirit particles in the broken light array were giving him a sauna. Not only did he not feel any discomfort, he even felt a little comfortable. Comfortable? Kurosaki Hao's voice came from the broken light array, causing the mixed-race teenagers in the field to look surprised. They really couldn't imagine that someone could actually withstand the double broken light array. Not only did they find it unbelievable, even the older pure-blooded Quincy's watching the game from the sidelines were surprised. Has Zio Hao's static blood suit been trained to this level? A gleam of brilliance flashed in Ishida Wu's cloudy old eyes, and he stared intently at the blue light breaking array in the middle of the field. After a moment, the blue light dissipated, revealing Kurosaki Hiroshi, unharmed. You're done fighting, now it's my turn. Kurosaki Hao made a gesture of drawing a bow and arrow, and a longbow and arrow formed by spirit particles took shape in an instant. The spirit particle crossbow condensed by Kurosaki Hao was a recurve bow with an ancient shape, which was slightly longer than the ordinary spirit particle bow. Shoo! Kurosaki Hao drew his bow and arrow, and a light blue sacred arrow of destruction instantly took shape and shot towards the mixed-race teenagers. In an instant, the arrow shot towards the shoulders of a group of mixed-race teenagers at lightning speed, and at a strange angle, it directly hit 3 of them. Kurosaki Hao shot an arrow directly through the shoulders of the 3 half-blood boys. The 3 young half-blood Quincy had to cover their shoulders and slowly retreat. It's your turn next. Shoo! Shoo! Kurosaki Hiroshi first used a flying kick to find the right angle, then fired 2 more arrows, piercing the remaining 6 mixed-race boys 3 at a time and then 2 at a time. Of the 8, only Murakami Terugo narrowly avoided an arrow with a skilled flying kick. But the next moment, Kurosaki Hao appeared behind him like a ghost and shot an arrow. Quiet blood pack. Suddenly, strands of light blue lines began to linger on Murakami Terugo's body. I also know how to use the still blood armor. Your arrows can't hurt me. Murakami Terugo confidently used his static blood equipment to take on Kurosaki Hiroshi's Holy Annihilation arrow. Puff! The next moment, a hideous bloody hole appeared on his shoulder, and he flew backwards, then lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Although Kurosaki Hao couldn't understand why Murakami Terugo insisted on using his weak static blood suit to take his Holy Destruction arrow, he still admired such a warrior. You guys come too. At this moment, all the mixed blood Quincy in the field have been defeated by Kurosaki Hiroshi. His next sight is locked on Ishida Muniha and his sister Kurosaki Kusunaki. Hearing this, Kurosaki Nan smiled sweetly at her Kurosaki Hao. "Brother, be careful." Kurosaki Nan smiled sweetly, and without saying anything more, she stepped into the arena with the Feilian kick, condensed a small spirit crossbow in her hand, and at the same time opened the blood-activating suit to strengthen herself, and shot a sacred arrow of destruction at Kurosaki Hao. Unexpectedly, when Kurosaki Hao saw the arrow coming towards him, he just smiled slightly, and the Jinxu armor appeared on his right hand. Then he grabbed the arrow in his hand with ease, and then squeezed it lightly, and the Lingzi arrow disappeared into thin air. "Zone you come too." Kurosaki Hao looked at the shy Ishida Muniha beside him and spoke softly. Ishida Muniha, who was only 13 years old, was a little timid and seemed very resistant to fighting. "Coward Zone you, come here quickly." In the field, Kurosaki looked at Ishida Muniha who was timid below with an unhappy face. "I am here, Sister Zionin." After hearing Kurosaki Kusunaki's scolding, Ishida Suha first looked up at Kurosaki Kusunaki's delicate face, then his face turned red and he walked onto the stage obediently. Ishida Munin, who was watching the game from the sidelines, encouraged Ishida Munin. "Come on, Xiao, teach Xiao a lesson for me." Chapter 149. Shu. Kurosaki Nan shot another arrow, but Kurosaki Hao dodged it by turning his head slightly. In another direction, Ishida Muniha also made a move. The spirit particles in his hand condensed into a spirit particle bow that looked like a compound bow. Standing in the blind spot of Kurosaki Hao's vision, he shot 3 arrows in a row. Kurosaki Hao looked back and found that Ishida Suha had thick eyebrows and big eyes, and his technique was extremely tricky. Kurosaki Hao covered his right leg with the blood stasis armor, then turned around and kicked out with a whip kick, kicking away the 3 holy destruction arrows. This weight is wrong. While kicking away the 3 holy extermination arrows shot by Ishida Muniha, Kurosaki Hao found that the holy extermination arrows, which were supposed to be extremely light, became extremely heavy. Is this the power of the holy text that was awakened on its own without receiving Waiwaka's blood? Based on Kurosaki Hiroshi's 8 years of research on the power of the Quincy, he confirmed that the fundamental function of Waiwaka's blood is not to directly give the Quincy the power of the holy words, but to guide it. As a trigger, it guides the unique power deep within each Quincy. The so-called power of the holy word is the most intuitive manifestation of the source of each Quincy's power. This is similar to Shinigami's Zanpakuto liberation and arrancar's blade form. Therefore, there must be those Quincy with outstanding talents who have not been guided by the power of Waiwaka, but have independently derived the power of the holy words. However, the probability of this happening is extremely low, much lower than the probability of a captain-level Shinigami mastering Bankai appearing among countless ordinary Shinigami, or the probability of a Vasto Lord being born among a vast number of hollows. But this kid Ishida Muniha is just that. Good boy, you actually have this talent. Feeling the strange gravity coming from Ishida Muniha's arrows, Kurosaki Hao grinned. At this moment, Kurosaki Hao's eyes when looking at Ishida Muniha completely changed, as if he was not looking at a person, but a rare treasure. Feeling Kurosaki Hiroshi's gaze, Ishida Suha felt a chill down his spine and had a bad premonition. Brother Hao's eyes are so scary. Come, show me the path of the spirit particles in your body. Kurosaki Hao was delighted to see the prey, and immediately put away his playful thoughts and activated his blood-activating equipment. Kurosaki Hao instantly felt the spirit particles in his veins boiling. The speed increased rapidly and he grabbed Ishida Muniha directly. Seeing Kurosaki Hao coming at him aggressively, Ishida Muniha was so scared that he swallowed his saliva and quickly shot several arrows, but they were easily avoided by Kurosaki Hao who had increased his speed. Ding ding ding! At the moment when Ishida Muniha was about to be caught by Kurosaki Hiroshi, 7 arrows appeared in the shape of the Big Dipper and were nailed directly into the floor, completely blocking Kurosaki Hiroji's surroundings. "Brother, are you a little too careless?" Kurosaki Nan, holding a spirit crossbow behind him, looked at Kurosaki Hao with a proud look on his face. Snap! The next moment the girl snapped her fingers. The spiritual arrow that was stuck in the ground in the shape of the Big Dipper was still burning with a pale blue flame, wrapping Kurosaki Hao around. The timing of Kurosaki Nan's attack was very tricky. It happened to be when Kurosaki Hajang had already activated the full power blood activating equipment in advance and was unable to switch to the static blood equipment at the same time to defend himself. Therefore, Kurosaki Hao had to jump high with his Feilien kick to avoid the extremely dense spirit particle flames below. Unexpectedly, Ishida Muniha, who had recovered his shock, stepped on the Feilien kick and dodged directly above him, aiming at Kurosaki Hiroji and shooting fiercely. Rain of Light. Ishida Muniha's incompletely developed Holy Word ability was originally somewhat similar to Kira Izuru's Wabisuk. The arrows became heavier the more they were shot, but he was much smarter than Kira Izuru and knew how to increase his attack speed. His Rain of Light completely abandoned the power of a single arrow, and directly shot down dense arrows from above Kurosaki Hao's head. The scene was just like a rainstorm. In this way, with gravity arrows above and spirit particle flames below, Kurosaki Hao seemed to be forced into a desperate situation. Ishida Kiri, who was watching the battle from the sidelines, had a pair of old eyes that sparkled with brilliance, and even her face turned a little red. She had not expected that these youngsters would be so strong in combat. Any one of the three pure-blooded Quincy in the field had a combat power that was not weaker than that of a vice-captain level Shinigami. Ishida Sojin, watching the match, was thrilled yet bittersweet at the sight. He was thrilled that his three younger siblings were as skilled as he was, yet bitter that he, despite being born over a decade earlier, couldn't quite match them. Xiao Hao is good in every way except that he's too arrogant. This loss is a good lesson for him. It seems that the person who will ultimately gain the power of the Holy Word will be Xionan and Zanjiu. A pure-blooded Quincy with a mustache commented. But the next moment, he was slapped in the face. Kurosaki Hao took out a soul-cutting object, injected spirit particles into it, and used it as a long sword. He first cut through the spirit flames below with a sword, and then swung the sword quickly to block every arrow that was densely packed above his head. This thing still works well, but luckily Ishida Muniha's gravity arrows have a constant weight, unlike Wabisuk's gravity doubling feature. Otherwise, even he would have a hard time dealing with it. Call out! The moment the rain of spiritual arrows ended, Kurosaki Hao came behind Ishida Suha with Feilien feet, shot the soul-cutting object in his hand like an arrow, and the arrow directly grazed his left shoulder, penetrated his clothes by inertia, and nailed him directly to the wall. However, Ishida Muniha only suffered a minor scratch on his shoulder. This was already the most gentle way of fighting that Kurosaki Hiroji could do. Almost at the same time, Kurosaki Hao appeared in front of Kurosaki Nan again, with his two fingers together pointing at the center of Kurosaki Nan's eyebrows. "Xiao Nan, you lost." Because Kurosaki Hao's speed was so fast, Kurosaki Nan was a little slow to react. After being stunned for a long time, he slowly spoke. "So strong, brother." Kurosaki Nan looked at Kurosaki Hao with starry eyes. Tomohiko Kurosaki, who was standing off the field, was looking at the field with a happy expression. Among the three pure-blooded Quincy, two were his offspring. No matter which of them obtained the blood of Yuha, it would be a victory for his Kurosaki family. Now that Kurosaki Hiroji has won strongly, and Kurosaki Kusunagi has also shown his superb Quincy talent, this means that the future of the Kurosaki family is smooth. Perhaps, one day, my Kurosaki family can truly return to the Invisible Empire. Seeing this, Kurosaki Tomohiko was excited and looked at his outstanding children with great satisfaction. Kurosaki Hao turned around and saw the look in the eyes of his cheap and crazy father, and sighed softly. He knew that ever since Kurosaki Hao miraculously recovered from his illness, returning to the Invisible Empire had become his lifelong pursuit. After a while, Ishida Kiri, with blurry eyesight, slowly stood up from the sofa, walked to Kurosaki Hiroshi and raised his right hand. The winner of this selection is Kurosaki Hiroshi. I declare that he will be the one to fuse the last bit of blood left by His Majesty. Xiao Hao, now you just need to go to the real world and kill 100 hollows. Then you can officially return to absorb His Majesty's blood and gain the power of the Holy Word. Hunting hollows, there's still this process? What is this, a handling fee before the loan? Chapter 150. The reason why the hollows killed by the Quincy are completely destroyed and cannot be reincarnated in Soul Society is that those so-called completely killed souls are actually devoured by Yuha as food to maintain his own strength. As the son of the Soul King abandoned by the Soul King Adnes, Waiwaka's power rapidly degenerated and he even degenerated into an infant form. He was able to regain his strength by devouring the power of the Quincy who had drunk his blood, and then completely devoured the souls of all the hollows killed by the descendants of the Quincy to nourish himself. Once Waiwak stops the process of devouring, his power will be like a bucket with a hole in it, and sooner or later it will be drained away. Although Kurosaki Hao will not absorb Waiwaka's blood himself, he will definitely study it, so this hunting process still needs to be followed. Present world, Amami Town. This was an area Kurosaki Hiroshi had deliberately chosen, far from the spiritually dense area of Karakura Town, where the concentration of spirit particles was relatively low even in the real world. This area's presence was relatively low in the eyes of the Soul Society, making it a perfect location for causing trouble. Kurosaki Hao, who had just walked out of the Starlight Fortress, looked at the coin-shaped thing that Ishida Wu gave him. It was specially used to attract bait for the hollow. Obviously, this method was not safe and could easily be detected by the Soul Society. Of course, he would not use such a primitive method. After confirming that no one was following him, he stepped on the Failian feet and came to a deserted construction site. Suddenly, a purple light flashed, and a little boy in a white robe and purple hair walked out of a small barrier. The moment he saw Kurosaki Hao, a flattering smile immediately appeared on his face. King, you are here. This figure is none other than the strange fish Barnes. Stop talking nonsense. Are you ready with the things I asked you to prepare? When you're ready, come this way. Barnes smiled and led the way for Kurosaki Hao, and the two of them soon stepped into the small purple barrier. Within the barrier, there were 100 mindless new hollows who were subdued by Barnes using Ryutsu, and then driven all the way here. Looking at the 100 new hollows in the barrier that looked like clay puppets, Kurosaki Hiroshi nodded with satisfaction. Well, this time the work was done very well. I'll give you a credit. After hearing Kurosaki Hiroshi's praise, the flattery on Barnes' face became even stronger. Working for my king is my duty, and I don't expect any reward. He ignored the flattery of the strange fish and took out something that looked like a film disc. Then he mobilized the spirit particles and created a spirit particle longbow based on the disc. Then he drew his bow and arrow and killed these new students one by one. After killing 100 new Su, the disc shaped like a scroll was now filled with blue light. All done. Since it was to provide nutrients to Waiwak, Kurosaki Hao naturally would not provide him with any powerful hollows. He simply ordered Barnes to find him 100 of the weakest, most intelligent new hollows from Ryutsu. Anyway, the hunting requirement is 100 voids, but it doesn't specify what level of voids they are. As a result, Kurosaki Hiroshi completed the hunting mission after just a short while, and there was still 1 week left before the deadline given by Ishida Kiri. In the next few days, Kurosaki Hao was not in a hurry to return to the Star Fortress, but instead had fun in various entertainment venues in the real world. In a bar, Kurosaki Hiroshi sat in a booth, drinking beer boredly and listening to the noisy music with a bit of uninterest. Why are all bars like this in every world? Looking at the men and women in front of him twisting their bodies and leaning against each other in the noisy environment, Kurosaki felt bored. Suddenly, amidst the noisy music, he heard a special singing voice. The singing was sometimes plaintive and sometimes lingering and unpredictable, but it could slightly stimulate the Ryutsu in him. This is. The next moment, Kurosaki Hiroji opened his spiritual sense and followed the special singing voice all the way through the back door of the bar, and then walked through alleys, and finally found a clue in a dead end. Give me. I saw a middle-aged man in a suit and tie looking at the woman in front of him with a longing look, with an obsession in his eyes, and suddenly pounced on her. Unexpectedly, he didn't even touch the woman. The woman just took a little deep breath through her nose, and the middle-aged man's soul was sucked into her mouth and nose like a tide. Kurosaki Hiroshi, who was hiding in the dark, took a closer look and found that the woman was wearing an exquisite leather jacket and leather pants, had long hair with side bangs, and had a delicate face and a slim figure. This is Soma Yoshino? Bavant. After Soma Yoshino completely absorbed the soul of the middle-aged man in the suit, he looked towards Kurosaki Hiroshi's hiding place. Then he said in a deep voice. Come out. I can sense anyone who hears my singing. There's no point in hiding. Hearing this, Kurosaki Hao could only shake his head helplessly and walked out from the darkness. The moment he saw Kurosaki Hiroshi, Soma Yoshino's eyes flashed with strangeness and he even licked his lips. So you're a handsome little brother. I should have eaten you first. It's a pity that your sister has already filled her stomach. After hearing what Soma Yoshino said, Kurosaki Hiroshi chuckled. You want to eat me, but aren't you afraid of bursting your stomach? Kurosaki Hao chuckled, and a recurve bow made of spirit particles took shape instantly, and a sacred arrow of destruction shot towards Soma Yoshino's face. Seeing this scene, Soma Yoshino was shocked. Hellfire, get! When she was about to be hit by the arrow, a flaming puppet suddenly formed in front of her, raising bursts of flames to block the light blue arrow. Little brother, you are actually a Quincy. Seeing Kurosaki Hiroshi shoot the holy arrow of destruction, Soma Yoshino was immediately overjoyed. She didn't expect that the Quincy that they, Bavant, had been searching for many years would appear in front of her alive. Gate, capture him alive! Roar! In response to Soma Yoshino's order, the flame puppet Gate howled angrily and rushed forward, trying to capture Kurosaki Hiroshi alive. Kurosaki Hao was also excited to see the prey, and he took out a soul-cutting object from his arms. After injecting spirit particles into it, the soul-cutting object instantly turned into a sharp blade shining with blue light. In this way, Kurosaki Hao, holding the soul-cut object, started a close combat with Gate. Compared with hiding behind and shooting arrows secretly, he still preferred this kind of flesh-to-flesh combat. Kurosaki Hao's body lit up with blue lines. He immediately maximized the ability of his static blood armor and opened up his defense. Then he used the soul-cutting object as a long sword and fully displayed his superb slashing skills. Don't Quincy use bows and arrows? Looking back at Kurosaki Hiroshi, who was being brutally beaten by the puppet Gate, who was pinning him down, Soma Yoshino was puzzled. After all, in her understanding, Quincy's were all bows and arrows. In response, Kurosaki Hiroshi just grinned, and kicked out while chatting, sending Gate flying dozens of meters away. This only proves that you know too little. How could a Quincy be so inconvenienced? Chapter 151. Boom! With the help of the still blood suit, Kurosaki Hao held the lightsaber transformed from the soul-cut object and chased after Soma Yoshino's puppet, slashing it fiercely. After being chased and beaten by Kurosaki Hao, the puppet named Gate seemed to lose his temper and punched continuously with a pair of black hands wrapped in blazing flames. Unfortunately, every punch was perfectly blocked by Kurosaki Hiroshi, who was holding the sword with one hand. Clang! 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 In an instant, he slashed at Gate 5 or 6 times, making a series of hammering sounds. Each strike sent sparks flying, dripping onto Kurosaki Hiroshi's body. Covered by the static blood suit, these sparks couldn't even burn his clothes. Roar! Gate, who was being beaten continuously, let out an unwilling roar, and then the flames around him surged, and he rushed towards Kurosaki Hao again. Facing the furious Gate Kurosaki Hao, he leisurely condensed the spirit bow, pulled the bowstring, and at the same time took off the static blood armor and used the dynamic blood armor instead. In an instant, a dazzling sacred arrow of destruction took shape. Call out! This arrow, with the dazzling blue light, shot directly at the chest of the flame puppet Gate. Seeing this, Gate condensed a huge fireball and threw it at the sacred arrow of destruction. Bang! The arrow shining with blue light passed through the fireball directly, and then shot a big hole in the chest of the fire puppet Gate, who fell to the side helplessly. Gate! Seeing his doll injured, Soma Yoshino immediately cried out in surprise. You should worry about yourself. Kurosaki Hao directly stepped on the Feilien kick, passed the flame doll and aimed directly at Soma Yoshino. In the original story, this group of Bavant was the result of an experimental accident caused by the predecessor of the Technology Development Bureau, the Siridi Research Institute, which used Shinigami souls as experimental subjects for research. He was quite interested in these Bavanti that possessed the ability to achieve immortality. Now that he had encountered one, he might as well catch one and study it. Call out! Kurosaki Hao approached with the Feilien kick, and then grabbed Soma Yoshino with his right hand covered with the static blood armor. As a result, Soma Yoshino still wanted to engage in close combat with Kurosaki Hiroshi, and kicked his right arm, but the kick hit the static blood suit, which made him stagger and fall backwards. You don't know your own limitations. Just as Kurosaki Hiroshi was about to capture Soma Yoshino, countless iron balls with unparalleled power smashed into Kurosaki Hiroshi's back and surroundings. At the same time, the flame puppet Gate, lying on the ground pretending to be dead, seized the opportunity and threw several great fireballs at Kurosaki Hiroshi. Clang! The iron balls collided with Kurosaki Hiroshi's back, creating a series of clanging sounds. Clearly, these iron balls and fireballs couldn't break Kurosaki Hiroshi's defenses. However, they did raise a large amount of dust. By the time the dust cleared, Soma Yoshino and her puppet, Gate, had vanished. Iron ball, could it be Kogetsuyoshi? When Kurosaki Hao saw the iron bead combined with Bavant, the first person he thought of was Kogetsuyoshi, who controlled the Iron Woman doll. Forget it, don't chase after a desperate enemy. With Kurosaki Hiroshi's powerful spiritual perception, he naturally noticed where they were escaping to, but this Quincy clone had not yet awakened the holy words and the perfect holy body, and its strength was still insufficient. If it encountered the large army of Bavant, it would inevitably be in danger. Since Kogetsuyoshi was there, it was likely that Korea God was also there. Although these Bavanti were not strong, their leader, Korea God, was also a captain-level fighter. Therefore, there was no need for him to risk his life just to capture Soma Yoshino. Moreover, these Bavant have been looking for Quincy for hundreds of years to help them open the interface and go to Soul Society for revenge. Even if Kurosaki Hao doesn't go looking for them, they will probably come to them. Meanwhile, a few blocks away, Soma Yoshino looked in surprise at the burly old man in front of him with a headset and an orange coxcomb haircut. Kogetsuyoshi, why are you here? In response to Soma Yoshino's question, Kogetsuyoshi spoke calmly. Come with me, Korea God is waiting for you. Good. Soma Yoshino suddenly squatted down, holding his stomach, with an expression of extreme pain. What's wrong with you? Koga went forward to inquire, but was met with 3 fireballs. The heat from the fireballs sent up thick smoke, and when the smoke cleared, there was no trace of Soma Yoshino. Hateful! Bang! Seeing that Soma Yoshino had slipped away right under his nose again, Kogetsuyoshi angrily smashed the wall. After this incident, Kurosaki Hao was no longer interested in playing and immediately returned to the Star Fortress. You finished it so quickly. Ishida Kiri looked at Kurosaki Hao in surprise, until he took the film recording the number of Mino's Grande killed from Kurosaki's hand, and then he completely believed it. You go back first. Once the ceremony is ready, I will send someone to inform you to participate in the fusion ceremony. After saying this, Ishida Wu closed his eyes again and lay on the sofa to rest. Yes, Lord. Kurosaki Hao had just returned to his room and sat down, before the chair had even warmed up. His cheap father rushed out. He first looked at Kurosaki Hao with a look of joy, then grabbed his hands with both hands and said excitedly. Next, when you absorb His Majesty's blood, you must resist the surge of his will. This step is crucial. It was at this point that I failed. Got it, Dad. Kurosaki Hiroji gave Kurosaki Tomohiko a bright smile. He was quite disdainful of this in his heart. He really didn't believe that just one drop of Waiwaka's blood could have such a huge impact on his will. Early the next morning, after washing up, Kurosaki Hao started his morning exercise. Since he got his physical body, he has been exercising every day. At first, this body was still young, and he only did 100 push UPS, 100 sit UPS, 100 squats, and a 10,000 meter long distance run every day. Now, as he gets older, the intensity of his exercise has increased more than tenfold. It takes him 3 hours every day just to exercise, but his efforts are worth it. With the blessing of a strong physique, his basic ability as a Quincy was brought to the ultimate level. As far as pure Ryutsu was concerned, the initial Ryutsu of this clone was only of the 9th level of spiritual power. Due to his long time in the spirit-poor world of the present, 8 years of arduous training had only raised his Ryutsu from 9th level to what could barely be considered 6th level, a rare achievement in a spirit-poor land. However, Kurosaki Hiroji's actual combat prowess far exceeded that of a vice-captain. In addition to his rich combat experience, superb slashing techniques and white hits skills, his strong body is also an important factor. Chapter 152. The next day, Kurosaki Hao came to his own gym early in the morning to start his morning exercise. Boom boom boom. There was a gentle knock on the door. Enter. With Kurosaki Hiroji's approval, the maid Mizuki Sagawa came in with a tray. On the tray was a cup of hot milk, a beef sandwich, and 4 fried eggs sprinkled with black pepper. Master Hao, it's time for breakfast. After the tall maid placed the plate on the table, she prepared to pick up a sweat towel to wipe the sweat off Kurosaki Hiroji, who was doing bench press. At this time, Kurosaki Hiroji was only wearing thin fitness clothes and a white vest. The sweat wet his chest, making Kurosaki Hiroji's strong and well-proportioned muscles clearly visible. Master Hao. Mizuki Sagawa looked at Kurosaki Hiroji's perfect figure and sunny and handsome face, and couldn't help swallowing. A blush suddenly rose on her face and quickly climbed to her ears. She still remembered that when she first met Kurosaki Hiroji, he was still a little kid. Now more than 10 years have passed, she is 26 years old, and Kurosaki Hiroji has grown into a handsome young man. Kurosaki Hiroji saw her face flushed, like a ripe peach, and she looked even more. Master Hao. Sister Miu. At this moment, the two sides exchanged glances, and the atmosphere in the room had become very ambiguous. Brother, hurry up and pack up. The Lord has told me to notify you to complete the holy word trial. Suddenly, Kurosaki Nan's head popped in from the window, perfectly destroying the atmosphere that had already been brewing to the ultimate level. Seeing that it was Kurosaki Kusunaki, Mizuki Sagawa put away her plate and ran away with a red face. Kurosaki Hiroji could only sigh. I see. After a while, Kurosaki Hao wolfed down his breakfast and then went to the square behind the main hall of the Starlight Fortress. Upon arriving, Kurosaki Hao discovered that all of the dozen or so pure-blooded Quincy's in the Starlight Fortress were present. They stood on either side, with Ishida Kiri standing directly in front. Upon seeing Kurosaki Hao arrive, a smile spread across Ishida Kiri's wrinkled face, like a blooming chrysanthemum. Now that Xiao Hao is here, let's get started. Ishida Wu waved her hand, and the strange film that Kurosaki Haoliexu used appeared in her hand. In an instant, the silk spirit particles wrapped it and turned it into a spirit particle scepter. Then she turned around and made a bow and arrow gesture, and directly shot the spirit particle scepter as a sacred arrow of destruction at the pale crescent mark on the wall of the main hall. After a moment, a rectangular light blue barrier door slowly opened under the crescent moon mark. Go, Xiao Hao, complete your ritual and awaken your sacred text. Just like that, Kurosaki Hiroji walked into the pale blue door under the gaze of a group of pure-blooded Quincy's. What came into view was a dark and long passage. It was pitch black all around, except for the two braziers placed in front of the passage, which were burning with light blue spirit flames. Kurosaki Hao could only follow the light and move forward. At the end, the view suddenly opened up, revealing an altar engraved with the Dueling Star. Beneath the altar stood 3 small porcelain wine cups, the 2 on the left empty. Only the one on the far right still held a handful of bright red liquid. Is this the blood of Waiwak? Just as Kurosaki Hao reached out to grab the last small wine cup, suddenly an indescribable wave rippled through the entire barrier, and even continued to spread outward until it spread to every corner of the Star Fortress. The trial has begun. Outside the barrier, Kurosaki Tomohiko frowned. It was because he failed at this last step that he missed the opportunity to awaken the power of the holy text. Suddenly the world spun around and Kurosaki Hiroji was pulled into a strange space. This space was filled with endless darkness. As soon as Kurosaki Hao entered this place, he felt as if he had fallen into an ignorant hell where he could not speak, hear, or see, and was accompanied only by eternal loneliness. This is the will wash. Was my cheap dad defeated by this thing? His will is too weak. You dare to block my path to transcendence in this situation. In his previous life, he was a sickly person who was bedridden with a terminal illness and died with regret. Fortunately, he became a time traveler and gained the opportunity to transcend. Therefore, he cherished this opportunity very much. Since the beginning of his time travel, he has been diligently studying how to become stronger. Every bloody battle, every fight, every training he experienced in the pursuit of power had already tempered his will into something as indestructible as 10,000 years of ice. Nothing could shake his determination to become stronger. His core goal in this life is one and only one, and that is to become stronger step by step until he becomes the only supreme being in the universe. In an instant, a powerful willpower surged from the depths of Kurosaki Hao's heart, and the inextinguishable will turned into a sharp blade, slashing towards the silent space. Crash! In an instant, the silent space shattered into pieces like a mirror. Looking back, Kurosaki Hao found that he had returned to the altar. Will flush, that's it. Kurosaki Hao grinned. He looked at the handful of scarlet liquid in the wine cup in the palm of his hand. At this moment, as long as Kurosaki Hao drank it all, he could awaken the power of the holy text in minutes, but once he did so, he would be labeled by Yuha, and Yuha could sanctify him at any time through the air. He spent a lot of effort in cultivating this Quincy clone, so naturally he would not hand it over to Waiwak. The next moment, Kurosaki Hao condensed a holy arrow the size of a toothpick from his fingertips and shot it at the wine cup in his hand. Of course, he did not want to destroy this blood, but to completely destroy the will of Waiwak that remained in it. Shoo! At the moment when the sacred arrow was about to touch the wine cup, the tiny sacred arrow suddenly disappeared into thin air, and a strange picture appeared in front of Kurosaki Hao's eyes. He saw countless hands holding up a baby high up in the air. In an instant, the scene suddenly changed, and those hands aged and dried up at an extremely fast speed. The original baby also turned into a teenager. As more and more hands were lifted and dried up, the boy's appearance changed again. Within a few breaths, he turned into a handsome young man. But after a moment, he turned into a middle-aged man with closed eyes, long black hair and beard, and a deep and fierce appearance. Waiwak! Suddenly, Waiwak in the scene opened his eyes and looked towards Kurosaki Hiroshi, his scarlet eyes gleaming with light. Just as he was about to see Kurosaki Hiroshi, a chaotic mist suddenly appeared, obscuring his view. Waiwak, who was awakened, never expected that there were things he couldn't see clearly. So, he looked at the chaotic mist again with murderous intent, wanting to find the existence hiding behind the chaotic mist. Feeling the terrifying murderous gaze of Waiwak, Ye Chuan, who was lying on the throne of the Kaya Palace, also woke up at the same time and looked in the direction of those eyes. In the chaotic mist, Waiwak saw a pair of pupils flashing with dark golden lightning. At the same time, the Lord of Hueco Mundo and the King of the Quincy stared at each other across endless time and space with a drop of blood as the medium. Chapter 153. Great Saint Bao. Following a light shout from Waiwak in the picture, a giant spirit arrow as big as a mountain shot towards the dark golden pupils in the chaotic mist. The next moment, Waiwak's great holy Bao appeared in the sky above Hueco Mundo, the new Hueco Palace. Since Ye Chuan's sleep time has been getting longer and longer, a group of Vasto Lord-level arrancars have spontaneously begun to take turns to protect Ye Chuan. On this day, it happened to be Ulquiera's turn. Ulquiera, who was originally sitting in a daze at the door of Sui Palace, discovered that a giant spirit bow and arrow appeared in the sky. Block it, black-winged demon! Without any hesitation, he activated the second stage of Return to Blade. 4 black feathers flew across the sky behind him. He gritted his teeth and rushed towards the giant sacred arrow of destruction that was about to be shot out from the sky. Thunder Spear. Just as Ulquiera was about to throw the dark green thunder spear at the giant holy extermination arrow, Ye Chuan's majestic voice sounded from behind. Back off! Hearing this, Ulquiera tactfully dropped the thunder spear in his hand and stopped. Thunder Centipede Dharma Image. In an instant, a dark golden thunder centipede thousands of feet tall crossed the sky and collided with the sacred destructive arrow as big as a mountain. Boom! The aftermath of the collision between the thunder centipede and the giant arrow unleashed a terrifying storm that swept across the entire desert. Simultaneously, a lightning barrier instantly formed, enveloping the entire new Sui Palace. Ye Chuan didn't want to destroy Sui Palace again, as that would force him to return to his Mino's Grande home. Humph, it's rude not to reciprocate. Ye Chuan, who was sitting on the throne, snorted coldly, and dark golden arcs of lightning appeared in his hand, turning into a thunder blade. As he swung his sword, the surrounding void began to shatter. Boom! This knife also broke through the limitations of time and space, and with that drop of blood as the medium, it appeared in the heart of the invisible empire, above the silver frame city. A dark golden lightning blade that was more than several thousand feet wide suddenly appeared and slashed towards the direction where Waiwak was. This is a tall and thin young Quincy with long golden hair and blue eyes, delicate features but a cold look walked out of the side hall. It was Hashwald, the leader of the Stern Cross Knights. Scapegoat. In an instant, a shield with prismatic star-shaped protrusions appeared in his hand, and then quickly enlarged to face the thunder knife. Bang! After a loud bang, the shield of Scapegoat was covered with cracks, but the lightning blade's attack was not completely absorbed. The remaining lightning rushed towards the sky above Silver Frame City, and was about to hit the crescent moon at the top of the castle. Waiwak, slumbering deep within Silver Frame Castle, opened his eyes once more, and the patterns of the Serenity blood armor began to shimmer across his body. The next moment, pale blue patterns blanketed Silver Frame Castle, blocking out the dazzling lightning. Seeing this, Hashward quickly turned around and knelt on one knee in the direction of Silver Frame City. I was incompetent and allowed the enemy to disturb your Majesty's peaceful sleep. I beg your Majesty to forgive me. Don't worry, my eldest son, Hashward. When I regain my power, it will be time to crush the rebellion. Waiwak's deep voice echoed throughout the entire Silver Frame City. A special existence hidden in the chaos that controls lightning, a new special combat power. In Sui Palace, Ye Chuan Bing dismissed the arrancars who came to protect him. Ulquiero looked at Ye Chuan with a somewhat depressed expression. He knew very well that if Ye Chuan had not woken up at the critical moment and used the thunder centipede form to block the giant arrow, he would have been unable to resist it alone. Don't be discouraged. Once I complete my final leap, I will settle accounts with the Invisible Empire. In the secret room, Kurosaki Hiroji looked at the blood in the wine cup, his lips curled up slightly. Just now, Ye Chuan, the real Ye Chuan, had used the residual power left by Waiwak in this cup of blood as a medium to exchange 2 moves with Waiwak. This had directly caused the remaining Waiwakas will in the blood to dissipate completely. Since the medium had dissipated, the two could no longer fight across the boundary. And since the remaining wool of Yuha had vanished, this cup of blood no longer had a threshold for consumption. Any Quincy who drank it could stimulate their body and awaken the power of the holy word, though the effect might be somewhat less than before. But Kurosaki Hiroji still didn't plan to drink it. After all, only the will in it had dissipated, which didn't mean that Yuha couldn't activate the holy power through this blood. Therefore, Kurosaki Hiroji only used his own powerful spiritual perception to familiarize himself with the composition of the spirit particles in this cup of blood. 2 hours later, under the gaze of a group of pure-blooded Quincy's, Kurosaki Hiroji walked out from the light blue door. What's wrong? Zio how? When Kurosaki Tomohiko saw Kurosaki Hiroji come out, he was the first to step forward and ask questions, his face full of anticipation. When he looked down, he found that Kurosaki Hao had directly taken out the wine cup with Waiwaka's blood. How did you? Kurosaki Tomohiko looked at his son in confusion. Since he was able to take out the wine cup, it meant that he had passed the test. However, he did not take the last cup of blood, but instead brought him out. I don't need this blood to awaken the holy word. Give me time, and I will surpass Waiwak. Kurosaki Hao's light words echoed in the ears of the dozen or so pure-blooded Quincy's present. You. Tomohiko Kurosaki was shocked beyond words by his son's words. Well said, Zio Hao. Brother, that's awesome. Brother Hao, awesome. Among the pure-blooded Quincy's present at this moment, Ishida Sojin, Ishida Muniha, and Kurosaki Kusunaki were the first to respond to him. Among the three, Ishida Sojin is the staunchest Waiwak anti-fan. He calls Waiwak the purest evil in the world and the source of all the troubles of the Quincy clan. He is also the first person who won the selection and passed the trial but refused to take Waiwaka's blood. Even Kurosaki Kusunaki and Ishida Muniha, whom he taught, began to dislike Waiwak. In fact, they were not the only ones who had this idea. Half of the Quincy's in the entire Starlight Fortress had this attitude. Otherwise, their ancestors would not have chosen to come to the human world and have their lifespans greatly shortened, rather than leave the Invisible Empire and the Stern Cross Knights. The reason they were still willing to address Waiwak as Your Majesty and continue these so-called trials and sacrificial activities was simply to give him a last bit of respect because he was the ancestor of all Quincy's. However, as the ancestors passed away, some of their descendants began to think about returning to the Invisible Empire. Kurosaki Hiroji's cheap father, Kurosaki Tomohiko, was one of them. The seemingly united Star Fortress had actually long since split into 2 factions. Why don't you absorb His Majesty's blood? Why are you so willful? Do you know how powerful the power of the holy text is? At this moment, Kurosaki Tomohiko was a little confused. The power that he had been seeking but could not obtain, his son could clearly obtain it by just raising his hand, but he refused this extremely powerful power. Looking at Kurosaki Tomohiko, whose eyes were red and he was roaring at him hysterically, Kurosaki Hiroji sighed helplessly. Dad, is this cup of blood really that important to you? Kurosaki Hao looked at his adopted father and asked sincerely. Although he was not the real Kurosaki Hao, this adopted father had been very kind to him and Kurosaki Nan over the years and had fulfilled his responsibilities as a father. Although he could never treat him as his biological father, he still respected him. This cup of blood is the hope of my Kurosaki family. Do you understand this, Xiao Hao? I see. Let me help you then. The next moment, Kurosaki Hiroji did something that no one expected. Call out. He threw the wine cup filled with Waiwaka's blood high up. The moment the blood spilled, he used his spirit particle gathering ability to transform the blood into a blood-red sacred arrow of destruction, and shot it directly into Tomohiko Kurosaki's heart. Kurosaki Tomohiko had previously attempted to absorb Waiwaka's blood, but failed due to the lingering willpower within it. However, the will within this blood had long since been wiped out, so failure was naturally out of the question. However, with the disappearance of Waiwaka's will, the effect of this cup of blood has also decreased a lot. Therefore, in order to avoid the loss of oral intake, Kurosaki Hao chose to directly make it into a spirit blood arrow and shoot it into his cheap father's heart. This way, both the success rate and the awakening speed are much higher than oral intake. This is exactly the conclusion Kurosaki Hiroji came to after studying Yuha's blood. Brother! What did you do? Kurosaki Nan, who was standing by, screamed in shock when she saw this. Before she could react, her brother had shot her father through the heart with an arrow. Chapter 154. Fortunately, the next moment, the pure-blooded Quincy's discovered that the blood-red arrow did not pierce Kurosaki Tomohiko. Instead, it merged into his heart, and Kurosaki Tomohiko was not injured. Even Tomohiko Kurosaki himself was stunned for a long time before he reacted. Brother, what are you doing? You scared me to death. Kurosaki Kusunaki looked at his brother with a hint of anger on his face. Sorry, my mistake. I should have told you in advance. Kurosaki Hiroji scratched his head and apologized to Kurosaki Nan. The expression on Kurosaki Tomohiko's face gradually changed from confusion at the beginning to ecstasy. This power is... His voice trembled, and at the same time, the spirit particles in the Starlight Fortress, which were already scarce to begin with, continuously flowed towards him. A powerful gale rushed out of his body, transforming into a huge grey tornado in the blink of an eye. This is the power of the holy text, ha 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 ha, I finally got the power of the holy text. Kurosaki Tomohiko's unbridled laughter echoed throughout the Starlight Fortress, and a giant grey tornado stretched across the barrier. Crash! Under the ravages of the terrifying storm, all the windows in the main hall below shattered, making crisp sounds. At this moment, not only the pure-blooded Quincy who were performing the ceremony, but also the half-blood Quincy in the fortress, were looking at the figure in the sky with horror. From afar, Lord Ishida Kiri looked at the now shattered Starlight Fortress, then at the unbridled Kurosaki Tomohiko, laughing wildly in the sky, and sighed softly. While the situation wasn't quite what she'd expected, at least someone within Starlight Fortress had finally regained the power of the holy word. Tomohiko, that's enough. Now that you've succeeded, you can relinquish your ability. Unexpectedly, Kurosaki Tomohiko above turned a deaf ear to it, and not only did it not slow down at all, the grey tornado became even more powerful than before. Something's wrong. When everyone came to their senses, they discovered that there was something wrong with Kurosaki Tomohiko's condition. There were traces of spiritual energy oozing out of his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Ah, you're really mediocre, Dad. Kurosaki Tomohiko looked at his cheap father whose holy text ran wild because he could not tame its power, and was suddenly speechless. This holy text was successfully awakened, and this person also successfully lost control. Call out! Looking at the huge grey tornado, Kurosaki Hao stepped over it with his Feilien kick and came directly in front of Kurosaki Tomohiko, then pointed a finger at his forehead. As the spirit particles continued to flow into Kurosaki Hiroji's fingertips, Kurosaki Tomohiko seemed to become clear-headed for a moment. Xiao Hao! Unfortunately, it was only a moment, and the next moment, a holy arrow of destruction formed by strong wind was spit out from his mouth, shooting directly towards Kurosaki Hao's face. Before it touched Kurosaki Hao's forehead, it was caught by his right hand covered with the static blood armor. Call out! Call out! The next moment, more than 10 Quincy's in the field moved together, stepping on the Feilien kick to various directions of Kurosaki Tomohiko, and then combined together to form a huge breaking light formation, sealing Kurosaki Tomohiko inside. Dead. While maintaining the broken light formation, Kurosaki Nan looked anxiously at the frantic Kurosaki Tomohiko. However, the mad Tomohiko Kurosaki no longer recognized anyone and controlled the giant tornado to attack the pure-blooded Quincy in the field. Hundreds of holy arrows made of grey wind blades separated from the giant tornado and shot indiscriminately at every Quincy in the field. The first shot was about to hit Kurosaki Kusunagi, who was closest to him. Call out! At the critical moment, Kurosaki Hao directly stepped on the Feilien kick and pulled Kurosaki Nan away. Then he looked up at the Ishida fog below. Lord, open the trial gate. After a brief silence, Ishida Wu once again condensed a spirit scepter and then slammed it into the ground. A moment later, the light blue door that had been closed before opened again. Seeing this, Kurosaki Hiroji covered his entire body with a blue glowing Jinxu suit, and then rushed directly into the broken light formation. He pressed his cheap father Kurosaki Tomohiko's face with his right palm, and dragged him into the light blue portal. Close the door. After dragging Tomohiko Kurosaki in, Hiroji Kurosaki turned around and looked outside the door. Ishida Sojin, who was standing by, understood what he meant immediately and shot his sacred arrows at the four corners of the light blue portal, forcibly closing it. Kurosaki Hao's movements were extremely fast. From the moment his cheap dad lost control to the moment the portal closed, the entire process took no more than 30 seconds. At this moment, only a group of confused pure-blooded Quincy's and Kurosaki Kusunagi, who was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, were left outside the barrier. Xiao Nan, don't worry, I believe Xiao Hao can handle it. Ishida Sojin walked forward with a smile on his face and comforted him. It was obvious that he had full confidence in Kurosaki Hiroji's ability. At the trial site, Kurosaki Hiroji had forcibly dragged his cheap father to the previous altar. With the help of the light blue spirit flames around him, he could barely see Kurosaki Tomohiko's posture at this time. Is this the Holy Communion? I saw a tornado-shaped grey halo appear above its head, and behind it was a pair of wings made of grey spirit particles, which looked very much like the perfect holy body in the original book. Ha ha ha, be amazed, be impressed. This majestic figure of mine is the result of the new power your majesty has developed, the perfect sacred body. I feel this brand new power in your majesty's blood. My holy word is storm. This is my perfect holy body, the storm of God. At this moment, Kurosaki Tomohiko looked at Kurosaki Hiroji with an arrogant look and burst into laughter. Kurosaki Hao noticed that the pupils of Kurosaki Tomohiko had turned completely white, the entire pupil had disappeared, and the aura around him was also very different. Rather than saying that the person in front of me is Kurosaki Tomohiko, it would be better to say that he is Storm, the storm of God itself. What a hassle! If I had known this would happen, I would have thrown it away right then and there. He finally understood why his cheap father could not be cleansed by the will of blood. Even if Kurosaki Hao intervened with external forces to help him master the holy text, he was unable to tame it by himself, which directly led to the outburst of the holy text. Sure enough, even Yuha, the lender, doesn't want to lend his strength, so he really doesn't have the ability to repay. Chapter 155. Hula. The grey spirit wings behind Kurosaki Tomohiko flapped, and two holy arrows transformed from grey hurricanes shot towards Kurosaki Hiroji. Call out! Kurosaki Hao used the Feilien kick to dodge to the back of the altar. Bang! The grey sacred arrow of destruction directly hit the star-cross emblem on the altar, and the entire altar shattered. Gusts of strong wind mixed with the aftermath of the explosion attacked the surroundings. As Kurosaki Tomohiko flapped his wings, more grey arrows shot out. Facing this endless strong wind, Kurosaki Hao had no choice but to dodge continuously with the Feilian kick. Unexpectedly, just as Kurosaki Hao was dodging, Kurosaki Tomohiko suddenly appeared in front of him, with two hurricane axes made entirely of grey spirit particles emerging from his hands, and chopped towards Kurosaki Hao's face. FK. There are double axes in front and arrows behind. Kurosaki Hao simply activated his blood activation suit and fired an arrow at the ground with all his strength, using the powerful inertia to propel himself back into the air, dodging the incoming arrows and axes. Just as he was about to hit the ground, he transformed into his blood stasis suit. In this way, Kurosaki Hiroji landed safely without any injury. In an instant, the double axes collided with the grey arrows. Call. The howling wind extinguished all the braziers burning with blue spirits in the trial ground. What a hassle! He hadn't expected that Kurosaki Tomohiko, originally only at the vice-captain level, would directly activate the complete holy body after the holy word went berserk, and his combat power would directly leap to captain level. And since he was also playing with the wind, his combat power and destructive power were far greater than Maguruma Kensei. He estimated that there must be at least 8 or 9 cars. This is tough. No wonder the Invisible Empire was able to dominate Soul Society in the early stages. The improvement in Holy Script and perfect holy body is truly excessive. Kurosaki Hao possessed a sturdy physique and exceptional combat skills, but ultimately, the spiritual might of this clone barely reached the 6th level. He had been able to defeat a strong vice-captain with his combat skills, but now, to leap 3 levels and directly fight a captain-level warrior seemed a bit of a stretch. There was no time for him to hesitate. Kurosaki Tomohiko flapped his wings, and 4 terrifying grey tornadoes formed in an instant. He then activated the blood stasis suit and rushed over to engage in close combat with Kurosaki Hao. Call out! Rain of light! Kurosaki Hao reacted faster. He stepped on the Feilian kick and dodged behind him, shooting a volley of arrows. Unexpectedly, these arrows did not seem to be able to break the static blood armor on Kurosaki Tomohiko's body. I knew it, Ishida Sojin's trick is to pull. This move didn't work, it was just tickling the opponent. And the 4 grey tornadoes seemed to have eyes, chasing Kurosaki Hao from behind. There's no other way, I have to try that trick on you. Originally, Kurosaki Hao didn't want to use this trick on his cheap father, but the old guy looked like he was afraid to beat him and not let him leave, so Kurosaki Hao didn't have any other good ideas. In an instant, the scene of the Great Holy Bow appearing in the sky above Hueco Mundo kept flashing back in Kurosaki Hao's mind, combined with the pattern of the flow of spirit particles he felt in Yuha's blood. At the same time, Kurosaki Hiroji directly untied the static blood suit and activated the dynamic blood suit. He also called on Ryutsu all over his body and used the spirit beam to mobilize the few spirits in the trial ground. Great Saint Bow! In an instant, a giant spirit arrow took shape behind Tomohiko Kurosaki and shot towards him. At the same time, Kurosaki Tomohiko instinctively sensed the approaching danger and activated his blood serenity armor to ultimate. A dazzling blue light emanated from his entire body. Boom! With a deafening roar, a powerful Ryutsu storm raged through the trial grounds, reducing them to ruins. Fortunately, the blood of Waiwak was no longer present, and the trial grounds no longer had any need to exist. After dozens of breaths, the smoke and dust cleared, revealing the battered body of Kurosaki Tomohiko. His back was covered in blood and flesh, and he lay on the ground like a carpet. Obviously, using his back to block the Great Sage's bow caused him extremely serious injuries even with the blood-stilling armor activated. Yuha's moves are the best. If the other members of the Stern Cross Knights saw that Kurosaki Hiroji could replicate Waiwaka's unique skills so easily, their jaws would probably drop in shock. Of course, the great holy bow condensed by Kurosaki How cannot be compared with Waiwaka's holy bow that is as big as a mountain, but it is enough to deal with the holy text after it goes out of control. It was not until half an hour later that the unconscious Tomohiko Kurosaki slowly woke up, and his pupils had returned to normal. Ah! Feeling the pain of broken bones all over his body, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood and spit, then cried out in pain. He first looked up at the trial ground that had become a ruin, then turned around and saw Kurosaki How sitting next to him. Zio How, what happened? Why am I here? Kurosaki Tomohiko reached out and rubbed his head, which was about to split open with pain. At this moment, his mind was like the next day after waking up from a hangover. Nothing happened. It was just a friendly exchange between an uninterested son and an untalented father. About half an hour later, the light blue door appeared again in the sky above the fortress behind the main hall of Xingui Fortress. A moment later, Kurosaki Hiroji slowly walked out, supporting the injured Kurosaki Tomohiko. Seeing this, Kurosaki finally breathed a sigh of relief and stepped forward to hug the two of them. "You two scared me to death." As she spoke, a line of tears rolled down her delicate face. Seeing this, Kurosaki Hiroji and Kurosaki Tomohiko, two grown men, had no choice but to apologize repeatedly. In the suburbs of Tianhai Town, there is a gorgeous European-style castle. It was broad daylight, but the castle was filled with a chilling atmosphere. Inside the castle, Kogetsuyoshi looked at a young man standing on the stairs. He had silver-white hair, wore a brown robe, and had a short scar on his chin. "You're saying that you stumbled upon the Quincy while hunting down Soma Yoshino?" Kurigami looked at Kogetsuyoshi excitedly, and the next moment he appeared beside him. "That's right, but that Quincy, although young, is very difficult to deal with, so... Then I will go and retrieve that young Quincy." Just as Kogetsuyoshi and Kurigami were communicating, a figure completely hidden in a white hood walked out from the side. The man was holding a long sword, which was obviously Zanpakut, and hidden under the white hood was the Shivazoku. "I'm a Shinigami, and I'm better at sensing Ryutsu than you Bavants. As long as he's still near Tenkai Town, I'll definitely be able to find him." Kurigami smiled slightly at this. "Thank you for your hard work, Maki." The hooded man didn't answer at first, but just walked on by himself. Only after he walked out of the door did his voice slowly come. "No need to thank me, this is just a deal between us. All you have to do is help me kill Zaraki Kenpeki after you enter Soul Society. Don't worry, I will keep my promise." The hooded man was none other than the former 11th Division member Maki Ichinos. He was a loyal fan of the previous 11th Division captain, Kenpeki Inigawa. Until Inigawa Kenpeki died at the hands of Zaraki Kenpeki in a duel, Ichinos Maki was unable to seek revenge and hated Zaraki Kenpeki so much that he left Godi I-13 and hid in the real world, waiting for an opportunity to avenge Inigawa Kenpeki. As a result, he met Kurigami by chance. After witnessing the power of Kurigami, he tried to use Kurigami's power to avenge Onawa Castle. Chapter 156. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the breeze was not dry. Tenkai Town, Tenkai Country. Ding ling ling. As the bell rang for the end of get out of class, a large group of boys and girls in uniform rushed out of the school gate like dumplings. 13-year-old Ishida Muniha is also one of them. "Ishida-san, see you tomorrow." A girl with short hair and wearing a sailor suit waved and greeted Ishida Muniha enthusiastically. Ishida Muniha just nodded calmly in response. After school, Ishida Muniha did not rush back to Xingui Fortress, but went to an arcade first, and walked out leisurely 2 hours later. Afterwards, I went to a teppanyaki restaurant called Teppanyaki Senjin and brought Kurosaki her favorite octopus teppanyaki. Just 10 meters behind him, a figure in a white hood had been following him since school. Passing by a small alley, Ishida Suha's mouth corners slightly raised, and then he quickly went in. "Did you discover me?" Seeing this, Maki Ichino's behind him immediately chased after him. But when he really walked through the alley, he found that there was a dead end in front of him and there was no one in the alley. Damn it, lost him. Just when Ichino's Maki was feeling frustrated, a sacred arrow of destruction shot out from the wall at his forehead. Call out! Just when the arrow was about to hit him, Ichino's Maki dodged it with a thrilling shunpo, then turned around and looked at Ishida Muniha who was hiding on the wall nearby. Boy, your murderous intent is too strong. The person is gone, but the murderous intent still exists. Ichino's Maki chuckled and looked at Ishida Muniha. Seeing that his attack failed, Ishida Muniha jumped down from the wall. Facing the provocation of the Shinigami in front of him, Ishida Muniha retorted. Your stalking skills are awful, Shinigami. Oh, little ghost, tell me, how did I get exposed? A hint of curiosity emerged on Ichino's Maki's gloomy face. Shoo! 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 In response to Ichino's Maki's question, he fired 3 sacred arrows of destruction. Ichino's Maki waved the Zanpakuto in his hand and caught the 3 arrows one by one. Why is this kid's arrows so heavy? There's something strange. Ishida Muniha kept changing his position with the Feilien kick while shooting the sacred arrows of destruction. You think that by putting on that strange hood of yours and disguising yourself from a spirit into a human, and then retracting your ryutsu, I won't be able to detect you? Even if you hide well, you can't change the Shinigami's spiritual veins. Human spiritual veins are white, and yours are red. I see. I've made a fool of myself. Under the continuous attack of gravity arrows, Ichino's Maki was beaten back step by step and fled directly on Shunpo. Seeing this, Ishida Muniha immediately performed Feilien Jiao and chased after him. Don't run anymore. Your Shunpo is no match for my Hiran Kyaku. Just prepare to die, Shinigami. It is obvious that the hatred between the Shinigami and the Quincy's, which is aimed at exterminating their races, is higher than the mountains and deeper than the sea. Even the young Ishida Muniha would kill a Shinigami as soon as he saw him. The two chased each other until they reached an empty space where no one was around, and Ichino's Maki suddenly stopped. Run, why don't you continue to run? Have you realized that you can't run away? Ishida Muniha drew his bow like a full moon and shot at Ichino's Maki. No, you can't escape. Ichino's Maki took off his hooded jacket and held the Zanpakuto horizontally in his hand. Shine! Najagashumi! In an instant, a burst of colorful light burst out from Zanpakuto's blade, dazzling Ishida Muniha so much that he couldn't open his eyes. Ichino's Maki seized the opportunity, stepped on Shunpo and slashed at Ishida Muniha's feet. After all, Korea God only said that he wanted him alive, not whole. Clang! However, the scene of blood and flesh splattering that Ichino's Maki had expected did not happen, but instead there was a sound of metal clashing. This is... Seeing the light blue Madara patterns all over Ishida Muniha's body, Ichino's Maki showed a look of surprise. You think you can hurt me with your broken sword? You're just dreaming. Suddenly, Ichino's Maki discovered that 5 sword-like handles suddenly appeared around him, forming a pentagram and inserted into the ground. Not good. Break the ray array. Ishida Muniha immediately covered himself in the Serenity blood armor, then grasped Ichino's Maki's hand with both hands. Together, they stood within the broken ray formation, enduring the spirit blade's burning energy. After all, he possessed the Serenity blood armor, while the Shinigami did not. This move, in fact, was inspired by his fight with Kurosaki Hiroshi. After a moment, the light blue spirit light dissipated, revealing 2 figures. One was Ishida Muniha, who had slight burns all over his body, and the other was Ichino's Maki, who was charred all over. Obviously, Ishida Muniha's static blood equipment is far from reaching the level of Kurosaki Hao that can withstand the double broken light array without being hurt. But fortunately, the result was good. Ishida Muniha suffered minor injuries himself and directly dealt a heavy blow to Ichino's Maki. It's over, Shinigami. Ishida Muniha charged up a holy arrow, intending to deliver the final blow to the opposing Shinigami. Ichino's Maki, who was already seriously injured and dying, struggled to stand up and roared. Damn it! Don't underestimate me! I'm a subordinate of Kenpeki Onuwacho, a member of the 11th Division. How could I lose to a little Quincy like you? Shining Sun, Najigashumi! Ichino's Maki roared, and Ryutsu burst out from his body. The Zanpakut sword emitted a dazzling light and rushed towards Ishida Muniha. Facing Ichino's Maki's counterattack, Ishida Muniha once again drew his bow like a full moon. The difference from the past was that the tip of the sacred arrow this time was stained with a hint of black. Obviously, this was his gradual use of the power of the holy text that had quietly awakened. Unexpectedly, the next moment, snakes suddenly crawled all over Ishida Suha's body, and there were more and more snakes around him, which tied him up tightly, and the sacred arrow of destruction could not be shot out. As a Madara-shaped snake bit Ishida Muniha's shoulder, he suddenly felt his eyelids become extremely heavy. Oh no, I was careless. This was Ishida Muniha's last consciousness, and then he completely fainted. You look so miserable. A middle-aged man with brown hair, a mustache, and dressed in British style, with a big yellow snake wrapped around his neck, quietly walked out from the side. It was none other than Uedaga Ryo, the number 1 guy in Bavant. You clearly arrived a long time ago, why did you take action only now? Ichino's Maki looked at Udagawa Rei with resentment. Don't be angry, this brat is very strong. I was just looking for an opportunity to take him down with one strike. When Ishida Muniha opened his eyes, he found himself in an unfamiliar castle. Not only were his limbs tied up, but the Ryutsu outlets around his body were also blocked. Hello, young Quincy. I and Bavant need your help with something. Kuriyagami looked at Ishida Muniha who was tied up and spoke lightly. In the Starlight Fortress, Kurosaki Hiroji was about to eat the sumptuous dinner brought by the little maid when Ishida Sojin rushed in a hurry. Zio how, it's bad, Zone Yu is missing. Hearing this, Kurosaki Hiroji frowned slightly. He knew that this was 99% the work of the Bavant group. Good fellow, I was just about to come looking for you, and you guys actually started fighting first. Chapter 157. Late at night, Amami Town, Amami Junior High School, on the top floor of the teaching building. Brother Zongxian, you go south, Zionan, you go north, Dad, you go west, and I'll go east. We'll search in all directions, with Tianhai Junior High School as the center. Once you find Zanjiahu's trace, use the communication arrow to notify everyone immediately. Be careful. Call out. Call out. Call out! Just after Kurosaki Hiroji assigned the tasks, the 4 of them headed in different directions and began a carpet search for Ishida Muniha's whereabouts. Several hours had passed since Ishida Muniha was discovered missing. As one of the few pure-blood Quincy's in Starlight Fortress, his disappearance had caused a great deal of uproar. Originally, there were only about 100 half-blood and pure-blood Quincy's, and Ishida Kiri had dispatched over half of them to search the areas surrounding Starlight Fortress for Ishida Muniha's whereabouts. If Ishida Wu, the Lord, had not been old and weak at this moment, she would probably have rushed out to look for him herself. After all, she was very fond of Ishida Muniha, her descendant. Kurosaki Hiroji's family of 3 and Ishida Sojin were assigned to search near Amami Town where Ishida Suha's school was located. Seeing that the 3 people in front of him had left, Kurosaki Hao took out a small transparent glass bottle from his pocket, which was filled with strands of light blue spirit particles. These tiny spirit particles were the same spirit particles that Kurosaki Hiroji had intercepted earlier in order to study the secrets of the power of the sacred text that had awakened within him. Unexpectedly, they had now become a tool for finding Ishida Muniha. Wow! Kurosaki Hao threw the glass bottle directly to the ground. After the glass bottle shattered, the light blue spirit particles floated away in a certain direction, For Quincy's, whether pure blood or half-blood, the ability to focus their spirit particles is fundamental. Even if these strands of spirit particles have been separated from the body for days, once freed, they will instinctively draw closer to the Quincy itself. Therefore, the direction of the spirit particles falling was the direction where Ishida Muniha was, but the range was still extremely large. However, this was not a problem after combining it with Kurosaki Hiroshi's extremely sharp spiritual perception. After several hours of searching, Kurosaki Hao looked at an ancient villa in the far suburbs of Amami town from afar. As expected, a bunch of bavants, actually dared to kidnap my research subject. Although the people in the villa hid Ryotsuh very well, he was still exposed by Kurosaki Hiroshi's spiritual perception. After all, the only thing that the Quincy clone can share with the original body is the powerful spiritual perception at the level of a cicada that can sense things before the autumn wind blows. Inside the villa, there are 10 people besides Muniha, 9 of them are bavant, and 1 is a Shinigami. Here, all the bavants except Soma Yoshino are here? That's great. It saves me from having to look for you all one by one. Calculating the time, they should be here soon. Kurosaki Hiroshi hadn't sent a signal arrow to alert the other Quincy's to come, as he had agreed with Ishida and the others. He simply waited with his arms folded not far from the villa. After all, compared to calling on those weak Quincy's to fight with Bavant, more people will easily attract the attention of Soul Society, which is extremely unsafe. I am afraid that by then the people will not be rescued, and the Soul Society will be attracted to wipe out Bavant and the remaining Quincy's. Besides, Kurosaki Hiroshi has his own plans to carry out, and it would definitely be inconvenient to have that group of Quincy's present. Oh, is it here already? As if he sensed something, the corners of Kurosaki Hiroshi's mouth rose slightly. The next moment, the void behind him began to disturb each other. Crash! With a crisp sound, the void suddenly cracked open an irregular large hole, revealing the black cavity inside, and 2 figures walked out. One of them has pink hair, golden eyes, and a pair of white-framed glasses. The other one has slightly curly golden hair, purple eyes, and a little boy with freckles on his face. The people who came were none other than Ye Chuan's Espada No. 0, Sale Aporo Grands, and Espada No. 7, Wanda Weiss Margera. Unlike the last sudden encounter with Soma Yoshino, this time, as soon as Ye Chuan learned that Ishida Muniha was missing, he sent Sale Aporo and Wanda Weiss to the world. The 2 Vasto Lord-level arrancars descended into the world with Kurosaki Hiroshi as the anchor. The moment Sale and Aporo saw Kurosaki Hao, they immediately came forward and bowed, saying, "My king, are we not late? The timing is perfect. We're all inside. Get that Quincy out. Leave them all alive. Be gentle when you do the experiment. Don't kill them. I'll need them later." Kurosaki Hao said slowly while picking his ear with his little finger. "As you command, my king." After Sale Aporo and Wanda Weiss received instructions from Kurosaki Hiroshi, they immediately headed towards the villa. Just as the 2 were approaching the door of the villa, Sale Aporo turned his head to look at Wanda Weiss beside him. "Number 7, you take that little Quincy out. I'm going to go meet my experiments first." As he spoke, Sale Aporo threw a small black ball to the ground. The moment the black ball hit the ground, it rapidly enlarged and instantly turned into a pitch-black spherical barrier, covering the entire villa. This barrier can last for 15 minutes and will prevent your Ryotsuh from leaking out. Remember not to return your blades or use your Wyu's flash. This barrier can't withstand such a strong Ryotsuh. I see. Wanda Weiss curled her lips, obviously unhappy with Sale Aporo's assignment of him. He also hated the pink-haired mad scientist in front of him, because every time he sparred with Grimjo, the limbs that fell off after high-speed regeneration would be sliced up and studied by him. Inside the villa, the Bavants, including Kuriyagami, were completely unaware of the 2 Vasto Lord-class arrancars approaching quietly. It was not until they were enveloped by a pitch-black barrier that they discovered something was amiss. "Usse, go check what's happening outside." Korea was giving instructions to the Cheongsam woman beside him, but before he could finish his words, he suddenly realized that there was a feminine man with pink hair and glasses sitting on the sofa in front of him, and he even crossed his legs towards him. He even picked up the red wine on the table and poured himself a glass. "Who are you? How dare you?" In the face of Korea God's question, Sail Aporo did not respond, but just sipped his wine. "Good wine. Call out." Following a burst of sound that broke through the air, a little blonde boy with a quirky face appeared beside the sofa, carrying a person on his back. It was Ishida Muniha, who had already fainted. "I'm going to go check in first. You can handle your experiment yourself." Wanda Weiss grumbled to Sail Aporo, and then left with Ishida Zanjiu. All this happened so quickly that the Ba'ant group did not have time to react. "Hello everyone, Bavant, and that Shinigami-san hiding in the corner." As he spoke, Sail Aporo stood up and first looked around at the 9 Bavants in the field, then looked at the corner of the stairs behind him, where was the hiding place of Maki Ichinos, who was waiting for an opportunity. "Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Sail Aporo Grands, and I serve under Lord Hueco Mundo. Let's go together and kill him." Unexpectedly, before Sail Aporo could finish his words, Korea God ordered all the Bavants in the field to take action together. Yuki held a fan and a long sword, Koga Gang controlled the Iron Girl, and the twins Ba'ant controlled the water flow. There were vines entwined and even a giant whale rushed out from the wall. Behind him, Ichinos Maki also released Zanpakut and rushed out with a knife under the cover of the sunset glow. Even the surface of Korea God himself was condensing with hurricane force winds. In an instant, the field was in chaos, and everyone joined forces to kill Sail Aporo. "Why?" With a sigh, an indescribable terrifying riot surged out from Sail Aporo's body, like the weight of a mountain, crushing everyone in the field. The field suddenly became silent, and the Bavanti, who had been shouting and screaming loudly, instantly stopped. Everyone except Korea Gami was now having difficulty breathing and shaking uncontrollably due to the suppression of Ryotsu. "Call out! Why don't you want to listen to me?" Sail Aporo teleported behind Korea God and patted his shoulder gently. "Where was I just now?" Chapter 158. Kurosaki Hiroji took over the unconscious Ishida Muniha from Wanda Weiss and examined him carefully. He found that he was not seriously injured, but was just unconscious because Bakud blocked Ryotsu's discharge outlet. "Well done, Wanda Weiss." Kurosaki Hao looked at the somewhat honest Wanda Weiss and began to praise her. Then, "Can I go back first, King?" Looking at Wanda Weiss blinking her big eyes with an innocent look on her face, Kurosaki couldn't help laughing. "Okay, you go first. Let Sail Aporo handle the rest." With Kurosaki Hiroji's approval, Wanda Weiss immediately and happily tore open the void, stepped into the black cavity and returned to Hueco Mundo. Compared to getting along with the mad scientist Sail Aporo, Wanda Weiss still prefers fighting with Grimjo. "It seems our mad scientist isn't very popular," Kurosaki Hao complained, then carried Ishida Muniha on his back and set off on the road back to Xinggui Fortress. "Sail Aporo may be a bit crazy, but he's certainly talented, and Kurosaki Hiroji can be completely confident in his work. After all, the fact that he can independently unlock the tech tree in a desolate environment like Hueco Mundo is not to be underestimated. And the Sail Aporo under his command is not the 8th Espada in the original comics, but the Vasto Lord-level arrancar who has never split with his brother Ilford Grands. After all, a clone with only 70% of his strength can rival Ichigo in his bull-headed state. Now, after fusing with the sub-Hyaku, he is even stronger than in the original. In the entire Hueco Mundo, his strength is second only to Ye Chuan. In today's 3 realms where the Invisible Empire is not visible and the Zero Squad does not appear, there are only a handful of people who can surpass him. Inside the villa, all the Bavants were lying on the ground. The rest of them had lost consciousness. Only Korea was lying on the ground covered in blood, his eyes fixed on Sail Aporo. "Who are you? Didn't I tell you? I'm a hollow, an arrancar. Don't you understand?" As he spoke, Sail Aporo took out a needle as thick as a baby's fist, stabbed it into Korea God's neck, and drew out a full tube of blood. Korea God suddenly felt that not only his blood, but even his soul had been sucked away by that strange needle. Then Sail Aporo took out an instrument that looked like a microscope from somewhere, put the blood of Korea God on it and observed it carefully, then dipped some with his finger and put it in his mouth to taste it carefully, and then an intoxicated look appeared on his face. It has both the abundant spiritual power of a Shinigami soul and the fragrance of a human soul. It tastes delicious. Bavant's soul is surprisingly similar to a Shinigami's. But that's no surprise. You were originally created based on Shinigami souls. The king's conjecture was correct. Your power is indeed a variation of the Shinigami's power. The Bavant puppet is actually the embodiment of the Zanpakuto sword spirit. Since you and the Shinigami share the same origin, then... The next moment, Sail Aporo stabbed Korea God's abdomen with his hand as a knife. Ah! As Korea God screamed in pain, a layer of white bone suddenly emerged from the wound in his abdomen, and in an instant turned into a hollow mask covering Korea God's face. The wound in his abdomen also turned into a hideous hollow hole. Sure enough, Bavant can also be hollowed. But you're the only one worthy of being hollowed. The other trash aren't worthy of wasting my Hgyaku power. Roar! After being hollowed out, Korea God was pinned to the ground by Sail Aporo and roared madly. Bang! Sail Aporo flicked his middle finger, and a microbullet blew off the mask on Korea's face. After the mask shattered, Korea fainted immediately. Looking at the Bavantus lying on the ground like dead dogs, Sail Aporo sneered. This is mission accomplished. After doing all this, Sail Aporo raised his head and took one last look at the ruined villa. With a stroke of his right palm, the black cavity suddenly appeared, and he strode in. Star Fortress. Ishida Muniha slowly opened his eyes. This is my room. Am I home? Hey, little ghost, you finally woke up. Kurosaki Hao glanced at Ishida Muniha, who was slowly waking up, and spoke with a smile. Brother Hao, I'm not. Ishida Muniha's memory is still frozen in the dark basement of the Bavant villa. Ahem, that's naturally your brother Hao, who narrowly escaped death and saved you. Hueco Mundo, the main hall of Hueco Mundo. Sitting on the throne, listening to Sail Aporo's report, Ye Chuan smiled with satisfaction. The reason why he went through so much trouble was to destroy the Quincy clone. The Quincy clone had been trapped in the spirit poverty-scarce world, where not only was its lifespan extremely short, but even increasing its strength was difficult. Therefore, if he wanted to achieve a qualitative leap in the Quincy clone's strength, he had to return to the Invisible Empire. This can be seen from the huge gap in strength between Ishida Uriah before and after he joined the Invisible Empire. He jumped directly from the strength of a vice-captain to the real Bankai Renji who can beat the strong captain level. Now he has obtained the Sun Badge, the key to returning to the Invisible Empire, from his cheap father. But the Invisible Empire is hidden in the shadow of the Quiet Spirit Court, which means that if you want to return to the Invisible Empire, you must first return to Soul Society. The most crucial point is that if he wants to go to the Invisible Empire, he must bring his physical body with him to the Soul Society. After all, Quincy are still human in nature. A Quincy without a physical body is just a soul with a higher innate Ryutsu. If you enter the Invisible Empire without a physical body, you will probably be mistaken for a Shinigami and shot to death on the spot by the residents as soon as you enter. After all, the hatred between the Quincy's and the Shinigami is not to be underestimated. Coincidentally, this group of Bavants are heading to Soul Society for revenge, and they also need the power of the Quincy to open the portal that will transform their physical bodies into spirit particles. As long as both parties reach cooperation, all problems will be solved. Kurosaki How can use their gate to enter Soul Society with his physical body. You can also use them as living targets to attract Soul Society's firepower, and take the opportunity to enter the Invisible Empire. For this reason, he was also worried that Korea God was not strong enough to cause a major disturbance. So, he thoughtfully arranged for Apollo to give him the hollow ability. But this was still not enough, so Kurosaki How was still waiting for an opportunity. Now, everything is ready, except... Chapter 159. 3 years have passed since the last Bavant incident, and now the Quincy clone has officially become an adult at the age of 18. Compared with 3 years ago, his appearance has not changed much, except that his hair has grown a little longer and his physique has become stronger. In the underground training room of Xinggui Fortress. Shoo! Kurosaki Tomohiko drew his bow and unleashed a grey, sacred arrow of destruction, imbued with the power of a mighty wind. Kurosaki Hiroshi's lips curled slightly, and just as the arrow was about to strike him, he grasped the hilt with his bare hands. This time, he didn't even activate his blood calming gear, relying solely on his physical strength to catch the arrow. You can actually catch my sacred arrow of destruction with your bare hands. You are worthy of being my son. Looking at the complacent Kurosaki Tomohiko, Kurosaki How curled his lips and complained in his heart. How shameless! I wonder who was able to go berserk after awakening a holy word. Over the past 3 years, Kurosaki Hiroshi has frequently battled this cheap old man. Through repeated battles, the cheap old man finally mastered the power of the holy word storm. He also mastered the power of the holy body. Now, he is a true captain. Be careful, I'm going to attack with all my strength next. A light blue beam of light appeared around Tomohiko Kurosaki. God's storm. A moment later, the figure of Kurosaki Tomohiko appeared, with grey wings spread out behind him and a grey circle symbolizing a storm above his head. Wind-splitting feather. As soon as he came out, he couldn't wait to flap his wings and waved out feathers with strong winds to attack Kurosaki How. In response, Kurosaki How just stood there calmly and motionless. When these wings carrying strong winds approached, he drew his bow and shot several sacred arrows, shooting down all the feathers. Seeing that his wind feathers were so easily blocked by Kurosaki Hiroshi, Kurosaki Tomohiko folded the wings behind him together. Double wind feather kill. In an instant, 2 grey spirit particle tornadoes formed in front of him, and then the 2 grey tornadoes merged into one, turning into a larger tornado, roaring towards Kurosaki How. It's that trick again. Kurosaki Hiroshi remained expressionless, drawing his bow once more like a full moon. An invisible, transparent sacred arrow of destruction erupted into being and charged directly towards the massive grey tornado. Over the past 3 years, Kurosaki Hiroshi's strength has also improved significantly. Basic abilities like the Holy Arrow of Annihilation, the Flying Lotus Kick, and the Blood Armor have all been significantly enhanced. Most importantly, through observing and analyzing Ishida Muniha's spirit particles, he has finally mastered some of the power of the holy words. Of course, it was only a preliminary use now, and I couldn't even call out its true name, let alone complete the holy body. In this world of soul-starved beings, being able to do this was already a heaven-defying talent. But that's all, that's why Kurosaki How is so eager to enter the Invisible Empire. This transparent arrow was his initial use of the power of his holy words. Its speed and power were several times greater than those of ordinary holy arrows. The transparent arrow was shot from behind at an extremely fast speed, and the moment it touched the giant tornado was directly split in half, and a smooth incision appeared strangely, as if it was cut by a knife. Such a domineering ability! Kurosaki Tomohiko looked at Kurosaki Hiroshi with a complicated expression. He didn't expect that his eldest son was not bragging, and he really awakened the power of the holy text on his own. During his brief moment of daze, Kurosaki How had already held a soul-severing weapon against his neck. Why are you still distracted? Click. Kurosaki Tomohiko leaned against the wall and snapped his fingers. A wisp of pale blue spirit flame emerged from his fingertips. He skillfully lit a cigarette for himself using the spirit flame. After all, I can't beat the young people. He didn't expect that even though he had completely mastered the holy scriptures and the holy body, he still couldn't get any advantage from Kurosaki Hiroshi. Kurosaki Hao glanced at Kurosaki Tomohiko and then said calmly, "Dad, you have now mastered the holy scriptures and the complete holy body. With you here, the Starlight Fortress will be safe in the future." Upon hearing this, Kurosaki Tomohiko was stunned for a long time before he opened his mouth and blew out a smoke ring. "Why do you say it as if you are leaving?" Kurosaki Hiroshi did not answer but just smiled faintly. "It's getting late, it's time for dinner." Suddenly, Kurosaki Tomohiko behind him said out of the blue, "Are you really Kurosaki Hiroshi?" After much hesitation, he finally asked Kurosaki Hiroshi the question that had puzzled him for a long time. After all, in his impression, Kurosaki Hiroshi is omnipotent. It can easily erase the will of Unohana that you cannot defeat. Able to master the sacred text on your own. In short, so many things that seemed impossible to him seemed to be possible for Kurosaki Hiroshi. Even if Kurosaki Hiroshi told him that he was the incarnation of Wiwak, Kurosaki Tomohiko would probably believe it. Kurosaki Hiroshi, who had already walked a long way, sighed inwardly, turned around and gave Kurosaki Tomohiko a bright smile. "Of course I am Kurosaki Hiroshi. I am, and I will always be." Hearing this, Kurosaki Tomohiko also smiled. It was late at night, in the bedroom. Before leaving, Kurosaki Hiroshi finally had an in-depth conversation with his maid, Miyazuki Sagawa, who had been with him for over 10 years. The conversation lasted all night, as a way of repaying her for her meticulous care for him over the years. The next morning, Kurosaki Hiroshi didn't say goodbye to anyone. He simply placed a letter on the bedside of each of Kurosaki Kusunagi, Ishida Sojin, and Ishida Muniha. He took one last look at the Starlight Fortress before leaving in the morning mist. These people are just passers-by on his road to Transcendence. He may stop for them for a short time, but he will not stay here for too long. Giving Tomohiko Kurosaki a captain-level combat capability was considered as fulfilling the friendship of more than 10 years and repaying the karma of occupying his son's body. Gunyu Town, a port somewhere. Korea God is fighting a humanoid creature with flames all over its body. It is Soma Yoshino's puppet gate. There was an invisible wave of wind lingering all over Korea God's body, and with 3 punches and 2 kicks, Gate was unable to resist. Bang! The palm, which was surrounded by an invisible hurricane, penetrated the head attached to Gate's body at an extremely fast speed and held his forehead tightly. Ah! The flame puppet Gate immediately let out a painful wail. Gate! Seeing that his puppet had been suppressed by Korea God, Soma Yoshino immediately tried to jump forward to rescue him, but unexpectedly, he was knocked down by a punch from Koga Tsuyoshi behind him. He then fell to the ground helplessly. Korea God simply grabbed the flame doll's head with one hand and pressed it down with the other hand. Yoshino! The flame puppet Gate spoke in human language and looked at Soma Yoshino with a nostalgic look. Crack! The next moment, with a crisp sound, the head of the flame puppet Gate was crushed by Korea God. Chapter 160. No. Seeing his own doll being killed by Korea God, Soma Yoshino burst into tears and immediately rushed over regardless of everything and hugged Gate's body. The next moment, a strange scene happened. The body of the flame puppet Gate actually merged into one with Soma Yoshino. In an instant, the flames grew brighter and Soma Yoshino turned into a slender man of fire. Hula! Soma Yoshino, who turned into a fireman, suddenly increased his speed and condensed 2 ferocious fire snakes between his palms and attacked Korea God. Go to hell, Korea-sama! Soma Yoshino's angry voice came. Two huge fire snakes rushed towards Korea God like living creatures and knocked him away dozens of feet. Bang! The raging fire snake turned the dock behind it into ruins, with thick smoke drifting above the ruins. Ha ha ha, yes, that's the power, Fang Yi, I knew you had this potential. In the ruins, Korea God laughed and stood up, dusting off the dust on his body. At this moment, Soma Yoshino, who had already merged with his own doll, was somewhat in disbelief. He had not expected that even with his full-strength attack, he could not even break Korea God's defense. Call out! Korea God concentrated the invisible power of wind and waves between his feet, and in an instant rushed directly behind Soma Yoshino at a speed that was difficult to detect with the naked eye. Puff! An invisible storm swirled above his right palm, and he used his hand as a knife to pierce Soma Yoshino's chest. Yoshino, do you think you're the only one who has become one with a doll? I've already done it hundreds of years ago. Soma Yoshino, who had turned into a man of fire, looked down at the bloody hole in his abdomen and let out an unwilling roar. Korea God! Then the flames around his body suddenly surged, and Soma Yoshino, who had turned into a flame man, was still heating up, and then he actually hugged Korea Kami around the waist. Let's go to destruction together. Soma Yoshino hugged Korea God and pushed the power of her own flames to the ultimate. She wanted to self-destruct here and die together with her former lover Korea God, thus ending this evil relationship that had entangled her for hundreds of years. I will not die until Soul Society is completely destroyed. There was a cold look in Korea God's eyes. Suddenly, a steel object shaped like a blower appeared on his right arm. It was his puppet Misha. A wind blade shot out from the end of the steel pipe in an instant and directly pierced Soma Yoshino again. The flames on Soma Yoshino's body were instantly shattered by this blow, and a large amount of blood flowed out from the wound on his abdomen. The next moment, a hollow mask appeared on Korea God's face, and it was obvious that he had fully mastered the hollow ability. Crack! Under the shocked gazes of all the Bavants present, Korea God bit Soma Yoshino's snow-white neck, and then, like Mino's Grande, he sucked Soma Yoshino's body until not even a trace was left. This hollow's ability is really useful, Yoshino, I can feel your power. After absorbing Soma Yoshino, a look of madness appeared on Korea God's face. Seeing that Korea God was so cruel that he actually devoured Soma Yoshino, Uedaga couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Kami Korea has gone crazy. After being crushed by Sail Aporo with absolute strength, Udagawa Rei has clearly realized his own weakness. With their strength, they are simply unable to subvert Soul Society. The reason why Korea God still has the confidence to take them for revenge is that he wants to use the power of the Purification chapter to turn each of them into a bomb that absorbs spirit particles to achieve the goal of destroying both him and Soul Society. In other words, if they conquer Soul Society, they will die no matter what. Although Udagawa Rei has lived for hundreds of years, he still hasn't lived enough. As long as he doesn't want to die, he can live forever. After all, as long as they continue to absorb souls, they can achieve immortality. Instead of running to the Soul Society to die, it is better to hide in the real world and enjoy long-term freedom. Seeing the true nature of the matter, Uedaga immediately prepared to run away. Uda, where are you going? Unexpectedly, his little action was noticed by Korea God at the first moment. Hula! In an instant, a wall of flames rose up, blocking Uedagaware's retreat. Kami Korea has gone mad. Do you really think this madman can lead you to destroy Soul Society? He wants to take you to your deaths. He even killed Soma Yoshino, so why would he care about you? Why don't we join forces to kill him and share his soul? Seeing he couldn't escape, Udagawa Rei tried to convince the other Bavants to join him in fighting Korea. However, the Bavants ignored his words and instead showed a look of disdain on their faces. We've lived too long. It's time to put an end to Soul Society. Koga Tsuyoshi on the side glanced at Uedaga who looked like a clown and spoke lightly. Crazy, You're all crazy. Uadikaware waved the snake whip in his hand, turning the soil and wood chips around him into pythons, which pounced towards Korea God, while he took this opportunity to escape for his life. Unfortunately, the pythons were instantly dispersed by the hurricane created by Korea's wave of his hand. Udagawa Rei hadn't taken 2 steps when he was directly hit by a pillar of fire rising from the ground. Ah! Uadikaware's entire body instantly caught fire, and he turned into a fireman, rolling on the ground in pain. Yoshino, your strength is amazing. It was obvious that Korea God was very satisfied with the power of the flames. Call out! Ichino's Maki, who was behind Korea's shin, suddenly rushed out and beheaded Udagawa Rei, who had turned into a fireman, with a single sword. Pa pa pa! What a wonderful show of killing each other! Kurosaki Hiroji walked out from the darkness while clapping his hands. In response, Korea God snorted coldly. Humph, you're late. Facing Korea God's questioning, Kurosaki Hao just chuckled. There was no need for him to waste his breath on a bunch of consumables. Don't worry, now is the perfect time. Meanwhile, somewhere in the Minos Grande forest, Hueco Mundo. Wanda Weiss looked at the hundreds of void cracks that suddenly appeared before her eyes, turned to look at the one-eyed giant arrancar behind her and said, Fleur, spit more. As soon as he finished speaking, the giant arrancar behind him, whose body was as big as a mountain, immediately spat out countless miscellaneous voids from his mouth, among which were mixed with a lot of Jillian, and continuously threw them into the void rift in front of him in batches. At the same time, hundreds of black cavities opened up in various places in Soul Society. A small number of Jillians were mixed in with countless miscellaneous voids and appeared in various directions of Soul Society at the same time. This is the opportunity Kurosaki Hao has been waiting for. Due to the turbulence of the void, parts of the areas between Hueco Mundo and Soul Society will intersect every few hundred years. At that time, the spatial barrier between Hueco Mundo and Soul Society will become extremely weak, and even many temporary passages will appear. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he first used these temporary passages to place a large number of miscellaneous voids throughout Soul Society to interfere with Godi 13's sight. These temporary passages are extremely unstable, and only 1 in 10 of the voids sent in can reach Soul Society. Most of them will die under the stranglehold of the void turbulence. Fortunately, Hueco Mundo doesn't have much else, but these low-level virtual things are available as many as you want. As early as 3 years ago, after Sail Aporo gave Korea God the hollow ability, Kurosaki Hao had contact with Korea God. The two hit it off immediately, and Kurosaki Hiroji promised to help him open the gate to the Soul Society at a specific time, so that they could enter the Soul Society together. And Korea God wanted to make things worse and muddy the waters. Even the reason why Korea Shin was able to fully master the ability of Hollow in just 3 years was due to the contribution of Kurosaki Hiroshi. Korea's puppet, Misa, also has the wind attribute. Originally, Korea's strength was comparable to that of his cheap father, Tomohiko Kurosaki, who had mastered the perfect holy body. However, with the blessing of the hollow ability, and the power he just absorbed from Soma Yoshino, according to Kurosaki Hao's estimation, his current strength is at least 12 karaoke fists. It's impossible to expect these scumbags to destroy Soul Society, but they are more than enough to be a target to attract fire. Chapter 161. Following a group of Bavants, they came to a hidden cave and saw an ancient lacquered red portal. Is this the portal that can transform the physical body into a spirit? Kurosaki Hao looked at this strange door that was so dilapidated that it couldn't be any more dilapidated with curiosity. After Koreagami and the others injected their own Ryotsuo into it, waves of spatial fluctuations emanated from the door, but the spatial barrier in the center could not be opened. It's your turn, Quincy. Kurosaki Hiroji was not hesitant either. He pulled the bowstring and fired a sacred arrow directly into the gate. The gate instantly burst into a dazzling blue light, and the spatial barrier was completely opened after being injected with the Quincy's Ryotsu. Seeing this scene, Korea God was immediately ecstatic. Ha 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 ha, the centuries-long hatred between Soul Society and us, Bavant, can finally be settled today. A moment later, with the command from Korea Kami, the Bavants and Ichinos Maki rushed in together. After seeing all the scapegoats go in, Kurosaki Hao leisurely set foot on the gate to Soul Society. So shaking. The feeling of passing through the gate is very strange, as if Kurosaki Hiroji is placed in a washing machine and kept rolling. Soul Society, on the outskirts of Rukanga North 72nd District, an irregular portal formed in mid-air, and 9 figures rushed out of it. They were Bavant and the former defected Shinigami Ichinos Maki. Korea God first looked around and observed carefully. After finding that there was no one else here, he instructed his subordinates. Let's split up. Koga Tsuyoshi and Yuki, go to Rukanga and start a riot. Make Yao, Yoshiki, Zedu, Peng, Pan, and I will split up and deploy the Pure Land Seal. As for you, Maki, you can get your revenge first. After today, there will be no more Soul Society in the world. After saying this, Korea God greedily sucked in the rich spirit particles that were everywhere in Soul Society. We were born here, and we shall be buried here too. Go, and let the entire Soul Society be buried with us. Yes. As Korea God gave the order, all his men scattered in an instant. After everyone had left, Korea God carefully sensed around but still couldn't find where Kurosaki Hiroji was. Forget it. The entire Soul Society will cease to exist anyway, so that little Quincy brat won't survive. Immediately, invisible wind waves swirled around Korea God, and his speed suddenly increased as he rushed towards Jingling Court. At the same time, on the outskirts of Rukanga North District 75, not far from where the Bavants descended, an irregular portal appeared and Kurosaki Hao rushed out of it. It feels great. As soon as he stepped into Soul Society, Kurosaki Hao felt an extremely strong aura of spirit particles rushing towards him. This time, he used the Bavant portal to bring his physical body to Soul Society. Therefore, the moment he entered Soul Society, he felt an extremely rich spiritual particle rushing towards his physical body. Kurosaki Hao had not yet used the abilities of spirit particle gathering and holy slavery, and these spirit particles were like tadpoles looking for their mother, rushing into his body frantically. Ah, so good! Kurosaki Hiroji's body had spent the past 18 years in the spirit-starved world of the present. Now, upon arriving at Soul Society, he was immediately surrounded by these spirit particles. He even felt like he was floating in the air. I'm drunk. This is like a person who has lived in a high-altitude area for a long time and suddenly comes to a low-altitude area with sufficient oxygen and will suffer from oxygen intoxication. Roar! Just as Kurosaki Hao was enjoying the baptism of the spirit particle, a big crack suddenly appeared in the space not far behind him. Dozens of Zagzu and Agilion crawled out of the crack and roared at Kurosaki Hao. Is it such a coincidence? Unexpectedly, he encountered the group of virtual beings that the main body ordered Fleur to release. Looking at the group of hollows who were roaring at him without knowing the consequences, Kurosaki Hao directly transformed into a spirit bow and arrow and shot an arrow. Shoo! Shoo! Kurosaki Hao only fired 2 ordinary sacred arrows and killed all the dozens of voids and Jillian present. This power! He was surprised to discover that the power of his holy extermination arrow had increased by 20% compared to its mortal form. This clearly showed how the concentration of spirit particles in the environment affected a Quincy's combat effectiveness. At the same time, in the meeting room of the 1st Squadron's barracks, Yamamoto Genri Yusai held a wooden staff and stood calmly in the center, while the captains stood on both sides. Captain, the number of hollows infiltrating this turbulent void is dozens of times greater than before. Besides the large number of hollows, the Technology Development Bureau has also detected the appearance of Ryotsu that are not hollows. Among them is even a powerful Ryotsu that has reached the level of a captain. I believe this void turbulence was intentionally caused by someone, all to cover up these traveling disasters. Soul Society has been invaded by an unknown mysterious traveling disaster. On the right, a captain with yellow eyes, a black and white mask, a dark purple collar with a turned-out collar, and unusually long middle fingernails, is reporting to Yamamoto Genri Yusai. This person is none other than Kurotsuka Mayuri, captain of the 12th Division and director of the Technical Development Bureau. After hearing what Kurotsuka Mayuri said, Yamamoto Genri Yusai paused for a moment before speaking. I declare that the jingling court has entered a level 2 alert state. All captains are allowed to shikai. Hey, Nirvana, you just said that a captain-level travel disaster broke in, right? Hearing this, a smile appeared on Zaraki Kenpaki's slightly ferocious face, and then he turned around and went to the first team meeting room to leave. Seeing Zaraki Kenpaki rushing out in such a hurry, Yamamoto Genri Yusai sighed and didn't say much. This incident is primarily the responsibility of your 10th Division, with the other divisions responsible for coordination. This is also your first task as the newly appointed captain. Don't let me down, Captain Shiba. On the left, a tall, black-haired young man wearing a captain's haori suddenly stepped out, his handsome face showing a hint of inattention. Yes, Captain. This person is none other than the newly appointed captain of the 10th Division, the head of the Shiba branch house, Shiba Ishin. Meeting adjourned. Following Yamamoto Genri Yusai's order, all the captains left the field. Shiba Yuxin was scratching his head as he walked, and kept complaining. What bad luck! The successor captain has only been in office for half a month and already encountered something like this. But there is no way around it. The 10th Division he leads is itself a patrol and security team, responsible for carrying out patrol and security tasks to maintain security inside and outside the Shinigami organization. Captain, why are you looking so unhappy again? Did something unhappy happen to you? Just as Shiba Yuxin walked to the door of the 10th Division barracks, he heard a pleasant female voice. Shiba turned around and saw a beautiful woman with blonde hair, exuding the charm of a mature woman, with a plump figure, three-dimensional features and a beauty mole at the corner of her mouth. When Shiba Yuxin saw the beauty, his originally depressed mood instantly improved. This woman was none other than Matsumoto Rangiku, who was the 7th seat of the 10th Division at the time. Shiba Yuxin stole a glance at Matsumoto Rangiku's plump and nude body and said slowly. Rangiku, come alive, there's a travel disaster invading. Chapter 162. It's not very peaceful outside today, so don't go wandering around. Makoto Ito, who had just finished his meal, patted his belly, glanced at Granny Sanhua and Eri Iwasaki behind him, and then left his residence. It's about time. Ito Makoto calculated the time and was planning to go to where Kurosaki Hiroji was. Bakud no 73 inverted 3 crystals. A light blue inverted triangle-shaped barrier instantly covered Grandma Sanhua's entire hut. Before leaving, he deliberately cast a barrier around the house to prevent Granny Sanhua and Eri Iwasaki from being harmed by the blind void. He would feel bad if that happened, since he was the one who caused it, after all. Call out! Ito Makoto flashed and rode Shunpo towards the direction where Kurosaki Hiroji was. Suddenly, a folding fan with an iron chain at the end flew out from the side like a steel knife and slashed towards his face. Ito Makoto dodged sideways, and the iron fan missed and hit a house nearby, turning half of the house into ruins. After walking for a long time, I finally found a Shinigami. The fan connected to the iron chain returned on its own as if it were a living thing, and a mouth grew out of the fan and began to speak human words. Then, a woman with long green hair, wearing a purple robe and beige trousers, emerged from a nearby alley. She held the strange fan in her hand, a long sword attached to the chain. It was Yuki from the Bavant team. Behind her lay a pile of corpses, apparently of the Rukonga residents she had killed. Kill this Shinigami! Kill this Shinigami! A huge mouth opened at the hilt of the sword in Yuxi's hand and began to scream non-stop. The sword was named Nita and the fan was named Chi, both of which were her puppets. The moment he saw Ito Makoto, he immediately chose to kill him with his sword. Die. However, Yuki's extremely fast and full-strength sword couldn't even touch Ito Makoto's Kakuzu. I originally kept you here to cover for me, not to waste my time here. Ito Makoto was in a hurry to meet the Quincy clone and had no time to talk to her. He directly drew the Zanpakuto from his waist and slashed it backhand, directly from the left shoulder to the right waist. Thump! Yuxi fell to the ground weakly, while Ito Makoto sheathed his sword and continued on his way. Just after he walked a few dozen feet, he heard a strong wind whistling behind him. Call out! Ito Makoto used Shunpo to dodge and avoid the flying sword attacking from behind. Looking back, he saw that the houses and trees around Yuxi had disintegrated into strands of light blue spirit particles that flowed into his wounds to heal them. This is... Ito Makoto discovered that Yuki's current situation was somewhat similar to that of the Quincy's holy slave and Ye Chuan's original form, the son of Hueco Mundo, except that her speed in absorbing and recovering spirit particles was not even 1/10,000th of that of the original form. Shinigami, don't move. I'm going to chop you up. Yuxi staggered to her feet, the pale blue spirits around her still repairing the knife wound on her chest. Hey, please, I'm really in a hurry. You're a piece of shit, and you're forcing me to take another stab. Before she could finish her words, Ito Makoto teleported in front of her at a speed she could not understand. This time, he slashed directly from the top of her head, splitting her in half. After taking a look and confirming that it would not regenerate, Ito Makoto stepped on Shunpo and headed there. On the other side, Korea God had somehow crossed the soul-blocking membrane and appeared in the jingling court. He frowned slightly at the same time as Yuxi died. Yuki died already? That shouldn't be the case. Encountering a powerful captain-level Shinigami so soon. But within moments, his frown had relaxed. In just a short while, he had already placed 12 Pure Land chapters, which absorbed spirit particles and acted as bombs, throughout the Siridii garden. The thought of Soul Society's imminent annihilation made Korea's face curl upward. Crunit, Hanko. Suddenly, a thick cloud of dust appeared behind Korea God, and these grey mists and dusts seemed to have eyes and attacked Korea God one after another. Hula! At the moment of approaching, invisible wind waves surged around Korea God, blowing away the grey fog. The next moment, wind blades attacked Matsumoto Rangiku like steel knives. Call out! Rangiku quickly used Shunpo to distance herself, but Korea was even faster. He rode the wind and came directly behind her. A wind blade gathered in his right hand and struck Matsumoto Rangiku in the abdomen. Puff! In an instant, blood splattered as Matsumoto Rangiku fell directly from mid-air. Just as Korea God was about to kill him. Crescent Moon Sky Rush. A pale blue crescent formed by the compression of Ryutsu came towards Korea God. Korea God dodged the attack with a roll, and the large houses behind him turned into dust under the crescent. Seeing that the newcomer was quite powerful, Korea God stopped pestering him and turned into an invisible wind and floated away. Rangiku! How are you? Shiba Yuxin stepped forward to help the seriously injured Matsumoto Rangiku and ran towards the 4th Division's barracks. More than half an hour later, under the personal treatment of the 4th Division Captain Unohana, Matsumoto Rangiku finally woke up slowly. Matsumoto Nangzi, your injuries are too severe. You should stay out of bed for the next few days. Unohana spoke softly to Matsumoto Rangiku with a gentle expression, and covered her with a blanket. Rangiku, how come you are so badly injured? What's going on with that mysterious man? Shiba on the side spoke with a concerned look. Captain, that man with the scar on the corner of his mouth who can control the wind seems to have tampered with the tranquil spirit garden and buried something. Matsumoto Rangiku spoke with difficulty. Control the wind, have a scar at the corner of the mouth. Ichimaru-jin, who was eavesdropping outside the house, muttered something and then stepped on Shunpo and left the 4th Division's comprehensive first aid station. No one noticed that Ichimaru-jin, who usually had his eyes narrowed, now had his eyes wide open and full of murderous intent. Maki Ichinos, who used to be a soldier of the 11th Division, easily sneaked into the Siriti garden and followed the location of the 11th Division's barracks in his memory. He wanted to fight to the death with his former captains, Kenpeki Inigawa and Kenpeki Zaraki. However, Zaraki Kenpeki, who was bad at finding his way, was currently wandering around Rukonga in search of the captain-level traveler, and he happened to miss Ichinos Maki, who was coming to the 11th Division's barracks. Call out! When Maki Ichinos entered the captain's room of the 11th Division's barracks and looked around, he found that the 11th Division was still the same, almost the same as when he left, and immediately showed a look of nostalgia. Bang! Just as Ichinos Maki was stunned, a knife handle suddenly flew out and nailed directly into the beam in front of him. Who are you to dare to enter the captain's room? Madarame Ikeko looked at Ichinos Maki with a sinister smile on his face. Are you, Zaraki Kenpeki's lackey? Ichinos Maki turned around and saw Madarame Ikeko and Ayasukawa Yumichika behind him. You are, the defector from back then. Apparently Yumichika also recognized the identity of Ichinos Maki. That's perfect, I'll kill you first and then go fight Zaraki Kenpeki. As he spoke, Ichinos Maki rushed towards Madarame Ikeko with a knife in hand. Clang! Madarame Ikeko easily blocked the attack with the knife in his left hand. You think you can challenge the captain? Don't be so delusional.